Chapter 271. Young Master, you can do it. At the entrance of the Imperial Alliance, Ame looked at Yizhiai straight back and blurted out, and the tentacles on his chest clenched into fists in a very appropriate manner. Today is the National High School Joint Examination Day of the Glorious Empire, and it is also a day for many civilian students to change their fate. Tan Xingqian turned around and looked at Ame with a helpless expression. Xiao Ai is too good, you should cheer for us. The end of his eyes glanced at Qin Fei, who was still reciting the key points on the side, and his face calmed down a lot. At least there was someone to recite for him. In fact, Tan Xingqian's grades were not bad, and he had no problem getting into the top 5 universities. In the past few years of high school, he had very high requirements for himself, and his grades showed a leap forward. For the children of the nobility, as long as they want to study, their families can pile up a key university. Tan Xingfei's grades are worse, but the Winmilia Art Academy she wants to go to mainly looks at the independent enrollment results, and the joint examination results are only used as a reference standard. It's okay as long as she can pass the score line set by the school. Seeing that she was still reciting, Tan Xingqian patted her head. Don't recite anymore. The more you recite, the more nervous you are. Didn't you get the first place in the independent enrollment? What are you afraid of? Tan Xingfei tidied her messy hair and said worriedly, I'm afraid of accidents. Have you memorized the key points I marked for you? Yizhiai couldn't bear to watch and asked her. Tan Xingfei nodded repeatedly. I have memorized it. Just kidding, the test points marked by the academic god. Not only did she memorize it, she also selflessly contributed it to others. Everyone in their class memorized it. Yizhiai took away her portable light computer. As long as you really memorize it, passing the line will definitely not be a problem. Tan Xingfei suddenly calmed down. Yizhiai's words seemed to have some kind of magic, which gradually calmed her violent heartbeat and restored her composure. Let's go! She said with her head held high. The change before and after was so great that Tan Xingqian couldn't help but glance at Yizhiai, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. In the joint examination, everyone has a separate room, and robots are invigilating throughout the whole process to resolutely prevent cheating. The total test lasts 2 days and 1 night, with a total of 18 subjects. 15 written test subjects are answered on the special optical computer for the exam. 3 practical subjects are answered in the biological cabin. There is no rest throughout the whole process, and candidates can arrange their own time. If they are hungry, they can drink nutrient solution. The nutrient solution is uniformly provided by the Ministry of Education to prevent anyone from tampering with it. Some people like to do questions crazily on the first day, and complete the remaining 3 practicals on the second day. Some people rest while doing questions, and intersperse practical and written exams, emphasizing gradual progress. There is no time limit for each exam, and candidates can freely form groups and perform on their own. Under this test mechanism, students have a high degree of autonomy in answering questions. Some people gave up after answering 30 points in physics, and spent the rest of their time focusing on language, literature and history subjects. Some people hurried out of the biocapsule after getting the basic points for practical operation, freeing up enough time for other subjects. The 2-day and 1-night exam time also includes 7 hours of forced sleep time for robots. In short, although everyone has a high degree of freedom of choice, the exam duration and content are exactly the same. The joint exam of the Glorious Empire is generally a very fair exam. But these people obviously did not include Yizhiai. She took only 1 day to complete the 2-day and 1-night exam and handed in the paper ahead of schedule. The disposable isolation door was opened, and the robot was still saving the used optical computer and biological cabin. She was the first to leave the examination room. The invigilator looked at her sideways. As soon as she left the monitoring range of the Imperial Alliance and found that the optical computer had a signal, she took the lead in video chatting with Mei, and said anxiously, How is it? Did you come out? You finished the exam so quickly. Mei was very surprised, and the second half of the sentence, did you finish the questions? Was squeezed in his throat, and he just couldn't ask it out. If he didn't finish the questions, would his young master come out? Seeing that there was no one at the door except the sentry, Mei was worried. Not yet. What's the point of reviewing? It's been a day. Yizhiai's beautiful eyebrows were pulled together. I come over now. In addition to the joint examination, today is also the day when the Commander-in-Chief of the Abyss Fleet, the youngest Major General of the Empire, Ji Fan, will be tried by the 3 divisions. The so-called 3-court trial is a joint trial of a case by the military, the cabinet, and the Ministry of Justice. There are not many cases of 3-court trials. At this level, it usually means that the matter is very big and quite difficult. A week ago, The Abyss fleet led by Ji Fan had just jumped to the air near Guangyao Star, and was surrounded by the first fleet guarding here. As the guard fleet of Guangyao Star, the level of the first fleet is half a level higher than the other 4 fleets. Ji Fan had no reason to take up arms. He could only surrender. This happened very quickly. Before the Ji family could react, Ji Fan had been taken away by the Ministry of Justice. This was premeditated. During this period, no one was allowed to visit. Until today, the Ministry of Justice suddenly convened a 3-judgment meeting. Yi Jiai was a little nervous when doing the questions. Military Court. Fu Peng, the Minister of Justice, sat on the high platform. He was wearing a black robe, a pair of chain-style gold-framed glasses, and his hair was curly and fluffy. He looked more like an old man who was in charge of the library. On his left was Marshal Long. He had gray hair and drooping eyelids. He leaned on the chair, as if he had not woken up. In order to avoid suspicion, Mr. Ji could only sit below as an audience this time. As the matter was sudden, he had to sacrifice his old face to invite the last marshal. To Fu Peng's right, Murphy Scott sat with his legs apart, with a majestic posture. His tall hooked nose made him look particularly sharp. After the 3 people took their respective positions, several jurors in important positions from various departments sat down. The rest of the audience sat at the bottom. Ji Fan, do you plead guilty? Fu Peng looked at the person sitting upright in the middle. His voice could not hide his fatigue. He asked this question 5 times today. Ji Fan sat in the middle. His hands, feet, and even his neck were all wearing star iron handcuffs, which was enough to show how much the Ministry of Justice was afraid of the only S in the Interstellar. He wore these heavy torture instruments for a whole day, without a drop of water or rice, and Ji Fan's back never bent. No! His tone was neither hurried nor slow, and he showed no signs of anger. He didn't look like a prisoner, and was frighteningly calm. Just talking about this psychological quality, it is awe-inspiring. Murphy Scott's face was as gloomy as water. Given, the evidence is irrefutable. Treason is a fact. It is meaningless for you to deny it. Considering your dedication and contributions to the Empire over the years, we will give you a lighter sentence. Treason? Given's emotions finally fluctuated a little. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. I am worthy of the Empire, His Majesty, the people, and the soldiers. How can I be guilty of treason? Chapter 272. Yu Chang, who was in the cabinet jury camp, stood up suddenly. His eyes were like poison. Yu transferred 1/3 of the Abyss fleet's forces from the front line to the Gulf Star without authorization, causing many mining stars on the border to be occupied by the Tao Alliance. Vigorously advocated the independence of the residents of the Gulf Star, helped the local residents seize the Gulf Star's intelligent brain, and made the Empire lose a good star with an extremely important geographical location. Giffen, if you look through the Imperial Code, you should know how many laws you have violated. If this is not treason, what is it? Murphy Scott glanced at Yu Chang, and the other party knew that he had spoken out of turn and sat back. The audience was talking. They have been discussing here for a whole day, and still can't make sense. So it's because of these 2 things? The mining star was seized, and the border line was lost? The Gulf Star was able to become independent with the help of the Major General? Isn't this just sending a good star away? Someone stood up in the jury seat of the Ministry of Justice and said loudly, according to the content of Article 21 on page 37 of Chapter 1 of the Code, frontline soldiers who leave their posts without authorization are considered to be deserters. According to the content of Article 38 on page 121 of Chapter 2, frontline generals who disobey military orders and cause major losses to the Empire shall be removed from their military posts and serve a prison term ranging from 20 to 50 years. Regarding the Gulf Star incident, our Ministry of Justice has not yet found all the laws, but one thing is clear, they are all felonies. Major General Ji Fan, you should plead guilty, so that the final trial result can be lighter. As soon as these words came out, the audience exploded. If this sentence is really followed, Ji Fan will have to spend his whole life in a military prison? Old Master Ji sat in the audience, looking calm, as if he was not talking about the young master of the Ji family, the only heir. There was no more aggressive look in the meeting hall a few days ago. No one in the military spoke. The time for the 3-division meeting was set very late, as if to catch the Ji family off guard. Mr. Ji only had time to invite Marshal Long. Most of the people sitting in the jury were doves. The military is now mainly divided into 3 factions. One faction is the Dove faction led by Marshal Xian, with the First Fleet as the core, and the Second Fleet as the auxiliary. The other faction is the Hawk faction led by Marshal Ji, with the Abyss Fleet as the core, and the Fifth Fleet as the auxiliary. The Fourth Fleet has always maintained an attitude of not provoking either side, and has been very low-key. May had a relationship. Although there was no video, someone had been reporting the situation on the scene to him in text. TSK, this group of people is really cruel. When killing the enemy, they let the Abyss Fleet fight in the front, and when they are used up, they kill them. He looked contemptuous. Yijia gritted her teeth. The nobles of the Empire were of all kinds. She had seen a lot of them over the years. There were only some minor fights on the border. Guangya Star was in the rear, and had been in a comfortable state for too long. These people could not think of anything else except power reduction and infighting. According to the Spark Treaty in the Code, Ji Fan, as the only S in the galaxy, was born with immunity. No matter what, he would not go to jail. These people knew what was going on. All they wanted was the military power of the Ji family. How many people were secretly jealous of the Abyss Fleet and the booming Fifth Fleet? 3 hours later, the military court finally quieted down again. The people in the cabinet and the Ministry of Justice were talking dry-mouthed. If words could hurt the heart, Ji Fan's heart would probably be broken. Some people in the audience began to yawn. After a whole day, they really couldn't stand it anymore. But Ji Fan still sat upright, like a standard bearer, without any sign of fatigue. He would only answer firmly and calmly when Fu Peng asked him if he pleaded guilty. No. There were all kinds of looks at him: admiration, pity, resentment, hatred. All the people in the cabinet and the Ministry of Justice stood up and spoke twice in turn, but they couldn't make Ji Fan and Marshal Ji raise their eyebrows. Murphy Scott saw Marshal Long dozing off next to him, coughed lightly, and asked loudly, "I wonder what the old Marshal thinks of this matter?" The whole audience was silent. Only the snoring sound came from the high platform. Murphy Scott's face was slightly gloomy, and he knocked the scepter with his hand heavily, and the stone was agitated, and the people present were shocked. Marshal Long woke up slowly. He touched the saliva on his chin, and his drooping eyelids slightly turned up. "Where were we talking about?" "You continue." Fu Peng was caught in the middle, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He could only whisper, "Old Marshal, the Prime Minister asked you what you think about Major General Ji Fan?" "Oh!" Like all old people, he was a beat slower to react. He slowly sat up and repeated, "What do I think?" "Yes." Fu Peng smiled cautiously. This old marshal came from a third-rate aristocratic family, but he had the title of imperial teacher. No matter where he was a person who dared not to be provoked and could not be provoked. Since when did people in my military department violate the cabinet's instructions and call it treason? His eyelids were completely lifted, revealing a pair of old and deep eyes, like the sea. The whole audience was silent. Fu Peng's mouth was stiff. Murphy Scott's face was dark. Well, this guy didn't think what Ji Fan did was a big deal. Old Master Ji sat in the audience, looking comforted. Ji Fan still looked the same, as if he was not surprised. "Report?" A waiter hurried in. Lankawat followed closely, holding a roll of paper. "Your Majesty," said. Everyone stood up and clenched their right fists to their chests. "The old marshal is old, and his life is comfortable and peaceful. Unlike you who are in your prime, you can't stand the tossing. Please bear with him more." "What do you think, Prime Minister?" He had a gentle smile on his lips, but what he said made Murphy's face change. "Of course, we are ready to adjourn the meeting now." He immediately agreed, but his face was not very good. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sympathize with the old minister. Marshal Long looked extremely grateful. Fu Peng said at the right time, "Then let's discuss it tomorrow." The door of the military court opened, and everyone filed out. Yijia's eyes were fixed on the person at the end of the team, who was wearing 3 pairs of star stone handcuffs. The density of star stone handcuffs is very high. These 3 pairs together are equivalent to the weight of 3 adults. But Ji Fan walked very easily. His back was straight, and his steps were calm. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. But Yijia still felt a little annoying. It was obvious that he could get on the shuttle directly after coming out, but he had to walk around like this. Wasn't it just to humiliate Ji Fan? She took a deep breath, moved her fingers slightly, and kept issuing orders. Since the cabinet wanted to move people so strongly, wouldn't she be sorry for the other party if she didn't fight back? The matter was all on the surface, so she didn't mind adding more fuel to the fire. The empire is not just the empire of the nobles. Before getting on the shuttle, Ji Fan seemed to have a feeling, and turned to look in the direction of Yijia. His dark eyes were slightly gloomy, like deep moonlight. Chapter 273. The military court continues every day, but to take into account the health of the old marshal, the time is changed to start at 10 a.m. and end at 5 p.m. Except for the first day, Marshall G has never been to the scene again. Murphy Scott's position was replaced by Alan Scott early on. This was originally a highly confidential matter, but I don't know when and where it started, a problem secretly fermented among the people. Do you believe that Major General G fan would betray the country? The video of him wearing 3 pairs of star-stone handcuffs and being tried by the 3 courts was circulated privately. Although it will soon be displayed as unwatchable, there are a steady stream of resources to supplement it. Zhou Jianjun sat in the command room, looking at the dense messages on the screen, a little confused. Old who? Did you do it? Didn't you say the time is not right yet? Hu Lin ate melon seeds and leaned on the sofa, looking like it had nothing to do with him. Zhou Jianjun turned his head to look at Gu Tingjun and pushed him. You did it. He was answered with a roll of the eyes. But Gu Tingjun was too good-looking, and her peach blossom eyes had no killing power at all, but seemed to be flirting, which made Zhou Jianjun tremble all over. He silently said in his heart, color is emptiness. Who did this? Should we take action? He was a little irritable. He wanted to rush into the Ministry of Justice, make a big fuss, and bring his Major General back. Who else do you think would do this to help the Major General besides us? Gu Tingjun put his hands together, looking at him with pity, as if looking at a fool. Marshal? Zhou Jianjun denied it as soon as he said it. This is not like the way of a marshal. Lady Wang? He was talking about Ji Mingyuan. Hu Lin put down the melon seeds and clapped his hands. If I were the Lady Wang, it would be easier for me to go to the palace to see the emperor. Seeing the explosive increase in the data on the Star Network about this matter, Gu Tingjun squinted and said, like a sleepy fox, it seems that the other party is still holding back a big move. Zhou Jianjun stood up suddenly and walked back and forth in the command room. You two don't play dumb with me here, Lao Hu. You quickly analyze it for me. Don't forget that I risked my life to bring you back. Hu Lin touched his deflated belly, and had already arranged the food for the next month in his mind to ensure that he could make up for the weight he lost. Being a fat man can make him feel safe again. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's crazy look, he sighed in his heart. Stupid guy, but maintained a kind smile on his face. Jianjun, think about it carefully, who else is the Major General close to besides us? He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word close. Zhou Jianjun's 2 thick eyebrows were tightly squeezed together. He thought hard for a long time, clenched one hand into a fist, and slapped the other hand, and said in surprise, Lin! Ching! Hu Lin's mouth twitched. Gu Tingjun laughed directly. Old Hu, give me money. TSK. Hu Lin handed over 3,000 star coins. Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath and said fiercely, You bet on me again. Hu Lin simply closed his eyes and lay down, not wanting to see this idiot appear in his world again. Gu Tingjun took the money and was kind enough to remind him, Don't guess that it's someone from our fleet, and they are still capable of doing this. Except for our fleet and the G family, who would dare to take action with such a serious crime. Do the nobles on the capital star have the courage? Not everyone is like the one from the Tan family. He suddenly froze, his mouth forming an O shape. Yishai did it. Gu Tingjun put his feet on the console, his hands folded across his chest. It is said that a 1,000-year-old tree is hard to bloom, so this way of chasing. He suddenly turned his head. How about it, Lao Hu, are you still betting? He was answered by a snoring. He smiled. Fatty Hu? A bag of nuts fell from the sky, aiming directly at his head. Zhou Jianjun grabbed it. Lao Hu, don't hit people's heads when you fight. Gu Tingjun smiled secretly. Hu Lin wiped his face, opened his eyes, stood up, and sat between the two. Bet. Zhou Jianjun grabbed a handful of nuts and stuffed them into his mouth, then realized, What are you betting on? Hu Lin glanced at him, snatched it and chewed it crisply. Bet on when the Major General will be single. Zhou Jianjun blinked, not understanding the jump in the plot. Gu Tingjun touched his chin. If the target is a Major General, it's better to be conservative and wait for 1 year. Hu Lin was about to speak, but his eyes turned and glanced at the side. Jianjun, what do you think? Major General is no longer single? Zhou Jianjun's eyes bulged slightly, and he was obviously shocked. But facing the expectant eyes of the two, his lips moved slightly. 2 years? Hu Lin then looked at Gu Tingjun and said firmly, 2 years 20,000. TSK. Gu Tingjun shook his head. Old Hu, don't regret it. This guy from the Tan family has made Jianjun suffer many times. His intuition is useless. Hu Lin laughed. You panicked. Gu Tingjun retracted the smile on his lips. Deal. Hu Lin, you can't interfere, otherwise it will be invalid. The two people's eyes exchanged back and forth in the air, as if countless electric currents collided. Then he was stopped by Zhou Jianjun's exclamation. What happened? How could the topic volume suddenly increase so much? On the display screen, the data curve directly rose to a peak. The straight line, like a waterfall, was frightening to watch. Hu Lin operated on the optical computer for a while, with a surprised expression. The Voice of the Earth has released a new song, which is specially given to the Major General. The three of them had heard of this musical genius, who suddenly appeared, and there were many fans of her in the army. The song Glorious Years was sung by many people during training, and it almost became a military song. Zhou Jianjun hesitated and said, "Is it another fan of the Major General?" Hu Lin logged onto the social platform and clicked on the message that showed explosion, and automatically jumped to the official platform of the Voice of the Earth. The homepage was a photo that was photoshopped by technical means, and it was placed at the top in the center. Jifan saluted in the sunlight, with an upright posture and deep facial features, while the Voice of the Earth blurred into a small figure, shrinking in the corner and watching him. Voice of the Earth, you are the most beautiful sun in the Empire, a rare light in the world, I believe in you. Link, song The Most Beautiful Sun. This is the first time they have seen the power of the Voice of the Earth. Major web pages and platforms have been reposting it crazily. On social platforms, the news that shows explosion is all about the Voice of the Earth. Gu Tingjun sat up straight. Old who is this Voice of the Earth? Have you found out? The identity information she left on the platform is fake, and the biocapsule port changes every time. Hu Lin frowned. It's hard to find someone on the Star Network. This may only be done by the main brain. Chapter 274. As soon as Yizhai came out of the biocapsule, he said, "Destroy it." Ame immediately started to deal with it. Since the Voice of the Earth became popular, more and more people are curious about her. Every time she lands, she consumes a biocapsule. Ame has already done these things quite smoothly, starting the self-destruction program and violently destroying the core. The tentacles behind him rolled, and he was a little entangled. Young master, will this expose your identity? Yizhai didn't say anything and walked to the window. She doesn't like to owe people favors. Jifan risked his life to save her at that time, and he didn't think that she could really develop an identifier. She didn't expect that Anlin Bode's handwriting was purely an accident. What's more, the Voice of the Earth has played its due role, and the music field of this era is undergoing earth-shaking changes. She has done everything she wanted to do. She also realized Teacher Sanders' wish in advance. Voice of the Earth, no regrets. How is Tan Qing? She withdrew her thoughts and said coldly. She left Tan Qing's group on the base star. Now is the time when medical staff are needed. The Tan family has done so much, so they can do without a little more. Ame, the documents are in my hands. It is precisely because Tan Qing has repeatedly confirmed that she chose to release the news today. Yizhai looked at Luojin Mountain shining in the sunlight and nodded slightly. Tonight. Ame clenched his right fist to his chest. Yes. On the other side. Hu Lin moved quickly and distributed orders one after another in an orderly manner. Zhou Jianjun put on his military uniform. Are we going to start now? Gu Tingjun finished loading the energy bullets and put the gun close to his body. No matter who this Voice of the Earth is, whether it is an enemy or a friend, she has given us a great opportunity. Hu Lin showed the plan to the two. Jianjun will lead the team to use Roberts and Wu's families to arrest people. Tingjun will lead people to the military, and I will go to Luojin Mountain. Zhou Jianjun moved his neck. I thought it would take half a month, but it's only been less than a week. I like this speed. After Hu Lin made the arrangements, he sat down again. No hurry, let's wait a little longer. Zhou Jianjun and Gu Tingjun paused at the same time. You're telling me this after taking off your pants? Hu Lin twisted his fingers. I have been observing this Voice of the Earth for some time. Her accent is more like Virillion. She is very likely a noble of Guangyu Star. Since such a big commotion has been made, let's wait for the follow-up and see if there will be any surprises. Gu Tingjun thought for a while and sat back. This matter can really wait. Anyway, there will be no loss. The shock came at night at midnight. Zhou Jianjun woke up in a daze and saw Hu Lin and Zhou Jianjun crowded on the screen to watch the old concert video of Earth Voice. Gu Tingjun, that's it, stop. Hu Lin took out another photo of Yizhai to compare with it. Although the two faces are completely different, the eyes and temperament are indeed very similar. Zhou Jianjun leaned over to take a look, and his scalp tingled immediately. Earth Voice's face looked more mature, but the expressions of the two people looking at people from the side, the arc of the corners of their mouths, were exactly the same. His intuition told him that this was the same person. What happened? How could you connect these two people together? Zhou Jianjun covered his head and said, "How did the world change after waking up? That sturdy civilian young master who didn't look like an aristocrat was actually a singer? The young masters of the 4 major families are so depressed that they want to become celebrities? Is there anything more fantastic than this?" Gu Tingjun is still concentrating on studying with Hu Lin and has no time to pay attention to him. Without explaining, he picked up the portable light computer and handed it to him. Seeing the content above, Zhou Jianjun rubbed his face fiercely. Breaking news: 10,000 people on Bay Star wrote in blood, asking the cabinet to give an explanation. Breaking news: active duty soldiers on Bay Star accuse Governor Laurie Robert of inaction and withholding military pay. At the top of these popular titles, there is a bold title that is red and black. This is the word that will only be displayed when the number of views exceeds 100 billion. Breaking news: Bay Star changes its owner from a neutral star to a private planet, and the Tan family may become the biggest winner of the parasitic incident. The interstellar space is so large that many nobles have their own private planets. But these planets are either very small or in very poor conditions, and are all artificial bases transformed later. Old nobles, like the 4 major families, do have some good star-level private planets under their control. But they were all accumulated by ancestors in the past war years, and now there are very few. Like the Tan family, with the decline of the nobility over the years, they only kept 1. Every year, Luo Jinshan will verify the existing private planets. Noble families that do not meet the conditions will be forcibly taken back. Now is not the war era, and it is simply a fantasy to take a good administrative star privately, because its establishment conditions are extremely harsh and almost impossible to achieve. 1. It requires the signature and consent of all residents of the planet, including all indigenous residents of the planet. 2. It requires the consent of 70% of the citizens of the Empire to vote. But since the Gulf Star is already independent, the second article does not need to be established. This can be regarded as a loophole in the law. No one could have imagined that such a rare coincidence would actually happen. This incident was really organized by the residents of the Gulf Star. Yi Jiai was very surprised when he first heard Tan Qing's report. In fact, the Gulf Star faces many problems. First, the planet was completely destroyed and a lot of money is needed for infrastructure. Second, the population has dropped sharply to 230 million, and there are still many wounded, requiring a lot of medical assistance. Third, airspace threats. After Ji Fan left, reconnaissance planes from the outside world and the Alliance have been flying back and forth over their heads for a long time. If the Star Alliance was not too far away, it would surely come to intervene, and the residents of the planet were terrified. Fourth, the most important point. The existing intelligent brain on the Gulf Star belongs to Yi Jiai privately. He can't afford to buy it, and he must be unwilling to rent it. In desperation, Cheng Gong proposed to submit to Yi Jiai and seek the protection of the Tan family, but at the same time, he would not be constrained by the imperial nobles. Yes, submit to Yi Jiai personally, not to the Tan family. This information fermented in the Empire at a very fast speed and spread to the Alliance, Star Alliance, and Outer Domain. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Luojin Mountain, Ji family, Tan family, and the Prime Minister's mansion are all brightly lit. Zhou Jianjun was stunned for a long time and asked, "The Gulf Star belongs to Yi Jiai personally, so doesn't it belong to the Empire again? What kind of treason is the Major General?" Hu Lin looked up and rarely agreed with him. Yes, this young master of the Tan family solved the problem from the root, as if he couldn't bear to see the Major General have a stain on him. TSK. Gu Tingjun sighed. For the level of this person in the Tan family, 1 year is too long, half a year. Hu Lin was silent. He wanted to hit someone. Zhou Jianjun returned to the point. Then, do we still need to take action? Of course. Gu Tingjun grinned. Did you see the letter written in blood by thousands of people? The end of Bay Star is the Empire's own fault. Someone should wake up. Hu Lin stood up and smiled happily. Act according to the original plan. Chapter 275. Yu Family. The head of the Yu family was woken up by the waiter. He was a light sleeper, and had been relying on drugs for a long time. He had just fallen asleep, and was particularly drowsy. Something happened. Head of the family. The master was taken away by the military. The waiter looked anxious. The head of the Yu family shook his eyelids, and sat up with the help of the waiter. He felt dizzy. What did you say? A bunch of military people came, and took the master away by force without saying anything. He may be in the military prison soon. Stop. Cough cough. He spoke too quickly, and was choked by a mouthful of phlegm and started coughing loudly. The waiter hurriedly pushed his back to relieve his breath. After a long while, he calmed down. It's too late, go contact the Wu family. Just at this time, the housekeeper came in with a black optical computer and said hurriedly, the Wu family. The head of the Wu family's face changed, and he took over. Hello? Go there in person and tell Yu Chan to shut up. A very low male voice came from the other side. What do you mean? It's my Yu family who stood up, and you let my Yu family take the blame when you are in trouble? I tell you, there is no such good thing in the world. The head of the Yu family's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted loudly. There was silence for a while, and then threatened him. Sacrifice Yu Chang, you still have Yu Qin and Yu Yang. But if you say something nonsense, the consequences. You know? The head of the Yu family shuddered and said anxiously, do you have a way to save Yu Yang? He knew very well that Yu Yang was Yu Chang's lifeblood, and as long as he could save that kid, Yu Chang would agree to anything. Of course. Don't worry about it, just do as I say. You. The other party hung up the call directly. The head of the Yu family tightly grasped the black optical computer in his hand, his nostrils flared, and he gasped. This is too much. Ding. Ding. The housekeeper immediately rushed to the head of the Yu family, snatched the optical computer from his hand, and threw it on the ground 5 meters away. Soon, a burst of black smoke came out of the optical computer, and then the whole body melted, forming a pool of black water on the ground. They are going to destroy the evidence. The housekeeper stood aside, his hands and feet trembling. The whole bedroom was terribly quiet and suffocating. The head of the Yu family lifted the quilt, stepped on the ground barefoot, and his face was pale. Go to the military prison. The housekeeper's hand trembled, and he understood the meaning of this sentence very well. Yes. Robert's house. Linda Roberts struggled hard, but her strength was like a tickle to the regular army. I want to expose your evil deeds. This is kidnapping. You have no legitimate reason at all. Let go of my grandfather. A pair of military boots stood in front of her. Zhou Jianjun's eyes were like iron. The arrest warrant is not posted on your door, which is the last dignity of the military. Before leaving, he threw a piece of plastic paper. Linda picked it up and opened it tremblingly. Her eyes widened and finally burst into tears. Similar things happened simultaneously in various places on Guangyu Star. The Military Science and Technology Research Institute, 1 director, 3 deputy directors, 8 ministers, a total of 12 senior officials, were arrested tonight. Except for the Wu family. There is little evidence about the Wu family, and most of it comes from speculation. Gu Tingzhen argued with many scholars in the military, but in the end, he failed to get the arrest warrant of the Wu family, and only got a light investigation order. Hu Lin took all the evidence to Luojin Mountain, and asked to see His Majesty. Tiga Caesar was furious and asked the Prime Minister to come to the palace overnight to demand severe punishment for Lori Robert and the Yu family faction. This Count Tannenmean received the order and hurried over. His hair was not as finely groomed as usual, and he panted slightly. Your Majesty. Tiga Caesar was wearing home clothes and sitting in the hall with a majestic look. I wonder if Your Excellency has heard of the Ruo factor? It is extracted from the Ruin flower, a species unique to Bay Star, which can promote rapid healing of the body. Tannenmean bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, its repair speed is too fast. Bay Star Renha Hospital was the first to discover that it was wrong. After research, the medical department suggested to the Bay Star authorities to suspend the use of the Ruo factor, but the effect was minimal. He sighed. Some time ago, we found that when the Ruo factor combines with the human body, it will produce receptor cells for parasites. From beginning to end, Tannenmean's tone was very calm. Murphy Scott glared. The cabinet was not aware of this news. Tiga Caesar slammed the light brain in front of everyone. Murphy! Is this the person you nominated as the head of the North District? The military allocates more than 130 billion military funds to the Gulf Star every year, and the Robert family can embezzle 100 billion. Tell me, where did the money go? This Count Tannenmean looked at the nose with his eyes, and the heart with his nose. It went into the pockets of the Yu family. I am the director of the Military Science and Technology Research Institute, and the amount of bribes I received a year was as high as 100 billion. It was either given to him by his subordinates or sold by selling the database. Is he obsessed with money? Tiga Caesar stood up suddenly, his fingertips trembling slightly. Just building a palace cost nearly 1 trillion. I didn't know that a Viscount family had this confidence. Is he building the imperial palace? Upon hearing this, Lankawat immediately knelt down on his knees. Your Majesty, calm down. Murphy Scott clenched his right fist to his chest. lowered his head and looked down. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty. I am a frontline soldier, spending my family's subsidy to repair the Mecca, and because the database was stolen, I fell into a lot of difficulties. These things, just hearing about them makes people terrified. He stood with his hands behind his back to the crowd. Murphy, are you tired of being the Prime Minister? Murphy Scott stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, this is the Cabinet's dereliction of duty. Please punish me. Since the Prime Minister is not feeling well, he should take good care of himself at home. He will come out when he is well again. Murphy's palm trembled, and he looked up at the Emperor. Yes. Tiga Caesar turned and looked at Hu Lin. From now on, Ji Fan will be reinstated as a temporary inspector to investigate this matter thoroughly. Hu Lin stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Ji Fan's actions were very fast. Before many people could react, he took the initiative and put all the relevant personnel in a military prison. After this incident, the Robert family was dead in name only. The Yu family faction was completely overthrown, and the middle and high-level members of the Military Science and Technology Research Institute were imprisoned or committed suicide, and it almost became an empty shell. Unfortunately, Yu Chong did not say anything about the Wu family until his death. Although this matter was stirred up vigorously on Guangyu Star, nothing about the parasites and the Military Science and Technology Research Institute was leaked. Online public opinion was consciously directed to the issue of military embezzlement. Finally, the official announcement of the crimes committed by Yu Chong, Lori Robert and others was very covert. They seriously violated the military's political discipline, organizational discipline, and confidentiality discipline, used their positions to seek illegal benefits, accepted huge bribes, leaked state secrets, and engaged in power for sex and money for sex transactions with multiple women. Chapter 276. A figure was sweating profusely in the physical training hall. Her figure was wrapped tightly in a black training uniform. A red ray just passed through her chest. She quickly dodged it with one hand. She immediately jumped up and stretched into a straight line in the air, dodging the two lasers above and below. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When she finally came out, the level displayed on the screen was S level. Ame handed over the towel with both hands, with a rich expression on his face. Yijia wiped the sweat with one hand and raised his eyebrows and said, "What happened?" Ji Fan's moves were steady, accurate and ruthless. Recently, Guangyu Star has been quiet for a long time, and there is not much news about Ame. It's a rare quiet time. The day to report to Hongyan is approaching, and she took this time to do some extra training for herself. Ame's expression was complicated, but she was more happy. Glory Technology announced that it would establish a branch on the Gulf Star. Glory Technology is a well-known high-tech company in the interstellar space, with many cutting-edge technologies. The Ruisi optical computer that everyone wears now is a product of this company. On Earth, it would be one of the top 500 companies in the world. Such a company would set up a branch on the Gulf Star? What's the purpose? You know, the Empire does not have any tax incentives or benefits for private planets. In order to save Ji Fan, she was forced to take over the Gulf Star. Although it is her home planet in this life, at this time, the trouble is always greater than the benefits, especially when she did not make any requests. Whose family is Glory Technology? She thought about it, and found that there was no family that could match this company. This company is very low-key, and it focuses on cutting-edge technology. Its best-selling product is Ruisi Optical Computer. I checked its background, and it's a bit complicated. In the end, I didn't find anything. Later, they took the initiative to pass on the news that this company seems to be under Gutingzhen's command. The tentacles behind Ame twisted slightly, and he couldn't see the situation clearly. Is this the courtesy between nobles? Yijia threw the towel aside, picked up the cup, drank a sip of water, and his eyes flickered in his black eyes. Given? Also, the two shuttle companies, Valo and Wague, also announced that they would build a factory on Bay Star, and Yuanya Kitchen would move in a branch. Top luxury brands such as Mongguerxia and Fingnian would also move in. There are also some other brands from all walks of life that announced the news of moving into Bay Star on social platforms as soon as possible. These are all families that have 1,000 connections with her. In addition to the Chung family, the Zhang family, and the Yuanya family, many of the others were her junior high school classmates in the Imperial Alliance, that is, the group of people who followed her to Bay Star. Yijia put down the water cup. Please help me make an appointment with Major General Ji Fan in the name of the Tan family. Ame, okay. Ji Fan, who received a formal invitation letter, Gutingzhen had sharp eyes, and saw it clearly, and couldn't help but sigh twice. Zhou Jianjun touched the back of his head. Major General, when did you become so distant? To be honest, given the relationship between the Tan family and their Major General, is it necessary to be like this? Ji Fan ignored them and walked away. He was tall and long-legged, and his back was still straight, but he could see a bit of ease out of thin air. Hu Lin's eyes were shining. The Major General rarely shows such emotions. Gu Tingjun rolled his eyes in his heart. Just kidding, this opportunity cost so much money. Soon, a black shuttle from the military took off and headed for the Lake Island. The Lake Island is a floating island located in the center of Chin Lake. The consumption of the island alone for one night is a figure that ordinary people can't even dream of. The box that Yizhi booked has a great view, facing the center of the lake, and there is a balcony where you can enjoy the night view and Luojing Mountain. In short, it's just one word: expensive. If it weren't for the fact that this was an extremely formal meeting, Yizhi usually wouldn't even want to step into such a place. In her words, this kind of place, in addition to the brand premium, the food is not as delicious as what she makes herself. People who grew up under the red flag are so simple and unpretentious. As the inviting party, Yizhi arrived first. She was wearing a black tube-top dress, and her hair was slightly groomed. It was considered a more formal outfit. The Lake Heart Island is a place where only nobles come. If you dress too casually, it will be eye-catching. She chose such a place, and the meaning is obvious. She wants to have a formal meeting with Ji Fan as the young master of the Tan family. Ji Fan, wearing a black suit and deep facial features, attracted a lot of attention as soon as he stepped into the Lake Heart Island restaurant. His face is so representative that many people recognized him at a glance and whispered. His recent actions in Guangyao Star are particularly worthy of his reputation as the Iron Blood Major General. Everyone couldn't help but whisper, "Oh my god, that's Major General Ji Fan. Isn't he very reluctant to come to such places? So handsome, my god, if I can be with such a man. It's so cool to think about it." Sister, calm down. By the way, I heard that Luo Jinshin seems to be drafting an imperial decree. We may soon have to change our title to Lieutenant General. Ah, too soon. But to be honest, whether it is the frontline battles in recent years, or the Gulf Star, or the military affairs this time, they are all great merits. If it weren't for someone suppressing me, I should have been promoted to Lieutenant General long ago. Shoo! Can you say that? Seeing Ji Fan climb up to a private room on the second floor, someone exclaimed, "It's the private room of the young master of the Tan family." The Tan family has been in the limelight recently, and many people reacted. Yizhi? The door was closed by the waiter, and the noise outside had nothing to do with the two people in the private room. Ji Fan walked to the round table, unbuttoned his clothes with one hand, took off his coat, and casually put it on the seat. He unbuttoned his shirt again, revealing his sexy protruding Adam's apple, sat down slowly, and curled his lips slightly. Xiaoyai. Yizhi, why take off clothes for no reason? Her lips were a little dry, and she drank a sip of water to cover it up. The atmosphere was not what she thought. Her face changed slightly, trying to break the inexplicable charm in the room, and raised her glass and said, "Major General, I haven't congratulated you yet." Ji Fan leaned back in his chair, casually. "What are you congratulating me on?" "Of course, congratulations on your upcoming promotion to Lieutenant General." Yizhi put on a fake smile on his lips, looking very polite. Ji Fan didn't answer for a long time, just staring at her straight. Just when Yizhi's hand was a little tired and was about to put it down, he suddenly raised the long-legged glass and drank it all in one gulp. The lines of his profile were perfect, and his tone was inexplicable. "I can't tell that you care about me." Yizhi, damn it. Chapter 277. Yizhi simply put down the cup and said with a fake smile, "It's hard not to hear the reputation of the Major General." She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word reputation. Ji Fan pretended not to hear, and put a piece of snow beast meat in her bowl. "I heard that you like to eat this." The attitude was extremely natural. Yizhi, She suspected that she had walked into the wrong set. Ji Fan's personality is not like this. Today's scene is completely different from what she imagined. Where is the negotiation? Where is the battle of wits and courage? In the end, she was the first to lose her temper. Glory technology belongs to the Ji family. Ji Fan shook his head. He suddenly stood up, walked to Yizhi's side, leaned slightly, and took the bottle of wine next to her. Feeling the oncoming masculine breath suddenly leave, Yizhi cursed in her heart. After Ji Fan filled his glass, he raised the glass and swung it in his hand, saying calmly, "It's my personal property. Tingjun and the others all have shares. and they usually take care of it. Yizhi, There's no need to tell her in such detail. Feeling a little hot in the air, she swallowed a sip of wine, and saw Ji Fan staring at her, and she subconsciously put the glass back in place. Ji Fan looked away without leaving a trace. What kind of wine do minors drink? Ahem. Yizhi spoke, and his momentum suddenly dropped a little compared to before. Why do you want to settle in Bay Star? I can't promise you anything. Ji Fan didn't move his chopsticks from beginning to end, looking at the piece of snow beast meat on Yizhi's plate, thinking, not to your taste? Seeing that he was about to find the waiter to serve the dish again, Yizhi quickly took a bite. Thinking about things in the mind, the mouth can't taste anything. Ji Fan started to pick up other dishes for her. Why did you choose this? The taste of Lake Heart Island is quite ordinary. For some reason, this formal meeting eventually turned into a scene where Ji Fan picked up dishes for her and she ate. In the end, half of the food on the table went into her stomach. She raised her eyes and saw Ji Fan was making soup for her, and she couldn't help shaking. Can those hands driving the stream of light do this? So Ji Fan is here to serve her dinner? Her scalp numbed. Ji Fan, I'm full. Ji Fan's hand paused slightly, and gently placed the soup bowl in front of her. His dark eyes sank slightly. Are you not throwing a tantrum anymore? Yizhi's heart choked. Damn it, she did this to choke herself. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Ji Fan rolled up his sleeves, picked up the chopsticks, and started to eat the remaining food on the table. He ate very quickly, but perhaps because the noble manners were ingrained in his bones since childhood, it was generally pleasing to the eye. Yizhi took a sip from the soup bowl, and suddenly understood the meaning of the 4 words beautiful food. The meaning of idioms in our great China is indeed profound. Ji Fan stayed on the warship for too long and didn't like to waste, so he almost ate up all the leftovers. Yizhi, They ate the lake island like a cafeteria. Let's go! After eating, Ji Fan wiped his mouth and stood up first. Yizhi was half a beat slower to react. Where are we going? Ji Fan looked around. Is this the place to talk? Yizhi took a deep breath. So this Major General didn't even look down on the most expensive and most strictly guarded area on Guangyu Star? Seeing Ji Fan going to open the door, Yizhi had no choice but to get up and follow him. Who asked her to invite him? For a moment, she even suspected that all this was planned by Ji Fan. Using the matter of honor technology to get her to speak first? No. No way. Yizhi has always developed faster than her peers. In addition, she has a mature temperament, and her outfit today is also more temperamental. It is hard to imagine that she is still an underage girl. She and Ji Fan walked out of the box one after the other. Both of them were wearing black dresses. From a distance, they looked very good together. Both of them were not ordinary people, and there were vague glances from the surroundings. But they were already used to it. As long as it was not malicious attention, they would not react too much. Yizhi was still wearing a long skirt today, with a pair of black diamond stilettos. The whole person looked tall and slender, just reaching Ji Fan's shoulders. In order to take care of her, Ji Fan went downstairs a little slower, and kept the same pace as her. He suddenly lowered his head, and whispered something, and Yizhi's face cracked briefly. Then, she couldn't bear it anymore, holding up her skirt, stepped heavily down the stairs, the veins on her instep bulged slightly, and she didn't care about Ji Fan, and walked out of the lake island directly. She didn't even pay for the meal. Being humiliated in public like this, Ji Fan's face didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even curled up slowly. He stared at her back, and handed a card to the waiter beside him. The lake island is for members to consume, and each member has a unique card, which can be used to enter and consume. The waiter took it respectfully. Walking out of the restaurant door, Yizhi felt a lot more clear-headed when the cold wind blew. Just now, Ji Fan actually stared at her high heels, and said to her, "Don't torture yourself next time you get angry." Yizhi has never felt so stupid since she traveled through time. She actually forgot the nature of Ji Fan. He is not a person who can be judged by common sense. The waiter came back soon, handed over the card respectfully with both hands, and Ji Fan strode away. When he left, the restaurant quickly caused an uproar. When did Major General Ji Fan become so familiar with the young master of the Tan family? The woman who wanted to sleep with Ji Fan just now opened her eyes wide at this time. Just now. Major General Ji Fan smiled. Oh my god! This is the first time I see Major General Ji Fan eating alone with a woman. Too explosive, this news is a bit. When the waiter of the Tan family saw Yizhi, he immediately stepped forward. Ji Fan walked to her side and blocked most of the night wind for her. Don't you want to talk about something? Take my show. Okay. Ji Fan glanced at the direction of Ah Mei and Tan Chi, and the two of them paused. What does this mean? Don't want them to follow? Ji Fan's shuttle was just driven over by the waiter, and he opened the side door of the shuttle for Yi Jiai, and the meaning was very clear. Looking at the out-of-print shuttle in front of her, Yi Jiai, is Ji Fan such a high-profile person in life? She sat in with a calm face, and Ji Fan even stretched out his hand to block her head very considerately. Everyone on the lake island who saw the scene, As soon as Ji Fan sat in the shuttle, he immediately increased the speed to the maximum, and the whole shuttle rushed out at a very fast speed and disappeared into the horizon. Waiter, the Major General drove the shuttle as a stream of light. The shuttle continued to rise, and finally reached a high altitude. Ji Fan took the lead and said, I know it makes you uncomfortable to send you away from the Gulf Star regardless of your wishes, but in that situation, sending you away is the best option. I'm sorry. Chapter 278. In order to better reflect the kinetic energy, the interior space of this shuttle is not large. The distance between Yi Jiai and Ji Fan is only the width of an arm. The male hormones in the shuttle are too strong, and Yi Jiai moved uneasily. She thought she was going somewhere, but it turned out to be in the sky? This shuttle has been specially treated to shield the monitoring of the intelligent brain, so it is very safe. Perhaps sensing her doubts, Ji Fan explained. So it is because it will not be discovered in the sky? She sighed in her heart. Lu Guang, how is it? She coughed lightly and asked. At that time, Lu Guang's metal shell had different degrees of damage, and it was unknown whether it had been repaired. Ji Fan's brow bone cast a row of shadows under the light. Since you are so worried about it, why don't you come to ask me? Yi Jiai's eyes trembled. It's very good. Ji Fan said, the 5th Fleet's equipment department has upgraded the mecha as a whole. She keenly grasped the key words. 5th Fleet? Isn't the authority for Liu Guang's research and transformation in the Military Science and Technology Research Institute? The cabinet proposed that all the authority for Liu Guang be transferred to the 5th Fleet. Yi Jiai hesitated slightly. The Military Research Institute, will it continue to exist? Of course. The 4 major fleets of the Empire, and the fleets of each star region may not trust the 5th Fleet. For the sake of balance, the two will coexist in the future. However, a large part of the research tasks of the Military Research Institute have been transferred there. Yi Jiai nodded. In other words, the Military Research Institute will completely become a thing of the past. How can the Robert family and the Yu family be so bold? Isn't this a complete betrayal of the Empire? She raised her voice a lot. Ji Fan's dark eyes darkened. These two families may have something to do with the outside world, but even the people in the Empire can't tell. Yi Jiai was surprised. Outside world? Sea Buckthorn's nest has been raided, it should be gone. Outside world is full of good and bad people, not only Sea Buckthorn. Ji Fan stared at her white fingertips. The situation on Guangyu Star is complicated, you should be more careful. At that time, all signs showed that the Yu family had a close relationship with the Wu family. In such a big matter, the Wu family could stay out of it alone, and it would be extremely difficult to do so without the guarantee of other forces. She had a hunch that the Yu family was just the beginning. If the Wu family was caught one day, it would probably be a mess of marrow and flesh. What are you going to do with Bay Star? There are too many casualties. Grandfather has sent several waves of people there. Conservatively estimated, there are nearly 200 million people left in the end. Yi Jiai rubbed his brows. With so few people, to be honest, I don't know what they can do. Bay Star announced that it would submit to you. Do you want the Tan family to intervene? No. She said firmly, the aid workers will eventually withdraw. The governor cannot be a member of the Tan family. You have so much power after leaving the Tan family? Ji Fan was merciless. Yi Jiai, The Warm Heart Foundation is not short of people, but not everyone can directly take up a position like the governor. Even Reza is a little short of the fire. In that case, Ji Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Why not consider cooperating with me? Cooperate with Ji Fan? After a moment, Yi Jiai blinked. What do you want? She really couldn't think of a reason to refuse. As for the Abyss Fleet's intelligence group, no matter who it is, it can give Bay Star a clear prospect and future. Of course, it would be best if this person is Ji Fan. I want 10% of the land on Bay Star, and as long as it is my company, all taxes will be exempted in the future. You want District 1? She remembered that the area of District 1 occupied almost 10% of the area of the planet. District 1 was the former central city. No. Distributed all over the world, including the sea and forests outside the light curtain. Okay. Yi Jiai agreed without hesitation. The land is scattered, and in many locations. which proves that there is room for negotiation in the future. The top priority now is to tie Ji Fan firmly to the big ship of Bay Star. Ji Fan took the lead in extending his hand. Deal? Yi Ji touched it and shook it gently. His hands were the same as his skin, a healthy wheat color, with a wide palm and warm and dry palms. Because of many calluses from years of training, they were slightly itchy when placed on Yi Ji's white and tender palms. Yi Ji's hand shrank, and Ji Fan immediately clenched it, and then loosened it before the other party could react. What do you think about turning the Bay Star into a medical and technological planet? He looked upright, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. A medical and technological planet is a planet that is second to none in both technology and medicine. Yi Ji fell into deep thought. This is actually a problem that has been bothering her for some time. The Bay Star is rich in marine product resources and has beautiful natural scenery. If it is turned into a tourist planet like before, she can also make a lot of money. But as a private planet, it is difficult to ensure safety with such a large flow of people. She has limited time and cannot spend all of it on this. She has thought about focusing on medicine and technology. This idea has been strengthened since the landing of Glory Technology. But if this is to be done, the Tan family will intervene too much. With the means of Viscount Tananmean, she is not sure how many hidden stakes will be buried on this planet. This has always been her concern. Apart from this concern, this is very suitable for Bay Star. To put it bluntly, since there are few people anyway, we should take the high-tech route. If Ji Fan is involved, the whole thing will be completely different. Not only can he provide Bay Star with excellent governors, first-class troops, and sophisticated weapons and equipment, but most importantly, he will be the best reason for Viscount Tananmean not to take action against Bay Star. Compared with the advantages brought by Ji Fan, his request is simply insignificant. If Yi Ji doesn't understand at this time, he is a fool. Ji Fan wants to help her. Or did he want to repay her? I think the idea of medical technology star is very good. She immediately expressed her support, then turned to some helplessness. I didn't know you had already deployed it at that time, saving. I must have disrupted your plan. From the rapid collapse of the subsequent Military Technology Research Institute, Ji Fan was obviously well prepared. No. Ji Fan looked at her, his dark eyes deep. I am very happy. His gaze was too scorching. Yi Ji couldn't help but lower his head, revealing a small section of his white neck. Are you the voice of the earth? He asked. The incident happened suddenly, and Yi Ji could only choose to release a song directly to attract traffic. The most appropriate and time-saving way was to release the most beautiful sun. The consequence, of course, was to be exposed in front of Ji Fan. Yes. Yi Ji's voice was soft and gentle. Ji Fan's mouth was slightly curved. Xiao Ai is very powerful. Many people in the military are your fans. Yi Ji touched the tip of his nose. It's really deadly when a big boss praises someone. Chapter 279. Amiya, top floor. After the Yu family collapsed overnight, Amiya served as His Majesty's private treasury. In other words, this place is now Tiga Caesar's private property. Yi Ji sat on the big sofa by the window, watching the blonde, blue-eyed, curvy Tan Qingfei dancing enchantingly on the dance floor, with a curve at the corner of her mouth. The little girl has grown amazingly in the past few years. Tan Qingchen became more serious, sitting alone on a one-legged stool in the corner, wondering what he was thinking. Tan Qingda sat on the left side of Yi Ji. His eyes soaked in alcohol were particularly bright. You protect Qingfei too well. Aren't you afraid that she will not be able to bear the consequences in the future? She is not the type who can't bear the consequences. You underestimate her too much. After the dance, Tan Qingfei avoided the few people who wanted to chat with her without leaving a trace, walked briskly back to the sofa, and sat next to Yi Ji. Why don't you two go dancing? The results are out. You should let loose. Tan Qingda glanced at her. I'm not someone who just got the results. In order to keep up with Ji Lan's pace, she also skipped a grade and graduated last year. She is currently studying at the Imperial College of Medicine. TSK Tan Qingfei sneered, sneaked up to Yi Ji, and whispered, Are you really going to hung in? Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will be angry? Yi Ji raised his finger, and made a hushed gesture at his mouth. Tan Qingda's eyes flashed, and she stood up and jumped into the dance floor. I don't know what she was thinking recently. She cut her black hair into short hair, and she looked heroic. As soon as she entered the dance floor, many women surrounded her and danced close to her. TSK. Tan Qingfei sighed. Why didn't I know she was a good person before? You don't know a lot. Yi Ji patted her head. She is the chief of surgery at Dizong. Learn well. Tan Qingda is particularly talented in the field of medicine, and is a famous figure in Dizong as famous as Ji Lan. In addition, her character has also been honed quite well. You can see this from the fact that she can tolerate the provocations of Yu Yang and other second-generation rich people for so many years. After Yi Jiai solved her only identity problem, she became more willful. Tan Qingfei shrugged. But, she licked her lips, has Brother Feng contacted you? Yi Jiai paused while shaking the wine glass, and said coldly, no. You said Brother Feng is really, who in Delian doesn't know about his feelings for so many years? If you get engaged, why don't you even say hello? Yi Jiai's eyes darkened. I remembered the boy who said he had something to say to her when he was in Bay Star. It seemed like a long time had passed. There were too many unexpected things that happened. It is hard to predict the world, especially the affairs of the noble families. No matter what the younger generation is like, in the Guangjiaxing noble circle, an obvious message has been passed that the Wu family and the Cheng family will soon become in-laws. This means that the interests of the two families have been tied together. Forget it, don't think about it. Men are all pigs. They are different every day, so boring. Concubine Tan Qing drank the wine in one gulp, as if venting something. Yi Jiai glanced at her. How could she look like she had a lot of experience? Should she ask Mei to check Concubine Qing's private life in the past few years? Ji Lan finally broke away from the crowd and walked towards them. Seeing this, Concubine Tan Qing whispered something in Yi Jiai's ear and left. Xiao Ai, long time no see. Ji Lan's smile was so refreshing. Ji Lan. Yi Jiai greeted him. I was really shocked by the incident on Bay Star. I'm glad you came back safely. He looked relieved. My grandfather said that you were the one who sent the news to the Tan family. Thank you. Yi Jiai's eyes were sincere. It's just a little help. Xiao Ai, don't worry about it. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. You got 3rd place in the joint exam. Ji Lan smiled with all 8 teeth showing. Because Yi Jiai handed in the paper early, he had almost half the time to answer the questions than others. In the end, he got the 3rd place, 5 points less than the 1st place. Yi Jiai chuckled, clinked his lips with him, and took a small sip. Suddenly, the scene from a few days ago flashed in her mind. At that time, Ji Fan sent her back to the Tan family, and before getting off the shuttle, he told her in a serious tone, minors should drink less. Xiao Ai? Yi Jiai suddenly came back to her senses. What's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? Ji Lan looked at her. Yi Jiai coughed lightly. Sorry, I just thought of something else. What did you say? Ji Lan was helpless, but her tone was still very gentle. Have you decided where to go to college? With your score, you can choose any school whether it is Guangya Star or Huiming Star. I want to go to a farther planet to have a look. Yi Jiai kept it a secret. Ji Lan was a little stunned. You don't plan to stay in Guangya Star and Huiming Star? Huiming Star has more and better schools. And he always thought that Yi Jiai would definitely go to Huiming Star. Yeah. Yi Jiai looked at him. But why did you choose Dizong? I remember you were the top scorer in the joint entrance examination that year. Dizong is one of the best universities on Guangya Star, but it is not so good in the whole empire. Several schools ranked in the top 10 in the country are all in Huiming Star. It is common sense that the nobles of Guangya Star go to Huiming Star to study. Ji Lan's smile was suddenly smoothed by something, and her voice was low. I can't leave Guangya Star. Yi Jiai frowned slightly. She didn't know much about the royal family, so she could only try her best to comfort. Be content. You are a celebrity in Delian and Dizong, and an idol of junior students. It's okay. Ji Lan's mood recovered quite quickly, and she smiled warmly again. Why do you want to leave here so much? Isn't St. Rolando good? St. Rolando is the top school in the empire. The most powerful point of this school is that it is not only powerful in various subjects, but also in military-related majors such as the Single Soldier Combat Department and the Commander Department. It is a serious and balanced development in all aspects. With Yi Jiai's grades, it was completely possible to go there. She was just about to say something to perfunctorily get rid of Ji Lan, but she suddenly heard some noises. Her body reacted faster than her brain, grabbed Ji Lan and rolled to the side, avoiding the attack coming towards her. Ji Lan's face changed drastically. It was a capture net. This kind of net is prepared for some extremely vicious people. Once caught in the net, there is basically no possibility of breaking free by yourself. He looked at Yi Jiai in disbelief. This net was attacking her position. Who dared to use this thing to catch her in this place? Soon, his question was answered. 5 golden robots appeared outside the glass window, and star maps near Guangyu Star were drawn on their chests. With a crisp pop, the bulletproof glass was shattered, and 5 robots lined up in a row, standing in front of Yizhi, with their weapon ports open. "Ms. Yizhi, please come with us." 5 mechanical voices repeated at the same time. Chapter 280. Everyone in the room was confused. Tan Qinchin and Ji Lan's faces changed drastically, and they blurted out, "Golden armor. This is a super combat robot belonging to the main brain. It usually doesn't appear easily. Many people can hardly see it once in their lifetime. They act based on the highest instructions of the main brain, and in special circumstances, they can even disobey the Emperor's orders." Yizhi naturally recognized what it was. The brain was working fast, trying to delay time. "I am the young master of the Tan family. You can't arrest me at will without a legitimate reason." At the same time, the optical brain on her wrist vibrated wildly. She directly cut it off. The other side obviously understood her situation, and Ji Fan's message came immediately, "Leave Guangyu a star." Yizhi just glanced at it, and the message quickly disappeared. Her scalp was slightly numb. This kind of technical means is simply horrifying. "Ms. Yizhi, you have been officially listed by the main brain as a person who needs special observation. Please cooperate with our law enforcement, and do not resist fearlessly." A golden armor in the middle spoke, and in his plain mechanical facial features, he actually combined a cold expression. Ji Lan opened his eyes wide, and the smile on his face could no longer be maintained. He looked at Yizhi again and again, with a look of horror. Yizhi's beautiful eyebrows were raised. "What is a special observation person? Do you have an arrest warrant?" Another golden armor stepped forward and showed the arrest document. It was signed with the name of Tiga Caesar. Yizhi clenched his right fist. What happened? What does Ji Fan mean? Did he know that this was the arrest warrant approved by His Majesty? In this case, he also let her leave. The wrist vibrated again, and the message was erased before it was fully displayed. But from those intermittent encrypted symbols, she already understood what Ji Fan meant. Leave. The wrist moved slightly, and a pocket energy gun slipped from the cuffs into the palm of her hand. Just as she was about to move, Ji Lan suddenly rushed over and bumped her shoulder. "Kidnap me," he whispered. Yizhi looked at him incredulously. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he spoke quickly. "5 golden armors, you can't run away, kidnap me." A delicate white hand crossed his chest and fixed him firmly. Yizhi raised the gun in his right hand, pointed it at Ji Lan's temple, and looked at the opposite side. "Don't move. If you move, I will blow his head off." The golden armor in the middle took a step forward, and the expression on his face became more vivid. "I know you, you won't do it." Looking at the human-like expression on the golden mask, Yizhi felt that her spine was trembling, and she calmed down. "Mastermind. You recognized me? You are very smart," the man said with a smile. "I just invited you to be my guest." Major General Ji Fan was too nervous. Yizhi bit down the tip of her tongue hard, and the pain spread from her mouth to her head, which made people calm down quickly. If the mastermind was here, she would not be able to escape. But she believed in Ji Fan. So she must leave here. She regulated her breathing, trying to keep her body features in a relaxed yet tense state. "You don't know me. I don't like being forced to go to a completely unknown place by violence. If you force me to do so, I will kill him." The expression on the main brain's face suddenly became fierce. In its calculations, it believed that the probability of Yizhi pressing the trigger had risen to 5%. It raised its right hand, opened the muzzle, and aimed at Yizhi. "If you shoot, you will die." But Ji Lan was in front of her. If she died, Ji Lan would inevitably be in danger of her life. At this time, an accident occurred. The other 4 golden armors all lit up their weapons, and pointed their muzzles at the middle. "Number 1, put down your weapons." "Ah." The main brain's expression was a little regretful, and its eyes were aimed at Ji Lan. "According to the order, this body really can't point the muzzle at you." After it put down its gun, the other 4 golden armors also put down their weapons. Yizhi took one person to order the 5 golden armors. "Get out of the way." A passage was vacated in the middle. Tan Qinchin released a shuttle to block the robot in front of him. Yizhi glanced at him, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Tan Qinchin mouthed, "Go ahead." She kept holding Ji Lan and walked in. The shuttle took off and headed for the docking port. 5 golden armors followed closely behind. In the air, 50 black mechas appeared at the same time. 10 mechas fought against a mere 1 armor, and they barely tied. Taking advantage of this gap, a silver chain appeared out of thin air and quickly flew to the horizon. Number 1 quickly left the battle circle and chased the silver chain. After it left, another silver chain appeared out of thin air and went to the other side. Some armors wanted to chase, but without Number 1, they were tightly bitten. Number 1 came back very quickly, holding the unconscious Ji-lan in its hands, and said calmly, "Permission to use weapons." This was over the Guangyu Star, and neither side used weapons, relying entirely on naked hand-to-hand combat. After Number 1 said this, 50 mechas suddenly scattered, and even the retreat seemed to be well trained. Close the mooring port and pursue him worldwide. Number 1 floated in the air, looking at the 4 golden armors around him. Yes! Countless small clones separated from the 5 armor bodies, and flew in different directions. Yijia changed to a military standard fortress mecha in the middle of the journey, and directly jumped away from Guangyu Star, just before the mooring port was closed. In the silent space, Yijia was a little confused. Why did the mastermind want to catch her? She remembered clearly that the last time the mastermind used the golden armor was to capture an S-level treason fugitive. At this time, the optical brain received an unsigned message. Number 1893, Liubi Street, Xinguang District, Huiming Star. Who sent it? Jifan? Viscount Tananmin? Or was it the mastermind's layout to catch the turtle in the jar? Then, there was another message, but this time there was no text, just a smiley face. This is Yixian? She had a very deep impression of this smiling face. This was drawn by her gifted father, when she was still in Ms. Tan Yun's belly, and taught her to close her mental power. A figure in a space suit was closely attached to the bottom of a spaceship heading from Proxima Centauri to Huixingsing. The spaceship slowly landed at the Huixingsing docking port, and the figure jumped directly to the ground, and even took off the space suit in midair. She wore a mask and a baseball cap, glanced, and walked to the right front, where the women's restroom was. Along the way, she carefully avoided multiple cameras. A tall girl who was obviously a student walked in front of her, and entered the innermost cubicle of the women's restroom. She followed into the cubicle next to it. Soon there was a flushing sound. If you listen carefully, you could also hear someone's groaning, but it quickly subsided. Chapter 281. Looking at the girl who fainted in front of her, Yijia breathed a sigh of relief. She flipped through the girl's bag, and saw her student ID. Imperial Military Academy, Commander Department, Shenhong. She turned out to be a Military Academy student. No wonder she almost lost her hand just now. It should be the sound of the flushing water that made her suspicious. The students of the Commander Department are indeed meticulous. This girl is of the same height as her and looks like a student. She is the target that Yijia has been eyeing since early in the morning. After taking out the scanning tool to scan the other person's face, a human skin mask appeared in her palm. 3 minutes later, a brown-haired girl came out with a suitcase. When she was leaving the gate of the berth, countless instruments scanned her face. The staff smiled and said, "Miss Shenhong, I wish you a smooth new semester." Yijia coughed, pretending to have a cold, and said hoarsely, "Thank you." The most popular places are universities. The school is about to start, and many students have already returned to school. Shenhong is simply inconspicuous. "Stop!" Just as Yijia was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Her back froze for a moment, then quickly relaxed, turned around and smiled. "Excuse me, is there anything else?" She was kind, and the patrolman couldn't help but calm down his tone. "Why aren't you wearing glasses?" Shenhong's student ID card showed a pair of huge brown-rimmed glasses. "I went home for a small operation during the holiday," Yijia blinked. "After all, I'm an Imperial Military Academy student, you know. Myopia surgery is very common even on Earth, not to mention the interstellar era. Those who don't have surgery either don't have money or think they look better with glasses. Okay, I wish you good luck with your studies." The patrolman did not suspect anything. If it were someone else, they would have left immediately, but Yijia asked, "Sir, what happened?" "I didn't check so strictly when I entered the checkpoint before." Thinking of her identity as a commander, the patrolman did not find it strange, but took the initiative to explain, "We are catching fugitives. It is best not to leave the Imperial Army during this period." "Okay, thank you for your reminder, I wish you good work." Yijia followed suit. Until Yijia walked away, the patrolman was still sighing. As expected of a student of the Imperial Army, he didn't ask one more question, but he was so sharp. In this way, Yijia entered the Bright Star safely with others' faces. On the way, he changed 2 identities, and went around several times, and finally arrived at the location on the message. This place is in the downtown, but it is very quiet. It is quite suitable for recuperation. Yijia paused as she knocked on the door. Was this really Yixian's territory? Based on her understanding of her father, he would rather live in the suburbs. She moved her ears, and put down her hands. Someone was coming. The door slowly opened, and a white-haired old man in a wheelchair appeared in front of her. Yijia opened her eyes wide, Master Amber. It's me. Amber waved at her. Come in quickly. This was a small villa with a different world inside. It looked much bigger than the outside. Yijia scanned it with her mental power, and found that there were actually several floors underground. Thinking of the terrifyingly large underground base on the base star, Yijia felt as if she had suddenly acquired one of the master's hobbies. Why don't you take off the mask? Amber pointed at her face, feeling a little entangled. Yijia then realized that she was still wearing someone else's face, a blonde beauty copied casually in the mall. After she was ready, Amber came over with a glass of water in her wheelchair. Drink some water, you've worked hard all the way. Yijia took it with both hands. That strange feeling appeared again. With her age and status, she was a junior who couldn't be younger in front of Master Amber. But why was the other party always so polite to her? Master, where is my father? She drank a sip of warm water, and felt much more relaxed. He's making something underground. Is her father really here? Master Amber, how do you know I? Amber interrupted her. Let Xion explain it to you. I'm old and I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireplace suddenly split in the middle, and Yijian came out of the elevator carrying a large black box. Keep it. He put the black box on the coffee table, and said to Yijia. Seeing this, Amber smiled and leaned on the wheelchair, and fell asleep. Yijia frowned. Master, why is your spirit so bad? We just talked for a while. Yeah. Yijian snorted lightly, sat on the sofa with long arms and legs, and rubbed his eyebrows. He looked tired. It was a very rare look for Yijia. In her impression, no matter what Yijian did, it was always easy. She looked at the box made of rare stone gold in front of her and asked tentatively, What is this? Yijian looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes deep. You took the things before, and studied with the teacher, and made this. Yijia pursed her lips tightly. Wasn't the thing she had brought before the handwriting of Anlin Bode? That strange structure that she couldn't understand and couldn't take a photo to record. Yijia was shocked and rubbed her hands and said, Is it a large-scale destructive weapon that can destroy stars? Yijian looked at her with a slanted eye. Put away your strange ideas. What exactly is it? I don't know very well. Yijian looked at the black box. The rare materials consumed by this thing were quite amazing. He looked heavy. Teacher said you might be able to use it. You don't. Master Amber woke up slowly. Yijian changed his tone. You keep it first, and you may know what it is used for in the future. Yijia, She suspected that her father was playing dumb. But there was no evidence. It's not a weapon, and its function is unknown. It won't be useful for the two of us. You keep it first. Amber said with a smile, her eyebrows and eyes gentle. Yijia had no choice but to accept it. But he found that he couldn't put it into the space button. Look at me, I forgot about it. Amber patted his head, searched in the space button, and took out a small black round cake. He waved to Yijia and said, Come here. Yijian sat between the two of them. Amber just had to hand it to him, and he would hand it to Yijia. But Amber looked like she wanted Yijia to take it herself. She glanced at her father, but found that he looked calm, as if he was used to it. Yijia stood up and took it. Amber said casually, Just stick it on it. It's a space stabilizer. Even Yijia, a beginner in physics, felt a strong sense of disobedience. If the space button can't be put in, it means that the three-dimensional space opened up by current technology cannot accommodate it. This is not a question of stability. Okay, Master, can you be more careful when you bluff me? She didn't let her father take over. Is she afraid that her father has secretly learned some technology? No way. Is Master Amber like this? Chapter 282. Seeing her tangled face. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Yijian kicked her calf. Don't think about it. Yijia dodged it easily. Sticking the black round cake on the box, the liquid metal extended, and the box soon became a strange shape, like a durian ball. Yijian's eyes twitched slightly. Yijia tried it, and found that it was really put in this time. Amber looked unsurprised. Remember the position of the round cake. You can open it next time you take it down. Yijia sat back on the sofa, and the scene temporarily cooled down. Amber said sleepily, I'm going to sleep for a while. You two can have a good chat. Someone will bring dinner to you later. Don't call me. After he left, Yijian spoke first. You can ask me if you have any questions. Yijia lowered her head. How do you know I'm not on Guangyu Star anymore? Jifan told me. He looked up at her. You trust that Major General very much. This is not a question, but a statement. Yijia pursed her lips tightly, and her two dimples were sunken. Why did the mastermind come to arrest me? Because you are on the mastermind's special observation list. Yi Jian sighed deeply. I want to know more. What did you do behind our backs? After going around in circles, it finally came to this point. Then why did he let her leave Bay Star? Yi Jian swallowed hard. What? Is a special observation group? What is the identity of your classmate Zhang Shengnan? Yi Jian asked instead of answering. Yi Jian's face turned pale. When you were 3 years old, I told you that you were not an exception. People like you have a unified name, the Resurrected. All resurrected people will be included in the special observation list of the main brain. Most resurrected people, like Zhang Shengnan, have great hatred for the Empire and humans. What your mother and I are most grateful for is that you were still a kind human being in your life before you were resurrected. You are very smart, and you have always hidden this very well. After you became the young master of the Tan family, the possibility of the main brain targeting you is even smaller. Now tell me, what did you do? Yi Jiai's lips were trembling, and the whole person was like a bird about to drown. I am the voice of the earth. Her voice was weak. If there is something that her father and the Tan family don't know, it is everything about the voice of the earth. After 7 years, the voice of the earth has now completely grown into a superstar. She thought she was careful enough. But what is the mastermind? It is not the Guangya Star Intelligence Brain, nor the Gulf Star Intelligence Brain, but the intelligence brain of the entire empire, and the only mastermind. When it suspects a person, how could it not find something? Especially this time, the voice of the earth spoke for Ji Fan, which was very abrupt, but the commotion was so big that it even appeared on the military channel of the Alliance and the Star Alliance. Now, the whole galaxy believes that the voice of the earth is a fan of Ji Fan. But if you really connect the voice of the earth with the identity of the young master of the Tan family, everyone will notice something wrong. First, she is too young. Second, the songs sung by the voice of the earth are completely inconsistent with this era, and the style of other civilizations is obvious. Third, there is no way to find out about Earth. Perhaps, Ji Fan had already guessed her identity as a resurrected person. That's why he reminded her directly. He even let her go against the order of the main brain and leave Guangya Star. Hearing her words, Yi Jian's pupils suddenly dilated. That singer who was so popular on the Star Network turned out to be his daughter? But soon, his focus shifted to another thing. Can you empathize? Yi Jian couldn't figure it out. How could her father even know that she couldn't empathize? You have suffered from cosmic autism since you were a child. Tell me, can you empathize now? Yi Jian stared at her with an urgent tone. He had watched the video of the Earth Voice concert, and the power of empathy was very shocking. The words cosmic autism were like a basin of cold water falling from the sky, pouring Yi Jian cold. This was not the first time she had heard this word. Her teacher, Sanders Simpson, had this disease, and he had suspected her before. What did she hear now? She had this disease since she was a child? She had been sick all this time without knowing it. Her palms gradually tightened until her fingertips pierced the skin, and she came back to her senses slightly, her voice hoarse. I can't. But I can make others empathize. Seeing her panic, Yi Jian couldn't help but clench his fists. But as a father, he knew very well that sooner or later, she would have to face this matter. After a while, he sighed inaudibly, stood up and hugged her in his arms. The matter of the mastermind is not worth your worrying about. I just care more about your body. After Yi Jian was 3 years old, he never hugged her again. Feeling this rare warmth, Yi Jian suppressed the bitterness in her eyes. Mother and grandparents also know these things, right? Yes. Yi Jian looked at her heart. You have done a good job these years, and you are our pride. Yi Jian closed her eyes and buried her face completely in her father's arms. She never thought that one day, someone like Yi Jian would hug her and say that she was his pride. She quickly accepted the fact that she was sick. This disease is not big, nor is it small. It just affects her life and love. But for her now, it actually doesn't affect her much. What would happen if I left with the mastermind at that time? She said sullenly. Yi Jian's eyes darkened. You will be forced to implant a chip. From now on, you will lose your freedom, and can only move around on Guangya Star. If you want to leave Guangya Star, you must apply to the main brain. Moreover, your every word and action will be carried out under the strict monitoring of the main brain. Yi Jian looked up suddenly. Does going to the toilet count? Of course. What will happen if I leave Guangyu Star after the chip is implanted? You will be knocked unconscious, and then forcibly brought back. Yi Jian's eyes turned cold. She paused suddenly, her voice extremely low. What will happen if I leave the monitoring range of the main brain? The main brain will make a judgment. If it thinks you are too dangerous, it will activate the chip's self-destruct program, and you will die. Yi Jian sighed. She is now extremely grateful that she listened to Ji Fan's words, and left Guangyu Star. That Major General knows you very well, Yi Jian suddenly said. Yi Ji was slightly stunned. Indeed, for her, losing freedom means losing everything. Chapter 283. What should I do now? She was a little absent-minded. Being listed as a special observation group by the main brain, and openly resisting arrest, this nature, just thinking about it is very bad. Perhaps, do you want to stay somewhere else? Yi Jian asked her while placing the food on the dining table. The tone was very nonchalant. Compared with Yi Ji's solemn expression, his style was simply unbearably relaxed. Where can I go? She muttered. Bay Star? That's her private planet, but it's not her style to stay on a planet all the time. Yi Jian paused while placing the knife and fork, his eyes cold. Have you never checked your last name? Her last name? No, her father's last name is Yi Ji. She shook her head in confusion. She really didn't check the last name Yi Ji, and she didn't hear much about it. But she remembered that her father was from the Alliance. Is Yi Jian asking her if she wants to go to the Alliance? If she really leaves, will Viscount Tiananmen be mad to death? The Yi family is also a big family. It's hard to explain it in a few words. If you are interested, go check it yourself. Your name is on the family tree that your grandfather personally put it on. As long as you don't give up this surname, no one dares to say that you are not from the Yi family of the Alliance. Yi Ji was slightly stunned. Why does he feel so boastful? She blinked and asked an incredible question. Even if I am from the Empire. Yi Xian suddenly laughed, and said, as a matter of course, when did I look at nationality when I was a member of the Yi family? Yi Ji drank a sip of water, and quietly digested the news. Is there no other way? She held on to the last glimmer of hope. Yes. Yi Xian didn't seem surprised by her choice, but it's very troublesome. Yi Ji suddenly raised his head, changed his dejection, and his eyes lit up. What should I do? Yi Xian didn't answer, but looked at the beautifully prepared meal in front of him. Eat first, the teacher ordered it for you. Yi Ji's heart moved, and she sat down. Snow beast meat, rice slices, bobo cake are all her favorite dishes. She didn't think too much about it, and she finished dinner in no time. Looking at her expectant eyes, Yi Jian put down his chopsticks helplessly and began to explain. The reason why the main brain has a list of special observation groups is to kill the heinous criminals who are still growing up, and strictly monitor these people when they are young, so that if any accidents happen, they can be stopped in time. The idea to solve this problem is actually very simple, that is, to increase your credibility with the main brain. Find 100 respected people or masters in various fields to write a letter of guarantee for you, which is enough to get you removed from the list. 100 people? And they are elites or masters in various fields. She frowned. Does the master I understand mean the same as the master you said? Yi Jian took a bite of food. Huh? Yi Ji pointed to Amber's room and said cautiously, Is it that kind of master? Otherwise? Yi Ji lowered his head again. Master Amber can basically be said to be the pinnacle of the mecha field. The people who can be on par with him are Sanders Simpson in the music field and Viscount Tiananmen in the medical field. Let 100 people of this level write a letter of guarantee for her. Is it possible to succeed? Yi Jian finished his meal slowly, wiped his mouth, and took out a stack of white paper envelopes from the space button. After knowing that you were in trouble yesterday, the teacher has been calling you on video. So far, I have received more than 10 of these. Yi Ji's breathing tightened. Yi Xian pushed the envelope to her. As a father, I would rather you return to the Yi family and ignore the mess of the Tan family, but I always respect your choice. He took out a few more envelopes. These are all masters who have won awards in the field of scientific research. They are my friends and colleagues in the Empire. There are 7 of them in total. They are willing to guarantee you. The envelope was bright white under the light, just like Yi Ji's mood at this moment, clearing the clouds and seeing the dawn. There are 19 in total, and a few more are on the way. This is all that my teacher and I can do. For the rest, since you didn't express your opinion at the beginning, it's unlikely that you will suddenly agree later. You have to be mentally prepared. This is already a huge surprise. I think of a way. Yi Ji stood up. Can I access the star network here? Yi Yan reacted quickly, but his expression didn't quite agree. You want to ask for help as the voice of the Earth? Sanders Simpson is my teacher, she said simply. Yi Jian suddenly realized, there is a biological capsule underground that was built by the teacher. It should be able to avoid the main brain's tracking of you. Follow me. In the mountain villa, Yi Ji shouted loudly as soon as he entered the door. Teacher! Teacher Sander! Where are you? Tabai opened the door of the recording studio and was very surprised. Why are you here at this time? It's a long story. Where's the teacher? Tabai rarely saw her show her emotions so much, so he said seriously, the teacher is not on the Star Network. I go call him. Wait. After that, he went offline. Yijie sat on the sofa and waited for the two quietly. She didn't care enough about her only master and senior brother. For example, although she knew that Tabai was living with teacher Sander now, and was responsible for taking care of his food and daily life, she didn't quite understand why the teacher would rather stay on the Star Network every day than live in reality. Soon, teacher Sander came. He was still wearing a nightgown, so he must have just gone to bed. Sander Simpson's health has been getting worse in recent years. He was awakened at this time, so he must have had a bad sleep in the second half of the night. Yijie felt particularly guilty, and couldn't say the speech he had prepared in his stomach. Okay, don't look like that. Sander Simpson has seen all kinds of people at this age. He said directly, what happened? Tell me now. How can the teacher help you if you don't tell me? Yijie bit her lower lip tightly, lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry. Sander Simpson was stunned and sat down slowly. Why do you want to apologize? Teacher and senior brother treated me like this, but I have always concealed my situation. How could she be so worthy of such a precious teacher-student friendship? What you want to say is related to your life experience. Sander Simpson raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of wise and deep eyes. Yijie nodded and took a deep breath. Although I am not a noble, I have another identity, that is, the young master of the Empire Tan family. She roughly talked about the fact that she was included in the special observation list by the main brain, skipped the incident of the resurrected person, and made the last request. Teacher, can you help me write a guarantee document? The matter of the resurrected person was too involved, and she didn't mention it to protect the two of them. Of course. Sander Simpson said without any hesitation, I have never underestimated you. It turns out that you are the young master of one of the 4 major families. You really can challenge the teacher's heartbeat. Chapter 284. A week later. Yijie sighed as he looked at the paper guarantee documents sorted in front of him. After a long time, he sighed again. Both times he sighed, he looked sad, as if he was going to vomit out his soul. He counted again and again, but there was no more. Still 67. Master Amber received several guarantee documents one after another, and the total number of them, including those from Yijie, was 25. Teacher Sander Simpson sent her 15 letters, all of which were masters in the field of music, occupying a large part of the music world. The other 27 letters were sent by Ji Fan. In the Gulf Star incident, Ji Fan promised her something as the young master of the Ji family. A few days ago, she sent Ji Fan an encrypted message, asking him to fulfill his promise. Let Marshal Ji write a guaranteed letter for her. Unexpectedly, Ji Fan did not reply, but quietly sent a full 27 letters. Not only were there guarantees from Marshal Ji and himself, but there were also those from Lady Wang and Marshal Long. Yijie was shocked for a long time when he first received it. But even so, this number is far from 100. Since you are so entangled, why not go to the Alliance? Yijie browsed the messages on the optical computer. Since he knew that Yijie was the voice of the Earth, he deliberately added an entertainment section in the corner. What made him extremely uncomfortable was that this channel was always full of people he didn't know, either flirting with each other or mobilizing fans to slander each other. As long as it was news related to the voice of the Earth, most of them would mention Ji Fan. Some of the content made Yijie quite depressed. He didn't know what he had figured out recently. Whenever he got a chance, he would persuade Yijie to go to the Alliance. He just wanted her to be convicted of betraying the Empire. Father, if I hadn't been removed from that list, could I go to school with my identity? Yijie could already automatically block the word Alliance. Study? Why not? Yijie looked puzzled. Yijie blinked. Is military school also okay? Military school? Yijie looked at her with the corner of his eyes. How could a military school accept someone who is on the special observation list of the main brain? And there are no good military schools on Guangyao Star for you to choose except Dizhou? Thinking of this school that he couldn't go to or leave, he couldn't help but pout, with a look of disgust. Yijie didn't plan to hide it, so he simply broke the jar and said, What about Hongyan? Hongyan Military School won't accept me either? You got an invitation from Hongyan? Yijie was a little surprised. He knew that Yijie had not participated in this election, but was so sure that he could go to Hongyan, so the only way was to receive an invitation letter. Did Viscount Tannenmin agree? Yijie narrowed his eyes slightly. With the temperament of the old noble, it was not his style not to do something to hinder it. Yijie had a headache. Grandfather doesn't know about this yet. Don't know? Are you sure? Of course, I haven't announced this to the Tan family yet. Yi Xian's eyes were full of pity. Do you think your grandfather won't know if you don't tell him? Who gave you the invitation letter? It was Principal Rayleigh Hobart. She was a little hesitant. Yi Xian said sarcastically, have you received a guarantee from your grandfather? Yi Xian was stunned. She had never received any guarantee from the medical and health field or those elders. Your grandfather's attitude is very clear, he disagrees. But since you don't care about his thoughts, why don't you consider going to the Alliance? There you can regain your student status and enroll in Hongyan, and no one will care. Yi Xian covered her head. Was her father under a spell? Becoming a soldier is my goal. It will not be diverted by anyone's will, she suddenly said, her voice firm. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Xian frowned slightly, walked to the door, and opened a small crack, and pressed his calf against the door frame. What's the matter? Hello, is this Mr. Yi Xian? Interstellar Express, please sign for it. The visitor was dressed in work clothes, and spoke in a businesslike tone. The recipient was indeed his name. After recognizing the biometric information, he signed to confirm. He took it in his hand, and scanned it to find that it was actually a letter sent directly from Guangya Star. As he walked and opened the envelopes, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows fiercely. Yi Xian also saw it, and was surprised by the incredibleness of the whole thing, and was happy about the large number of white envelopes. Father! Who sent this again? She shouted, very excited. Yi Xian handed her the box. You will know after you take a look. Yi Xian opened a few envelopes at random, and had a bold guess in his heart. He directly took out the last one and opened it to see that it was indeed the guaranteed letter of Viscount Tannenming. Yi Xian snorted coldly, and returned to the sofa. After counting carefully, Yi Xian was shocked. There are 31 letters. How did Grandpa do it? Hey, Yi Xian sneered. You don't think that the Tan family was not involved in your arrest by the mastermind? Yi Xian froze. What? Do you mean? The Tan family asked the mastermind to arrest her? Are you crazy? How is it possible? With the Ji family's skills, they have only collected about 20 letters in such a long time. How do you think Viscount Tannenming can get guarantees from so many people? That's a full 31 letters. Yi Xian clenched his fists. You mean, the Tan family was involved in my arrest by the mastermind? That's what the Viscount is like. Yi Xian smiled inexplicably. He would rather let you enter the mastermind's site, and be on the list than let you leave Guangya Star, and go to Hongyan to study. For this matter, he didn't know when he started planning. After it's done, he will give you 100 letters of guarantee to get you off the mastermind's list. By then, you will have to stay in Guangya Star to study at university. Wonderful, really wonderful. Yi Xian didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was very difficult to accept emotionally, but his reason kept telling him that this analysis was extremely correct. Then why did Grandpa suddenly send these letters of guarantee? That's because he saw your determination. Yi Xian's eyes seemed to recall. He didn't expect you to choose to escape from Guangya Star, and he didn't expect you to hide with me. I might let you go to the Alliance at any time. Compared to going to the Alliance, I believe he would rather you go to Hongyan. Yi Xian suddenly remembered what Miss Tanyan had said. Is this Viscount Tannenming's method? Chapter 285. Put your things down and go back. Rayleigh Hobart stood at the door of the first floor and ordered. Yes. The waiter arranged the gifts sent by various schools, and left the villa. Rayleigh Hobart took off his coat, rubbed his eyebrows, stood up and walked towards the bedroom. He had too many social events recently, and he was a little overwhelmed. When he walked to the second floor, and saw the half-open door, his footsteps paused. Subconsciously, he took out the energy gun, and held it in his hand, then kicked the door open with his foot. In the empty bedroom, there was a huge desk besides the bed, and the chair was facing the window. There was no one inside. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't come to this property on the Bright Star often. Maybe the waiter forgot to close the door after cleaning. Principal Rayleigh is really alert. Accompanied by a female voice, the chair behind the desk slowly turned, and a figure appeared in the dark. It was a young and delicate face, and he happened to know it. Rayleigh Hobart put down his gun, turned on the light, and had a headache. Student Yi Xian, why are you here? Yi Xian stood up, bowed his chest slightly. I'm very sorry to meet you in this way. As soon as she found out that he was conducting research in Humingsing, she immediately came to wait for him. Rayleigh Hobart walked silently to sit opposite her. He had heard some rumors about the Tan family. You are very brave. He sighed sincerely. In the logical analysis of the main brain, I'm afraid she didn't expect her to be so bold. Wanted by the world, she not only didn't run away, but hid in the nearest Humingsing, and broke into a private house at night. Yijai shrugged. Special period. Special means, you will understand. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Principal Rayleigh, you make it seem like I wouldn't come to you if I had nothing to do. Yijai touched the tip of her nose. Rayleigh Hobart looked at her with a smile, but the expression on his face conveyed a very clear meaning. That's right, isn't it? Yijai was slightly embarrassed and said the real purpose. Principal Rayleigh, I need the Hobart family to help me guarantee. Guarantee? Rayleigh Hobart pondered for a moment. Is the rumor true? You have been included in the special observation list by the main brain? Yijai raised her eyebrows. Where did the rumor come from? Very few people know about this matter, and the main brain is even less likely to spread the news. Who leaked the news? It seems it was spread by the Wu family. I can't remember clearly. Yijai's eyes sank slightly. Was it Wu Chuan? You should know that this kind of guarantee is not like other guarantees. You need to take great responsibility unless you really never break the law in your life. Rayleigh Hobart put his hands together on the desk and rubbed his two thumbs back and forth. The Hobart family is not worth the risk. This is quite straightforward. Because of this, Yijai felt relieved. He did not regard himself as the principal, which means that Rayleigh did not treat her as a child. What price do I need to pay? Yijai looked serious. Rayleigh Hobart sighed and said directly, the Hobart family is an educational family. What we fear most is being associated with the powerful. We take reputation very seriously. Yijai sat up straight and took a deep breath. If you agree, I will help Dizong once in the Madian joint military exercise competition. Rayleigh Hobart was shocked. He raised his eyes, his expression exaggerated. You. After the summer vacation, you will be transferred from Di Lian to Dizong as the principal. Yijai looked relaxed. Principal Rayleigh, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet. The transfer order hasn't been officially issued yet. How do you know? He was still very surprised. Yijai smiled. After all, he is a person who has won the title of honorary educator. It's too much of a waste of talent to be the principal of a middle school. Promotion is a matter of time. It's just that going directly from Di Lian to Dizong is a bit too big. It can only be said that the name of the Hobart family is too loud. When people look at him, they subconsciously add the power of the family behind him. And this is exactly why she came. If the last two guarantee letters are to be weighty enough, it would be best if they were written by someone from the Hobart family. Hearing her words, Rayleigh Hobart shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. The former principal of Dizong resigned suddenly. Yijai raised his eyebrows slightly. It's because of the Madian League. He sighed. Every time the league, the 5 teams that enter the finals are the same: Hongyan, Dijuan, San Rolando, Dongfeng and Dizong, and there are very few surprises. Yijai's eyebrows moved slightly. Could it be that this time, although Dizong is the last every year, at least it can enter the finals? This time, Dizong didn't even make it to the finals. In addition to Dongfeng, the league has another scion, and San Rolando, who was third in previous years, has fallen to the last place. Where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. Even educators have to go through the competition of strength. It was obvious that the previous principal of Dizong had made a major mistake in the inter-school league that attracted the attention of the Empire, and even the stars. Yijai suddenly stopped being anxious. This was really a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. She saw that Dizong had lost in the league every year, so she thought that if she could help Dizong this time, the newly appointed principal, Rayleigh Hobart, would definitely not be able to refuse this huge temptation. Who would have thought that Dizong would be so disappointing in recent years? Shall I? Rayleigh Hobart rubbed his hands and smiled kindly. You just said that you would help Dizong. Do you mean you personally or Hongyan? Listen, even the name has changed. Just now, he said righteously that the Hobart family would not associate with the powerful. Yijai said expressionlessly, individual? Hee. Shall I will let the 2 most prestigious people in the Hobart family write for you this guarantee. Can you promise the teacher one more thing? At the end, his tone even had some tail sounds. Yijai's scalp went numb. This person used the teacher-student relationship to pressure her for the first time, but what was this strange tone? The little bit of rationality left made her insist. You can't go against my heart. Absolutely not. Rayleigh Hobart looked upright. And I promise that this matter will be very beneficial to you. Yijai frowned fiercely. You say it. After going to Hongyan, I want you to do your best to compete for the chief of your class. That's it? Yijai looked puzzled. Rayleigh Hobart nodded heavily. That's it. Early the next morning, Yijai received 3 guarantee letters from Rayleigh Hobart. They were Charlie Hobart, who was already 139 years old, Bella Hobart, who was 145 years old, and himself. These two were considered the ancestors of the Hobart family. Even her father was very surprised when he saw it. This made Yizhi very suspicious that she had fallen into a trap. It's still the kind of deep crater created by a meteorite. Chapter 286. Half a month later, the sky was clear and the air quality was good. Guanyu Star, Port. Yizhi was wearing a black military uniform and a human skin mask on her face, squatting in a corner that the camera could not see. A masked Wuluan man ran over at a very fast speed, hid behind the pillar next to her, and hid in a shadow. "Young master, I am late. Have you found out the exact time?" Yizhi asked quietly. "I have found out." Ame panted slightly. "The Abyss fleet will set sail in 28 minutes. Yizhi nodded slightly. "Very good, there is still plenty of time, young master." "Are you really going to leave like this?" Ame hesitated. "What else?" Yizhi rolled her eyes at him. "If I go back to the Tan family, can I still get out?" A month ago, she took the initiative to submit a meeting request to the main brain, paid a huge fine, and submitted 101 letters of guarantee. After the review, the main brain removed her from the list. But it also said that it would always pay attention to Yizhi and told her not to betray the Empire and humanity. In other words, Yizhi's serial number in the main brain will always be at the top, and there is a risk of being marked in red at any time. Although the list issue has been resolved, Yizhi has stayed on the Brilliant Star for a month and has not returned to the Radiant Star. The reason is very simple. It is because of Viscount Tannenmine. She has completely understood the relationship between her father and grandfather. Although the two look down on each other, they also understand and respect each other. For example, as long as she stays with Yizhi, Viscount Tannenmine will not take the initiative to find her. Of course, the roundabout way to save the country is inevitable. Kavinical, Uncle Zhong, and several younger generations of the Tan family have called her many times in a row, asking her to go back. She said she was learning from Master Amber, but in fact she was waiting for Ji Fan to leave for the front again. The Dao Alliance is very close to Hong Yin, and she can take a ride without anyone noticing. "Then I go with you." Ame seemed to have made a decision, with a determined look on his face. Yizhi was very upset. "I'm going to study. You can't even enter the gate of Hong Yin Military Academy. Why are you following me?" "I'm going." Ame looked at her with his slanted eyes. "You are the one I swore allegiance to. If your goal is to become a soldier, then I will join the army. There is a shortage of people on the front line. A combat force like me will definitely be very popular wherever I go." Yizhi reached out and touched his forehead, looking surprised. "You don't have a fever?" She knew Ame. He didn't have much sense of belonging and identity with the Empire. She was shocked that he would make such a decision. Ame was speechless. "Young master." Yizhi coughed lightly, his face serious. "Have you thought it through?" "I've thought it through a long time ago. Not only me," he looked back, "but also him." Tan Chi leaned straight against a pillar not far away, and seeing the two people's gaze, he took the initiative to walk over. "Young master." Yizhi nodded slightly and patted his shoulder. "Since you have decided, go ahead, be careful. By the way, there is this." Ame passed the information from the optical brain to her. "Tan Qing asked me to pass it on to you." After the parasitic incident, she discovered Wang Dongyi's talent in the field of biology, and asked him to take over part of Tan Qing's work. In addition to being in charge of Rensua, Tan Qing is now mainly responsible for managing the information network of the Tan family. She recently gave Tan Qing only one task, which was to investigate the Yi family of the Alliance. The content of this document is not large, but it is very detailed, and all aspects are introduced. From some abbreviated terms between the lines, it can be fully seen how huge this family is, and how much wealth it holds. You can also take a look. She looked at the two people. But her heart was difficult to calm down for a long time. The existing energy in the interstellar is extracted from a rare, or called Akashi. Akashi is generally stored near the Earth's crust, with many impurities in it. It is extremely unstable, and can easily explode if used directly. So it needs to be purified. The level of energy is judged according to the composition of Akashi after purification. The fewer impurities, the higher the level, in order of high-level energy, intermediate energy, and low-level energy. The most critical purification technology has actually always been in the hands of the Alliance, or in the hands of Ruori Group. Relying on this patented technology, the Alliance will easily eat up 1/3 of the total energy revenue of the Empire every year. And this 1/3 of the income, after deducting taxes, all went into the pockets of the Ruoming Group. The actual power behind the Ruoming Group is the Yi family. The reason why the Wu family can become the richest in the empire is because they control many energy veins in the empire. And the Yi family can be said to be the richest in the interstellar. In this comparison, she suddenly felt that Yi Xian was too low-key and frugal. It's too normal to be sharp-tongued, and people who don't eat worldly fireworks are like this. It's too normal to have a mecha hangar, an arsenal, etc. I guess the family has never lacked anything. It is completely reasonable to turn a small island on the Bay Star into a weapon fortress. She even despised the huge annual investment in the Nuanqin Foundation, the richest man in the galaxy. No wonder her late grandfather prepared a planetary intelligent computer as a coming-of-age gift for her in advance. In fact, she should have realized that it is impossible for the Tan family to casually give a planetary intelligent computer to the younger generation as a coming-of-age gift. It must be a family heirloom or something like that, passed down from generation to generation in secret. The Tan family is one of the 4 major families in the empire. There are actually only a few families that are more powerful than them. It's just that she didn't pay much attention to the energy field, so she didn't even know about this. Now that I think about it, her father should have never thought of hiding it from her. Ame couldn't close his mouth. Young master, is this Yi or Yi Xi? Yi Xi touched his heartbeat and nodded. This family is so famous. Why aren't those who see you surprised by your last name? Ame looked puzzled. It's okay if he doesn't know, but Guangyao Star is full of hidden talents. There are countless families that have done energy business. It's impossible that they haven't heard of the name of the Yi family. Tan Shi interrupted coldly. That's because everyone thinks the young master's last name is Yi. Ame's eyes were wide open, and the skin around his eyes was tight. Damn! Really? The waiters of the Tan family thought the young master's last name was Yi. The head of the family never explained this. Yi Xi blinked. I think this should be the news that Viscount Tannen deliberately released to confuse people. It's just that she is too young. The people around her acted too ordinary, so she never thought her last name was anything special. Until this time, Yi Xian took the initiative to mention it. No wonder her father said that her grandfather would be afraid that she would go to the alliance. The Yi family is indeed a larger family than the Tan family. Its most brilliant performance is in energy, but it also has many branches, covering a staggeringly wide range. Chapter 287. Tan Chi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Young master's father is a very reserved person. Yi Xi glanced at him. Although Tan Chi always had a blank expression on his face, she could more or less catch his emotions after years of getting along with him. She could feel that Tan Chi was not surprised. Except for the matter of Xia Ming'er, he took the initiative to ask her. Over the years, he rarely showed his emotions about anything. Yi Xi stared at him, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Tan Chi, do you know about the Yi Xi family? Tan Chi replied expressionlessly, yes. Ame stretched out his tentacles and rolled him to his side. Okay, you didn't tell us even though you knew. Tan Chi easily broke the tentacles apart, and said coldly, I thought young master didn't care about this matter, it's not a secret. Ame, Yi Xi, She still cares a lot. Yi Xi's curiosity was so intense that he wanted to try. Tan Chi, are you 100 years old? Tan Chi's whole body was stiff, and his great pupils were dilated. Ame's tentacles were erected, and the whole person was in a state of extreme dullness. After a long while, he found his voice again. Young master. What are you kidding? Tan Chi looked so young. How could he be 100 years old? He turned his head and looked at Tan Chi again. Really? What do you think? He was answered by silence. Ame, damn it. You lied to me again. Yi Xi raised her eyebrows high. When the two were distracted, she rushed out like an arrow from a bow. About 5 meters away from Tan Chi, there was nothing there, but a piece of clothing passed through her palm. She shouted loudly, Ame. Tan Chi. Ame's innate skill is invisibility, and he quickly chased to the place where the space fluctuated. Yi Xi turned to look at Tan Chi, who was motionless, and changed his previous joking look. Is it someone from the Tan family? Tan Chi lowered his eyes, and stood like a javelin. Do you think I just found out today? She approached him. The first time was the year when I went to save Xia Ming'er, right? You are not going to tell me yet? After a while, Tan Chi's cold voice came. I don't have enough authority, I can't tell you. Yi Xi looked in the direction where Ame chased. Ame can't catch him, right? Yes. Yi Xi's dark eyes were heavy. You can't say it, so I say it. You just need to nod or shake your head, okay? Tan Chi nodded. That person came with you to protect me. You are in the light, and he is in the dark, right? Yi Xi walked behind the pillar, avoiding the sight of passers-by, and whispered. Nodding. He has a higher rank in the Tan family than you? Nod. Will he follow me to the military academy this time? Nod. Will he interfere with my choice? Tanchi shook his head and took the initiative to speak. He was originally the head of the family to protect the head of the family. After you came to the Tan family, he was transferred to your side. Is there something wrong with my grandfather's health? Tanchi nodded. Yijiai's heart choked. If so, can't he be transferred back? Tanchi shook his head. Young master, I can't comment on the head of the family's actions. I can only obey. He rarely spoke such long words, and it was a bit difficult to pronounce the words. But if you leave without saying goodbye, it's easy to regret it. Yijiai's heart moved, and she turned and walked towards the bathroom. It was not as difficult as she imagined to contact Viscount Tananmin again. Tanchi's words made sense. If she left like this, she would really be nothing. The video was answered very quickly, as if the other party had been waiting for her. Tananmin's voice was quite tired. Xiao Ai, looking at the new white hair on his forehead, Yijiai's heart ached. Grandfather, I didn't expect you to call me via video. According to your temper, you will always be angry for a while. Not angry. Yijiai immediately said, I just don't know how to face you. Tananmin's eyes were as black as ink. Do you hate me? Yijiai shook her head. When she restrained all her sharpness, she still looked well behaved. You are the person closest to me. There is no way I can blame you. She has never had a rebellious period in her life, and she understands the meaning of family affection better than children of this age. Besides, Viscount Tananmin just disagreed with her idea, which was normal for a parent. After all, he had paved the way for her future, but she chose a narrow road full of thorns. You want to go to military school. Why do you have to go to Hongyan? Imperial Army and Saint Rolando are both good. Do you know how worried I was when I heard the news from Rayleigh Hobart? Hongyan is not an ordinary military school. It is a cradle of elite officers, and its annual mortality rate ranks first among all schools. I don't want you to get into trouble. Grandfather, you have to believe me, I will protect myself. But it was obviously difficult to convince him with such a sentence, and Viscount Tananmin's expression did not ease at all. Yijiai's eyes turned cold, and her face was filled with anger and cruelty that Tananmin had never seen before. Too many people want my life, but I don't even know who they are and what their purpose is. Hiding in Guangyu Star may be safe for the time being, but it won't last long. Who knows if my mental strength will explode again? Defense is not my style, and you don't teach me to be tolerant, right? Tananmin was slightly stunned. He has always known that his grandson is kind, but not soft. But he has never seen Yijiai so aggressive. Maybe this is her? Going to Hongyan can allow me to get away from the protection and comfortable environment of the Tan family and really train myself. And it is safe enough, so it is very suitable for me. She looked at the other party directly. Her eyes did not give in. Everything in the Tan family, leave it to Qingda in the future. Tananmin tightened his hand and did not respond directly. Let's talk about this later. Tan Qingda has performed quite well in recent years. He sometimes had this idea. But since Yijiai developed the identifier last time, he could only see her. The heir must be the best person of the Tan family. To be honest, the younger generations of the Tan family are all very good. Not only did they not grow up to be playboys, but they were all more motivated than the other. Even Qin Fei had a high score in the joint entrance examination. No matter where he went recently, he could receive a lot of envious looks. Grandfather. Yijiai called him again, and Tananmin came back to his senses. During the years when I'm not at Guangyu Star, try to hand over some of the things to Qingda. She said in a light tone, a person who knows how to be patient and restrained, who can be both submissive and ruthless, is very suitable for the Tan family. Tananmin rubbed his brows with a headache and said softly, let's talk about this later. Your grandfather is not old enough to be a hands-off boss. Yes, you will live a long life. Yijiai comforted, but don't forget to cultivate the next generation. These things are not what you should consider. When you go to Hongyan, do your best and don't lose the face of my Tan family. Tananmin instructed. Yes. Yijiai smiled. Chapter 288. In the mooring port, a loud horn suddenly sounded, indicating that a ship was about to depart. Yijiai hurried out of the bathroom and rushed over to see that the main ship of the Abyss was still there. The other secondary ships had already cleared the way and sailed away. Yijiai cursed inwardly and had to bite the bullet and board the ship. The soldiers in front of her passed by the facial scanner one after another, and their names and identities were clearly displayed on it. When it was her turn, it was blank. Suddenly, the guards and those around her reacted quickly and drew their guns at her. Who are you? Put your hands up. Yi Jiai slowly raised her hands above her head, trying to act like a new recruit. I'm the trainee commander Nova. I should have followed the number 2 deputy ship, but when I came over, it had already left. The leader took out another instrument to scan her face, and the complete information was displayed. Name, Nova Yelu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Rank, second lieutenant, preliminary, position, trainee commander, number 2 deputy ship. The man looked unhappy. New recruit. If this was on the battlefield, do you know that you might lose your life because you missed the retreat time? Yi Jiai lowered her head. Sorry, Captain, I didn't know the departure time was advanced. The scene was instantly much quieter. New recruit. The man approached her fiercely, and her nose hit his chest directly. Didn't anyone tell you that you can't contradict your superiors in the army? Yi Jiai buried her head and said nothing. Asen, forget it. Why are you arguing with a little girl? Someone nearby tried to persuade him. The person called Ah-san did not give in, and said in a bad tone, Don't you understand? Yi Jiai knew that she had met a soldier, but she did not want to attract too much attention. She just wanted to calm the storm as soon as possible. She stood at attention and said, Report to the commander, I will never be late again. She had a good attitude and was a new soldier. Ah-san had no reason to stop her, and only spit a few words. Yi Jiai saluted and slowly walked towards the command cabin. Nova's identity was fabricated, and it was very different from her. She was a girl with a good figure and a charming appearance. She is currently a freshman majoring in the Imperial Army Commander. She came to serve in the military in advance during college. Yi Jiai was very speechless after boarding the main ship in such a dramatic way. She just hoped that no one would notice her later. But she didn't know one thing. Ji Fan rarely appointed female subordinates. So when she walked into the command cabin, the whole cabin suddenly became quiet. The Abyss fleet was disciplined, and no one was talking to each other, but if she looked up and looked around, she could see the gossip in everyone's eyes. Because she was the only woman in the entire command cabin. Gu Tingjun was sitting in the command seat in the center. When he saw her, his eyebrows were raised high. He was the one who assigned the personnel, so he naturally knew that this person should have gone to the second ship. Yi Jiai lowered his head and walked over. Lieutenant Colonel Gu, the trainee commander Nova is reporting. You didn't even raise your head. How do you know who I am? Gu Tingjun looked at her. In his heart, he was wondering what kind of relationship this person had to get in. Was it really for military service? Or was he aiming for the rank of Major General? After all, this was not the first time. Tingjun, the Major General asked me to ask, why haven't you set off yet? Zhou Jianjun just walked in. He saw the slender figure that could not be hidden by the military uniform, and his eyes lit up immediately. Okay, this is the new girl. The news spread too fast. Yi Jiai took a deep breath, looked up at him, smiled, and quickly lowered her head, making a shy expression. Zhou Jianjun covered his face. This girl looked so lethal. But why did he always feel a little scalp numb? After being interrupted by Zhou Jianjun, Gu Tingjun didn't know what to say. Anyway, there was still so much time, and he knew what he was thinking. He pointed to a place casually. You go and help Captain Wang. Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was trying to catch a ride, she also wanted to steal his skills. Ji Fan taught her about strategic layout, which was a forward-looking direction, but she didn't really need it at this stage. She had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge by herself, and it was time to practice practical skills. The morning passed quickly, and the triangle area centered on Wenhang was the direction for her to learn and absorb knowledge. She had a good brain and quick reaction, and soon helped Wenhang, and the two of them cooperated well. Her move made Gu Ting, who had nothing to do all morning and secretly paid attention to her, a little puzzled. Was she really here for an internship? She looked like this? Wenhang saved the last piece of analysis chart into a folder and smiled. Let's go, I take you to lunch. Most of the Abyss fleet were men, and the few women were basically in the logistics department. Lunchtime was just their working time, and they basically didn't appear in the cafeteria. Although it is not necessary to see shirtless scenes, it is inevitable for a group of men to say some dirty words when they get together. Yi Jiai and Wenhang sat opposite each other. She was mentally strong and didn't think anything of it. Wenhang blushed with embarrassment and felt uneasy. Captain, how long have you been in the Abyss fleet? She tried to find something to say to distract him. Wenhang thought for a while. It's been 13 years. Time flies. Why did you choose to come to the Abyss fleet? This should be the most dangerous fleet in the Empire. Because of the Major General? He is really a very charming person. Wenhang's eyes fell into reminiscence. When I was an intern, I happened to receive a rescue mission. It was to rescue a guest interstellar spaceship attacked by ghost beasts in the wild Fox Star region. Yi Xiai's heart moved. It can't be such a coincidence. At that time, the group of ghost beasts that covered the sky and the sun almost scared me silly. Deputy Commander Gu was not there, and I was completely unsure of the content of my section. But the commander is linked to each other. If my basic data is wrong, there will be major analysis errors in the future. The Major General should have seen this, so he almost taught me step by step. But I still made a huge mistake. I actually ignored the area map of the enemy warships. Yi Xiai opened her eyes wide. She found that listening to these veterans talk about the past was also a very interesting thing. Fortunately, the Major General found out, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Even now, he still looked frightened. The Major General didn't scold me at the time, and later let me work independently, trusting me very much. I was so touched that I vowed in my heart to stay on the Abyss Fleet. He looked around. Many people here have tried hard to stay because of the Major General. Suddenly, a meal plate fell from the sky and was placed between the two of them. Gu Tingjin said casually, "Nova, send this to the commander's room." Yi Xiai coughed violently. "Commander's room? Jifan?" Chapter 289. Yes. Yi Xiai stood up. Wen Heng, alas, let's finish eating before we leave. The Major General is not in a hurry. Yi Xiai's hurried back answered him. Wen Heng put down his hand and said in a resentful tone, "Lieutenant Colonel, no matter what, you have to let him finish his meal." Gu Tingjin's delicate eyebrows were full of teasing. "Why? You have developed feelings for your little apprentice so quickly? People should not fight with officials, let alone with their superiors." Wen Heng sighed, and just buried his head in eating. Nova Yelu had a clear direction, and knew the location of the commander's room at a glance. Gu Tingjin's suspicion continued to deepen. Whose family is so stubborn that they set a vase to challenge the Major General's aesthetics? Yi Xiai turned to the corridor and breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Tingjin and Hu Lin are the heads of the Abyss Fleet's think tank. Unless necessary, she really doesn't want to have too much contact with these two people. It's really too easy to be exposed. However, if you mention the devil will appear. Hu Lin walked towards her. He just came out of Jifan, and saw a human vase carrying a plate and going straight to the commander's room. He stopped. "Where is your nameplate? Why don't you wear it?" Yi Xiai buried his head and said respectfully, "Lieutenant Colonel Hu, I am Nova Yelu, a new trainee commander, and I don't have a nameplate yet." She pinched her throat to speak, and her voice was soft and weak, and any grown man would feel comfortable listening to it. But Hu Lin and Gu Tingjin were obviously the same kind of people. He frowned and began to look at her. Could it be that without his knowledge, the taste of the Major General changed, became interested in this style? This was the first time someone had brought a vase up so blatantly. "Why do you want to send food to the commander?" After a period of stockpiling darts, he gained weight again and blocked the middle of the corridor like a small hill. Yi Xiai suddenly had an idea and tried to pass the plate over. "Lieutenant Colonel Hu, why don't you help me take it to the commander?" Hu Lin's eyes moved slightly, reluctant to accept. The people who came back this time were of higher rank. The journey was so boring, he finally had some adjusters. He turned sideways and spoke in a lighter tone, as if he was afraid of scaring her. "I have something else to do, you go. The commander is not in a good mood recently, you should be careful." Yi Xiai's hand holding the plate tightened. All this naturally could not escape Hu Lin's eyes. Hu Lin left here in a very good mood. He had to make a bet with Gu Tingjin quickly to see when this coquettish woman would be kicked off the ship by the Major General. He bet for 3 days. Yi Xiai walked through the corridor at a snail's pace, stood at the door of the commander's room, took a few deep breaths, and knocked on the door gently. "Come in," Jifan said coldly. Yi Xiai lowered his head, took a few quick steps, put the plate on his desk, and said softly, "Commander, your lunch." Jifan was studying the frontline battle situation on the sand table. When he heard the voice, he found that it was a girl. He turned off the sand table and turned to look. A strong sense of disobedience lingered in his heart. "Why did you send it? Where is Gu Tingjin?" There was a spy who tampered with his 3 meals, and these things were done by Gu Tingjin. "Lieutenant Colonel Gu seems to have something to do, so I sent it over." Yi Xiai buried his head tightly. She thought Jifan would be unhappy, but he walked past her and sat down at the desk and started eating directly. "Ting is really busy, you can deliver the food during this period." Yi Xiai walked out with a confused look on his face. Back to the command cabin, he was still a little dazed. Wen Heng saw that she was absent-minded and took the initiative to care. "Nova, did you get scolded? The Major General has not been in a good mood recently. It's okay." But he was thinking in his heart that Lieutenant Colonel Gu was too deceiving, and he must stop little Nova from delivering food tomorrow. Look how scared the child is. He has been staying in the Abyss Fleet since his internship. He is young and has received a lot of care. Now there is someone younger than him, and she is also a soft and cute girl. The mentality of a hen protecting her chicks suddenly broke out. Yijia came back to his senses. The commander asked me to deliver food to him every day. Wen Hang, Gu Tingjun, who secretly paid attention to the two people's movements, Oh no, he forgot to ask Zhou Jianjun when he made a bet with Hu Lin this time. Could it be that the reason why all forces have not succeeded in these years is because they misunderstood the Major General's preferences? The Major General originally liked this kind of voluptuous vase? Maybe it should be called bright features? In the next few days, the style of the entire command cabin and even the main ship was a little wrong. The reason is that the people of the Abyss Fleet seem to have discovered their commander's unknown preference. That day, after the soldiers finished training together, they chatted about gossip in the training ground as usual. Soldier A, have you heard? The new recruit was favored by the commander. Soldier B, directly included in the old A team? This luck is too good. An ace mecha team led by Zhou Jianjun, all of whom have A-grade physique, and the soldiers jokingly call them the old A team. Soldier C, it's not what you think. It's just that I like someone, don't you understand? Soldier D, damn it, you have to guess here. It's just that men like women, you don't even understand. A group of soldiers exclaimed. The iron tree has bloomed after thousands of years? Soldier B, isn't the new recruit the one named Nova? She's quite friendly and good-looking. Soldier C, she's really good-looking. Our platoon leader asked for her communication number before, but was rejected. Soldier E, how did you know about this? You make it sound so convincing. Soldier A looked around and didn't see anyone, so he whispered, don't tell anyone, my brother on the upper bunk. Didn't he run to our dormitory because there was no room in the commander's cabin? He said that the Major General would come to the command cabin every day to take a look, and then give everyone some guidance. The one who stayed the longest was the girl. Soldier F, the girl is only a freshman, and she doesn't know a lot of things when she comes to serve in the military. It's normal for the Major General to stay a little longer. Soldier A, brother, that's wrong. The master assigned by Lieutenant Colonel Gu to the girl is Wen Hang. Wen Hang is still a reliable person. He finally got a young and soft girl. He used to talk about it every day in the dormitory, saying that he would take good care of her, but now, he doesn't say anything when he goes back. Soldier B, the command cabin is like chicken blood every day, the Major General teaches in person. I'm afraid that group of people must be crazy with joy. Soldier A, isn't it true? One by one, they want to worship Nova. Some bring fruits, and some bring snacks. I heard that Lieutenant Colonel Gu has turned a blind eye to it now. Soldier F, oh my god, the commander is actually competing with Wen Hang for his apprentice. Everyone, brother, you are really wrong. Yijia, who secretly came here to train and hid in the virtual mecha cabin, listened to the whole process and dared not go out. Chapter 290. Nova, let's go and eat. When it was time for dinner, the men in the command cabin greeted her enthusiastically. After staying here for almost half a month, Nova had completely become one with them. Gu Tingjun sat in the main seat, looking listless. He lost. Old who bet on 3 days, he bet on 15 days, and today happened to be the 16th day. This girl is lucky to stay here. All the money went into the pocket of the witness Zhou Jianjun, and this guy was laughing even in his dreams at night. The warship was very fast, and they had already traveled half of the way. Yijia was sorting out the star map of the next section, without raising his head. I haven't finished my work yet, you go and eat. Little Nova, come and do it after dinner. It's only a little while left, you go first, I be there soon, she said with a smile. Seeing her persistence, everyone stopped shouting, and left the command cabin one by one, arm in arm. Gu Tingjun coughed, pay attention to your military appearance. He was so powerful that everyone immediately stood in a row, and walked out with an upright posture. Yijia has been busy recently because her master Wen Hang was transferred to the second ship. And it was an obvious promotion, so all the data analysis work fell on her. It takes at least 5 years to go from a novice, who knows nothing, to a commander, who can quickly analyze the situation in different star fields. But Nova Yelu only has 10 days. Even if she is only responsible for the analysis of a small area now, the task is very heavy. She often has to stay up late to read the summary left by Wen Hang. This is also the reason why her work has not made any major mistakes for the time being. The route is fixed. The Abyss Fleet has traveled back and forth from Guangyao Star to the front lines several times. When Hang knows the starfield very well. Knock knock. The knock on the door woke her up. Looking up, Ji Fan was standing by the door. Yiji's scalp tingled. Oh no, she forgot to get Ji Fan food. Looking at the time, she found that it was past mealtime. The Abyss Fleet has strict discipline, and there are set times for meals and rest. If you go too late, the cafeteria will be closed. She stood up immediately. Commander, I'm sorry. Sorry. Eat. Ji Fan interrupted her. Yiji followed Ji Fan back to the commander's room in a daze. There were 2 plates on the desk. Ji Fan handed her the chopsticks and said in a very natural manner, eat. He didn't care about her and started eating. Yiji had been busy all morning and was hungry at this time. She didn't want to worry so much, so she sat down and started eating. It's just that the process is a bit hard to describe. For example, as soon as she finished eating the meat, there were a few more pieces of braised pork on the plate. When she wanted to drink soup, there was a bowl of soup at hand. After she finished eating, she put down her chopsticks. The plate was taken away. Ji Fan rolled up his sleeves and cleaned the plate in no time. Yiji's words of resistance were still stuck in his throat. In this situation, even she, who was slow-witted, felt that something was wrong. Is this the Imperial patron saint she knew, Major General Ji Fan? Could Ji Fan really be attracted to her face? So her idol likes this style? When she thought of this, she felt like sitting on pins and needles. Her butt moved around, and she was restless. She was about to say goodbye, but the other party said casually, there are some problems with the data you did this morning. She sat down again and smiled. You tell me. Ji Fan wiped his hands, put down his sleeves, walked to the sand table, and called up the nebula map of the Andromeda Galaxy. What are the most feared accidents in interstellar travel? Wormhole instability, black hole, space-time turbulence, meteorite belt, etc. What are the signs of unstable wormholes? He called up the situation of M32. This is the image sent back by the scouts. Yiji subconsciously walked to his side and carefully observed the sand table. M32's surface is closely attached to a layer of helium combustion. Because it is too bright, it is very difficult to observe the situation near it. However, there is a military wormhole near M32. Because it is an unstable wormhole, it needs to be carefully observed and tested before each passage. She carefully observed it this morning, and did not find any problems. But the current situation is different from that in the morning. M32 has already shown obvious gravitational vortexes. This is a sign that the wormhole has begun to collapse. Her face changed drastically. Oh no, we can't pass, we must withdraw. As soon as she finished speaking, the hull suddenly shook violently. Her mind was elsewhere, her feet softened, and she was held in Ji Fan's arms. Commander. Enemy. Zhou Jianjun rushed in. Just saw Ji Fan's hand tightly holding the girl's waist. There was almost no distance between the two. He stood there for a few seconds, but he tried to cover up. I didn't see anything. With a bang, he closed the door. Then he ran to the command cabin at a very fast speed. Gu Tingjun stood in the center and saw him. Have you said it? Zhou Jianjun's face turned red, and he gestured and drew. At first, Gu Tingjun looked impatient, but after seeing the back, his face gradually became weird. You mean, they had lunch together? Zhou Jianjun nodded. And the two of them were hugging? Continue to nod. Are you still asleep? Gu Tingjun asked suspiciously. He suspected that Zhou Jianjun had a dream, and couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality. After all, he had done this before. Believe me, I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Jianjun looked confident. Gu Tingjun's face changed. At this time, Hu Lin pushed the door open. Zhou Jianjun, what are you doing? People are running to the front, and you don't send people to chase. Tingjun is the same. The command cabin has not responded for a long time. What are you two talking about here? A blind star pirate ran away when he saw the logo of the Abyss. Why bother so much? Gu Tingjun waved his hand and motioned Hu Lin to come over. Hu Lin touched his bald head, leaned over, and whispered, What's wrong? Gu Tingjun whispered a few words in his ear. Hu Lin's eyes were erratic. Jianjun, are you sure? Zhou Jianjun shook his head firmly, his dark face still red. It was excitement. The three of them were mumbling here, and everyone in the command cabin was worried for a long time. Based on experience, when these three meet, they will cause trouble. But isn't it calm now? If they knew that the three people looked like this because they had aroused the gossip spirit in their bodies, they would surely shout, Big mistake. On the other side, Yiji thought something happened. Not only did she not notice that someone was hugging her waist, but her hands were still tightly holding Ji Fan's arms. What should I do? The wormhole is going to collapse. Feeling the slenderness and softness under her hands, Ji Fan's fingers moved slightly, lowered his eyes to look at her, and his voice was unbelievably mellow. Don't worry, it didn't go in. Yi Jiai opened her eyes wide. You made a mistake in analysis, but the basic data is fine, and others have discovered it. Yi Jiai blinked. Then this is probably a star pirate. Nothing to be afraid of. Yi Jiai finally reacted to the embarrassing situation on the scene, slightly broke free, and withdrew from Ji Fan's arms. I'm leaving first, Commander. Ji Fan looked at her fleeing back, and suddenly said, Come and ask me to go to the cafeteria for dinner tomorrow. Yi Jiai paused as he was about to open the door, and turned his back to him. This is not a good idea. The soldiers will be so excited to see you that they won't be able to eat. She didn't want to go to the cafeteria with Ji Fan for dinner, and who knows what the rumors would be. Really? Where Yi Jiai couldn't see, Ji Fan twisted his fingers, his eyes like a pool of ink, seeing that the lieutenant is eating very happily. I can eat more. Yi Jiai's back stiffened, and he laughed. Since in this case, I will also come to eat with the commander tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to die. Chapter 291. Is the commander not back yet? Zhou Jianjun asked as he entered the room. Hu Lin was lying on the sofa, eating nuts happily, looking like a salted fish who didn't want to care about anything. Gu Tingzhen looked numb. The sparring time is getting longer and longer every day. Zhou Jianjun, Little Nova has indeed persisted longer. People in the team are discussing her every day. If it weren't for the military discipline, I'm afraid they would have opened a gambling table. Thinking of these two people gambling every day, his voice was much lower when he said the last sentence. Gu Tingzhen didn't care about these things, and asked, How long have you persisted today? When I came here, they said it was already 40 minutes. 1 hour today should be no problem. Zhou Jianjun said with a bitter face, Do you think the commander is interested in her? I heard that he was very cruel. Hu Lin looked at him expressionlessly and thought, Idiot. Zhou Jianjun was very familiar with his eyes, and walked to Gu Tingzhen with grievance. What have you found? Tell me. Gu Tingzhen sighed, and couldn't bear it, so he gave a friendly reminder. Don't you think that Nova is familiar? Zhou Jianjun wiped his head. To be honest, every time I see her, I feel weird, as if I have seen her before. Gu Tingzhen sighed twice, and felt very sorry for this person, who had some kind of innate intuition, but couldn't use it. Think about it again, who else has the commander done this to? This question almost didn't need to be thought about. Zhou Jianjun opened his mouth and said, Isn't it the one from the Tan family? Wait, he took a breath. Are you saying that little Nova is Yi Jiai? Hu Lin threw a handful of nuts into his mouth, thinking, there is still hope. Zhou Jianjun is very familiar with the two people. He knew that he guessed right by looking at their expressions. He looked surprised. How did you find out? Her disguise is flawless. I swear on my name. Don't forget, she has a father who is a physicist, and Master Amber is her master. Hu Lin spoke, his voice was lazy. He was like this when he was not doing anything. I have to say, he really knew the truth. The mask that Yi Jiai is using now, covering from head to toe, is made of unknown material, and even has capillaries on it, close to the skin, difficult to detect. It was made by Master Amber. Gu Tingzhen, based on my understanding of the commander, the only person who can make him make exceptions repeatedly is the one from the Tan family. Zhou Jianjun suddenly realized, the commander is Yi Jiai's godfather. He would have recognized her once he got close, so why did she pretend? Hu Lin, this is also a question that I can't figure out. From the moment she boarded the main ship, she was exposed to the commander's vision. Gu Tingzhen narrowed his eyes, unless she can't feel the commander's mental power. Hu Lin suddenly sat up, nuts fell to the ground. Could she be the legendary cosmic autism patient? As an intelligence chief, Hu Lin has all kinds of cold knowledge and news in his mind. There was a brief silence in the rest cabin. Gu Tingzhen sighed twice. Let me mourn for the commander for 3 seconds. Most of his sexual happiness in the second half of his life has gone just like this. If Yi Jiai was here, seeing these two people guess her illness in a few words, I'm afraid she would burst into tears. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his hands. No, I have to go and see. After saying that, he rushed out of the door. Hu Lin lay down again. Gu Tingzhen kicked him with his leg. You have been a little passive recently? Hu Lin squinted at him. I am deeply worried about my career future. According to the current information, the commander is prone to accidents, and Yi Jiai is even worse. I can't even imagine these two staying together. Gu Tingzhen, damn, he really wants to get off the ship. Seeing that they are getting closer and closer to Hong'an Star, Ji-fan is getting bolder and bolder. In addition to having lunch with Yi, there is also a one-on-one extra training every night. A bunch of big men on the ship are envious. Every night, they go to watch in groups. At first, everyone was still curious, thinking that the Major General was training Little Nova with some ulterior motives, but as they watched, they were shocked. Isn't Little Nova too strong? This combat power is infinitely close to A. Among the weak commanders, she is simply outstanding. Especially today, Little Nova is like she doesn't care about her life. She was always beaten away, but never called for a stop. Ji-fan is completely able to crush Yi's strength, so when the two of them practice, it depends on her to decide when to stop. When Zhou Jianjun came over, he saw Yi being kicked away, holding her abdomen, and didn't get up for a long time. Although the commander's kick just now relieved the force, Little Nova's physical strength was not A after all, and her ribs were probably broken. A group of men around shouted, "Nova! Nova! Nova!" Yi hung her head. From her throat to her abdominal cavity, it was like a saw, slowly grinding inside. It hurt so much. But she felt that she still had strength, and after spitting out the blood bubbles in her mouth, she supported herself on the ground and stood up. "Nova!" A group of men knocked on the wall and shouted her name. Ji-fan stood there with deep eyebrows and eyes motionless. Yi rushed over and punched her in the face. There was a sigh at the scene. The ending was very obvious. Ji-fan could easily catch her. But Zhou Jianjun obviously didn't think so, and Yi's feet showed that she had a backhand. Sure enough, amid the exclamations of the crowd, Yi jumped up along with the force of Ji-fan grabbing her, turned around and prepared to jump onto the opponent's shoulder and lock his throat again. But often the idea is very perfect, and the reality is very skinny. Ji-fan understood her intention, and fell to the right side. When he was about to dodge, he heard a muffled groan. Yi had nowhere to borrow strength in the air. Originally, she could have landed safely relying on the strength of her waist and abdomen, but her ribs were broken. The waist strength was seriously insufficient, and the movement was excruciating. She even sprained her waist. She simply closed her eyes, and fell down, not very high. But the pain she imagined did not come. There was a meat pad under her buttocks. She opened her eyes, and lowered her head, and saw Ji-fan's eyes, like ink dripping on rice paper, deep and unspeakable. Her waist was firmly fixed by a pair of big hands. This was a standard position of woman on top and man on bottom. As soon as she wanted to move, her waist and abdomen were in great pain. "Don't move." The person lying on the ground was obviously Ji-fan, but he was not at a disadvantage at all, and ordered coldly. But she finally knew the role of the big hands, temporarily acting as a splint. The whole audience was silent. Zhou Jianjun was the one who knew exactly what happened, but the scene in front of him was too beautiful for him to bear to look at. To be honest, he never dared to think that the commander was down there before. Cough. Someone coughed uncomfortably. Then, there was a series of coughs. The sound became louder and louder, and some brave people even whistled. Yi's face became redder and redder. Chapter 292. Turn around. Staring at Yi's radiant face, Ji-fan ordered. When they heard his words, everyone turned their backs. Although their bodies subconsciously obeyed the order, their minds allowed them to be absent-minded, and a group of men started to make noises in the training ground. Ji-fan ignored the group of people and looked at Yi. "I'm up." Before Yi could react, he had already straightened up. The tip of her nose was no more than 1 centimeter away from his chest, and there was a warm breath on her head. Her skin trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to retreat. "Don't move." Ji-fan put one hand around her back, and with a light hook of his right hand, Yi was easily picked up by him. Zhou Jianjun almost broke apart on the spot when he saw the scene from the corner of his eye. "Wow!" The crowd made more noises. Yi pursed her lips and buried her head in Ji-fan's arms to let herself die. Anyway, this is not her face, so whatever. Feeling the thoughts of the person in his arms, Ji-fan let out a low muffled laugh. Before leaving the training ground, he suddenly turned his head and said with a straight face, "Everyone, 5,000 meters weighted run." Ah! Everyone was crazy. But they dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Back in the commander's room, Ji-fan gently put Yi into the repair cabin, which smelled of the special repair fluid that she was very familiar with. Seeing that he didn't leave for a long time, Yi's eyes turned around, and she was very uneasy. Could Ji-fan really like her face? In this case, wouldn't it be better for her to confess earlier? What if she fell in love? Wouldn't it be a heavy sin? After thinking this through, Yi finally plucked up the courage and prepared to speak. But there was a slight clang sound, and Ji Fan closed the hatch of the repair cabin. Yizhi, A feeling of sleepiness came over her, and she fell asleep quickly. After staring at her sleeping face for a long time, Ji Fan walked towards the bathroom. I don't know what material this mask is made of, but it doesn't affect the absorption of the repair fluid. It's just like sticking a layer of human skin on the body. 1 hour later, the repair hatch opened automatically, and the green repair fluid had turned white. Yizhi felt that she was energetic enough to fight another 500 rounds. It was indeed a special repair fluid specially provided for Ji Fan, and the effect was amazing. When she walked out, she was stunned on the spot. Ji Fan was wearing a pure black silk robe and a pair of cloth slippers. He was standing in front of the sand table to simulate a battle. His thinking speed was very fast, and the battle situation changed several times, which was complicated and difficult to understand. Perhaps because he was in the lounge, he was dressed very casually. His robe was lightly gathered. A loose belt hung around his waist, revealing a large area of bronze skin on his chest and abdomen. His hair was not dried, still dripping with water, and there was a dark stain around his neck. He looked focused, and from the side, one could see not only his extremely superior jawline, but also his long semicircular eyelashes. Blinking, Yizhi's little heart beat uncontrollably. As an older leftover woman on Earth, the warning lights in her mind all lit up at that moment. 2. Seductive. At the same time, Ji Fan seemed to be suddenly disturbed by something. His palm paused, and the scene of the two armies confronting each other was stuck in the middle, and the entire sand table seemed to be paused. He turned his head suddenly, and under the light, his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. It was so bright that it was scary. At that moment, Yizhi seemed to see a majestic lion-tiger beast jumping out from Ji Fan's forehead, and the strong aura of aggression made her take a step back. The lion-tiger beast suddenly disappeared again. Ji Fan rubbed his eyebrows. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Come here. Yizhi pursed her lips, not wanting to get close to him at this time, but due to Ji Fan's power, she walked slowly to his side. Ji Fan suddenly stretched out his hand, and Yizhi blocked it reflexively. Ji Fan obviously didn't expect her to attack at this time, leaving a gap. Yizhi grabbed it fiercely, and Ji Fan's belt was pulled off, and his nightgown spread out, revealing a large area of skin. Fortunately, he was wearing pajamas. But the muscular chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and mermaid lines. No, I can't look at it anymore. Yizhi immediately turned his face away, and the tip of his ears was red. Ji Fan was stunned for a while, then slowly picked up the belt and tied it up, saying in a teasing tone, I want to see how your ribs are healing. Why are you so nervous? Yizhi, Ji Fan's action just now was indeed not like he was going to attack. Sorry. Her voice was stiff. But judging from your reaction, there should be no problem. Don't be so stubborn in the future, go back quickly. Ji Fan seemed to sigh. Yizhi was not stubborn, she just wanted to train for a while, and seeing that Hongyun Star was about to arrive, how could there be such a good opportunity for Ji Fan to be her sparring partner? Thinking of everything that happened during this period, the feeling of guilt hit her heart again. She took a deep breath and began to explain. Commander, I'm sorry, I'm not Nova. Ji Fan's eyebrows moved slightly, and his dark eyes darkened. Oh, then you are? Here it comes, that suffocating feeling comes again. Yizhi felt as if there were dense threads around her that trapped her in the center, and even breathing became difficult. Ji Fan, it's me, she said with difficulty. Who are you? Ji Fan suddenly approached her, and the distance between the two became very close, and they could even feel each other's breathing clearly. Yizhi's back froze, and the whole person suddenly stood up. Ji Fan's fingers pressed on the interface of the mask behind her. He always knew. How did he see it? She frowned and was about to say something. Ji Fan suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, Xiao Ai, you lied to me for so long, as compensation, can you let me study this mask? The too close distance made Yizhi extremely uncomfortable. She was about to retreat again, but found that there was a wall behind her. There was no way to retreat. In other words, she didn't know when she was trapped by Ji Fan. Yizhi's thoughts were extremely confused, and she couldn't remember what Amber said when she gave it to her. She nodded randomly. Okay. Ji Fan immediately stepped back, with a slightly resentful tone. Xiao Ai, I haven't seen you for so long, let me see you, okay? Yizhi turned her head slightly, feeling her heart trembling. If Gu Tingjun was here, he would definitely scold Ji Fan for being a hooligan and relying on beauty to get to the top. But Yizhi obviously didn't think so. She was still extremely guilty. The thoughts seemed to run out by themselves, and Ji Fan led them by the nose. She heard her own voice. Okay. She didn't wear anything inside the mask, so she could only change clothes in the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little overwhelmed. The air around her was full of Ji-Fan's breath, his toiletries, his change of clothes. How did things develop to this point? She sighed deeply and opened the bathroom door. Ji-Fan had changed into a military uniform and stood at the door, his eyebrows and eyes soft. Shall I, do you want to go to space to have a look? Chapter 293. Two mechas separated from the abyss, one Liuguang and one Yin, and soared into the sky. They disappeared from everyone's sight at a very fast speed. Everyone in the command cabin, Liuguang belongs to the commander, but whose is the Yin? Could it be Xiao Nova? A commander who can drive Yin? Is she really a commander instead of a mecha combat system? Shall I this way? Ji-Fan reminded in the communication channel. Yi followed the trace of Liuguang, past the planet, passed through the meteorite belt, and came to a strange place. This is... Yi's pupils reflected all kinds of brilliant lights, and his heart was shocked. The stream of light quietly floated to her side, and Ji-Fan's magnetic voice came. This is the Snow Angel, also known as the Charlotte 2 to 1098 star cluster, which is surrounded by dust and gas. It is a baby star nursery. The time and space lines here seem to be disordered? Yi said softly. Her mental power is very high, enough to see inside through the white fog on the surface. Both the star nursery and the death site are like this. Perhaps it should not be called disorder, but just an order that we cannot understand. Yi did not speak, but in her heart she agreed with Ji-Fan's words. Yi Xian said that humans are not a species favored by this universe. The emergence of mental power is an accident. Many things cannot be explained with humans' current vision and technology. Next, Ji-Fan took her to float freely in space, and would stop to explain to her in detail any interesting planets he passed by. Like a conscientious tour guide. Ji-Fan, do you have the entire star field in your mind? She was really curious. It's not difficult to remember these. Ji-Fan didn't care much. No wonder he found the mistakes in her analysis at a glance. This kind of terrifying memory is beyond the reach of ordinary people. This night, Yi really opened her eyes. She truly experienced that she was indeed in an era of interstellar integration. On the way back, she couldn't help but sigh, if only Ji-Lan could see these. She still remembered that the boy said with a sighing expression that he couldn't leave Guangyu Star. Ji-Fan's heart moved. Then she heard her continue. Can't the imperial family leave Guangyu Star? Yeah, he responded vaguely. Although Guangyu Star is already a very good planet, the interstellar is so big that I always feel sorry for not being able to come out to see it. Do you care about him a lot? Ji-Fan suddenly asked, his voice a little ambiguous. Yi didn't think much about it. Yes, I was able to successfully escape from Guangyu Star this time, thanks to him, and it was also he who passed the news to my grandfather on Bay Star last time. What do you think of him? Ji-Lan is very good, young and handsome, with a gentle temper and outstanding temperament, and very popular in school. She suddenly thought of Tanshinga. Can the royal family choose their own marriage? Ji-Fan didn't respond for a long time. After a long time, his voice came from the other side, cold and frightening. You like him? No. Yi hurriedly said, it's just that I have a friend who has been secretly in love with him for many years, and I just asked casually. She just mentioned it casually, but she didn't expect Ji-Fan to answer this question seriously. The royal family of the empire is not so strict, but Lanner's identity is more special, and it is difficult for him to have his own choice in marriage. Yi mind suddenly twitched, and she asked casually, what about your marriage? Can't you choose it yourself? The Tan family is different from other families, and with her mother in front and her father behind, she guessed that Viscount Tannenming and Kavinik would not care too much about her marriage. So she was quite curious whether a family like the Ji family would also talk about the idea of marrying someone of equal status. Of course. Yi was a little surprised. Ah! Ji-Fan laughed softly. At least you have to have good character and outstanding virtues. Now, Yi knew that Ji-Fan was joking with her no matter what. Then you have been old for so many years, and you haven't met someone with good character and outstanding virtues? She said sarcastically, deliberately emphasizing the pronunciation of the word old. After a moment of silence, Ji-Fan suddenly whispered, Am I very old? Yi almost thought she had heard it wrong. Why is this person focusing on such a remote place? How could it be? You are in your prime. Who said you are old? She denied it immediately. Ji-Fan said faintly, Compared to you, I am indeed much older. Yi was stunned. Compared to her? She almost caught up with Jifan's age in her 2 lifetimes, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. In Jifan's eyes, this became a default. Feeling like something was blocking his chest, he said in a deep voice, "Girls of your age have someone they like, right? What about you?" Yijai? Question mark. He really didn't expect that Jifan in real life was such a gossipy person. After thinking seriously for a while, she answered, "The word like is very far away for me. Maybe I was moved when I was young, but now it is all gone." No matter what, she couldn't be attracted to a bunch of little brats. She was referring to Earth. She did have a crush on someone in high school, but under the pressure of the college entrance examination, this crush soon ended. Because the memory was so deep, she still remembered it all these years. But to her, it always seemed like something that happened in her previous life. This sentence was undoubtedly a blow to Ji-fan. Who was she attracted to when she was young? Who was it? But no matter who it was, it couldn't be him. At that moment, he tasted something called bitterness. But for someone like Ji-fan, temporary defeats in the battlefield or in the love field were not enough to knock him down. He asked indirectly, after going to Hongyan, "Will you plan to have a relationship?" Although Yijai had many question marks on her forehead, she felt more like a role like a master or teacher caring about her. She answered seriously like a primary school student, "I don't have such plans at the moment, but I am a very easygoing person. I see if it depends on fate." Yes, she is not opposed to love. In her previous life, she died without even holding a man's hand. But after being a saint for a long time, she is not afraid anymore. She will stay single. She would rather die than settle for anything. It's not that she doesn't have expectations for college life. After all, the feelings during this period are the most sincere, but she doesn't force it. As the saying goes, everything depends on fate. This made Ji-fan's whole body ring with alarm bells. Hongyan Military Academy is full of young people with strong hormones. Yijai went there, just like a sheep entering a wolf circle, and there is no return. He suddenly regretted it. I shouldn't have told her about Hongyan Military Academy. I shouldn't have helped her get out of Guangyu Star and followed the Viscount's intention to study medicine in Guangyu Star, which is safe and beautiful. But these thoughts were only a moment. The most memories of Yijai in his mind were her eyes. No matter what the situation, they were always bright and calm. This was clearly a young eagle, and he couldn't break her wings. That would only end up like Viscount Tannenming, drifting away from her. Chapter 294. After returning to the commander's room, Ji-fan sat quietly for a while, and called Gu Tingjin. He issued a series of orders in response to the battle situation on the front line, which made the opponent unable to recover for a long time. Is he worthy of being a commander? He didn't forget to work while flirting with girls. Gu Tingjin sighed. "Tingjin, are you and your girlfriend okay?" Ji-fan asked casually. "I don't talk about feelings. What girlfriend?" Gu Haiwang, Tingjin said expressionlessly. Ji-fan, How could he forget even this? Wait, Gu Tingjin recovered. "This is the main content of today, right?" he said. "There is no urgent military information, and he was called up so late." He simply sat down. "Although I don't talk about feelings, I understand women. What problems have you encountered? Brother will help you solve them." Ji-fan coughed lightly. "Do you think girls nowadays like those who are older than themselves?" "No. Now younger men, fresh meat, and young milk dogs are popular. Liking uncles was a thing of the past 10 years. Gu Tingjin hit him mercilessly. The imperial nobles still retain the rule that men are older than women. Ji-fan, But you are not in this range. Your identity exceeds the age limit. Why does she think you are old? After thinking carefully, Ji-fan said cautiously, "She doesn't seem to like those younger than herself. As for the one from the Tan family, although she is almost an adult, she is experienced and retro in style. It would be strange if she could like a young man." Gu Tingjin is a nagging and poisonous person, but his eyes are sharp. "Commander, based on my years of looking at women, I guarantee that you are definitely her type." "I am her type?" Ji-fan repeated, looking puzzled. Gu Tingjin patted his head. He forgot that this person didn't understand these popular terms. "It means that you are her type, regardless of age. She has a retro style?" Ji-fan's focus is here. "Yes, look at the nobles of the capital star, when they were young, who didn't spend their days in debauchery, playing shuttle and picking up women. Hu Lin said that after she left the Tan family, she either went to Renha Hospital or the Research Institute, like an old woman in her 30s, focusing on her career. Under her influence, the younger generation of the Tan family has been led astray, and each one is more promising than the other." Ji-fan frowned. "It's better to have clear life goals and plans than to waste youth, and she did a good job." "My Major General." Gu Tingjin shouted. He usually only called the commander on the ship. It can be seen that he was really moved. Do you think everyone is born like you too, with different everything that people can't get after a lifetime of struggle? You are born with responsibility, but there are still many people who do nothing all day and need happiness to nourish them. Seeing that Ji Fan was unmoved, Gu Tingjin said to himself, forget it, it's boring to tell you these things. If you really understand, you can't be the guardian of the empire. However, the more I think about it, the more I think you are a perfect match. Tell me, how is it going now? Ji Fan put his hands together and lay back on the chair. It's still in the stage of spying on the enemy. Gu Tingjin, Commander, are you in love or fighting? If Ji Fan's habit of fighting is followed, he will be called to discuss at this time, usually when the war is stalemate. If he and Hu Lin are called at the same time, it means that the situation is very complicated. If the three of them are called at the same time, it means that the situation is extremely serious. Then, the current situation should be okay? He quickly reacted. Is there something wrong? Ji Fan couldn't just say that he felt that Yixi was going to have a relationship in college, and that he had little chance. He could only say in a roundabout way, is there any way to make a girl nowadays fall in love quickly? The first step to fall in love is to make the other person feel moved. Then use this feeling, like eating the line of soldiers, to slowly penetrate into the other person's life. Let her get used to you, care about you, be pleased with you, and finally have to have you. Gu Tingjin, who has seen countless women, touched his chin and said, how do you usually do it? The best learning starts with reference, Ji Fan asked without shame. Me? Give gifts? All kinds of gifts. Gu Tingjin was very frank. He was always generous to women. Ji Fan frowned. Gift? If it was an ordinary woman, Gu Ting could really say a lot of things. But when the object was Yixi, he was silent for a rare time. Diamond jewelry? It doesn't look like she likes it when she is usually barefaced. Brand name bags? Her clothes are at least from brands like Mungwar, Shuttles. She has them all, and she probably has a collection of many out-of-print items. Mecha? Are you kidding? Her silver chains are all made by Master Amber himself. House? That's even more nonsense. She has a planet. Reputation? Can it exceed the reputation of the voice of the earth? Damn, the more I think about it, the more sour it gets. Reincarnation is really a technical job. After thinking hard for a long time, if he couldn't even fart, Ji Fan would probably question his workability. He chose his words carefully. No matter what the gift is, as long as it takes enough effort, I think that person will like it. Ji Fan touched the sound stone on his neck through his military uniform. Was it a thoughtful gift? Gu Tingjin would never have thought that one day, he would sit in front of Ji Fan and seriously analyze and discuss how to pursue a woman, just like the pre-war deployment. I know you go back. Ji Fan stood up, turned around with his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. Yes, Commander. Until Gu Tingjin walked out, he didn't understand what Ji Fan knew. He was still at a loss. In the next few days, Ji Fan always found various reasons to get close to Nova. The whole day, the two of them were together for more than half of the day. When you can't find the commander, ask where Nova is, you will definitely find her. Even though she knew that this state was not right, Yixi couldn't refuse. Or she didn't want to refuse. The temptation of Ji Fan's one-on-one teaching was too great. During this period, she had a qualitative leap in both theoretical knowledge and practical operation, and even her fighting level. If you let Ji Fan go like this, you are simply being stupid. Besides, it's not her own face, so let those rumors go. It's only true that she can get benefits. In the commander's room, Yixi simulated the sand table according to her own ideas, and looked at Ji Fan with bright eyes. It looks like a small animal wagging its tail waiting for praise. Ji Fan's heart softened. Very good. Tomorrow, we should reach Hongyan Star, right? Yixi withdrew her hand, and the sand table immediately returned to its original state. Yeah. Ji Fan stared at her. Is there anything you want to say to me? Thank you? Yixi blinked. Because she was used to Ji Fan's presence, she became more casual. So simple? Ji Fan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 295. The day before Yixi started school, the abyss passed by Hongyan Star. The two mechas detached one after the other. Someone in the command cabin noticed this scene and asked in surprise, does Nova have any mission to go to Hongyan Star? Gu Tingjin pursed his lips and said nothing. His commander is really silent, but he will make a big splash. Take the initiative to send someone to school. TSK. Yixi was also in a state of anxiety. Her voice was a little hesitant in the communication channel. Ji Fan, Is it okay for you to appear on Hongyan Star like this? I can go to school by myself. Her implication was that he could stop here and not send him off. Ji-fan, His voice came after a long while. I'm not driving Liuguang. No one will recognize me. For the first time, he felt that being too famous was not a good thing. Then wait a minute. Ji-fan interrupted her directly. I just happened to go to the school to do something. Yijia couldn't say anything else. The words just sent it to the docking port were also swallowed back. Hongyan Star is not too big, but Hongyan Military Academy is very big. It occupies more than 2/3 of the planet. All the facilities built here, and all the people who appear here are for the service of the military academy. Of course, this also includes people living off campus. The division of Hongyan Star is so simple: campus, non-campus. Yijia directly alarmed the top management with an invitation letter when entering the docking port. The representatives sent by the school came very quickly. It was the enrollment season. Their job was to welcome the new students, and they stayed here every day. Jiao Jun hurried over, his fat body shaking non-stop. Student Yijia, you are finally here. He used the word finally. Yijia's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Jiao Jun understood. School will start tomorrow. We haven't received your letter yet. The school thought you would not come. Thinking of the bumps on the road, Yijia touched his nose. Didn't she almost not come? Jiao Jun looked at her side and asked in confusion, who is this? Ji-fan was not wearing a military uniform. His promotion to Lieutenant General shoulder straps would cause a series of unnecessary troubles. He was wearing a black uniform and a pair of sunglasses. His tall nose and excellent jawline made him look like a famous star in the interstellar. Yijia hadn't figured out how to introduce him. Ji-fan took the lead and said, I sent her here to enroll. Jiao Jun was slightly stunned. With such a domineering posture, his attitude was not intimate. He didn't look like a brother, and there was a faint sense of power from a superior. He considered, is it the elder of Yijia's family? Ji-fan glanced at him coldly. But because he was wearing sunglasses, his eyes were well blocked. Jiao Jun felt a chill rising up his spine. Being a smart man, he knew that he had said the wrong thing. He did not explain, but changed the address and said with a smile, then, classmate Yijia and this. Gentlemen, please follow me. Several people got on the almost transparent shuttle. Along the way, whenever Yijia's eyes turned to a place, Ji-fan would take the initiative to introduce it to him. The real tour guide Jiao Jun simply sat down and looked at Ji-fan and said, Sir, you are so familiar with the situation of Hongyan Star. I guess you were a student of the military academy before. Yeah. Ji-fan snorted lightly, which was considered a response. He pointed to a place in the distance. That is the military simulation base. Yijia was originally confused as to why Ji-fan was so indifferent to the instructor who came to pick her up. Looking at the continuous pieces, she was surprised and said, so big? The whole Hongyan is a competition venue. Don't take it lightly. We are here. Seeing that if Ji-fan continued to talk, Hongyan's past would be exposed, Jiao Jun accelerated the speed of the sightseeing shuttle. Standing at the school gate, Yijia saw Jiao Jun didn't seem to be ready to go in, and was a little confused. Ji-fan explained to her in a low voice. He is a peripheral staff, mainly in charge of life and the like. Yijia blinked. Jiao Jun was indeed completely different from the teacher of Hongyan Military Academy she imagined. It's hard to imagine that a soldier would be so fat. The fattest person she had ever seen was Lieutenant Colonel Hu Lin. But at most, he didn't have abdominal muscles, which was far from Jiao Jun. A light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, and she suddenly realized, relationship? Yes. Generally speaking, most of the logistics staff in the school have a roundabout relationship with the school teachers or school leaders, but she didn't expect to meet one on her first day in Hongyan. Let's go! Ji-fan took the lead. Yijia followed immediately. Ji-fan didn't take her to report, but went to the cafeteria, training hall, library, teaching building and other places. He would stop and explain to her any interesting things he saw on the way. When they arrived at a square, Yijia looked at a commendation wall in the middle and asked curiously, what is the Eagle list? Ji-fan's mouth curled slightly, dispelling the seriousness on his face, and the whole person became much softer. You will know soon. Yijia looked at the portraits and names on it. Are you on it? Ji-fan lowered his eyes. You can look for it. Just as Yijia passed by the people on the Eagle list one by one, a shuttle with the word Hongyan on it stopped in front of them. Compared with other shuttles in the school, it was more formal. Yijia immediately realized that it was the school's people. Wu Qing came out of the shuttle. His military uniform was clean, his leather shoes were shiny, and his eyes were firm and bright on his young face. Is it classmate Yijie? Yijie nodded slightly. My name is Wu Qing. I'm a 5th-year commander, and I'm your senior. Since you haven't reported, the principal asked me to look for you. He stood straight, and every move had the shadow of a soldier. Okay. Yijie glanced at his epaulets and found that he was a lieutenant at such a young age and had not graduated yet. Ji Fan followed her into Wu Qing's shuttle. Jiao Jun said you arrived early, and the gate access control also showed that you had arrived at the school. The principal was still waiting for you to report to the commander department. I didn't expect you to come here, Wu Qing said with a smile. In the short exchange, Yijie felt that this senior was a person with good conversation, good temperament, and easy to communicate with. She took the initiative to ask, Senior, has the principal been waiting for me? Yes. The school has not sent out invitations for several years. This year, 3 letters were sent. The first 2 arrived early, and you are the only one missing. When he said this, he kept looking at Yijie with curiosity in his eyes. As he was talking, the building of the commander department arrived. A conference room on the first floor served as a reporting room, and Wu Qing walked in. Principal, Professor Lin, Yijie is here. And Nidwa stood up immediately when he saw Yijie, and when he saw someone behind her, he was stuck in what he wanted to say. Others couldn't recognize him. But he recognized it at a glance. What was Ji Fan doing here? Did something happen on Hongyan Star? Did someone attack Hongyan Military Academy? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine that Ji Fan was here to send someone to school. Chapter 296. Ji Fan shook his head slightly. Onato understood, his face still full of enthusiasm. Student Yijie, we thought you would not come to Hongyan. Something unexpected happened, and I didn't contact the school in time. It was my mistake, Yijie said generously. Onato's eyes flashed. He naturally knew what happened on Guangyu Star. It's good to arrive. Professor Lin saw the opportunity, stepped forward, and smiled very gently. Student Yijie, come and report first. Yijie subconsciously glanced at Ji Fan, and the other party nodded slightly. She followed Professor Lin into the compartment, and went to do a series of new student registration work. Wu Qing, go out and see if there are any students from the commander department who haven't reported yet. Onato spoke, obviously meaning to send people away. Wu Qing was slightly stunned, and responded obediently, Okay, principal. Before leaving, he glanced at the man who came with Yijie, and found that the other party was very powerful. Before he took a few steps, a message from a friend came to his brain. He immediately replied, I'm here. The other party replied even faster, I'll be here soon. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet. Onato looked at Ji Fan. Ji Fan was already used to his weirdness. Looking at the few wrinkles on his thin face, he took off his sunglasses helplessly. Teacher. Onato grinned and sat on the sofa. Why are you here? Don't tell me something happened again. Can't you come back to see if you're fine? Ji Fan sat opposite him, casually. It can be seen that the two are very familiar with each other. 296. Ji Fan shook his head slightly. Onato understood, his face still full of enthusiasm. Student Yijie, we thought you would not come to Hongyan. Something unexpected happened, and I didn't contact the school in time. It was my mistake, Yijie said generously. Onato's eyes flashed. He naturally knew what happened on Guangyu Star. It's good to arrive. Professor Lin saw the opportunity, stepped forward, and smiled very gently. Student Yijie, come and report first. Yijie subconsciously glanced at Ji Fan, and the other party nodded slightly. She followed Professor Lin into the compartment, and went to do a series of new student registration work. Wu Qing, go out and see if there are any students from the commander department who haven't reported yet. Onato spoke, obviously meaning to send people away. Wu Qing was slightly stunned, and responded obediently, Okay, principal. Before leaving, he glanced at the man who came with Yijie, and found that the other party was very powerful. Before he took a few steps, a message from a friend came to his brain. He immediately replied, I'm here. The other party replied even faster, I'll be here soon. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet. Onato looked at Ji Fan. Ji Fan was already used to his weirdness. Looking at the few wrinkles on his thin face, he took off his sunglasses helplessly. Teacher. Onato grinned and sat on the sofa. Why are you here? Don't tell me something happened again. Can't you come back to see if you're fine? Ji Fan sat opposite him, casually. It can be seen that the two are very familiar with each other. Onato narrowed his eyes slightly, and his crow's feet became more obvious. Do those people in the research institute really have something to do with the outside world? Hu Lin's news, Jifan said lightly. Going to the Tao Alliance again this time? What is the situation of the alliance? After hearing the source of the news, Oneto stopped asking. Thinking about the front line, he immediately understood why Jifan appeared here. When this matter was mentioned, Jifan's aura changed. I'm going to check it out. Oneto was surprised. Are you serious? This is not a joke. The situation in the Tao Alliance has changed again and again. It is obvious that someone in the alliance is playing tricks. It seems that the two factions are fighting, but I suspect that this matter is not that simple. Oneto frowned. Jifan was taught by him, and he was familiar with him, so he immediately had a guess. Are you saying that someone deliberately used the Tao Alliance to attract your attention? Jifan, we have fought with the Tao Alliance for so many years. Which time did it not stop after being defeated? This time, not only did you surrender, but you also pretended to surrender, and created such a storm in the energy mine. It was too deliberate. Oneto reacted quickly. Then why are you here this time? Aren't fifth-year students going to the front line? Send me there, Jifan said coldly. Oneto breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one came to Hongyan to make trouble. 3 people were invited this year? Thinking about Wu Qing's words, Jifan spoke with a surprised tone. In his memory, the year with the most people invited in Hongyan's history was this number. Yes, 1 from the Alliance, 1 from the Empire, and 1 from the Star Alliance. The distribution is quite even. Oneto touched his head and said teasingly. Hongyan has been established for a long time. Such a special school naturally has some confusing inheritance. In the word of mouth of successive principles, there is such a saying. In troubled times, geniuses emerge. But this kind of average situation is rare. Compared with Xiao Ai, what is your talent? Equal. Oneto shook his head. Jifan raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew Yijiai's level. As for the other 2 people, he had not heard any news, which only meant that they were well protected like Yijiai. I will leave in the next few days, and arrange it as soon as possible. Hearing the movement in the compartment, Jifan said quickly. Then he put on his sunglasses and stood up. Oneto was accustomed to his commanding tone, and his face did not change. What can he do with the student he spoiled? Seeing Yijiai coming out, he immediately changed his expression and said enthusiastically, Student Yijiai, have you recorded everything? Yes, Principal. Then I take her for another walk. Jifan took over the conversation very naturally. Oneto's face froze, and he immediately said, Okay, Student Yijiai, follow the senior to get familiar with the campus. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word old. Jifan's face changed slightly, and he turned around and walked out. Professor Lin looked at the man's back and felt that he looked familiar. Yijiai glanced at Oneto and saw that he was smiling and didn't look offended at all, so she followed Jifan's footsteps. The aura between the 2 people changed so much that she guessed that Jifan should have made his identity clear. But is this how Jifan and the principal of Hongyan Military Academy get along? Why does it feel like? It's not like a teacher-student relationship at all. The data she investigated showed that the relationship between Jifan and Oneto was closer than that of an ordinary teacher-student relationship. She was still thinking about other things, but she was stunned as soon as she stepped out of the door of the reporting room. 2 steps away from her, a tall boy with a crew cut was standing there, with a smile on his face full of ruffian spirit. Xiao Ai, long time no see. Yijiai blinked. Chung Feng? Chung Feng approached her and brushed the messy curly hair in front of her forehead very naturally. Are you so surprised to see me? I am your senior. Why did you come here? She glanced past him and looked behind him, but there was no shadow of Xie Ming'er and Sun Jun. He was taller than Yijiai and looked down at her with a gentle look in his eyes. They have something to do, so I came to pick you up. How about welcoming you tonight? Jifan's breath sank, and his eyes were fixed on his hand. Feeling this burning gaze, Chung Feng realized that there was a man standing next to him with a strong momentum. He subconsciously stood up straight. Xiao Ai, this is? Yijiai had a headache and didn't know how to introduce her. Jifan probably didn't want to reveal his identity. Jifan took the initiative to walk to her side, stood shoulder to shoulder, and said coldly, Friend. Chung Feng's smile disappeared. As a man, he keenly realized what Jifan meant. Xiao Ai's friends are my friends. I take you around. His mind turned around and around. Because he didn't know Yijiai's attitude towards the matter, he suppressed his thoughts, and said in a nice voice. No need. Who knew that Jifan directly refused? Yijiai, Chapter 297. Chung Feng's face was even more smug. He always felt that this person looked familiar. Xiao Ai, what do you think? Yixi glanced at Ji Fan, not knowing what he meant. But Ji Fan's identity could not be exposed to others at will, so she could only bite the bullet and said, Cheng Feng, why don't we forget it tonight? Anyway, we are in the same school, and there is still a chance. Cheng Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he noticed the alienation in Yixi's words. He tightened his fist slightly. Since you have something to do, let's do it another day. I take you to the dormitory first. This time Ji Fan did not express any opinions, and Yixi sighed in his heart. Let's go. Cheng Feng summoned a shuttle and said as he walked, all shuttles in Hongyan Military Academy are not allowed to be privatized, but you can still buy one of your own. What is your student number? I have someone buy one for you. Ji Fan fell to the end, his breath sank, and he exuded an aura of no strangers allowed in. Yixi was stunned, and swallowed the student number in a roundabout way. No, I go check it out later. Cheng Feng paused and raised his eyelids. Xiao Ai, what's wrong? Given their relationship, sending a shuttle is no different from having a meal. If she refuses even this, what should he say if he is ready? Yixi closed her eyes. She didn't know what happened today. Can she say that she felt Ji Fan's displeasure just now? Nothing, I want to get familiar with the school. I do it myself when the time comes. She made up an excuse casually. Then I accompany you when the time comes. Okay. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them were silent on the shuttle. Hongyan student dormitories are not divided by gender. After all, the proportion of female students is too small. They are not divided by department, but randomly assigned by the system. The commander department may be with the mecha combat department, or with the material department, or with the logistics department. The purpose of this assignment is to allow students to quickly familiarize themselves with different military branches. After all, once on the battlefield, one person often has to do multiple jobs. Yixi's assigned dormitory is A1909. The dormitory is a double room, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. The conditions are better than Yixi thought. There are some things in the kitchen and living room, neatly arranged, with a solemn military appearance. Your roommate may be out. Ji Fan walked in first, and opened the door of another room without hesitation. He quickly took out the bed sheets and quilts from the space button and laid them out. On the 1.5 bed, there was the most common military green quilt on the abyss, folded like a tofu block. Cheng Feng glanced at Yixi from the corner of his eye and found that her expression had not changed. Instead, she looked very used to it, and his heart sank. Who is this man? In fact, Yixi was about to break apart on the spot. If Ji Fan had not given her special training on expression management on the abyss, she would definitely not have collapsed at this moment. Can the hands that drive the streamer be used to make the bed? The key is, can she sleep well on the bed made by Ji Fan? Shall I come here? Ji Fan called her. Yixi walked in mechanically. Cheng Feng stood in the living room, clenched his silver teeth, and tightened his hands suddenly. Ji Fan suddenly leaned closer to Yixi and whispered something in her ear. With Cheng Feng's vision, he could clearly see that the man's lips were no more than 1 centimeter away from Yixi's earlobe. Then he took Yixi's hand, put something in her left palm, and completely wrapped her small hand with his right hand, not letting the thing show at all. Keep it. Yixi clenched her hand and nodded blankly. Ji Fan said that everything in Hongyan Military Academy was exposed to the monitoring of the intelligent brain, but with this thing, it could be temporarily blocked. I have something else to do. Don't play with friends too late tonight. Ji Fan raised his hand and rubbed her hair. The texture was as soft as he imagined. Are you leaving? Yixi looked up at him. She was a little surprised, so she ignored Ji Fan's unusual side. Based on her understanding of Ji Fan, this person is not good at doing useless work. This trip to Hongyan should be for something. But this scene was a bit dazzling to Cheng Feng, and he imagined the reluctance in his mind. Ji Fan sighed in his heart, and flicked her forehead with 2 bony fingers. You don't believe me to send you here? Yixi covered her head, her eyes full of disbelief. Okay, I'm leaving. Ji Fan took a long step and left here. Seeing that she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, Cheng Feng felt a little unspeakable panic in his chest. Xiao Ai, I have something to say to you. Someone who had just walked a short distance paused when he heard this. He didn't think there was anything wrong with eavesdropping on 2 children with S-level cheating hearing. Yixi thought of the Bay Star, sighed in his heart, and smiled. I haven't congratulated you on your engagement yet. Cheng Feng's face was flustered for a moment. Family marriage, you should understand. Xiaminger and Sun Jun did not come today on purpose, just to let him explain it well. After returning to Guangyu Star, He certainly disagreed after learning about this. After a big fight, his grandfather told him so decisively for the first time that if he disagreed, he would be considered as an ex-grandson. In desperation, he had to leave Guangyu Star secretly. But unexpectedly, the engagement ceremony was held as scheduled, with the excuse that he received a secret mission. For such a long time, he did not send Yizhi a message or video, just to explain this matter in person. You are also at the age of engagement, and getting married is a good thing. What is there to explain? She looked serious. Cheng Feng's face was pale, and he sneered, Xiao Ai, after so many years, I don't believe you don't understand my feelings. He pulled off the necklace on his neck, and threw it to the ground. The pendant bounced off, and it was a photo. That was her first time to the Cheng family. They were talking on the grass. I don't know when he took the photo. Although Yizhi in the photo was young, her expression was calm, and the smile in her eyes was clear. Very good. You be the commander, and I will be your mecha master. This sentence suddenly appeared in Yizhi's mind. She tightened her hands, and her chest was slightly dry. That was the first time she came to this era. Under the heavy pressure of the rise and fall of the Tan family, she expressed her dream to others for the first time, but she got support. But she knew that she was destined to let this boy down. I'm sorry, she whispered. Why? Cheng Feng's fingertips were trembling. I can break off the engagement. The last two words could not be said. Children who grew up in a big family, who were trained as young masters since childhood, knew very well that whether to break off the engagement was not based on personal will. Yizhi sighed, picked up the necklace, and moved her mouth. Cheng Feng suddenly panicked, interrupted her, and said in a crying voice, Xiao Ai, please give me some time. There must be a way to fix the engagement. 5 years? No, 3 years. Can you give me 3 years? Chapter 298. Don't make a promise to a girl that you can't keep. Yizhi stared at him, her dark eyes calm. Cheng Feng suddenly lost his temper. He didn't know where the mistake was. When he left Bay Star, he still felt that this matter was 90% certain. Sun Jun even gave him a lot of ideas on how to confess, and how to please the girl. Overnight, the situation turned upside down. He smiled and returned to the ruffian look of the young master of the Cheng family. Xiao Ai, if I wasn't engaged, would you agree to be with me? Yizhi clenched the necklace in her hand, lowered her eyes, and shook her head. The incident on Bay Star tore off the last fig leaf. She was so dangerous around her. Wouldn't it be a disaster to fall in love with someone? Why? Because you liked the old man just now? The rejected boy felt like there was a hole in his chest, and was blowing cold air. He didn't know what he was saying. He just wanted the other person to feel hurt. The man who was called the old man stood still in the corridor, but his ears were erected, and it could be seen that he was looking forward to the answer to this question. Yizhi raised his eyebrows. No. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The next words of Yizhi made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. If you insist on talking like this, then I think you can leave. I'm sorry, he whispered. Yeah. Yizhi turned around and locked the door. Cheng Feng stood in the living room, clenched his fists, and left after a while. Yizhi sat on the desk and rubbed his eyebrows. The beginning of her college life was really hard to describe. After sighing, she plugged the optical computer into the school's port and began to learn everything about Hongyan. Ji Fan had already told her a lot of things. She mainly checked her next course and... What is the chief? The time of study always passes quickly. Yizhi was awakened by the knock on the door. It was dark outside the window, and the night of Hongyan was shrouded in a layer of red light. Hello, did I bother you? Standing at the door was a tall girl. She was wearing a simple floral dress, her hair tied into a big braid, falling to her waist, and a big mouth under her clear amber eyes, but she looked very beautiful when she smiled. She didn't look like an imperial person. Hello, I'm Yizhi. After realizing that this was her roommate, she spoke first. It seems that you really don't care about external things, just like the rumors say. The girl laughed. My name is Mari Waguchi, and I was invited like you. What a coincidence. The two invited people were grouped together? Want to eat? I treat you. Mari Waguchi smiled, showing a row of neat teeth. Thinking of May, Yizhi's favorability towards her increased by 1 point. Let's go. There are not many people in Hongyan Military Academy, not to mention that the appearance of the 3 people who received the invitation letter was exposed in the forum early. The 2 people appeared in the cafeteria at the same time, causing quite a stir. After all, they are the chief competitors. Mari Waguchi was prepared for this situation, and Yizhi was already accustomed to the attention of people around him. Let's go to the 5th floor. I came a few days earlier than you and tried all the cafeterias. The 5th floor is the best. Mari Waguchi spoke in standard alien. Mari Waguchi was a very talkative person, and she could talk about everything from physics and biology to entertainment gossip, from military weapons to musical instruments and music theory. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation. Even serving the dishes was done by her. Looking at the food in front of her, Yijie raised her eyebrows slightly. How come these all look like her favorite food? Have you investigated her? Do you know what my major is? Mari Waguchi said with a grin. Logistics or something like that. Yijie was indeed a little hungry, so she casually picked up a piece of snow beast meat and ate it with rice. The overall taste of guanjiaoxing is sweet, but the dish she ate is indeed sour and spicy, and she took several chopsticks in a row. Aren't you afraid that I will poison you? Mari Waguchi's eyes were shining. Yijie's eyes were full of surprise. Didn't you investigate me? Poisoning under her nose? The Tan family now has a team specializing in various toxins, and she is the team leader. Mari Shanko obviously understood her unfinished meaning and blinked. I am a major in intelligence. This major has different divisions in different schools. Some will be classified under the commander department, and some will be classified under the logistics management department. But in Hongyan Military Academy, this is a special department. There are very few people, but it is very special. Yijie's mind turned. You started betting so early? Mari Shanko covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't it because we are in the same dormitory? This is fate. Do you want to be the chief? I will help you. Yijie put down the bowl and chopsticks. After staying with Ji Fan for a long time, he ate a lot faster. Does my personality look like I want to be the chief? From what I know about you, you certainly don't want to. But Mr. Rayleigh Hobart organized special training for the Motian League in advance at the Imperial General Conference, and he seemed very confident. I think it has something to do with you. Yijie raised her eyebrows slightly. The news of the Empire, the Alliance received it so quickly? Oh! Mari Waguchi looked very surprised, but her eyes were calm. You found out so quickly? There is nothing wrong with my pronunciation. Fuck you. Yijie imitated her and blinked. Mari Waguchi's face cracked for a second, and then she laughed softly. You are much more interesting than the one from the Star Alliance. Tell me about it. The best intelligence library is right in front of her, and she would be a fool if she didn't use it. The man from the Star Alliance is Jones Alexander, from the Alexander family. He is 18 this year, and is also a commander. It is said that his mental power is the same as yours, and he has become an A early. She said meaningfully. The Star Alliance is not big, and its territory is similar to that of the Empire, but there are many races, and it is difficult to manage. Generally, they will not participate in the disputes between the Empire and the Alliance. The Alexander family is a very famous family. This family controls half of the military forces of the Star Alliance. Its strength is comparable to that of the G family of the Empire. You are not from the Empire, and the other party is from the Alexander family. Wouldn't it be better to follow him? Yijie really couldn't understand Shanko Mari's choice. As long as she knew Shanko Mari's major, she was basically a person who announced her withdrawal from the competition for the chief. According to the rules of Hongyan, there can only be one chief in each term, and basically they appear in the two major departments of the individual combat department and the commander department. But for talents like Shanko Mari, there is no doubt that she will become the object of competition among various forces. She didn't understand where the other party chose to contact her first. Shanko Mari finished the last sip of soup, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, meaning inexplicably, maybe you are more in my eyes. Chapter 299. How about it? Are you interested in going with me to meet someone? Wikumari wiped her mouth with an elegant posture. Whether it was her conversation or her every move, she showed her good family background and upbringing. Yijie raised her eyebrows. Okay. The two left the cafeteria together. The pedestrians on the road were all upright and hurried. The most important thing was that they were all wearing school uniforms. Hongyan school uniforms are very similar to Imperial military uniforms, but not so serious. They are mostly black and green, with simple and generous lines and comfort as the main focus. On the upper left of each piece of clothing, near the heart, there is an embroidered bear eagle nailed to the hero monument. That is the school emblem of Hongyan. The two people in casual clothes are particularly outstanding. Yijie is slightly better, wearing casual clothes, simple and generous, and Wikumari is wearing a long skirt, which attracted many people's attention. If it weren't for the constraints of school rules, I'm afraid many people would have whistled. Are you so high profile on purpose? Before she knew about Mari Waguchi's major, Yijie could still judge her behavior based on her preferences. But after she knew it, it was hard to see it that way. Mari Waguchi smiled and said, "Student Yijie, don't be so direct. The school starts tomorrow. It's normal for girls to be more beautiful." Seeing that she didn't believe him, Mari Waguchi had to tell the truth. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I'm just preparing for the championship. If you check the forum now, the whole school probably knows that you're here." Yijie, who had just finished studying the rules of the championship in the afternoon, said, She found that she had been tricked by Rayleigh Hobart. It was a huge trick. She promised him that she would help Dizong in the Madian League, but it was out of personal help. But if she becomes the chief, every decision she makes will represent the Red Rock Military Academy. 3 letters of guarantee are indeed not easy to get. But words spoken out are like water spilled out, so she can only try her best to fight for the chief position. When passing by the central square, she saw many people standing there with serious expressions. The facade of the administrative building was wrapped in a whole giant screen, and the sound of artillery shells came from it. That's the video of the game in the Madian League last year. Do you want to watch it? Yijie's eyes only stayed for 2 seconds, and Shanko Mari said quickly. Yijie raised his foot and walked away. On the screen, it was the scene of the 2 armies facing each other, with the background of the universe and stars. Shanko Mari exclaimed, "It's the game between the Imperial Army and Dongfeng, the battle for the championship and runner-up. The last 5 minutes, Xiao Ai, you are lucky." A huge black and gold ship, with the troops behind it, marched forward bravely. On both sides of it, separated by a few thousand meters, there were 2 escort ships on the left and right. In the middle are countless mecha warriors, relying on the ship's protective shield to launch a general attack on the opposite side. This is the battleship of the Imperial Army, which adopts a straight-line layout. Opposite it, there is also a battleship painted all black, with a completely different layout. 4 escort ships are distributed in the 4 directions of the main ship, firmly protecting the main ship in the center. The Dongfeng battleship adopts a cross-shaped layout. Suddenly, an electromagnetic cannon was fired from its muzzle, and energy lines appeared on the shell, which combined like a burning fire phoenix. There was an exclamation at the scene. TSK, are the schools in the alliance so showy? Someone next to him sighed, with a young face, and it was a freshman at first glance. Mari Waguchi said disdainfully, "There is enough energy, so what if I show off?" Because it was a replay, there was a column of data on both sides, which clearly showed the number of people and energy situation of the 2 sides. The main ship of the Imperial Army was about to run out of energy, but Dongfeng still had 1/3 of its energy cabin. The boy was speechless. Yijie narrowed his eyes slightly. The situation at the scene looked like the Imperial Army was preparing for the last attack due to insufficient energy. Dongfeng was in a defensive posture. "Xiao Ai, do you know the result of this game?" Yijie shook his head and hesitated for a moment. "The Imperial Army won, right?" "How do you know?" Mari Waguchi was surprised, and several freshmen, who heard the conversation, looked at her. She twisted her right thumb and index finger slightly, pointed to the mecha warrior hiding in the protective shield in the middle, and said, "If it is a decisive battle, they will not hide here and consume energy all the time. These people will change from spears to shields and consume everything on the opposite side." The scene became cold. The other 2 freshmen shuddered. War is the cruelest thing in the world. With the example of Baystar in front of her, Yijie can already face life and death calmly. So I guess the Imperial Army must have a backup plan. It's a game where you either win or lose, but the Imperial Army is very aggressive, proving that they trust the commander very much and have a greater chance of winning. She shrugged. "This is just a guess. It seems that I guessed right?" Commander Dongfeng was beheaded, and the Imperial Army took advantage of the chaos to besiege and narrowly won 3:2. Shanko Mari said softly. Yijie raised her eyebrows. The commander of the Imperial Army is very courageous. It seems that this battle broke the record of the casualty ratio. More and more people gathered and joined the discussion. Waguchi Mari's voice was flat. "So many people died just to win a battle, is it worth it? If it's the beginning of the war, it's not worth it." Yijie stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly, "If it's the final battle, we must win. Even if only 1 person survives in the end, we can't let the enemy step into the border." Waguchi Mari raised her eyes, and happened to fall into those eyes like the night. My heart was shocked. "Well said." Someone shouted. After this game, the Imperial Army's actions were praised and criticized, but the military didn't say anything. "What's Hongyan's ranking?" Yijie retracted her gaze. It dropped from 2nd to 3rd. The fourth is the newly emerging Sion Union University, and the fifth is St. Rolando. Someone replied to her. Yijia was slightly surprised. She didn't pay attention to the Motian League, and everything about Hongyan was checked in the afternoon. But she knew at least one thing, that in the Motian League, Hongyan was actually in an absolutely weak position. Although colleges are 4-year programs, they generally have to finish their junior bachelor's degree, which is 9 years. The so-called 5th-year students are actually 1st-year junior bachelor's degree students. The Motian Simulated Combat Joint Military Exercise Competition is actually aimed at 5th-year students, who have not served in major interstellar universities. But there is an exception for Hongyan Military Academy, which only allows students below the 3rd grade to participate. First, because the quality of students in Hongyan is too high. If they are students of the same grade, they can almost beat major military academies. And second, because Hongyan's 4th-year students have to enter the battlefield, which is no longer in line with the Motian League regulations. Although the regulations are for students below the 3rd grade, there has always been an unwritten rule in Hongyan that only 1st-year students can participate in the Motian League. The Motian League has become a sharpening stone for Hongyan's freshmen. But even with such an age gap, Hongyan can still be ranked 2nd for a long time, which is enough to show the amazing talents of the students here. Chapter 300. Excuse me, is this Yishii? Seeing the two were about to leave, someone stepped forward and asked. Mari Ueguchi said, "What's up?" Being stared at by two girls, the boy was a little shy. "Hello, Yishii, my name is Lu Bin, from the Department of Individual Combat. I am from the Empire. You have done a great job on the Gold Star. I admire you very much. I will help you in the competition for the top spot." Yishii took the initiative to extend her hand and shook it with him. "Thank you." This is a statement, and also a confirmation that she will participate in the competition for the top spot. Mari Ueguchi smiled and recorded on the light computer. "Lu Bin, what is your physical fitness level?" A hint of confidence flashed across Lu Bin's shy face. There was a burst of boos from the scene. Even in Hongyan, there are not many old A's everywhere. And me, I agree with what you said just now. You are not like that little girl Jones. This person is the boy who just said that Dongfeng is coquettish. Mari smiled. Name, Major, Level. John Lin, Single Combat Department, Physical Fitness A, Mental Strength B. When he said his level, his face was full of confidence. Yijia also shook hands with him, and said hello. Hongyan is indeed a place where geniuses are everywhere. John Lin's level is definitely treated as a treasure in the Imperial General or the Imperial Army. There are also some people who are not A who came after hearing the news and registered with Wikimari. Even if they can't play a role in the competition for the top spot, they are very useful for the next Motian League. Just as Wikimari said, her floral dress played a great role. It was not until the middle of the night that everyone was registered. "Are you going to meet the person you said you would take me to?" After everyone left, Yijia patted the dust on his trouser legs. "Go! Of course I will go." Shanko Mari put away his laptop. Yijia followed her, and walked all the way west. When they arrived at their destination, they were a little surprised. "Why did you bring me to the training hall at this time?" Shanko Mari hissed, and took her to the top floor by elevator. There was a bright room in the darkness. She pointed at the shadow and whispered, "This person is called Pang Pan, a physical genius, and a special recruit of Hongyan. I don't care what you do, you must recruit him into our camp." Special recruit? His academic performance is very poor, and the principal used the special recruitment quota. I finally found this out. She blinked. Yijia understood. To put it bluntly, the principal recruited him through the back door. She walked straight to the physical training room and knocked politely. "Hello, classmate, my name is. If you win, I will join your team." Pang Pan interrupted her with a sense of naivety. Wikimari followed. Several waves of people come to him every day, he is used to it. Yijia squinted at her. "Is this the news you finally found?" Wikimari whispered to her awkwardly. "This kid is so high profile that he broke many records when he came here, and he has attracted attention a long time ago." Yijia, Pang Pan, if you don't want to fight, get out. Yijia, fight. Pang Pan stood up without saying a word and gave up the middle position. Yijia unzipped her casual clothes. Mari Ueguchi opened her eyes wide. "No way, you're wearing a training uniform underneath?" Yijia threw her coat and hugged her. "I was planning to come here to practice after dinner." Pang Pan's silly face was full of seriousness. "You can warm up first." Yijia smiled. "Warming up for a while won't help much. Why don't you let me show you 5 moves?" Mari Ueguchi's lips formed an O shape, and the person in front of her overturned the text records in her information. Different from the rigid and self-disciplined Shadow, she was three-dimensional and more vivid. Pang Pan thought for a long time and stretched out his hand. 3 moves. Well, it seems that she is not really stupid. Yi Jiai stopped talking nonsense with him, moved her body, and stepped forward to hit him with a fierce elbow. Her offensive was too strong, and her fighting style was ruthless, which made Mari Ueguchi take a step back. No, the information is completely wrong. Judging from this move, her physical level must be high. Pang Pan's face changed slightly, and he stepped back, but he didn't dodge and took the blow. Yi Jiai blinked. There are 2 more moves. The second time was still an elbow strike. Pang Pan had learned from the previous experience and dodged to the side, but he didn't expect that Yi Jiai would cross his legs and lock his throat. This was her real attack. Pang Pan rubbed his neck and said with a pale face, "There is 1 more move." Yi Jiai's face sank. She was no match for this person. Under such an attack, the other party only felt a little pain. Is his skin made of tortoise shells? Yi Jiai took a deep breath, exerted force on his heels, rushed forward, and kicked his chin with his long legs. Pang Pan rolled on the ground and barely avoided it. Yi Jiai pressed down his knees and pressed against his stomach. Pang Pan groaned. She stepped back abruptly. Pang Pan stood up, raised his thick black eyebrows. "It's my turn." He was very fast and strong. Yi Jiai felt the pain in her arms and legs after just a few moves with him. She was caught and numb, and took a step back. But Pang Pan seized this opportunity, picked her up, raised her above his head, and threw her out heavily. With a loud bang, Yi Jiai was smashed against the wall, and her arm was completely dislocated. After falling to the ground, she couldn't stand up for a long time. Shanko Molly took a breath of cold air. Pang Pan, this iron fool, is really like what the information says. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. "You lose, get out," he said coldly. The face that seemed full of foolishness before, now looks like a real beating to Yi Jiai. Shanko Mari didn't care about that anymore, and rushed in, yelling, "Pang Pan, can't you see it's dislocated?" Pang Pan blinked. "So weak." "Dislocated?" Yi Jiai sat up with difficulty, very angry, and felt the position of the bone with his right hand, and pulled it hard to connect the broken arm. Shanko Mari screamed, "Classmate Yi Jiai, how did you connect it yourself? Are you okay?" Hearing this name, Pang Pan's whole body froze, and his breathing was a little unstable. You. Shanko Mari rolled his eyes at him, thinking that it was a huge mistake to instigate Yi Jiai to find this monster, and said unhappily, What's wrong with you? You can't even speak after falling? Are you Yi Jiai, the young master of the Tan family?" After panting for a long time, Pang Pan finally shook out the words in his throat. "Yeah." Yi Jiai stood up with a pale face. "I join your camp," he said directly. Yi Jiai frowned at him. What does this guy mean? Didn't he say that if he loses, he can just leave? Are you kidding her? "I'm from Blackwood Star. You saved my mother. My life is yours." Pang Pan also knew that he had done something wrong, and in his excitement, he even spoke in dialect. Yi Jiai's ears moved. Blackwood Star. Could it be because of Viscount Tanninmean's previous medical reform? Chapter 301. Mari Ueguchi never expected this kind of reversal, and she leaned close to the two and whispered, "What's going on?" Pang Pan stared at Yi Jiai, and said urgently, "I'm telling the truth. My mother had lung cancer, and Renha Hospital treated her for free. There are many such people on our planet. After the incident on Bay Star, everyone went to the governor, but fortunately you were fine in the end." Mari Ueguchi opened her eyes wide. This idiot came from Blackwood Star, and she had found out early, but she didn't expect there was such a story behind it. If she had thought of this earlier, why would she have been rejected so many times? But would the nobles of the Empire really do such a thing as treating civilians for free? That is the responsibility of Renha Hospital. These are the rights you should enjoy as citizens of the Empire. Don't say things like your life belongs to me. Yi Jiai's eyes were serious. Pang Pan scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Then can I join your camp?" Yi Jiai took the initiative to extend his right hand and smiled, but because his face was too pale, it looked a little creepy. "Of course, welcome." Pang Pan rubbed his hands nervously, and shook hands with him. Suddenly, Yi Jiai exerted force on his palms, his feet shook, and after a dizzy moment, Pang Pan fell to the ground. Yi Jiai drew his gun very quickly, aimed at his forehead, and looked down at him. "Has anyone told you that war is not without deception?" Wikamali was shocked, and almost applauded for Yi Jiai's cool operation. Pang Pan sat up stupidly, and took a long time to react before speaking. "I can't afford an energy gun. If you use weapons at the beginning, I have already lost." Yi Jiai threw the gun to him. Follow me, you will have everything. Pang Pan smiled. His teeth were white and bright. Okay. From this moment on, Shanko Mari decided to throw all the information collected about Yijie into the recycling bin. From the perspective of Yijie's life, she is a rigid and conservative person, extremely self-disciplined, and has a very unclear attitude towards the imperial aristocracy system. The incident on Bay Star shows that she is still a person who treats civilians as people, different from the imperial aristocracy. In short, this is a guy with great love, rigid and difficult, noble and proud. But in front of her is a fox with high physical and mental strength levels, who is also very good at judging the situation, winning people's hearts, and is extremely cunning. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound exploded out of thin air, stirring up the night, and a rustling sound came from afar. Shanko Mari's face changed drastically. How could it be so fast? Yijie and Pang Pan were still out of the situation. This alarm, could it be an enemy attack? Soon, everything had an answer. The principal's voice rang out over the entire school. The 3603rd Chief competition will start in 1 hour. Please quickly arrive at the SJA-08 area for registration. The 3603rd little A. Friendly reminder, don't bring any extra things. Yijie frowned slowly. The Matian League usually starts in the second half of each year, and the chief competition is usually held a month before the Matian League. This has almost become a rule. School officially starts tomorrow, and the competition starts today. Did something happen on the front line? Let's go! Mari Ueguchi looked at the two of them. Wait. Yijie turned on the recording function of the optical brain and pointed the camera at herself. Hello, my name is Yijie, Physical Fitness B, Mental Strength A, Commander Department A freshman, and one of the 3 who received the invitation letter this year. I will participate in the competition for the chief. If the intelligent brain does not assign me a commander, my primary goal is to kill my commander. If I am assigned a commander, welcome to join my camp, I will lead you to victory. She quickly put this video into the Hongyan forum. This freshman is very wild, I like it. An old student saw it and sighed. I heard that she just arrived at the school today, and many people don't know her. This is a very smart move. Isn't she afraid of making enemies in advance? It's a warning. She is very confident in her strength. Jones has been jumping around for so long, and finally an opponent has come. For fairness, I will pin her to the top. It turned out that this person was an administrator. Whatever. Once pinned to the top, the number of views of this video instantly increased exponentially. Mari Ueguchi, do you know the forum administrator? Yijie shook his head and looked at Pang Pan. If we are not in the same camp, what will you do? Change camps. He said immediately. No, you don't play a big role in the first round. Just act as usual. Huh? Pang Pan was a little puzzled. According to his personality, he didn't choose a camp, so he would just follow whoever he was assigned to. Mari Ueguchi understood Yijie's plan and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you have to hide well. Come here to verify your identity and get clothes, space buttons, and other things. Put them in the storage cabinet. It is strictly forbidden to bring private items into the competition venue. If you are found out, you will not only be eliminated, but your points will be reset to 0. Along the way, seniors kept reminding loudly. The competition for the chief is also a competition for earning points. Hongyan's points are very useful. They can be spent, bought and sold weapons and materials, and can be used to choose courses. But there are not many places to earn points, so everyone cherishes them. This year, we recruited nearly 20,000 people, and there are 887 A-level students. While queuing for registration, Shanko Mari whispered to Yijie. The competition for the chief is a competition that only A-level students can participate in. Hongyan is worthy of being Hongyan. There are only 20,000 people in total, and nearly 1/20th of them are A-level students. You know, A-level students are 1 in 100,000. No wonder Hongyan, as a freshman rookie, can get a place in the Madian League. Classmate, take out the things in your bag. There was a commotion in the crowd. There were seniors wearing special glasses at both entrances. They must be things like perspective glasses that can see if there is anything smuggled. I didn't bring it. The man choked his neck and looked righteous. This is the new perspective device developed by your senior. Do you want to try it on yourself? Or do you really want me to take off your pants? The man blushed, reached into his pants, and pulled out a pocket energy gun from his crotch. The senior who maintained discipline tooted twice, and took away his pistol with gloves. There was laughter all around. You should be glad that I found it. If the intelligent computer detected that you were carrying a lethal weapon, not only would your points be reset to 0, but it would also be recorded in the file. He simply took off his glasses and looked around. You guys think about it yourself. Some people came forward spontaneously and handed over the things they had brought. Take off the hairpin and necklace on your head. Don't think that the instrument didn't respond, and I didn't know that they were two space storage devices. A senior said to a girl with a serious expression. She held the loudspeaker. I give you another friendly reminder. If you take space devices or other things in, unless you don't use them, if the intelligent computer finds out, your points will be cleared and recorded in the file. She shook the necklace and hairpin the girl gave her. The intelligent computer is particularly sensitive to these space storage devices. Shanko Mari pursed her lips. Every year there are some people who don't believe in superstition. Chapter 302. Everyone is here. The competition for the first place will start in 2 minutes. Please be ready. In the closed waiting room, the two groups led by Yijia and Jones Alexander stood opposite each other. However, compared with the number of people on the opposite side who surrounded them for several layers, Yijia's side seemed much thinner. I wanted to visit you in advance, but I didn't expect the competition for the first place to start so soon. It's a pity. Jones Alexander looked regretful. The Alexander family is not a pure human race. They have the genes of the Heli people and look very outstanding. Jones Alexander inherited this gene very well. He is tall and slender, with fair skin, pointed ears, and upturned eyes, like phoenix eyes, always sparkling. There is no doubt that this is a beautiful boy. It doesn't matter. You can say anything you want to say now. Yijia didn't like the stage of back and forth and fierce words before the start, so he said deliberately. Jones Alexander obviously didn't expect her to react like this, and his face was stiff for a second. It's just a basic greeting, nothing serious. Oh, I thought you would let me go easy on you. Yijia said expressionlessly. You are too arrogant, woman. Someone was indignant. I think it is very important to have a clear and correct understanding of oneself. Yijia looked serious. The man was speechless after being confronted by her. Mari Shanko secretly gave her a thumbs up. Countdown 5 seconds. 5. Everyone waited with bated breath. 4. 2 streams of white smoke seeped out from the corner of the wall and spread to the small waiting room at a very fast speed. Yijia's face changed, and she covered her mouth and nose. It's smoke. Hearing her warning, everyone responded one after another, but the highly concentrated version of smoke can even confuse an adult ghost beast, which is a sign for those of them who have not yet been trained in drug resistance. A large group of them fell down. 1. Yijia's last impression was that Shanko Mari was kneeling on the ground, tightly pulling her trouser legs and talking nonsense. Then, he and Jones Alexander fell down almost at the same time. When Yijia woke up, her nose was full of sand and rust. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the endless red rock land, desolate and cold. She turned over and sat up suddenly. Did she leave the Hongyan Military Academy? The artificial moon above her head was an elliptical white light source. Because of the reflection, there was a circle of red halo in people's vision, which looked enchanting and creepy. The air was full of the mixed smell of rust and some kind of ore. If you smell it too much, you will feel a stimulating itching in your throat. She immediately covered her mouth and nose. Feeling the temperature of the gravel under her body, it was not long. There was gravel all around, but there were no footprints. She should have been thrown here by a flying robot? Yijia picked up the standard energy gun on the ground and stood up. Welcome everyone to the trial field. The red and blue camps will be divided in 1 minute. Both camps will appoint a commander. Please hide yourself and be ready. The newly replaced optical computer came with a mechanical voice broadcast. Soon, the colorless and transparent light board on Yijia's chest turned blue, surrounded by a layer of gold. She raised her eyebrows slightly. So lucky? Congratulations on being selected as the commander of the blue camp. The commander's manual has been sent. Please read it carefully. Yijia received a 10-page introduction to the commander's rules on his optical computer. The blue camp has 444 people, and the red camp has 443 people. The division has been completed. In the next 30 minutes, you can choose your own camp. If you kill a member of your own camp, you will automatically become the enemy camp. Spies are not allowed in the first round of team battles. Repeat, spies are not allowed in the first round of team battles. As soon as the words fell, the optical computer began a half-hour countdown. Yijia quickly opened the map and began to memorize the positions of the team members. The commander can see the positions of the members of his own camp. Weiguchi Mari, Lu Bin, Zhang Lin, Lu Chun, Wu Hui. Please answer if you hear me. She directly clicked on a few names that had been registered in advance in the communication channel. Commander, Waguchi Mari received it. I knew you would be assigned a seat. Commander, Lubin received it. After a while, a loud voice came from the communication channel. Commander, I am Zhang Lin, and I have killed a member of the red team. Brother, not bad. Someone praised in the channel. Yijia connected with Kamali alone, asked for the detailed location, and quickly rushed in her direction. Along the way, she started a crazy lobbying mode. My fellow countrymen, I know you don't know me very well, but please believe me, I will definitely lead you to victory in this competition. The choice of the first round of the game is actually very important. The winning team can get double points. This is a very rare time to brush points. We must grasp it firmly. You see, we currently have 444 members. At the beginning, we have one more head advantage than the opponent. With the addition of Zhang Lin, we already have a 2-head advantage. As long as you stick with me, I can guarantee that I will lead you to continue the advantage to the end. Win the final victory. After her impassioned speech, the speed at which the blue dots disappeared slowed down and finally reached a stable value. She breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, report your name, major, level, and location to Mari Waguchi. Mari Waguchi was not too far from her, in a cave, which was a relatively safe hiding place for the time being. When she arrived, Mari Waguchi was lying on the ground marking people. At a glance, more than 200 people had been marked. 30 minutes to go. 593 people in the red camp, and 294 people in the blue camp. The first batch of supplies will be distributed in 1 hour. Please be prepared. The prompt sounded, the light brain page refreshed, and the red and blue dots of the entire map appeared together. After staying for 3 seconds, only the blue dots that Yijia could see were left. Yijia picked up a stone, and quickly marked the red dot he had just seen on the map drawn by Mari Waguchi. But he kept talking. Listen to me, whether you are willing to follow me, or are forced to choose the blue camp because you failed to leave. From this moment on, we have become brothers on the same ship. We will fight for a belief, that is, to win. For the points? Don't be intimidated by the number of people. In a battle of this level, the number of people has no advantage. On the contrary, it's time for us to earn points. Get excited. Victory will eventually belong to the blue team. Chapter 303. Mari finished the last stroke, sat on the ground, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. You are completely different from what I imagined, but I have to say, she pointed to her ears, you made my blood boil, as if I could win immediately. Yijia studied for 7 years, and was familiar with Chinese and foreign history. From the Umshi Rebellion to World War I and World War II, she knew everything. After crossing, under the leadership of Ji Fan, she read all kinds of military laws and books, and could easily deal with battles of all sizes. She knew the importance of morale. There were 489 people in the blue camp, 319 people in the red camp, and 79 people died. If you convert it, you will know that 68 people in the blue camp successfully killed their teammates and became the red camp. Nearly 1/8 of the people. For a battle, this is not a good thing. She can only try her best to stabilize people's hearts. In this game, she did not stand on the same starting line with Jones Alexander at the beginning. She did not have the trust and support of her teammates. After a brief thought, Yijia stared at the mark on the ground and made a decision. 212, 223, 212, 256, there are 11 people in your 2 areas, form Group A, move to 354, 876 high ground, select a team leader and report to Shanko Mari. 387, 432, 490, you move south as a whole, pick up teammates on the way, form Group B, and report the number of people and team leader after reunion. 430, 431, 444 to 449 areas, you are surrounded. Break out to the northeast, there are the least people there, be quick. One order after another was distributed in an orderly manner. There was no sand table, but the whole battle situation naturally formed in Yijia's mind. Zhang Lin, Group A, and Group B are about to arrive at your position. I appoint you as the leader of the first platoon. Rectify all members, pay attention to cover, and be ready to counterattack at any time. Yes. Zhang Lin responded loudly. Lu Bin. Group B is in your northeast direction, meet up as soon as possible. I appoint you as the leader of the second platoon. The blue dot heading north on the map turned a corner and headed northeast. Except for the commander, everyone is blind on this map. But under the command of Yijia, the blue camp quickly moved, and there was a faint encirclement. With a worried look on her face, Mari Shanko showed Yijia the list of personnel groups she had sorted out, which also stated everyone's profession and level. Not only was the total number of people on Yijiai's side far behind, but even the number of people in the individual combat system was pitifully small. She quickly said, Lu Chen, separate the people in the individual combat department from your team, and let them go to 678,287 directions to meet Wu Hui and form Group S. Hurry up. The red team is no more than 1,000 meters away from you. Seeing this scene, Onedo, who was in the monitoring room, sighed. With nearly 100 people missing, they dared to surround the other side. Did you teach them? The two directors of the commander department and the individual combat department were as quiet as chickens, wondering when the principal became interested in the chief competition. Next to Onedo sat a man with a strong momentum and wearing sunglasses, and said, she is very talented. Onedo raised his eyebrows high. You rarely praise people, so I have to take a good look. At this time, the light brain on the man's wrist rang. He took a look, got up and left. I'm leaving. Onedo accompanied him to the rooftop, with 3 character lines on his forehead, and asked, what happened? Didn't you say that we should wait for the 5th graders to go together? The Dao Alliance and the Sei Alliance have jointly declared war on the Empire. Giffen took off his sunglasses, looking serious. Onedo was stunned and asked anxiously, what about the Monty Alliance? What is the attitude of the entire No Alliance? The Dao Alliance, Sei Alliance, and Monty Alliance are also called the Dao Union, Sei Union, and Monty Union. They are not large in territory, but they are political systems with independent military and administrative rights, just like the Glorious Empire, which is an independent country. The alliance that is often mentioned is the full name of the Noah Union and allied nations. Except for the planets and regions directly under its jurisdiction, the rest are composed of these unions. The Dao and Sei unions, which are controlled by the Hakushanming Party, have always been hostile to the Empire. The attitude of the Noah Alliance is in a state of vacillation, but it seeks cooperation in economic and military aspects. Ji Fan looked into the darkness, his voice low. Teacher, the Alliance may have a big move. This year let's send the 4th graders to the front line directly. Onedo's heart skipped a beat, lit a cigarette, and the sparks of light flickered in the darkness. Is it because of this reason that the Matian League was brought forward? Ji Fan, the League is in charge of Lu Jinshan. I don't know, but I don't rule out this possibility. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. Ji Fan accompanied him to finish the cigarette, and released a stream of light. Onedo patted his shoulder. Teacher, I won't say much. Report to me when you have time. Commander, the enemy has entered the ambush circle. Do you want to attack? The platoon led by Lu Lin has been assembled and ambushed on the high ground according to the order. Yijia glanced at the time and saw that there were still 5 minutes before the first random distribution of supplies. No rush. Lu Chen suddenly said, Commander, the 3rd platoon will face the enemy head-on. Should we fight? How many people are on the opposite side? She quickly located Lu Chen's direction. At least 100 people. Lu Chen spoke very quickly, and the situation should not be underestimated. Shanko Ma Li's face changed, and he unconsciously glanced at Yijia. How could it be that the 3rd platoon happened to encounter this? All the people in the individual combat system in this platoon were withdrawn. Oh no! We've been discovered. Yijia kept his expression unchanged and pressed the button. Colleagues in the 3rd row, listen to me. Don't think about your professional and physical level. On the battlefield, you are first a soldier. Show your ruthlessness. Opposite you are the enemy, who is about to step into the country. Behind you are your relatives, friends, and trillions of compatriots. What reason do you have not to fight hard? Go, kill 1 and earn 2 points. Kill 2 and earn 4 points. I will lead you to the final victory of this game. Mari Shanko trembled all over. Her heart was beating. Her whole body was ignited by blood, and she had the urge to rush out and die on the battlefield. Her grandfather was right. Some people, even if they are very young or have been in the crowd for a long time, will shine when they find their target, no matter what age they are. It makes people want to follow uncontrollably. On the map, you can see that the blue dot rushed out with great momentum, but it disappeared at a very fast speed. Chapter 304. Mari Waguchi was shocked. What happened? Yijia had a bad guess. Lu Chen panted, report to the commander, we encountered Pang Pan. The name Pang Pan has already been well known among the freshmen before the school starts. Mari Waguchi, Mari Waguchi. This iron idiot, he really doesn't show any mercy. All 3 platoons break up into small groups, based on protecting the living force, retreat. Compared with Mari Waguchi's nervousness and anger, Yijia didn't even move his face. Zhang Lin, Lu Bin, Wu Hui, The first batch of supplies will be distributed soon, get ready. At the same time, the countdown ended. A Yura sounded, a huge container fell from the sky, and John Lin's surprised voice sounded in the communication channel. Amazing. Commander, how did you know it would fall on me? It's not that I knew it would fall on you, but it's most likely to fall around you three. Mari Waguchi thought. Yijai raised his head suddenly, his eyes gleaming. How many people are there on the red side? About 30 more than us, but we have occupied the high ground, so we have the advantage. He spat. Just bring a sniper rifle, I wipe them out. Wu Hui, lead Group S to go around and hold their butts. Yijai ordered coldly. Okay. The other side replied immediately. Everyone in the second row, go to position 888.989, remember, hold on. She raised her voice suddenly. Her voice was high and firm, completely different from her previous calm appearance. Lu Bin's voice came, a little trembling. Commander, is that where you planted the flag? In the battle between the red and blue camps, the commander is responsible for burying the flag, and it ends when the flag is pulled out or one of the camps is completely destroyed. Lu Bin, you can understand it this way. Her voice was soft. Yes. Lu Bin responded loudly. At the beginning of the battle, Shanko Mari still couldn't understand her layout, but now she has a rough idea in her mind. Mari? Yijai suddenly turned back. Huh? If you were Jones Alexander, where would you plant the flag? Shanko Mari lowered her head and looked at her feet. I have made character portraits and predicted your behavior, but now I find that I am wrong. The data is too limited. Yijai glanced at the map. The blue dots around the high ground were disappearing at a uniform deceleration, proving that Zhang Lin had initially grasped the situation. Tell me about it. According to my prediction of you, you will carry the flag with you instead of really finding a place to plant it. Yijai raised her eyebrows slightly. She did consider this method. But Pang Pan was in the enemy camp, and it was possible that the opposing commander asked him to challenge her in a duel. No accidents were allowed in the first round. From the beginning to now, all your actions are seriously inconsistent with my portrait of you. Words like white flowers and buttocks are not words that the young masters of the four major families can say. She bit her lips, her eyebrows were tangled. How many girls are there among the 887 A's? Yijai asked an irrelevant question instead. 79, including you and me. As soon as the data passed through her mind, Shanko Mari said reflexively. After answering, he instantly understood what the other party meant. Mari, from the moment you stepped into Hongyan, you should have known that our future is on the battlefield. The army is a melting pot. It only accepts strong people with strong adaptability. Before you are strong enough, you must adapt to the rules of the environment. Yijai stood upright with his hands behind his back. To quickly integrate into a group of men from different star fields and different educational backgrounds, the first thing is to assimilate yourself and eliminate those symbols that should not exist. Women are, nobles are, and identity is even more. Mari, you are good in everything, but you are too arrogant. The genius's arrogance makes it difficult for you to get close to the people, so you were not selected. The words her grandfather once said to her suddenly reappeared in her mind. After such a long time, the intelligent brain has not prompted anything. It can be confirmed that the commander of the red team is Jones Alexander. Yijai squatted down without any image. If Kavanike saw it, she might faint. From the several times we fought, the opponent was cautious enough, and his style was sophisticated. He didn't look like a rookie. He was indeed from a military and political family with a deep foundation. No. Shanko Mari came out of her memories. She suddenly changed a lot, and even her tone became strong and sharp. Maybe this was her original self. You are right. The weak first adapt to the environment, so you will have such a big change. But he is not. When he came to Hongyan, it was like a fish returning to water. My portrait of him is accurate. The meticulous eyes passed from the ground and finally gathered on the high ground. He is there. Then I will take back my cautious evaluation of him. Yijai patted the dust on his body, tore off the light strip on his chest, and stuck it on the blue flag on Shanko Mari's right arm. This is a bold and arrogant person. After a short time together, the two of them developed some tacit understanding. Shanko Mari quietly put away the flag and stuck it behind her back. I will protect it as my life. Yijai looked sideways. No wonder some people always say that war is the fastest way to grow up. This small flag, everyone has it, fixed on the clothes. After the camp is determined, it will change to the corresponding color. In addition to the color, the commander's flag has a circle of golden light around it. Only the commander's flag can be called a battle flag. Yijai's action is a poor disguise. Commander. We have grabbed supplies. It's a sniper rifle. 3. On the way, Zhang Lin sent a message. Yi Jiai led Shanko Mari to march quickly, and he didn't even catch his breath. Very good, report the number of people. There are 132 people in a row, and there are 67 people now. This batch of supplies was grabbed back with life. Cheer up. Yi Jiai was not there, but she could guess their emotions keenly. Her words seemed to have some kind of power that could make them excited quickly. Don't let their sacrifice be meaningless. Now, snipers, get ready. Boldly harvest the enemy's heads, that's the points growing on the ground. Let them know that you are not easy to mess with. Yes, Commander. The whole row responded in unison. This commander, even Shanko Mali could hear the difference. She secretly looked at Yi Jiai's face, but still didn't find any change. Report to the commander, all members of Group S have arrived. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Yi Jiai's eyes burst into light. The first row, Group S, everyone, start a full-scale counterattack. The red commander is hiding in front of you. I want you to make him jump out holding his damn flag. What? The red flag and the commander are on the high ground? Really? Someone subconsciously questioned. Team S. This is the final moment for you to fight for the honor of the blue team. Your names will be remembered by each of us. The battle flag is right in front of you. Go! Go and lead us to the final victory. Yes. Wu Hui said, Commander, Team S is honored to have this honor. Chapter 305. Jones Alexander felt a little panic. He was not surprised to encounter an ambush on the high ground, which showed that he met a smart enough opponent. The entire training ground was large, but perhaps because of the sudden advance, it was a bit too simple. Most of it was flat, and the few places with ups and downs could become fierce battle points. After all, the purpose of the chief competition was to select candidates, so it was stipulated that spies were not allowed to appear in group battles. If the two sides did not meet for a long time, the intelligent computer would deliberately create disputes. He began to feel uneasy when Zhang Lin was desperate to grab the first batch of supplies. That kind of fierceness and the morale of winning formed a sharp contrast with the solemn military appearance of his own team. It was as if they had a body with strict military discipline, but the opponent seemed to have flesh and blood. He ordered resistance, but in the end, he softened. Just because Zhang Lin shouted, "You bunch of bastards, you shot a group of civilian workers, don't say you are from our individual soldiers." At that time, Zhang Lin was beaten to only half of his men. If he pursued the victory, he was sure to wipe out the enemy. But his soldiers hesitated. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Zhang Lin seized this opportunity and withdrew his men and supplies to the high ground safely, and then began to snipe them. But as a member of the Alexander family, he was taught to be good at handling and solving problems in critical situations. Although he felt something was wrong, he quickly organized a wave of retreat and counterattack. Until now, he was surrounded. He was sure that he was not exposed, but the other party came too fast. There was only one explanation: the other party guessed his position. This is easy to understand. After all, Mari Waguchi is in the other team. But what really surprised him was the way these people played without regard for their lives. Don't they know how many points they will lose if they die now? This is not a real battlefield. How important are points in Hongyan? Why are they willing to give up? 10 minutes later, Yi Jiai entered the high ground from the side, and Mari Waguchi crawled forward like her. Someone who knew her greeted her. "Commander." Yi Jiai nodded. "Where is Zhang Lin?" The man showed his white teeth, the one who sniped at the top. "Thank you." Yi Jiai climbed up quickly. After she left, someone whispered, "Oh my god, is that the commander?" From the sound of her voice, I always thought she was a middle-aged man in his 20s. But she's so beautiful. I'm lucky. I'm going to tell my brothers about this news. The man was silent for a while. I didn't expect she was such a person. Brother, from your tone, do you know our commander well? Have you heard of the Imperial Tan family and Renha Hospital? The man shook his head. The new Star Master of Bay Star, you must know this, right? What the hell? He was too surprised and his body was moving too much. He was discovered by the enemy and was shot in the shoulder. The blue light on his chest began to flash, but it didn't go out in the end, which meant that he was not judged dead. Shit! He raised his gun and aimed at the opposite side. With a bang, the man who hit him was shot in the head, and the whole person was in an extremely confused state. What the hell? Zhang Lin is awesome. This shooting skill is amazing. Hit the forehead. Bang. Another sound. Wow. Hit again. Bang. This shooting skill. Amazing. Fuck, There really is a sharpshooter. Which brother is this? Why didn't you show off your skills just now? Various discussions sounded on the high ground, and the morale was high. The group of people had no sense of being in a weak position. At this time, the battle situation had changed significantly. A sharpshooter appeared in the blue camp, and the number of red people began to decrease sharply. The sound of the sniper rifle was unique. Every time it sounded, the red team member shook unconsciously, always afraid that it would be their turn. At this time, Zhang Lin led his men to rush down. Someone hurriedly called him, "Zhang Lin, where are you going? Not sniping anymore? You're such a good shooter." Zhang Lin's eyes bulged like bells. "Zhou Qi, what are you talking about? The one sniping above is the commander. It's the last wave. Do you want to charge?" Zhou Qi was stunned in the spot. The white-skinned and beautiful girl, just now, was gradually equated with the word sharpshooter and commander. The extremely incongruous and numbing feeling made him tremble all over. "Go! Only a wimp will not go." Zhang Lin looked at. The blue light flashed on his chest, and he smiled. "Okay, wounded soldier, follow the platoon leader." Zhou Qi kicked him, and said to the light brain, "Group 1, everyone, pick up your submachine guns and follow me." The man disguised as a rock got up and said, "Brother Qi, I have a 24 standard energy gun in my hand. You have to give me my submachine gun after you go out. Exchange. Whether you get the head or not, I will give each of you a new submachine gun when you go out." Yizhi said while aiming. The person who said he wanted a submachine gun was numb. He had been listening to the commander just now, and forgot to switch back to the group channel. As soon as the words fell, everyone's light brain heard a gunshot. This time it exploded directly. Everyone knew that the sniper was their commander. Zhou Qi whistled on the public channel. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes at him and said loudly, "Did you hear that? The commander's words are golden. Brothers, charge. There are not only white points, but also submachine guns ahead. Report to the commander, Pang Pan has found us." Suddenly, Lu Bin's words extinguished the enthusiasm. The whole audience was silent. What kind of shit luck is Pang Pan? Shanko Mari couldn't help but curse in the Alliance language, and after cursing, she was stunned for a long time. "Commander, what should we do?" She looked at Yizhi unconsciously. The third platoon was wiped out by Pang Pan. Even if the second platoon can hold on for a while, it is definitely not his opponent. "Lu Bin?" she shouted. "Commander, I'm here. Send someone to negotiate with Pang Pan. I want you to delay as much time as possible." She took a deep breath. "Everyone in the second platoon, listen to me, this is the final round. Don't doubt yourself. On the front line, there will indeed be mecha warriors blocking you, but we will always have an unexpected day, and you will face a worse and more helpless situation than now. Raise your weapons. Use your brain. You will definitely be able to delay them. Victory will eventually belong to the blue team." Mari Shanko suddenly had an idea. Pang Pan is a very upright person. He does not fully recognize the commander of the red team, but is just fulfilling his duties. This is his weakness. Let the medical officer and the commander go first. There are no fools who can read Hong Yin, and they instantly understood the meaning of this. Isn't it just showing weakness to arouse the other party's sympathy? If it is done well, it may even be able to turn the other party against it. A group of civilian soldiers in the second platoon began to rub their hands. "Yes, Commander. Come on, Pang Pan. Let you feel the love of weak fathers." Chapter 306. Seeing that the second row had been arranged, Zhang Lin raised his gun. "Brothers, charge." A group of people shouted and rushed down the mountain. Yizhi's gunshots were fast and steady, like a war drum, giving people enough peace of mind. As soon as someone fell, someone immediately filled the position to maintain the sharp knife formation. At this moment, no one was still thinking about points. Yizhi completely passed on the belief of the battlefield to them, that is, winning. The red side was infected by this overwhelming morale and unconsciously fully invested in it. When the gun was knocked down, they started to use their hands and legs. If the hands and feet can't be used, use the mouth. All of them are classmates in the same department, and everyone knows each other more or less. So, single soldiers against single soldiers, commanders against commanders, the two girls from the materials department and the logistics department used their hands and feet to fight on the rocky land, with teeth all over the ground and bruises on their faces. Oneto said in the monitoring room, "It's great to be young." Professor Lin, the head of the commander department, was delighted. "It's been a long time since I saw students take the simulated battle so seriously. Great. Great." Lu Tianqing, the head of the individual combat department, touched his chin. with a calculating look on his face. With this shooting skill and this quality, it's totally possible to come to our department. Principal. Lin Jin glanced at him. Get lost. Students in the monitoring room. This class of juniors is so scary. Commander, we can't hold on any longer. Lu Bin's voice came from the channel. His tone was weak, and he was really at his limit. Yijia pursed her lips tightly, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her vision. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up, and she finally caught you. She recovered her mind, and could only hear the sound of the wind, breathing, and heartbeat in her ears. She held her breath, and moved the muzzle of the gun forward a little in the direction and speed of the wind. She pressed the muzzle down, moved her finger slightly, and bang! Hit! The commander of the red team was shot dead. Repeat, the commander of the red team was shot dead. The voice of the intelligent computer suddenly sounded. Pang Pan was stunned for a moment, and Lu Bin seized this opportunity to attack his lower body, but was caught by the backhand. The reaction of each member of the red team was half a beat slower. This was the first time they clearly felt what it felt like when their commander died on the battlefield. It was as if the backbone was suddenly pulled out. For a moment, I had no idea how to react. Should I retreat to protect the flag or continue to fight them? I can retreat, but how should I retreat? Taking this opportunity, Yijia shouted, Zhang Lin. Zhou Qi. The red flag is at your 1 o'clock direction, on the person who fell face down. Go! A hurrah sounded. The first round of the chief competition is over, the blue team won, and the review results will be sent to everyone's light computer soon. Please check it. Let's enter the second round. As the winner, the blue team can choose 3 players, and the red team can only choose 2. The selected people have no right to refuse. Student Yijia, please tell me your team list. You have 5 minutes to consider. The rules are open, and Yijia already has a candidate in mind, and said without hesitation, Zhang Lin, Wu Hui Zhou Qi. She deliberately didn't choose Pang Pan. Where is Jones Alexander? Jones Alexander had a cold face, and his eyes looked around and finally fell on Pang Pan. He suppressed the last bit of uneasiness in his heart. Although he was not convinced by this person, judging from his performance throughout the game, he could be trusted. Bei Chiao Pang Pan. As soon as Pang Pan's name came out, there was a booing at the scene. He could have let Pang Pan play the first and third games without losing. 3 games, 2 wins. No more than 2 people in each round. No one can play consecutively. The first round starts. Please write the names of the players on the light brain. A mechanical sound rang out, and a huge arena rose in the center. The rules of the second round are based on the first round, and only the winning side has the personnel advantage. But in Yijia's view, the personnel advantage is secondary, and the main thing is to establish the commander's prestige in the team battle. And the quickest way is to lead them to win a game, so she must win no matter what. At this time, everyone realized that the entire training ground had been transformed, that is, the rocks under their feet were not real, and maybe the scene would not be like this next time. The second round of the competition for the top spot has officially begun. The first members of the blue team, Wu Hui and Zhou Qi, are going to play. The S team led by Wu Hui fought desperately and opened a gap. He died very early, and he had enough time to rest. It was appropriate for him to be the first to play. The first members of the red team, Pang Pan and Bart Xiao, are going to play. Yijia raised his eyebrows slightly. Jones Alexander is indeed a very cautious person. He always brings Bart when Pang Pan must win, which only shows that he still has a little doubt in his heart. The 4 people walked onto the stage, standing opposite each other, and the intelligent brain gave an order, start. Wu Hui took the lead in attacking Pang Pan, but surprisingly, the opponent did not fight back, but was just defending. There was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Jones Alexander's face changed drastically. Pang Pan. Wu Hui stopped, and Pang Pan jumped off the ring on his own accord, his face full of seriousness. Classmate Yijia beat me, and I promised to help her win the first place. Jones Alexander glared at him. You lied to me in the first round. Pang Pan frowned, his naivety was pure, and he refused this heart-piercing hat. I killed 127 people on the blue side. Is that not enough? The whole audience was in an uproar. Wikimari couldn't help but look at Yijia, who matched her portrait again. As expected of an imperial noble, the young master of the 4 major families, she is really good at playing with people's hearts. How difficult and painful the fight was just now, how tall and glorious her figure was at this moment. Wu Hui and Zhou Qi, who originally hated Pang Pan, immediately changed their expressions and squeezed Pang Pan in the middle like brothers. You are good. Yijia stepped forward. Jones Alexander, you lost. But I am willing to give you another chance. We will decide the outcome of this game 1v1. Damn it. Is Sister AI so tough? Some people who know her have already unconsciously called her sister. A group of young and energetic boys and girls were instantly ignited, and all kinds of booing and screaming sounded in the whole audience. Jones Alexander lowered his eyes. His eyelashes were long and thick, and countless thoughts flashed through his head. Is this approach using him to establish prestige? But can a person with a long-term poor physique defeat him? But in any case, a lady made such a request to him, and he had to respond. And this matter is not without benefit to him. Compared with losing the game so cowardly, he can get more respect from them by showing his force. He raised his eyes were open and his attitude was generous. If I lose, I lose, but I accept your challenge. He simply took off his training uniform, and wiped off the blue mark on his forehead. That was the bullet mark when Yijai shot him. Most people were covered in red and blue, looking very embarrassed. There is a saying that thin is thin, but there are muscles. Jones Alexander's whole body is pure white, but his body lines are symmetrical and smooth, and he has been trained at a glance. The military academy is also a paradise for gays, and a group of men howl louder than women. Chapter 307. Yijai easily jumped onto the ring, stood straight, and waved, "Come!" Jones Alexander's handsome and fair face was stiff for a moment. This woman was too arrogant. He took the lead and attacked with a ruthless knife. Yijai blocked with his left hand. The two were very fast, and exchanged several moves. An expert knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. The people around them gradually calmed down. Looking at the moves of these two people, they knew that they were not just playing tricks. Everyone is a child of destiny. Who hasn't yearned for the position of chief? A team battle can only give them a preliminary understanding of the level of the two commanders. With close combat, it will be much clearer. Yijai pressed Jones Alexander's shoulders with both hands and flew into the air, ready to lock his throat. The other party noticed her intention and dodged. I thought it would be easy to beat Jones Alexander after the special training of Givenchy, but the other party was unexpectedly strong. Jones Alexander almost couldn't keep his expression. Didn't she say that because her mental power grew too fast, her body was dragged down, and she relied on wearing a bracelet to enhance her physical fitness? He had this stage, and he had to train for more than 10 hours a day, harder than the individual soldiers, in order to stimulate his physical potential. His mental power became a later, and he was a boy, so his physique was naturally stronger. Even so, the process of becoming B was very difficult. The family speculated that Yijai's physique should only be C at this time. Even if the Tan family had a secret and created a B, it would be impossible to really reach the physical fitness of B level. But what's going on with this body that is faintly B+ now? Yijai's eyes swept through Jones Alexander's weaknesses one by one, and she found that fighting with this man was a very interesting thing. Both of them were commanders, and they were used to making predictions when fighting, so the fight was particularly stalemate. After thinking for a while, she rushed out first. Generally speaking, people who look so good are more concerned about appearance, so let's give it a try. Each of her subsequent moves hit the opponent's face directly. Jones Alexander barely dodged a punch to the nose, and was a little angry. Doesn't this woman know that you should not hit someone in the face when you hit him? Compared to the excitement on the stage, the audience seemed much quieter. They were also making noises, but there was no more cheering based on gender. Both of them were very strong. There was indeed a reason why the intelligent computer chose them as commanders, and they were convinced. The people in the individual soldier department could not hide their shock. The fighting level of the commander department, which is known as a rookie, is at this level. The people in the real rookie commander department next to them were full of yearning and excitement, as if they saw their idol. Zhang Lin came to Pang Pan, his eyes bulged, and he looked surprised. You said, the commander beat you? Really? According to the situation at that time, Pang Pan did lose, because he did not stipulate that weapons could not be used. Yijai should have caught the loophole in his words early on. She was right, all is fair in war. Pang Pan's face was slightly red because of his suffocation. Really? But Zhang Lin and Zhou Qi obviously would not guess that he blushed because of anger. Zhou Qi directly said boldly, "You can't do it because the commander is good-looking? Can't do it? How is it possible? This is too disrespectful to the opponent." Pang Pan had a straightforward look on his face. Zhou Qi paused for a second, and then his expression was indescribable. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder, and the two looked at each other, with the same understanding and vicissitudes in their eyes. It is said that Lu Bin led people to persuade him with emotion and reason, which only made him hesitate for a few minutes. It is indeed Pang Zhen who is stubborn and stupid. Zhang Lin touched his chin and muttered, "How did the commander win?" As for the level that Yi Jiai showed now, although it is very high, he is definitely not as good as Pang Pan. This matter is destined to become an unsolved mystery of Hongyan. On the stage, Yi Jiai was falling from the air, with her elbow down, hitting Jones Alexander's vest hard. She knew very well which part of the back had the most nerves around it. Jones Alexander groaned, staggered a step, and his whole waist was bent in pain. Yi Jiai seized the opportunity, raised her left knee, kicked his chin, and smashed his neck with her right hand, instantly making him lose the ability to move and collapse to the ground. "You lost." She panted slightly, but her eyes were bright and energetic. Jones Alexander simply spread out on the ring, looking at the sky and unable to recover. He lost to a woman. The team battle was lost, and the 1v1 was also lost. Fuck. The chief competition is officially over. Congratulations to Yi Jiai, a freshman in the Command Department A department, for winning 2 rounds and becoming the 3603rd Hongyan chief. Please stay where you are, someone will come to pick you up soon. The voice of the intelligent brain sounded, marking the end of the game, and the confirmation of the chief candidate. "Chief Yi." Someone shouted loudly below. Mari Waiguchi stared at the man, with a smile on her face. "Don't shout, it's Chief Yi." "Ah? Yi? The Yi family of the Alliance?" The students of the Alliance were quite shocked. Student A: "Oh my god, I guessed it before, but I didn't expect to guess it right." Student B: "What Alliance Yi?" "This is the young master of the Tan family, an imperial noble. Don't you know?" Student C: "Not a noble. I know something about this. This is the only civilian young master so far, and the people of the Empire are very supportive." Student A: "The Yi family of the Alliance, don't you know? Very powerful. You can go check it out. It turns out that the chief is from the Yi family." "What a friendly way to say it," Student B said with a smile. "The chief is an imperial person, don't even think about it." Amid the discussion of the crowd, a shuttle fell from the sky. Zhou Qi led his men to stand on both sides of the open shuttle gate, looking like they were welcoming their master, and said jokingly, "Where's the chief? Come on. Chief first. Let the chief feel the enthusiasm of our individual soldiers." Yi Jiai saw the scene and smiled, and shook her head. She took the initiative to reach out to the person lying on the ground. "Go back." Jones Alexander slid his eyes to the right, glanced at her, and then returned to the center, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Yi Jiai actually smiled. Why, the loss of the chief position has hit the young master of the Alexander family so hard. Not really, right? Jones Alexander's breath was choked, but he still stretched out his hand. What a poor way to provoke. Yi Jiai pulled him up, turned around and jumped off the ring, waving his hand. No matter what method, the one that works is the best method. Zhang Lin faced her, stood at attention, and saluted Chief. The others also raised their hands to salute, shouting, "Chief." Yi Jiai paused, stood up straight, swept his right hand from the seam of his pants to the vicinity of his temple, returned the salute and looked at everyone. Then he put it down and walked straight towards the shuttle, followed closely by Mari Kamikochi. Chapter 308. Zhou Qi took 2 quick steps to catch up with her. "Commander, are you still keeping your promise of submachine guns for us?" "Of course." She pondered for a while, and turned around. "I promised the blue camp that I would give each person a submachine gun, and the red camp, I would give each person an energy gun." Someone in the red camp murmured, "Why are we energy guns?" "Woo, I want submachine guns too." "Who told you not to choose our commander?" Immediately, someone from the blue camp took over. Although the blue team won, it was based on a very high loss ratio. Being beaten so badly, the blue team was not without resentment. The rest of the blue team members, who failed to successfully switch camps, breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew there would be such a surprise? Jones Alexander walked at the end, listening to the discussion of the crowd, and sneered. "Humph, you can win people's hearts." After everyone came in, the shuttle rose, flew across the training ground and flew directly to the central square from the periphery. "I thought the training ground was outside, but it turned out to be inside the school." Someone sighed. "When they came here, they were knocked unconscious and taken away. When they came back, they appeared in the central square in a mighty manner." The giant screen was still playing the replay of the Matian League, but there was a small split screen that announced the situation of the 3063rd chief, and Yi Jiai's student photo was pasted on it as a photo. Hola! As soon as the group of people got off the shuttle, they were shocked by the alarm. Then the principal's voice came. "The opening ceremony will be held on time in the central square in half an hour." The first-year students just finished the competition for the chief, so they stayed and didn't go back to the dormitory. Yijia looked up and saw the horizon was just turning pale, with a hint of red. It must be a sunny day. The outdoor temperature on Hongyan Star was really high. She looked at everyone. Not only was the training uniform all gray, but there were also large patches of red and blue marking powder here and there, and they were fluorescent. In the dim conditions, the embarrassment revealed a bit of weirdness. Go and tidy up. Those who brought school uniforms should change into them. Those who didn't bring them, ask your classmates to help bring them out. Yes, Chief. Everyone took their own actions. Yijia had been extremely tense all night, and after the fight with Jones Alexander, she relaxed now. Not only did she feel sore all over, but she also felt extremely tired. She was only covered with some dust, which was easy to take care of. She went to the sink to wash her face. Congratulations, Chief. Shanko Mari handed her a tissue. Yijia took it, wiped the water droplets off her face, rolled up the tissue and threw it into the trash can, making a slight sound, and said as she walked, "You stand with me, do you think I have a better chance of winning?" Wikamari chuckled. "You really can't hide anything from you. But I'm also curious, why are you so confident in me? It's not easy to win this game." "No, I don't have confidence in you." Yijia paused, turned his head to look at her, with a puzzled face. Wikamari stood shoulder to shoulder with her. "The Tan family hid you very well. According to the information, you are indeed not as good as Jones Alexander, but the incident of Bay Star shocked me very much, and it also far exceeded my understanding of you. So I think you are not a person who can infer with common sense. Now it proves that I won the bet, right? Maybe this is a woman's intuition?" Yijia shook her head and chuckled. Sure enough, anyone who was invited by Hongyan should not be underestimated. There were already many students standing in the square. Zhang Lin stood in the first row of the individual combat department and waved to her. Next to him stood Pang Pan. When she walked to the first-year team, she immediately caused a commotion, and many people saluted her. Someone whispered to her, "Good morning, Chief." She responded patiently one by one, "Good morning." The word chief basically represents the strongest person in the grade. It's just because of the Machian League that the first-year chiefs are basically from the commander department, and some years are held by people from the individual combat department. "Classmates, I am your principal, Lian Yaito." Yijia was delayed for a while. Just as he returned to the team and stood up, a huge platform appeared in front of him. A gray-haired, energetic old man stood there. He was tall and straight. Although there were wrinkles on his face, his actual age could not be seen. Even his voice was strong and deep enough. "We meet again. First, let's warmly welcome the freshmen this year with applause. Another 19,873 students have joined us at Hongyan." The applause was thunderous. "Then, let's applaud the 4th and 5th graders, who are about to go to the front line." The applause rang out again, but it was sparse. Many people thought they had heard it wrong, but they didn't dare to lower their heads to whisper because of school rules and regulations. "Okay, the opening ceremony is over," he said calmly. Yijia raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is that it? No leaders are speaking? Or are all military school principals so neat and tidy?" He glanced around and found that everyone looked accustomed to it. "I will announce 2 things below, which you need to know. First, the Machian League will start in January. Time is tight. Please prepare the teachers and first-year students in charge of the event. Everyone says that we are always the 2nd place, but I didn't expect that we got the 3rd place last time. In order to avoid such accidents, I think the seniors will be happy to take care of the first-year students," he said happily. Feeling the strong malice coming from all directions, Yijia, The first-year students, Can we not take care of them? Second, the Dawa Federation, the Sei Federation, and the Mani Federation have declared war on the Empire at the same time. So, this time the 4th-year students will also go to the front line, and will set off this afternoon. Say goodbye quickly and remember to say what you want to say. After all, not everyone can come back. Oneto was very calm. Students who come to Hongyan to study have to sign many commitments, such as a commitment to volunteer, to go to the front line, etc. The most harsh one is the statement that the school cannot be held responsible for death in battle. When Yijian signed it, his hands were shaking. Hongyan has always been the school with the highest mortality rate among all military academies. The reason is very simple, because Hongyan is on the front line. Its location is too special. It is not only the national border, but also facing the Sei Union and the Dao Union. It is also the rear base of the Abyss Fleet. If Hongyan Military Academy students die in battle, they will enjoy the same treatment as the regular army of the empire. As soon as this was said, the students no longer cared about discipline, and there was a buzz of discussion in the square. The three major unions declared war at the same time. How many years has it not happened? He waved his hand to signal silence. Students from these three countries, please report to the teaching office after the meeting. We will send you back together, and your student status will be retained until after the war. Okay, adjourn the meeting. And Naido was as concise as ever. Yijai glanced at Shanko Mari, and found that she was pale. It seemed that she was not aware of the news. The situation of the Alliance students became awkward. Although the entire Noah Alliance had not yet expressed its position, the atmosphere among the students had begun to become tense. Chapter 309. Yijai looked at Shanko Mari frowning. You didn't get the news of such a big thing? This doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all. If the Alliance was originally preparing to declare war on the Empire, then it would be unnecessary for Shanko Mari to come to Hongyan to study, because she might not be able to return safely, and she might even become a hostage. In wartime, all human nature and morality must give way to victory. But there is another possibility. The Alliance has some ulterior motives and let these students come to Hongyan in this state, perhaps to become an insider? Shanko Mari suddenly came back to her senses, and the whole person was a little dazed. I want to contact my grandfather, I'm leaving first. Yeah. Yijai looked at her hurried back, and suppressed the guess in his heart. With Shanko Mari's identity, it always feels like killing a chicken with a butcher knife. Little sister AI? Suddenly someone called her. She turned around and saw the people coming and smiled. Why are you here? I was just about to look for you. Siem Minger came forward and gave her a bear hug. I said I would welcome you yesterday, but I didn't expect the competition for the top spot to be moved up. I have to leave today, so I had to come to find you. Sun Jun smiled. Congratulations, Sister AI, for winning the top spot. Yijai looked at him. You've lost weight again. It was the end of the meeting, and many people had not left. The way they met again attracted many people's attention. Chung Feng frowned. Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Looking at the backs of the few people leading in a group, Zhang Lin was a little absent-minded. Zhou Qi next to him pushed him. Is that Chung Feng the top spot in the 4th grade? A single soldier? Peng Pan hadn't paid much attention just now, but now he heard it, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. A leader of a single soldier? This guy is so fierce. More than that. Jones Alexander came over. Chung Feng is also the leader in the 1st grade, and the other boy is called Sun Jun. The two of them were very popular in the Madian League at that time. Are they all single soldiers? Jones Alexander shook his head. That Sun Jun is from the commander department, but his physique is quite good. The girl is called Xia Minger, from the logistics department, and is called Baoduo by people in their grade. Baoduo? A lot of treasures? Zhou Qi touched his head, looking puzzled. Don't you watch Empire cartoons? Jones Alexander's righteous look made Zhou Qi feel as if he had missed the military channel. Baoduo is a religious figure. As long as the subjects beg her for something, something will appear from her. Lu Bin also came over. If Yijai was here, he would definitely realize that it was Doraemon on Earth. That's not amazing, Peng Pan said in surprise. He grew up in poverty, and had a natural liking for people who could give out a lot of things. Jones Alexander touched his chin. Yeah, I didn't expect the chief to be so familiar with them. Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi and others looked at him in surprise. He touched his face. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhang Lin coughed. I'm just surprised that you recognize the identity of the chief so quickly. Jones Alexander, Can you see that he came here specifically to establish a relationship? So direct? Peng Pan, what's so surprising about this? After losing 2 games in a row, and not being able to be the chief, don't you recognize others? Jones Alexander, I was hurt by the blunt words again. Ahem, let's go, the competition is in a month, let's go back and study the special training course. Zhou Qi really couldn't stand it, and changed the subject. There is a rare forest in the north, which is a relatively private place. Several people talked here. Yijai directly handed over a space button. Keep these supplies with you, don't tell anyone, if anything unexpected happens, you can use them. Sun Jun was touched. Sure enough, my sister AI is the best, Sister Ming, put them away quickly. Xia Minger rolled her eyes at him and hesitated. The league is about to start. If it's weapons or something, you should keep some for yourself. It's a turbulent time, and I'm worried that the league will not be peaceful. I know. I'm prepared, don't worry. I thought we could spend college life together when you came to Hongyan. Looking at this situation, The 5th graders may not be able to come back in the next 2 years. Maybe they will graduate directly when they come back. Xia Ming'er looked regretful, with short and neat hair. Compared with before, a hint of tenderness has settled in her firm face. Thinking of this, Sun Jun's face was full of sorrow. I was quite excited when I went to the Gold Star, but now I'm on the front line ahead of time. Don't tell me, I'm a little nervous. Don't worry. Xia Ming'er glanced at him. You 4th-year students must be in the rear, and you must come back for the final exam. You can't just go to the master's program of Hongyan. That's even worse. I have to study while fighting, right? You don't know how abnormal the commander department exam is, and I don't have Sister AI's photographic memory. Sun Jun was wailing. Xia Ming'er said cautiously, maybe the questions will be very simple? Any other military academy has this possibility, but Hongyan. He raised his index finger and shook it, impossible. His appearance made Yizhi laugh. I am from the commander department, senior, please don't scare me. Sun Jun was stunned by the senior. If it were someone else, I would still be able to impart some experience, such as exam manuals, but forget it, I'm waiting to hear the legend of our little sister AI. Fatty, don't be like this, I'm under a lot of pressure. Yizhi joked with him. Sun Jun's eyebrows drooped, and he looked melancholy. Now when I hear people call me Fatty, I think of Billion. You know how good we were back then. Every day, we ate, drank, and had fun. I studied Red Rock to prove myself, but I didn't know that I would go to the front line. I was shaking when I called my mother yesterday. Xia Ming'er patted his shoulder. Fatty, adults have so many things that they can't help themselves. You should grow up. She was better off because she had been alone for a long time. The person she couldn't let go of the most was right in front of her. It was good to say goodbye. Looking at the situation, maybe I will go to the front soon. When that time comes, I will rely on you old soldiers to help me. Goodbye. Yizhi blinked. Her original intention was to arouse their fighting spirit, but she didn't know that her words would become a proverb in the end. Of course, these are just later stories. Chapter 310. Looking at the time, Chung Feng, who had been silent, coughed lightly. Sun Jun suddenly reacted and winked at Xia Ming'er. Let's go back and pack up first, you. Chat later. After that, he took Xia Ming'er and left. Wait. Yizhi called him. She took the initiative to step forward and gave each of them a hug. Be safe. If the optical brain can't contact you, write to me, and make sure to let me know your situation. Xia Ming'er's eyes were red instantly. Sun Jun turned his face to the side, forced back the tears in his eyes, turned his face and shouted, Oh, they say that parting is for a better meeting next time. Why are you so sad? Just think of it as reassuring me. Yizhi said with a smile. Okay. Sister Xiaoai, goodbye. Sun Jun waved goodbye. The sun shone through the gaps in the woods, falling on his brows and nose wings. The whole person looked sunny and friendly, without the shadow of the fat man in the past. Sister Xiaoai, goodbye. May everything go well in the league. Xia Ming'er's voice was hoarse. The two walked side by side out of the woods. By the way, Brother Feng and I lost to the Imperial Army in the 1st grade. Sister Xiaoai must help us get back at them. From afar, Sun Jun's voice came. Yizhi laughed dumbly, still so eager to win. Xiaoai. Chung Feng looked at her with deep eyes. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I shouldn't have said that. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. She looked calm and handed him a space button. This is what the Chung family asked me to pass on to you. At the beginning, the head of the Chung family and several masters wrote her a letter of guarantee, which was sent by Viscount Tannenmean, and this space button. Along with the things was a letter from the head of the Chung family, saying that if she went to Hongyan to study, she hoped that she could pass it on to Chung Feng. If she didn't go, she would send it back to the Chung family, so that he could ask someone else to send it to Hongyan. What is this? Chung Feng frowned and asked. Yizhi shook her head. This was not an ownerless space button, so she couldn't open it. I don't know, maybe it's something like supplies. I can sense that the space inside is very large. Maybe your family heard something in advance? Although she said so, she didn't think so in her heart. If the front line was really not peaceful, Ji Fan would definitely remind her, and this space button was really too big. Chung Feng squeezed the space button tightly and lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Before going to the front line, you should contact your family. They are very worried about you. Hearing this, Chung Feng put away the space button and put on a nonchalant smile on his face. They are worried about me? What about you? Yizhi didn't even move her face, and her expression was calm. Isn't this nonsense? We have been friends for so many years. Wouldn't I worry about you getting hurt? What she meant by this couldn't be clearer. Chung Feng had a sly smile on his face, but there was a dark surge in the depths of his eyes. Shall I? Give me a definite answer, are we really impossible? Yi Jiai, Until now, in Yi Jiai's eyes, Chung Feng has finally been regarded as an adult comparable to her. The most impressive thing was the time when he saved her on the Bay Star. She truly felt his strength, maturity, and his feelings for her. She once yearned for the love of childhood sweethearts, and she had to admit that she was moved when they parted. At that time, her selfish part was at work, and she even wanted Chung Feng to stay. Later, Ji-fan came. During the quiet time, she did not fail to consider Chung Feng. It was precisely because she considered it that she felt it was unfair to him. She knew very well that even if she agreed to this boy, she would not fall in love with him. She was almost 50 years old in her 2 lives. At this age, she knew very well the difference between being moved and loving. In addition, a series of events such as Sea Buckthorn, Divine Realm, Bioman, and Anlin Bode's handwriting made her feel as if she was trapped in a fog. She vaguely felt that there was a huge conspiracy slowly unfolding against her. In this situation, it would be too irresponsible to talk about love. She exhaled, her expression serious. Chung Feng, I don't want to lie to you, you are still young, there are still many years and girls to experience. But the person who will walk hand in hand with you for a lifetime is definitely not me. Chung Feng tightened his right fist, his voice was tight. Can I ask why? Yi Jiai said honestly. First, I don't have any ideas in this regard at this stage, and second, I must be honest that you are not my type. Chung Feng sneered. Then what type do you like? Yi Jiai, The type she likes? How does she know? Hasn't she been in a relationship yet? But as a person who has experienced it, Yi Jiai knows that feelings cannot stand procrastination, and rejection must be thorough. Cutting off all the other party's thoughts is the best way for both parties. Seeing that Chung Feng didn't give up until he got an answer, Yi Jiai began to ponder. Young men of this age are full of youthful vigor. If she talks about someone of the same age, what if Chung Feng gets so angry that he beats him up? It is best if this person is honest and strong, so that the other party can understand the gap between them and work hard for it. He must not ruin his life because of a little setback in his relationship. A man with wet hair and a bathrobe open flashed through her mind. She swallowed her saliva, well, probably like Lieutenant General Ji-fan. But she was silently saying, Your Excellency, I'm sorry, I used you as a shield. Chung Feng's face changed, and the smile on his mouth tightened completely. He looked at Yi Jiai's face as if to say, How come you are the same as those women on Guanjiaxing? Lieutenant General Ji-fan. How old is he? Don't you think you two are not suitable? He gritted his teeth. Yi Jiai, my father is nearly 20 years older than my mother, so we are only 25 years apart, which is not bad. She really didn't think the age difference was that big after all. She was almost 50 years old in her heart. If you have to say, it's not certain who is older. Seeing that she really considered it, Chung Feng looked pale. How could you? Like Lieutenant General Ji-fan? Ji-lan is better than him. Yi Jiai blinked. Ji-lan? Are you kidding? Seeing her disgust, Chung Feng took a deep breath, didn't care about so much, held her shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, Shall I? It doesn't matter if you don't like me, but do you know who the Lieutenant General is? He is a person who only has the Empire in his eyes. It is very, very hard to like him. Give up. Yi Jiai thought. It was because she knew that Ji-fan would never like her that she said that about Ji-fan. He tried to put on a regretful and sad expression. I know, I didn't think about that. Let's talk about it later. If Zhou Jianjun, Gu Dingjun or Hu Lin were here, they would definitely shout, What a big mistake. It can only be said that the image of the patron saint of the Ji-fan Empire is too deeply rooted in people's hearts, making people ignore the nature of the old fox Ji. Chapter 311. After finishing the course Military Command Theory, Yi Jiai and Mari Shanko left the classroom together, and met Zhang Lin and others in the corridor. Chief. Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi, Pang Pan, Wu Wei said at the same time. I've said it many times. You don't need to call me that. Yi Jiai looked at them. You just finished class too? Zhang Lin. Yes, I came to find you specially. The list of individual soldiers is out. Do you want to see it? Yi Jiai nodded. Give it to Mari first. We are going to the training hall, what about you? Zhou Qi immediately said, We want to go too together. Pang Pan glanced behind them and asked in confusion, Why don't you see Jones? Isn't he going? He went to get the list and will be here later. Yi Jiai said as he walked. During this period, the first-year students on the road were all in a hurry and tense. In 3 days, the Madian League will officially begin. The 4th and 5th graders have all left. Some teachers have cut their classes by half, and everyone's eyes are fixed on them. On the way, many 1st graders consciously joined them, and the group headed towards the physical training hall. A month has passed too quickly. Zhou sighed, and he suddenly hissed, "Mari, why do I feel that you have lost weight?" Shanko Mari waved her hand. She was so tired that she didn't even want to talk. The league is about to start. As the head of intelligence, her work is basically in the early stage. Not only does she stay up late every day to organize materials, but the school also has special training for her. In addition, due to her poor physical condition, she was dragged to practice by Yijie whenever she had time, which made her extremely doubtful about her life. Pang Pan touched his belly. "I also think I've lost weight. Yijie couldn't bear it. Let's eat on the 5th floor of the cafeteria tonight. Take whatever you want. I treat you." "Everyone?" Zhang Lin asked her. Yijie nodded. Zhou bumped his shoulder. "Isn't that nonsense? The chief is from the Yijie family. He doesn't need such a little money." Yijie didn't bother to pay attention to him. After getting along for a long time, everyone has more or less discovered Zhou funny attributes. If it weren't for the chief, the situation in Hongyan this year would be hard to say. Wu Hui suddenly spoke, with a bit of relief on his cold face. Everyone agreed with it, especially Shanko Mari. When the 3 major alliances declared war on the empire at the same time, friction broke out from time to time between senior imperial students and alliance students. All the freshmen who were preparing for the competition could still live in peace. Even Anadua was surprised by this. The reason was that there was a chief named Yijie in the 1st grade. This is a very strange but understandable thing. As the young master of the Tan family, Yijie is a proper imperial noble in the eyes of the newcomers of the empire, even if she is not a member of the nobility. For the newcomers of the alliance, the weight of the Yi family is comparable to the leadership of the Noah alliance. There are also rumors that the name Yijie is included in the family tree, and it is a direct lineage. Isn't that a member of the Yi family? Isn't the Yi family a family of the alliance? Then isn't Yijie a member of the alliance? This is a situation that Yijie herself did not expect. Onedo specifically talked to her, hoping that she would at least treat both sides equally during the game. It's just the declaration of war by the 3 major alliances. The Abyss fleet can still handle it. No alliance has not made any statement. It's still a peaceful time. The right thing to do is to focus on the competition. Other schools don't have such a complicated situation as our school. You know, our goal this year is to maintain the 2nd place and strive for the 1st place. She walked in the front and deliberately raised her voice when she entered the training hall. "That's right, we are all classmates, and maybe we will become comrades in arms. Why do we need to make the relationship so stiff?" Zhou understood and continued loudly. Zhang Lin and Mari Waguchi also responded. The training hall accommodated nearly half of the freshmen, and each of them had a high physical level, so they could hear their conversation clearly. Yijie looked at Zhang Lin. "How did you arrange it? We have 598 A's in the individual soldiers, divided into 300 groups, with 2 A's in charge of one group's practice, and there is a team leader for 5 groups to provide guidance at any time. Then Pang Pan will practice with us A's at night. Did you invite the 4th grade teachers?" Yijie was a little surprised, because there were not so many teachers in the entire 1st grade individual soldier department. Well, it took some effort to invite them. The Madian League is very important to us, but many of them are used to it, and it's not a big deal. Pang Pan said seriously. "Jones gave us some ideas. This guy is not bad." Yijie smiled. "Jones Alexander is really good at making connections." She looked at Pang Pan. "In that case, don't you have nothing to do now?" "It seems." Pang Pan scratched his head, feeling a little uneasy. Was the chief saying that he was too idle? "In that case, I leave her to you. If you can't improve her to a higher level, she should be fine, right?" Yijie pushed Shanko Mari towards him. "Yes, Chief." Pang Pan thought it was a mandatory task, and answered loudly, as if he would be making a mistake if he didn't train Shanko Mari to improve. Yijie walked to the side area. Unlike the bustling individual soldier department, this area seemed much more deserted and empty. The students from the commander department were waiting for her. "Chief." She nodded, stepped into the biological cabin, and said directly, "Prepare for simulation training?" After thinking for a while, she held up the hatch that was about to close. "After the simulation training, you will do more physical training at night." The people in the commander department looked hopeless. "Mother God, please come and save them. Chief, don't you know that their spiritual sea will dry up after each simulation training?" They are exhausted. How can they still do physical training? Jones Alexander just walked in, and when he heard this, he knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions. He understood Yijiai's thoughts very well, but deliberately sang the red face. Chief, this is too difficult. Yijiai looked at him with a puzzled look, but the other party blinked at her. She simply walked out of the biocapsule and said loudly, "The deputy commander said it was difficult. The list of finalists has been decided, and the selected students have been notified, but I think most of them will not tell. I know some of you feel that it is unfair. The preliminaries will be held in 3 days, and the finals will be held at least a few months later. Why is the list of finalists decided now? Then I can only tell you one thing. The people on the list this year will enter the special training stage in advance. Their foundation is better than those who are not selected. After the special training, do you still think you can make up for this gap? But what I want to say is that the list is not fixed. There are small assessments every week and large assessments every month. Those who do not meet the standards will be eliminated from the team. Each of you has a chance. In addition, A is not your life-saving talisman. In the starting list of each department this time, there are many non-A people on it. Now tell me, do you still think it is difficult? Not difficult. Everyone immediately said loudly. Chapter 312. Wasteland Planet, Radiation Index A level. There is no grass on the ground, and the air is filled with an extremely pungent smell, but there is still some oxygen content. If humans breathe in this gas directly, their lungs will soon feel a burning sensation. The high concentration of boron trisulfide in the air will seriously corrode the lung tissue and cause people to die of lack of oxygen. Although it is impossible to survive on the ground, there is still a certain amount of space underground. 50 meters underground, there was a sound of dripping instruments, coupled with the sound of people talking and walking, which scared a skinny mouse that had just dug a hole here and quickly returned the same way. This is a temporary command center built with rigid brackets and plastic materials. The area is not large, but it is small but complete, with intelligence collection department, map analysis department, logistics department, information confrontation department, etc. Commander, this is a map made based on the images sent back by migratory birds. Yijiai took it calmly. There are 2 errors. I need the correct version in 5 minutes. Yijiai looked at the other person. Although she was wearing a bulky isolation suit, her momentum was not diminished. Yes. The man saluted and left in a hurry. Yijiai had a strong mental power. The time and space lines of the wasteland planet were disordered. For her, it was just a matter of time to analyze the global map. But for others, it was obviously not that simple. This was the 3rd time that Zhuanghe sent the map over, and there were still errors. And this time the commander also issued an ultimatum. Jones Alexander stood beside her, frowning. The enemy seems to be too quiet. What do you think? They won't give up this vein. No movement can only mean that the other party is planning something. They are all in the simulated military exercise base of Hongyan. This time, they drew a wasteland planet transformed from an energy planet. The Wally country has been operating on this planet for a long time. It has been exploiting energy recklessly regardless of the interstellar convention and the life of the planet, causing serious damage, causing the planet's magnetic field to be disordered, and finally becoming a wasteland planet. As the Imperial fleet, their mission is to disintegrate the country's armed forces. Of course, all the soldiers are virtual characters, and the opponents are intelligent brains. The purpose is to train the abilities of freshmen and allow them to quickly pass the running-in period. Commander, we captured an encrypted signal from the enemy. Someone shouted, because they were too excited, the volume was very loud. Yijiai walked over. Did you decipher it? Deciphered. The man tapped the keyboard, and a cold mechanical sound came from the speaker. Must let them all die here. Even though they knew that the other party was simulated by the intelligent brain, everyone in the command center still felt a chill. Yijiai snorted coldly and gave the order directly. 3389 area. The 2 companies in the canyon quickly retreat and guard the entrance and exit. Everyone else moved towards the canyon. The people in the command center were a little confused, but they still issued the order she gave. Soon, they saw giant spider mechas emerging from the ground of the canyon one after another. Some people broke out in a cold sweat. If they had not retreated in time, they would have lost the combat effectiveness of 2 elite companies in an instant. Listen to my order, all firepower is ready, blow up this canyon. The headquarters of the Wally Kingdom is underground. At this time, a faint bombing sound came from above their heads. Someone's face was pale. We have been discovered? Jones Alexander chuckled. Now he knew. Is it too late? 7th Battalion, action. Shoot down the flying mechas above your head, he said coldly. The 7th Battalion is a ground-based heavy-duty unit. No one else in the command center knew when Jones deployed the 7th Battalion around. The exercise is over. The Wally Country Command Center has been destroyed, and the mine has been destroyed. Congratulations on your victory. The rating is B. Please keep up the good work, commanders. With a loud bang, the voice of the intelligent brain sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes went dark, and they were forced to log off. When many people came out, they had a dazed expression on their faces. This is the most terrifying and shameful thing. They did not keep up with the brain speed of the two commanders. Yijia stepped out of the biocapsule. Her face was not very good. Looking at the people in front of her who were as depressed as quails, she took a deep breath and tried to keep her tone as gentle as possible. Even if it is A-level difficulty, the result should not be like this. You rely too much on the map. I don't think the failure this time is the problem of the map analysis department. She looked at Jones Alexander, who came out of the biocapsule slowly. You review with them. I go to Mari to take a look. Jones Alexander smiled and responded, Okay, Chief. After Yijia left, his expression changed, and he said with a serious face, Don't other departments know how to operate without a map? The Wasteland Planet is basically a blind map. This is the understanding of everyone. You relied too much on the Chief's mental power before. As a commander, if you can't even have a clear perception of the battle situation, you are playing with the lives of the frontline soldiers. Today is the day when the League starts, so she must have first-hand information. She jumped off the shuttle and stepped into the teaching and research room, and saw Mari Ueguchi leading people to make analysis charts. This was their temporary headquarters, and corps members such as John Lin gathered here. What's the situation this year? She asked as soon as she entered the door. The Motian League is hosted by Luojin Mountain every year, and the news is notoriously tight. You never know if there will be new rules and changes this year before the start of the game. Mari Ueguchi saw her and quickly said, This year, a total of 3,682 military academies will participate. So few? The Motian League is a competition for the entire galaxy, and it has a high gold content. In previous years, at least tens of thousands of schools successfully registered for the first round of the preliminaries. Well, the official didn't give a reason, but we have done the analysis chart and think that this year there is a high probability that physical scene competitions will be added, so the threshold has been raised, but the specific form needs to collect more information. What is the mode of the preliminaries? 1v1 elimination round. Mari Ueguchi unfolded the icon. She had already prepared the next daily competition process. On the first day, half of the schools will be eliminated, leaving 1841 schools. On the second day, one school will be selected for a bye. After half of the schools are eliminated, there will be 921 schools left. On the fifth day, there will be only 115 schools left, entering the second round of the preliminaries. Yijia's heart moved. The top 5 from the previous session will join? Yes, the top 5 from the previous session can directly participate in the second round of the preliminaries. This has always been the League's rule, and has not changed. It's just that because there are not many students in the school this year, there is not much time left for us to prepare. Chapter 313. Yijia, what about the second round? 120-5. No, the early stage will still be a 1v1 elimination match, and the top 8 will enter the points match directly. Yijia was stunned. The final has become the quarterfinals? After all, the finals in previous years were the points match. Ueguchi Mari was silent for a moment, and gave her own conclusion. No, the quarterfinals will still be a 1v1 elimination match, and 4 military academies will be selected, and the remaining 4 will be eliminated and then enter one. The top 5 competition will most likely be a brand new competition mode. The brand new competition mode, everyone chewed in their hearts. At this time point, it was always intriguing. In that case, this year's finals will not take more than a month? Yijia looked at the icon and always felt like he was racing against time. Yes. Mari Ueguchi pursed her lips. A little hesitation flashed in her amber eyes. Compared to previous years, the half-year competition has been compressed into more than a month. Zhouqi touched his chin and said, They are all 1v1 elimination games. It would be really fun if we met the God's army in advance when the 120 entered the 8. Everyone, John Lin pushed his shoulder down. Don't be such a jinx. Yijia's eyes swept through the crowd like a radar, and finally fixed on Pang Pan. Pang Pan, you will go to draw lots from now on. He was obviously surprised, and his silly face showed a bit of stupidity. Why? Fools have stupid luck. Zhouqi continued. Ah? Why doesn't it sound like a good thing? Yijai comforted him. Don't listen to their nonsense. They chose you because you are lucky. Mari Waguchi also said, Zhou Qi is just jealous of you. Pang Pan was really lucky. He said his mother was saved by Renha Hospital. But Yijai knew that even if Renha Hospital in Heimustar had this policy, only 1% of the civilians would benefit from it, and most of these 1% were from well-off families. She asked Tan Chi to check that Pang Pan's mother was just lucky enough to meet a kind doctor at that time, and not long after, the doctor was transferred to other planets. In addition, Pang Pan, who had such terrible academic performance, was discovered by a Nido. On the one hand, it means that he is really talented, but on another level, isn't this also a kind of luck? The interstellar is so big that no one dares to guarantee that they can know everything. Many forces have heard of the proud children of heaven like Yijai and Jones Alexander, but there are still many golds like Pang Pan in the interstellar that have not been dug and discovered. 10 days later, Hongyan Military Academy ushered in the first game. 120-5, just like this. Fortunately, Pang Pan did not fail in his mission. He was a red hand, and was drawn to the 7th Military School of the Alliance. Although it is an old military school, its military strength is not strong, and its ranking in previous years is quite low. But Yijai still made a serious pre-war mobilization. Is everyone clear about our goal this year? Secure the 2nd place and strive for the 1st place. There are 50,000 biological capsules in the military simulation base. At this time, 18,745 first-year students are ready and answered loudly. Very good. She made a fist with her right hand and raised it above her head, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. Do you want to be on the hero list and the hero monument? Yes. Who doesn't want to be a hero when serving in the army? From the moment Yijai became the chief, her photo was on the hero monument, and Jones Alexander was completely jealous. If you want to, do it. This may be the closest you ever get to the hero list. She shouted. Yes. Commander. Nearly 20,000 people shouted together, full of momentum. Everyone. Salute. She turned right, facing Leon Ito and the teachers, paused for 3 seconds, then lowered her head and faced the crowd, full of momentum. Listen to my instructions. Enter the biocapsule. Swish. Everyone turned over and lay down in a neat motion. On Ito sat on the podium, and on his right was Professor Lin, who whispered, Principal, what do you think of their league results this time? What do you think? On Ito knew him well, and this guy clearly wanted to express his opinion, but he refused to speak without a way out. Professor Lu sneered. They prepared well this time. Yijai and Jones Alexander cooperated well, and trained very hard. Many teachers said that the freshmen in the commander department this year are better than in previous years. He said slowly. Professor Lu thought he was going to say something, but he was here to give a commendation. He was not to be outdone. Our individual soldier department has the most A's this year, so I won't talk about that. There are also many B's that are quite good. I see that several children have the tendency to break through. I hope this competition can inspire them. Oh! Onedo was diverted, really? Professor Lu looked relieved. Yes. They arranged the training plan by themselves, and the teacher just gave suggestions. I heard that the arrangement is quite reasonable. They also invited the 4th grade teacher to come. It's very thoughtful. Although they didn't have an invitation quota for the individual soldiers this year, they have a huge plate. And they can't occupy the number of people. There were only 887 A's in total, and they alone accounted for almost 600 of them. Both of them looked satisfied, but Anida was silent for a while, and suddenly sighed. In times of war, many geniuses will always emerge. The two were stunned. Professor Lin was surprised and said, Principal, what do you mean? 2 days ago, Ji Fan sent a message that the Alliance seemed to have a big mess. Anido looked forward, with deep worries hidden deep in his pupils. Professor Lu frowned, with a Chuan pattern on his forehead. You mean, this time the 3 major alliances jointly declared war on the Empire to divert the attention of the Alliance? No wonder there was a lot of thunder but little rain. But this matter is incredible. What kind of thing would make the 3 major alliances declare war on the Empire at the same time? This is only a statement away from the Noah Alliance declaring war on the Empire, which makes them who live in Hongyan always nervous. Hongyan is the cradle of high-level military strategists. If something happens to this group of students, the Empire will lose mid- and high-level generals for the next 10 years. Thinking of the ambiguous letter full of secret codes, Onedo was a little flustered. This panic mood prompted him to pay special attention to this league, otherwise he would not be here for the first game. It's hard to say, you know, Ji Fan. I suspect that there may be a big mess. Try to be prepared," he said vaguely. Professor Lin took a long breath. Is the leader of NOAA assassinated? Or is there a problem with an energy mine? Or is there a planet that is blind and violates the interstellar convention to hunt planets with intelligent life? But these events are obviously not enough to support the current situation. He wanted to say something else, and Onato patted his hand and pointed to the screen opposite. It showed that the two sides had been sorted out, and the game was about to officially begin. Chapter 314. A virtual box appeared in front of everyone, with the following words. Red Team, Hongyan Military Academy, 18,745 people. Blue Team, Alliance 7th Military Academy, 20,000 people. In the preliminaries of the Matian League, each military academy is required to have no more than 20,000 participants. For ordinary military academies, the total number of students in a grade is at least 100,000. Only schools like Hongyan, which only accept geniuses, have less than 20,000 students in the first grade. This also means that in each game, the opponent will have an advantage of more than 1,000 heads over them. A white light flashed in front of them, and the surrounding scene changed. Everyone in Hongyan Military Academy was teleported to a ship. Through the huge glass of the command cabin, a fiery red planet was displayed in front of everyone. Red Team's mission: land on Mars, rescue hostages, capture Martian natives, and allow killing. Blue Team's mission: resist the Red Team. A very simple mission message appeared, and the voice of the intelligent computer sounded. Countdown 3, 2, 1, the game begins. Jones Alexander stood next to the sand table. When can the map be analyzed? Zhuangyi led the map analysis department, and quickly flipped his fingers on the sand table. A lifelike huge red planet was built out of thin air. While modifying the parameters, he said, report to the deputy commander, it will take another 10 minutes. Yi Jiai walked to the upper right, where Shanko Mari was sitting, and whispered, what do you think of the information given by the intelligent computer? Shanko Mari frowned, her pretty face tense. It's very unfair. We have to rescue the hostages and capture the natives. In fact, it's 2 tasks. But the other side only needs to resist us. I suspect there is hidden information. The surface temperature is so high that it is hard to imagine that there would be hostages and natives on this planet. Yi Jiai pondered for a moment. You take the special agent company to go first. Shanko Mari was stunned for a while and immediately understood her intention. Yes. Zhou Qi, take a company of people to protect Mari secretly. You are Imperial people, be careful not to expose yourself. She gave the order directly. Yes, Commander. Zhou Qi's full-bodied voice came from the communication channel. He was still very trustworthy when he was not joking. The 2 companies left the ship from the side and landed on the red star from the back. Yi Jiai stared at their backs as they left and asked, have you deciphered their communication channel? Report to the commander, not yet. The 7th Military Academy may have greatly improved its communication equipment. In previous years against other schools, Hongyan was able to decipher it quickly. Yi Jiai nodded. Pay attention to the signals with secret codes. The blue side may have information we don't know. Zhao Zhe. She called in the communication channel. Zhao Zhe, the head of the engineer corps, immediately responded, Commander, I'm here. Be ready to land at any time. Yes. Commander, Deputy Commander, the map is out. Zhuangyi shouted, a layer of fine beads of sweat on his head. Jones Alexander looked at the time. Very good, it only took 7 minutes. Yi Jiai moved his finger slightly, and looked at the terrain over and over again. The various marks on the sand table were clear at a glance, and the possible hiding places of the enemy were also noted. Share the map. She straightened up and pressed the call button. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Zhuangyi's expression relaxed. It seems that they didn't make any mistakes this time. The reconnaissance battalion will be dispatched to land on Mars. As she spoke, Zhuangyi marked on the sand table, focus on A1Z33, B44M8, O9Y1, H61V1, C3V8, T4X4, P9L21. The 1st and 2nd battalions of heavy machine guns will land at A1N1 and move towards A1Z33 after landing. The 4th and 5th battalions of heavy machine guns will target the 8997 Highland. After arriving, stay where you are and listen to my instructions. The 1st Battalion of Light Machine Guns, the 3rd Battalion of Heavy Machine Guns, land at K18 and move towards C3V8. The 2nd Battalion of Light Machine Guns, the 3rd Battalion of Light Machine Guns, and the 6th Battalion of Heavy Machine Guns will land at perihelion and enter the I-98 area. The 2nd Light Machine Gun Regiment will be dispatched. the belly of the ship opened, and the various arms were dispatched in an orderly manner. From space, it was like a series of black ants quickly leaving their holes. Wu Hui, the head of the 2nd Light Machine Regiment, hesitated and asked, "Commander, where should our 2nd Regiment go? We will arrange our troops by ourselves, in platoons, and be ready to support at any time. Hongyan has a small number of people." After discussion, Yijia and Jones Alexander, under the advice of their teacher, directly organized them into a division, and divided the 20,000 people into brigade-affiliated departments: Heavy Machine Brigade, Light Machine Brigade, and each brigade has 3 battalions. On the sand table, it can be clearly seen that these battalions are distributed all over the planet, in a mobile state, but can be combined in pairs or in groups of 2 or 3 at any time. Come on, don't relax your vigilance thinking that the other party is the 7th Military Academy. Yijia looked at the state of the crowd with a deep look in his eyes. Jones Alexander's fair and delicate face was full of confusion. It's been so long since the reconnaissance camp sent back any news. Did the Alliance go to dig a hole? Yijia's heart moved, and she also felt a little uncomfortable. Calling the commander, "This is Fox." The voice of Shanko Mari came from the communication channel. "Fox, please speak. The hostages have been found. Coordinates 09Y1. Before everyone in the command cabin had time to be happy, they heard the other party say, "There are many uranium bombs here. What's the situation?" There was a beeping sound from the other side, and Shanko Mari sped up. Mars used to have rich gold, but because of overexploitation, the inner sphere is sunken, the liquid layer is turbulent, the mantle and the magnetic field are all destroyed, which is why it is in this situation now. As the natives of Mars, the blue side wants to retaliate against the Empire. I suspect that the blue side's mission is not to resist us at all. Their purpose is either to kill us all or to make the Empire apologize. The hostages are just bait. I know. Yijia's voice was calm. Get ready, Zhao Zhe is here with his men. Jones Alexander put on his military cap. I go too. He always felt something was wrong. Yijia was about to nod. Report to the commander, enemy traces have been found in the T4X4 area. The commander of the reconnaissance battalion suddenly said. How many people are there? 2 brigades. The other side answered. Jones Alexander paused and turned back in disbelief. Yijia's face changed drastically. Reconnaissance battalion, prepare all firepower. Kill on the spot. Heavy machine battalion, prepare long-range artillery shells. Fire at once. At the same time, Shanko Mari's voice came from the communication channel, sharp and high-pitched. Commander. They want to detonate the core of the Earth. Die with us. In this way, they will also win. Although they felt extremely puzzled by the order, the tacit understanding of long-term training allowed each team to execute the commander's order very quickly. In an instant, all the firepower of Hongyan attacked T4X4. Except the engineer corps, everyone, retreat. Yijia shouted. Bang! 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 Countless loud noises came from the depths of Mars, like a giant dragon awakened, roaring enough to tear the sky apart. Yijia clenched his fists and watched the red-gold magma pouring back from the T4X4 position, flooding the plains, the equator, the mountains, and approaching the hostages' position. Chapter 315. Zhao Zhe. She shouted. The communication channel was silent for a while. It seemed like a century had passed, and Mari Ueguchi's voice came from the headset. The uranium bomb was successfully dismantled, the hostages have been rescued, and they are returning. Where is Zhaozuren? Yijia's voice was so hoarse that it was frightening. He died to save a little girl. Mari Ueguchi sighed. The command cabin was silent. Yijia knew that this was just an exercise, and there would be no real casualties, but she couldn't help but tremble in her heart at this moment. It was her order to let the engineering regiment stay. This is the commander. Every order represents human lives. This group of people is too cruel. That area used to be a sea area, and the blue side almost dug it through. Fortunately, our colleagues in the reconnaissance battalion discovered the movement in advance. Mari Ueguchi said angrily. The game is over, the red side won, and the battle situation analysis and evaluation have been sent to the commanders of both sides. A white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and they all went offline. When they came out of the biocapsule, everyone's expressions were not very good, as if they had not yet recovered from Zhao Zhe's death news. Especially the people in the engineering corps' mechanical repair company, their eyes were red, and they clenched their teeth and didn't say anything. As a member who witnessed the process, Mari Ueguchi took a few deep breaths before gradually calming down. Seeing her comrades die was not an easy thing. Yijia was reading the battle analysis report. When she saw the column of rescued hostages and casualties of the engineering corps, it seemed as if a cross was beating in her temple. "Zhao Zhe," she called. "Yes, Commander." Hearing the voice, Zhao Zhe had not yet recovered, and he had already agreed reflexively. His mind seemed to still stay in the exercise world. Although the pain was only set to 10%, it was enough for him to feel the heat and burning of the soul, as well as the overwhelming fear now. "What is the identity of the little girl you saved?" "Ah?" Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes and looked at Shanko Mari, who shook his head at him, so he said honestly, "I don't know." Yi Jiai walked towards him. "I didn't know that there was such a selfless heroic commander in my team. In order to save a little girl, a whole platoon of the engineering corps died." Zhao Zhe lowered his head and finally came back to his senses from his trance. "A platoon has 10 people, and those 10 people did not die to save the little girl, but to save him. I will be responsible for this matter," he whispered. "Of course you will." Yi Jiai looked at everyone and announced loudly, "Remove Zhao Zhe from the position of commander and assign him to the Mecha Repair Company. The position of commander of the engineering corps will be redrafted after discussion." "Commander?" "The commander is saving people." Some people were dissatisfied. "Zhao Zhe, do you accept it?" "I accept it, Commander." Zhao Zhe kept his head down, and there was no resistance or dissatisfaction in his tone and attitude. Yi Jiai then looked at the man who spoke. His eyes were red, and the name on the nameplate on his chest happened to be the person on the death list. She slowly opened her lips. "Do you think this is saving people? Then I ask you a few questions. Can you answer me?" "You say, Commander." His attitude was not bad. It seems that he really couldn't figure it out. "Let's assume that if the exercise just now was real, then we are still on the battlefield at this moment, right?" "Yes." Wang Chong scratched his head, not quite understanding what she meant, but his thoughts seemed to return to the dark space and the fiery Mars. Although there were no large-scale deaths on our side, our brothers all suffered varying degrees of burns, and the most important thing was the damage to the mecha. The head of your engineering corps died, and 10 people in the repair company died. Tell me, how should I give orders? Should I let you, who have just come down from the battlefield and lost your comrades, take on more work, or ask for support from your superiors? The people in the engineering corps and the repair company are very special. They are all technical soldiers and irreplaceable. When mecha warriors die in battle, commanders, medical officers, mecha maintenance personnel, and logistics management personnel can take over. But colleagues in the repair company died, and no one could take over. Dead is dead, which means they have lost 11 technical backbones. The man buried his head and dared not respond. Have you ever thought that since the Empire dared to violate the convention and issued an order to kill the natives, we are likely to be a secret team or an expeditionary force? She stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes deep. We have no support. Zhao Zhe's face was pale, and his fists were clenched. I didn't give you the order to rescue at all costs, so please keep your lives for me. She walked to the platform. A dead person can't be a hero. Saving people is a noble cause, but I don't accept sacrifices in this situation. A group of people looked at her with bright eyes. Every commander has his own style and characteristics. Yi Jiai was expressing his own war philosophy. After saying that, she stood at attention and turned to the right. Professor Lin, Professor Liu, the first game is over. Please give instructions. Anayito, who was sitting in the middle, left halfway. Professor Liu stood up first and stared at Zhao Zhe and the man, Professor Lin. It's hard to say this, but as the director of the individual soldier department, I am fully qualified to speak on behalf of your department director. He suddenly raised his voice, with a terrifying momentum. Soldiers are often selfless, but as your teacher, I want you to learn to be selfish first. Mecha maintenance and mecha design are such cutting-edge technical professions. Your parents and the Empire spent countless money and energy to cultivate you. Don't die so easily. Treat yourself well, take care of your life, respect life, and then talk about defending your country. I know you are a group of passionate teenagers when you just entered the military academy. But Professor Liu is right. Don't take yourself too lightly. Professor Lin stepped forward. His face with glasses looked like an old scholar. If you are on a real battlefield, you should feel fortunate to have a commander who cherishes you so much. Now let me take you through a review. He glanced at Yi Jiai, and the other party immediately projected the battle analysis on the giant screen. Your game is very interesting. It is essentially an information war. When the opponent's technology is higher than yours, you have almost no chance of winning, but it is a narrow victory. Your victory is based on 2 people. Mari Kamakochi, the commander of the intelligence battalion, disguised herself and sneaked into the enemy camp. After gaining the trust of the enemy, she was given the task of guarding the hostages. In addition, there is your commander Yishai. She has a keen sense of smell, and can capture the enemy's intentions very well. She issued the order to kill in time. To be honest, the two of us old guys were sweating for you at that time. The blue team was almost successful. Yishai grasped the key point of his words. Professor Lin, you said that the other party's communication technology is far higher than ours? What's going on? You still don't know much about the frontline war, he sighed. The Alliance has invented a new communication terminal. We are almost deaf and blind now. I didn't expect that the other party would use this technology in the Montian League. Aren't they afraid of the main brain decryption? Some people are very confused. Professor Lin touched his chin and said, there is only one possibility, which means that the other party has upgraded. Everyone was silent. Even the military academy got this terminal. What would the real battlefield look like? Of course, some problems can still be seen in this competition. First of all, in the following time, Professor Lin and Professor Lu carefully reviewed the game, and each department was mentioned in a targeted manner, and everyone benefited a lot. Chapter 316. The 60-30 match officially begins. Hongyan Military Academy won the match against Tihui Anling University of the Star Alliance with an overwhelming advantage. After a day of rest, the 30-15 match began. Hongyan Military Academy played against the Alliance's 19th Military Academy. The opponent was in the top 10 of the league. In addition, the Empire has not yet cracked the opponent's communication equipment. This game was quite difficult, but fortunately, they won in the end. Hongyan's side was almost bloodthirsty in the end. After leaving the biocapsule, Yishai sent all of them to the school hospital for psychological intervention. The training on the field is immediate. Hongyan Military Academy is like a young eagle that slowly soars and takes off. It grows claws and becomes stronger when it encounters strong opponents. On this day, Yishai was reading reports from the Alliance. She asked Ji Fan several times about the frontline war, but the news was like a stone sinking into the sea, and she didn't get a single reply. This always made her a little worried, whether there was an accident. Commander? Shanko Mari rushed in and shouted. Yishai put down the water cup. What? The draw results are out? Today is the draw day for the 15-8 competition. Guess what? Mari Waguchi's pretty face flushed, and her amber eyes sparkled with stars. Yishai was a little lost in thought when she saw the news report about SY Laboratory. Could it be that this laboratory made the communication terminal? Mari Waguchi patted her shoulder hard, and she suddenly came back to her senses, thinking about the conversation just now, and made a bold guess. Could it be that we got a buy? Ah! How did you guess? Pang Pan is really a big hitter. Everyone is so happy. Shanko yelled and attracted a lot of attention. From the 15 to the 8, one school will be drawn first, and the remaining 14 schools will be eliminated 1v1 to select 7 schools. At this juncture, it can be said that it is quite lucky to draw a bye. Zhou Qi and Zhang Lin and others just walked in. Seeing her excitement, Zhou Qi smiled and said, people who don't know can guess from your reaction. Are you so excited? The commander may think that there is one less opportunity for practice. No. Yishai closed the content he was browsing. Since there is a bye, tomorrow we can just play against the intelligent brain. Shanko Mari, Zhou Qi, Zhang Lin, This is indeed the commander's style. Commander, do you know what Zhou Qi said just now? I am so angry. Thinking of what happened just now, Shanko Mari was full of anger. What did he say? Yishai walked to the sand table and began to simulate the battle. Her hands were fast and her brain was even faster. Soon, no one could understand what she was doing. Only Shanko Mari could vaguely see that this was the Battle of Kairoda, which had happened more than 500 years ago. The commander was obviously reviewing the historical battles with his own thoughts. He actually said, Pang Pan is too popular this time. Will he use up his luck and draw the Imperial Army next time? Shanko Mari made a report in front of the person involved without hesitation. Yishai paused and glanced at Zhou Qi. Have you been too idle these 2 days? Do you know what a word spirit is? Talking nonsense at such a critical moment? Although she didn't believe in these things, she always maintained awe. After all, her experience was extremely metaphysical. This guy is really good, that's just what he said. Zhou Qi was startled. During this period of time, he knew that the commander was a man who kept his word, so he immediately said, No, I was just joking with Mari. Humph. Mari Waguchi sneered. Everyone, go to training Jones will host. She straightened up and spoke seriously. Everyone looked at Zhou Qi with disgust, especially Mari Waguchi and Alexander Jones, who looked like they wanted to eat people. Zhou Qi laughed and fled first. Time passed quickly during the training, and it was time for the top 8 to be formed. The main brain did not deal with the top 8 casually. There was a ranking made according to the comprehensive strength of each school at this stage. Now the first place is still the Imperial Army, the second is Dongfeng Military Academy, the third is Sion University, and the fourth is Hanyan. Compared with previous years, there is not a single school from the Star Alliance in the top 8 this year, and the newly added schools are all from the Alliance. Yi Jiai paid special attention to the ranking of the Imperial Army, and found that it happened to be ranked 8th. It must have been a difficult journey. Although she promised Rayleigh Hobart that she would help the Imperial Army once, if the other party did not even make it to the finals, she would naturally have no choice, right? As long as she did not draw the Imperial Army this time, it would be fine. How come you have time to stay in the training hall today? Seeing Mari Waguchi lying next to her to catch up on her sleep, Yi Jiai was quite surprised. Ah! Mari Waguchi turned her head to face her, and Yi Jiai realized that there was no trace of sleepiness in her eyes, and she was obviously annoyed. Pang Pan is drawing lots. I was thinking, what if I draw the Imperial Army? Yi Jiai didn't care much. Isn't there still a 4-choice elimination match? Alas, she sighed. Ding. Just at this moment, Yi Jiai's light brain rang. Wiku Mari straightened up and signaled her with her eyes to answer it quickly. Commander. Zhang Lin's voice came from the receiver. We drew the University of St. Laurent. Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief, but Wiku Mari was disappointed. It seems that my luck has really run out. I actually drew the 5th place. It's good to draw the Imperial General. Yi Jiai, who had unloaded the burden, heard her say this and snorted in her heart. Sister, this result is very good. If you draw the Imperial General, you have to find a way to play a fake game. The next day, the 8-4 competition officially started. After Anahito's passionate pre-war mobilization, everyone laid down in the biological cabin in high spirits. As soon as Yi Jiai opened her eyes, she saw that all departments were moving in an orderly manner. She opened the military communication channel and said with a smile, My inbox on my laptop was about to explode last night. I wonder what's going on with you. Some people didn't react to what she meant, but some were laughing. Yi Jiai's face changed and said seriously, Our team is still mainly composed of local people. There must be many of your former classmates and friends in San Rolando. I don't know what you plan to do, or whether you have promised others anything, but there are some things to say in advance. If I find someone doing something tricky, I will never let him off easily. We have only one goal this time, which is to win this game and enter the finals. Do you have confidence? Yes. The soldiers responded in a sonorous and powerful voice in the channel. Xuan He. Is the map out? She asked. Report to the commander, the map is out, and this planet is 90% similar to the capital planet of the Dawa Federation, Laika. Xuan He said immediately. He is now fast and accurate in analyzing maps, and his eyebrows are more sharp and confident than before. Chapter 317. Red Camp, Hongyan Military Academy, 18,745 people. Blue Camp, San Rolando University, 20,000 people. Mission: seize the sovereignty of the planet Laika. The intelligent brain released the rules of this competition. Yi Jiai reacted very quickly. The special agent company will be dispatched, blending into the crowd, and investigating the situation of the Blue Camp and the government of Laika. Heavy Machine Regiment 1, responsible for the Eastern Hemisphere. Heavy Machine Regiment 2, responsible for the Western Hemisphere. Pull up the defense line for me. Reconnaissance Battalion, Global Patrol, pay attention to concealment. Try not to engage in air combat. Light Machine Regiment 1, occupy the airspace of 30 degrees based on the equator. Light Machine Regiment 2, you are the mobile unit this time, and you can fill in at any time. Stay with the members of the Spearhead team. She said in a deep voice. In urban warfare, be careful not to accidentally injure civilians. Yes. Commander. Jones Alexander looked at her arrangement and had a guess in his mind. Commander, you want to go out? Or should I go? Can you shoot with a sniper? Yi Jiai looked at him with a smile on his face. Okay, be safe. She was telling the truth. Jones Alexander was not bad in single combat, but when it came to using a sniper, he was far behind Yi Jiai. Sometimes he wondered if the Tan family of the Empire wanted to get involved in the military. Otherwise, how could Yi Jiai have traces of training from childhood to adulthood? It couldn't be that she trained herself, right? The command will be handed over to the deputy commander next, and the Spearhead team will follow me, Yi Jiai said as he walked. The so-called Spearhead Team is a selected elite team of 100 people with extremely strong single-soldier combat capabilities. Report to the commander, we have deciphered the Blue Side's encrypted channel, and their next plan is to go to the National Government Building and seize the planet's intelligent brain. Mari Waguchi was wearing a military uniform, with her braids tied up on top of her head and hidden in her military cap, looking heroic. It seems that our goals are the same. Yijai chuckled. Report to the commander, I have found out that a large number of parasites have appeared on the planet Laika, and the government of the Federation has moved as a whole, leaving only these civilians who are unaware of the situation. The Alliance cannot control parasites, but the Empire can. Thinking about it this way, it is not difficult to understand why this mission has appeared. Continue to track down the location of the Blue Force's base camp. Yijai put on his military cap, sharp knife, information countermeasure company, follow me. Yes, Commander. Jones Alexander took over the command and issued the first order. If you see parasites, kill them on the spot. They must be burned to death with fire. Be careful not to get contaminated with their saliva and blood, which is easy to get infected. Yijai took the elite sharp knife and went to the government building of Laika. They were closer, and when they arrived, the Blue Force had not appeared yet. Snipers, find your own sniper positions and set up a defense line for us. Yes. As she spoke, 2 rows of snipers dispersed from both sides of the team and soon disappeared. Zhuanghe's reminder came from the headset. Turn left, enter the gate on the right after 150 meters. There are people inside, they have ID cards. Yijai kicked the door open, walked in and knocked out several staff members hiding under the table, then quickly put on clothes, scanned the face, put on the mask, and her temperament changed, instantly becoming another person. She rolled up her sleeves a little, revealing her slender white wrists, looking more capable. Zhang Lin took a quick glance, and was surprised to find that Yijai had lost so much weight in such a short time. With an ID card, they only needed to undergo a simple facial recognition to enter the core area. Along the way, they met many parasitized staff members. Zhang Lin and others saw Yijai wearing gloves, twisting the necks of these people neatly, then lighting their hair with a lighter and throwing them in the corner. The scene was extremely bloody, and some people who had not killed civilians had very ugly faces. They didn't know that Yijai didn't regard these parasitized people as people at all. If these were considered people, she would have killed 100,000 people on the Gulf Star, if not 80,000. We're here. Yijai made a fist with his right hand and raised it in the air, signaling everyone to stop. A 9th generation blocked them right in front of him, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, and walked towards them with a grunt, presumably because he smelled the deliciousness of these people. Bang! Bang! Zhang Lin fired 2 shots, the bullets sank into the opponent's skin, and then healed quickly, and finally spit out the 2 bullets from his mouth. What the hell? Many people at the scene had only seen the video of the base star, and this was their first time facing the parasite. Yijai drew out the long knife, exerted force on his heels, jumped up, and with a flash of the knife, one of the arms of the 9th generation was cut off to the ground. Zhou Qi opened his mouth wide. Commander. So powerful. Wu Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. This seems to be some kind of ancient martial art swordsmanship, which is likely to have been lost now. It is worthy of being one of the 4 major families, with a deep foundation. Yijai's physique was not good before, so in order to practice the long knife, she practiced on the Star Network. The simulation system was essentially developed on the basis of the Star Network. The intelligent brain regarded it as the commander's personal property, so she could use it at the competition site. As she spoke, Yijai put a bomb in the mouth of the 9th generation, and an explosion and a huge air wave sounded at the scene. Her ears moved, and she vaguely heard the sound of gunfire getting closer and closer. She took out the sniper rifle and began to adjust it. Zhang Lin, take people to protect colleagues from the Information Confrontation Company. Yes. Behind them was the core base of the intelligent brain of the Laika planet. She glanced at the remaining people. Let's go, follow me to meet San Rolando. After leaving the room, there was a metal-paved corridor, empty and unobstructed. She stepped on the pillar next to her, climbed up the steel frame on the ceiling in a few steps, and lay down, holding up the gun. Come on, let these nobles of the Empire feel our simple care. Bang! She shot a soldier who poked his head out. Everyone in Hongyan, is this care? Zhang Kairui paused and made a paused gesture. He was covered in blood. I think he had just experienced a fierce battle. He didn't say anything, but made a few gestures with his hands. Lu Yaojia understood, and a robot appeared from the corner. Bang! The robot was hit, and black smoke came out of its body. It was obviously scrapped. But it was enough to see the other side clearly. Lu Yajie quickly said, "There are less than 20 people. I didn't see the position of the sniper." Damn it. Zhang Kaiwei thought about it, and immediately spoke loudly. His voice was full of energy and magnetism, giving people a very cultivated feeling. "Sister Xiao Ai, I know it's you. I am Zhang Kaiwei. Do you remember? We are classmates of the Imperial Alliance. Can you show mercy this time?" Hongyan people, ? Are there still reminiscing on the battlefield, Zhang Kaiwei? Yi Jia dug out this name from the depths of her memory. This is the person who had a shuttle race with her. Unexpectedly, he went to St. Laurent University to study. She smiled. "We are all old classmates. It's easy to talk. Hongyan people, ? Commander, please don't be disturbed by the friendship of the same school." Zhang Kaiwei was delighted and winked at Lu Yajie. The other party immediately threw out a humanoid robot. It was still in the air, and was shot in the head by Yi Jia. Hongyan people, they thought too much. This is indeed the style of the commander. Chapter 318. Yi Jia's words just now had exposed the position. Lu Yajie pointed to the sky, and Zhang Kaiwei immediately shouted, "He duo. Battalion commander." The man was not tall and a little thin, but he quickly took out a disc robot, took out a piece of metal, put on a protective mask, and welded a metal cover for the robot on the spot. As soon as the robot appeared in the sight of the people in Hongyan, it faced a horrible attack. Countless energy bullets hit its metal cover and sank deeply into it. Then this impact force was converted into energy through the device, allowing the robot to launch the most fierce attack. Of course, after this shot, it can only be scrapped. Yi Jia saw the muzzle of its chest open and red, and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was obviously too late at this time. The high-speed particle cannon, with ultra-high energy carrying capacity, vaporized the people in Hongyan instantly. Only 3 people were left in a team of nearly 20 people in 1 second. "Old he? Good job," Zhang Kaiwei said excitedly. "Why not try his best to persuade this man to join the league, and see if this will be useful?" At this moment, he had to feel complacent about his foresight. He smiled shyly. For the first time, the technical soldiers faced the value of their achievements. They quickly retreated to the team with some shyness, and the surrounding soldiers immediately protected him tightly. Zhang Kaiwei made a few gestures, and roughly arranged the personnel. He deployed the next action. Even if there were snipers, they could only rush. After all, time waits for no one, and they have been here for a long time. "Charge!" He gave an order, and all the soldiers rushed out without caring about their lives. Bang! 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 Yi Jia noticed his intention in advance, and switched to the UO-8 sniper rifle that can fire continuously. She was fast and accurate in shooting. After 30 rounds of bullets were used up, she fell to the ground. But the other side had many people. Zhang Kaiwei opened the protective shield. Under the cover of everyone, he duo quickly set up a physical shield while she was changing the magazine. Under the protection of the shield, the blue side began to counterattack. The bang 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 gunshots hit the steel frame under Yi Jia, deafening. The material of this shield is similar to the metal cover on the robot. It is very flexible and elastic, like some kind of synthetic metal. Yi Jia guessed that if you pinch it with your hands, you might be able to pinch out a few marks. "Zhang Lin, what's going on inside?" She pressed the call button on the headset and asked. "Report to the commander. Colleagues in the Information Confrontation Company are still trying to crack it. Things at the level of planetary intelligent brains are a bit difficult for them at this stage." Zhang Lin said it more tactfully. "Who told them to crack it?" Yi Jia took a deep breath. "Can't we invade violently?" A breath stuck in her chest, unable to go up or down. "They haven't even taken the Red Rock class, but they can crack the planetary intelligence of the Alliance capital? Why not just go to the sky?" Today she realized that her classmates were so confident. There was silence for a long time, and finally there was a reply. Zhang Lin's voice was stiff. "Commander, they said please hold on for another 20 minutes. "Okay." She threw a blast bomb out, aimed in the air, and hit it. The whole corridor flashed white light. The blue soldiers quickly covered their ears, and even the shields almost didn't hold up. Bang, bang, bang. Another sniper rifle burst. Yi Jia had a clear target, aiming at technicians like Hiduo. They were very obviously protected by a group of mecha warriors in the center, and some of them were even trembling. Looking at it this way, thinking about the calmness of her colleagues, she felt more comfortable again. As expected, people are better than people. One man guards the pass, 10,000 men cannot open it. Yi Jia alone stopped hundreds of members of the blue team. Zhang Kairui gritted his teeth. He brought 1,000 elite teams here, and the commander trusted him very much and gave him a technical pioneer like he duo. Now there are only a little over 100 left. If they continue to waste time, everyone might be wasted here. He held up the shield on his back. His eyes were firm. Execute Plan E. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Yes. The next state of the blue team was as different as before. The team of 20 people squatted on the spot and pointed their guns at Yizhi. The rest of the people rushed into the room in groups of 4, with 3 people surrounding the person in the middle. Yizhi pulled the trigger expressionlessly. She was very fast, firing 2 shots in 1 second, but countless people ran out in this second, and she had no time to kill them all. The corridor was not long, and it would take 30 seconds to run there at full speed. And she could fire at most 40 bullets in 30 seconds, because there was a 10-second time to change the magazine in the middle. The other people in Hongyan had been killed long ago, and she also had wounds from stray bullets on her body. Her physical strength gradually failed to keep up. She threw 2 smoke bombs, and she turned over and fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the opponent's blind bullets and retreating back to the room. She punched the alarm next to her, and the alarm sounded in the whole building, and the door of the room automatically closed and locked. White smoke gradually spread from the vents around the room. Yizhi put on a gas mask, unloaded his gun, threw it on the ground, and looked at Zhang Kairui and others silently. The meaning was very clear. This meant a fight. Go grab the intelligent brain. Zhang Kairui also threw away his gun and put on a gas mask. A group of technicians limped towards the core area. Yizhi rushed directly to him. Zhang Kairui blocked the oncoming elbow strike and retreated 2 steps because of the injury in his abdomen. So strong. Seeing this, the others joined the battle without hesitation, and the situation of 1 against 6 was officially formed. Yizhi took out a white cloth strip and wrapped it around his arms and waist, which could not only wrap the wound, but also reduce some of the damage caused by the opponent's attack. On the battlefield, there was no gentleman at all, and the 6 people rushed towards her together without mercy. The 2 were kicked away by Yizhi and hit the pillar, and they didn't get up for a long time. 1 person was thrown to the ground by Yizhi and stepped on his chest, which made him half dead. Zhang Kairui and the other 2 were frightened by her momentum, and no one dared to take action for a while. Yizhi licked the corner of his mouth. There was blood stain from the beating just now, and his head was also hit, and he was still a little dizzy. Although his face was invisible, his voice was very arrogant. You can't win. Zhang Kairui shouted in a deep voice. Come on together. Yizhi jumped up from the spot and stepped on the chest of one of them. The man fell on his back reflexively and died on the spot after Yizhi twisted his neck. Taking advantage of this force, she turned over and jumped onto another person, locking his throat with her legs, and the man died instantly. Zhang Kairui swallowed his saliva. He didn't know when Yizhi had grown to this point. Is it no wonder that he was invited by Hongyan? We are old classmates after all. I will give you a decent death. You can commit suicide. She raised her chin and pointed at the 2 bodies on the ground. If you don't want to die so ugly. As a man, how could Zhang Kairui accept such humiliation? He rushed directly to Yizhi. But he was easily dodged by the other party, and was subdued in a few moves. There was a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief, looked at the short knife in his heart, and fell down. Before losing consciousness, he thought that if he could go back to the past, he would definitely not stand on Julie's side, otherwise he would not miss the opportunity to become friends with such a person. Chapter 319. The game is over, the red team won. Congratulations to the Red Rock Military Academy for entering the top 4 of the Matian League. The battle analysis has been sent to the commanders of both sides. A white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and tens of thousands of biopods popped open at the same time. Some people sat up with a confused look on their faces. How did they win? Jones Alexander lay flat in the biopod, with no intention of getting up at all. It seemed that Yizhi was still in front of him. He understood the tactics of the blue team commander very well. The gap in military strength between the 2 sides was too big. It was a wise choice to let go and bet on the decryption of the planetary intelligent brain. Compared with talent, some things require more learning over time. The blue team commander did not believe that these first-year students of the Red Rock Military Academy could be so powerful that they could decrypt the planetary intelligent brain at this stage. Obviously, he did not believe it either. But the fact is that the commander did it with a team of 100 people. The battlefield he commanded in this game was more like the background of a movie. It had a powerful force, but it could not provide the protagonist with the slightest help. What surprised him most was that Yizhi believed that Hongyan and his group could do this. Could this be what Professor Lin said, that she believed in miracles more than he did, and Hong in itself was a group of miracles, so people would be more inclined to choose her? But there was a more rational possibility in his mind that she had experienced the battle for the Baystar brain, and she was likely very familiar with all of this, so she had a basic and accurate understanding of the student's level. But when he thought about this, he found it even more incredible. Wasn't this really someone who was raised by a military family? Where did she build her view of war, and the overall situation, and her fighting ability? She could kill her former classmates without mercy, and she was cold and rational, not like a first-year girl at all. At this moment, he remembered what his grandfather and father said. The Alexander family was a family born for war, and he, Jones Alexander, was a natural commander. If this analogy is used, what is Yi Jiai? A natural general? Yes, he shamelessly thought so, even though that was her former opponent. In every game, every training, Yi Jiai was like a spring rain, moistening everything silently and stunning everyone. He often watched the video of the chief competition repeatedly in the dormitory. The most impressive thing was that no matter what situation she was in, she could always be excited to tell everyone through the communication channel that she would eventually lead them to victory. Are you lying in the bath? Yi Jiai rubbed the non-existent upper abdomen and patted his biological cabin when passing by him. Want to come in and take a bath together, Commander? He spoke for some reason. It does not contain any men flirting with women. After all, Yi Jiai does not meet his aesthetic standards. He still prefers girls with big breasts and thin waists, who are unrestrained and active in bed and passionate. When he said this, it was more like a joke between two men, asking the other to call him daddy. Yi Jiai paused, thinking that he was hallucinating. The originally noisy training ground quickly became quiet. Could it be that the commander and the deputy commander had some unspeakable story, but they dared not to make a fuss, and they could only wink and make eyes in private? The look of the loser watching gossip was so good that Molly couldn't bear to look at it. Did something go wrong when you were commanding? Yi Jiai turned to look at him, with a complicated expression. Jones Alexander sat up in shock from his dying illness. How could it be? He was born to be a commander. What kind of trouble could go wrong in such a simple game? He would never accept any slander, even if the person was the commander. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Yi Jiai's eyes, his voice weakened, and his long eyelashes fluttered like two small fans. I was just joking with you. Yi Jiai, What's the matter with this sudden effeminate look, Hongyan people? TNND, the deputy commander is so damn good looking. Yi Jiai turned and left, and anyone could see the disgust on her face. Mari Waguchi coughed lightly, walked to Jones Alexander, and whistled. Nice figure. Jones lowered his head. Because he had been soaking in biological fluid, the lines of his muscles were clearly visible through his training uniform. A blush crept up on his face, and he sighed in a low voice. Female hooligan. Yi Jiai was lying on the sofa in a light green silk long-sleeve pajamas. The light screen was zoomed to the maximum, and the contents of several sections on it were sliding slowly at the same time. There were the latest interstellar hot news, professional books on commanders, and video analysis of various military academies in the League. In the corner section, there was a paper on gene editing technology. Mari Waguchi was cooking dinner for two in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. I used to think I was a genius who would never be born. No one in my family had the habit of reading on multiple screens. Until I met you, I realized that the brain could evolve to this level. Yi Jiai disagreed. When he was 3 years old, my father could read 6 screens. He is a real genius. If it weren't for Ms. Tan Yun, he would not have returned to the Alliance, so Yi Jian's underground warehouse would have so many exquisite designs, but he dared not make them public. It was not until now that she understood why Yi Jian would focus on theoretical research. Because it often takes a long time for cutting-edge theories to be applied to practice. At least he can guarantee that during such a period of time, what he has researched will not be used on the battlefield and become a weapon to kill the Alliance. In today's game, the man named Heshin left a deep impression on her. She finally promised him that if he said the name of that material, she would give them 5 more minutes to decipher it. Unexpectedly, this kid committed suicide directly. It seems that the people in the Yi family are all like this. Mari Shanko fell into memories. Does your family have a tradition in this regard? Yi Jiai was stunned. Their family? Do you know anyone in the Yi family? Of course. Mari Shanko put the cooked noodles on the plate and put them on the dining table. Not only do I know them, but I am very familiar with them. Didn't your father tell you about them? Yi Jiai had never thought about this question. When she was suddenly asked this question, she unconsciously hummed, but she had the answer in her heart. Her father should not have thought of asking her to return to the Yi family, or the Tan family, from the beginning. He just hoped that the three of them could live a peaceful and happy life in Bay Star. Then you. Mari Shanko dropped her knife and fork, landing on the plate with a harsh sound. The final list is out. Yijia raised an eyebrow and looked at her. First place, Dijuan. Second place, Dongfeng. Third place, Sion. Fourth place, Hongyan. Fifth place, Dizong. She opened her eyes wide. Why are we ranked fourth? And San Rolando didn't even make it to the finals. Did they lose to Dizong in the top four? Then you have to study it carefully. Yijia turned off the light brain, sat down and ate noodles. But she sighed in her heart. The debt that should be paid still needs to be paid. Chapter 320. Half a month later, late at night on the Empire Red Rock Star. In the brightly lit physical training hall, 1,000 people were sweating profusely. Some students from the commander department were doing simulation training alone in the biocapsule, while others were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 around the sandbox, arguing fiercely with their teachers or seniors. Students from the individual combat department were either being trained by senior students or teachers, or were training students from the materials department, mecha design department, mecha maintenance department, logistics management department, and medical and rescue department. They were the final team selected by the school for the Motyan League finals. As Mari Waguchi had guessed, the rules of the finals had completely changed. From the virtual competition of the Star Network to the actual field competition, the number of finalists in each school could not exceed a limit of 1,000. Yijia sat on the high platform, and the control panel in front of him was a terminal developed by students from the Information Technology Research and Design Department, which recorded everyone's strengths and weaknesses in detail, as well as their training status. This team of 1,000 people almost occupied the large physical training hall in the northeast of Hongyan, forcing their seniors to go to the smaller ones in the west or south. After all, the rules of the Motyan League have changed dramatically this year, and the principal took the initiative to explain that he hopes everyone can cooperate with the freshmen. As a result, teachers and senior students come here to watch them from time to time. Hongyan is not a glass-hearted place. In the eyes of these proud children, speaking directly and helping you is what they think is the greatest care. Often, students in the commander department finally win a game, but are scolded after coming out, and then lie back down in autism. Students in the Department of Materials, Mecha Repair Department, and other technical professions are the worst off. They are absolutely crushed by the advanced knowledge chain, and every blow is fatal. Compared with these departments, students in the Department of Individual Soldiers are the most durable, perhaps because of their own thick skin. They often face the fists or long legs of seniors while practicing well. After being knocked to the ground, they will be confused for only 2 seconds, and then their bodies will automatically resist, and then be beaten even worse. Finally, they will lie on the ground for a long time in the eyes of the other party. They call it thinking about life. Then when the other party is about to leave, they hug their legs and cry, asking for another chance. It can be said that the freshmen of this year's Hongyan are the luckiest and the most unfortunate. Fortunately, they have the best resources in the whole school, and this kind of resource concession is very rare in Hongyan. Hongyan's education model is destined to focus on seniors forever. Unfortunately, they receive care from school leaders, seniors, and even the cafeteria aunt. But the progress of this model is obvious. Professor Lin gave a more pertinent evaluation. Although the overall level of the current first-year students is still a little behind that of the second-year students, this team of 1,000 people with 819 A's is completely comparable to the second-year students in terms of overall strength. What is the level of the second-year students of Hongyan? Countless real cases tell them that they can beat the fifth-year students of ordinary military academies. Yijia is happy to see this happen, and even opened a small account on the forum to provoke senior students, so that more people can serve as free labor. Commander. Zhou Qi suddenly rushed in, looking flustered. This was quite rare for him, who was rarely panicked. Mari got into a fight with someone. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Yijia looked sideways at him, and there was no sign of a joke in his big blue eyes. What's going on? Aren't you going to pick someone up? A bunch of Scion cubs are coming. Zhou Qi spat. Zhang Lin and Pang Pan are protecting her, and it seems that they don't want to make peace. Let's go! Yijia stood up. Everyone in the training hall looked at each other, put down their work, and followed. From beginning to end, none of the senior students, teachers, and professors who stayed here came out to express their opinions. On the way, Yijia listened to Zhou Qi's account of the whole incident. There is also a person named Shanko in the team that Saya came with this time. The key is that this person has a high status. He is the young master of the Shanko family. The rule of their Shanko family is to pay respects when seeing the young master, but Shanko Mari, who is arrogant, naturally does not want to do this. Then many of Shanko Mari's minions began to insult her with various words, talking about her affairs as gossip, and Shanko Mari just took action. What did they say? Mari is not such an easily provoked person. Yijie frowned slowly. Zhou Qi was silent for a long time and wiped his face. She has a fiancé. Do you know? Yijie frowned, subconsciously having a bad premonition. I don't know what happened specifically. It seems that those people said that she had a fiancé who grew up with her since childhood. The night before the engagement party, she caught this man. Zhou Qi couldn't continue, and winked, hoping that the commander would understand. Yijie looked disgusted. Cheating? Zhou Qi shook his head, and made a serious gesture. Yijie, She stopped, her dark eyes were heavy, and she looked directly at the other party. Okay, I tell you. Zhou Qi was defeated, Mari killed someone, and then the other family held her accountable. She was not selected as the young master, so she was angry and reported to Hongyan and came to the empire. To be honest, when they first heard about it, they were really shocked. After reacting, they were extremely disappointed with this recently emerging alliance university. They actually openly use such a painful thing to hurt people. They are really a group of low-quality bastards. So when Shanko Mari took action, none of them stopped him, but consciously stopped the other party's accomplices. As they talked, the two arrived at the gate of Hongyan Military Academy. The other side had a 1,000-man team, while our side had only 2 or 3 weak ones. The situation looked really bleak. Because the Madian League was changed to a real-life competition, where to compete was an important issue. Under the background of the war between the two countries, if it was held on Guangyao Star, the alliance would definitely not agree to hand over the elites of their two schools. Finally, after much discussion, it was decided to be held at Hongyan Military Academy. First, the venue here is large enough and well equipped. It only needs to be renovated to become a league venue. Second, Hongyan is close to both the Empire and the Alliance, which makes the Alliance feel that it is more secure. The final outcome was that the Second Fleet sent students from the Imperial Army and the Imperial General School to Hongyan, and the Alliance's 7th Frontier Army sent students from the Dongfeng and Sion schools. Jones Alexander was sent by her to pick up the people from the Empire, and the Alliance sent Kumari. I thought that since we were all members of the Alliance, the atmosphere would be more harmonious, but who knew there would be such a thing? In such a tense situation, any behavior could be magnified, and Yijie had to think deeply about the behavior of Sion University. Is this to test their Hongyan? Chapter 321. Commander. Pang Pan had sharp eyes, and saw him at a glance. Wikumari looked unhappy. Commander, why are you here? I'm worried that you might get into trouble by beating someone up. Although the school gate is not Hongyan's territory, we still have to maintain basic etiquette, right? Yijie said slowly. Her steps were not fast, and the strange thing was that with her arrival, the momentum of Hongyan suddenly rose a lot. Hearing her words, Wikumari's shoulders drooped slightly, a sign of relaxation. When passing by, Yijie patted her to comfort her. What do you mean? Is this the quality of the chief of Hongyan? Someone asked her in the official language of the Alliance, with an aggressive attitude. Oh, what quality? Tell me. Yijie spoke in Virilia, and the other party obviously didn't understand, so the translator whispered a few words in his ear. But after this back and forth, his momentum seemed to be much weaker. Students from your school openly bully students from Sion University, and you have this attitude? Isn't it because this competition is held in your school? Hongyan's 1,000-year heritage has been defeated by you. The man had a long face with high cheekbones. When he spoke, he pointed his nose at people, narrowed his eyes, and looked mean. Bang! With a sound, the man was kicked out in an instant, fell to the ground for a long time, and didn't get up. He was helped up by his classmates. Mari Waguchi looked at Pang Pan in shock. How could this single soldier with no money and no power be so fierce? Pang Pan hesitated for a moment. Could he have misunderstood the commander's intention? His expression was upright. I don't allow anyone to slander Hongyan like this. A tall boy stood up. He wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle, but his lower body was empty and his upper limbs were weak. He looked like a show-off. Looking at his facial features that were 50% similar to Mari, Yijie sighed secretly. They chose such a scumbag as the young master. Are the people of Shanko family blind? Hello, Chief Yijie. I am Shanko Malai. Gao Tsong just speaks without thinking. Don't bother with him. Yijie did not miss his address and looked him up and down. Do you know me? I've heard a lot about your deeds. He laughed, a little far-fetched, probably because he was offended by Yi Jiai's eyes looking at the goods. Since you have heard of me, you should know my temper. She looked at Gao Tsung beside the team, and her mental power was undisguised. I would like to hear how Hongyan's 1,000-year heritage was defeated by me. I can't bear such a big crime, so I have to talk it out. Shanko Malai felt the majestic mental power, and didn't dare to confront it. He turned sideways and forced a smile. Chief Yi, we represent the Alliance after all, so we can just teach him a lesson. There is no need to be so excessive, right? He was a little angry, and he kept saying nice things to people, but he was constantly slapped in the face. No one could stand it, especially since he was the commander of the silent side. Too much? Yi Jiai's expression changed, and his face was cold. You stood at the gate of Hongyan University, talking about the receptionist's bad morals and being rejected by someone, and said that I, the chief, destroyed the 1,000-year heritage of Hongyan. What? Are you bullying me because there is no one in Hongyan? For the last sentence, she used her mental power to empathize, and everyone at Sion University was shocked. Gao Tsung couldn't bear it and fainted. Pang Pen stared at her back with shining eyes. He said that he felt the commander glanced at him just now. Shanko Malai's face dropped to the freezing point, and he didn't even call him by his name. If something happens to Gao Tsung, you can't run away. Don't forget that the league rules prohibit private fighting. Fighting? Yi Jiai narrowed his eyes. You Scions can't stand the scare, and you want to blackmail me? Who dares to blackmail our commander? Wu Hui shouted, and the first-year troops of Hongyan arrived. Nearly 1,000 people came to the station, all of them were A. For the first time, the Scions looked directly at the full strength of Hongyan and trembled. Shanko Malai no longer had the intention to test, and said expressionlessly, the official competition will be the day after tomorrow, and we will see the truth on the field. Please ask Chief Yiji to take us to the accommodation point. You don't want to make a big deal, right? He deliberately lowered his voice to say the last sentence. Yi Jiai sneered. I'm not in charge of the reception, you should go find the receptionist. Ueguchi Mari was straightforward and tore off the armband. Whoever wants to serve these idiots, come. After that, he turned and left. Ueguchi Mari's last bit of patience was exhausted. Isn't this asking him to give in to Ueguchi Mari? What's there to protect about a family-abandoned child who was broken off and failed to be the young master? If he lowered his posture to such a person, how could he organize people to play in the league? His face was as dark as water. Hongyan, what do you mean by this? I want to see your principal. I want to complain to the competition committee. Yi Jiai looked at him. Originally, I said I would arrange another receptionist for you. In this case, you should complain first. She turned and left, and the people of Hongyan quickly followed. Zhou Qi secretly bumped Zhang Lin with his shoulder. The young masters of the 4 major families are different. The commander is too hardcore. There are also nobles in Hongyan. In their team, there are also a few noble children who think highly of themselves. After being beaten by Yi Jiai a few times, they all became obedient. It can be said that this is the grade in Hongyan, where the nobles and civilians get along the most harmoniously. Seeing Yi Jiai beating up Sion, these people, out of some weird balanced psychology, are simply overwhelmed in their hearts, and echoed, that's it. Hardcore commander. As they left, the door of Hongyan closed with a bang, and the combat robot looked at the Scions with red eyes. Please retreat 50 meters, otherwise you will be regarded as an invader and killed on the spot. Please retreat 50 meters, otherwise you will be regarded as an invader and killed on the spot. Shanko Malai gritted his silver teeth, his face was ferocious, and his eyes under the glasses were like a venomous snake. He waved his hand, and the Scions retreated in disgrace. Dormitory. Yi Jiai was lying on the sofa as usual, reading on split screen. Ueguchi Mari sat on the dining table, stirring the cup constantly, and said with a tangled expression, Why, are you defending me so much? Finally can't hold it anymore? Yi Jiai glanced at her, and quickly returned his sight to the screen. It's not to defend you. In this situation today, the other party is clearly trying to test us, so why not go with the flow and give them a warning, so that all major universities can see our strength and don't treat Hongyan as a soft persimmon. She said it simply, but the contact during this period was enough for Ueguchi Mari to know that she was a person who took one step and looked 10 steps ahead. She suddenly reacted. What did you do? There will be news later, she said casually. Chapter 322. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive today. Mari Ueguchi lowered her head, her throat a little itchy. Yi Jiai sighed and closed the page. Tell me about your fiancé? He's in Dongfang? Having a commander who is extremely smart is not always a good thing. For example, at this moment, the other party easily revealed the thing she least wanted to say. Yes. She held the cup with both hands, a little absent-minded. Actually, there's nothing much to say. I was just blinded by love when I was young. Even though I found something wrong, dopamine and hormones made me think that the other person was a good person I could trust. In the end, I woke up and found that I fell in love with a scumbag. What is his status in Dongfeng? If the physical fitness is a level, the position of battalion commander, or above. Yi Jiai suddenly looked at her, his black eyes deep. If I want to remove you from your position, can you accept it? Shanko Mari's face changed. Why? She suddenly figured out the connection. Do you think I lost my composure on this matter, and am not suitable to be in charge of the intelligence company anymore? Yi Jiai didn't respond. Shanko Mari's throat felt more astringent, she swallowed hard, and her heart felt like a huge rock was pressing on her. Please give me a chance? She had never begged anyone before. Her life was quite smooth, with a distinguished family background and outstanding talent. Unlike Yi Jiai, she grew up under the family's hardships. Shanko Mari was raised under care, so she could do such an extraordinary thing as abolishing her fiancé. Yi Jiai's right thumb circled around her index finger. Shanko Mari knew that this was her habitual action of thinking, and her heart was sour, and even her nose was a little itchy. It was almost time. If she pushed further, the girl would cry, and that would be a bad scene. Yi Jiai pretended to be cautious. I will give you another chance, but I hope the incident with your fiancé will become a thing of the past. If this happens again, I think you may not be suitable to be a soldier. Waguchi Mari's palms tightened suddenly, and she buried her head tightly. Commander? Jones Alexander's voice came from the door. Yi Jiai got up to open the door. Waguchi Mari wiped the corners of her eyes at this time. When she looked up again, she was the calm and shrewd person she used to be. Compared with the past, her eyes seemed to be more profound. The Scions are really amazing. Jones said, as he entered the room. They are actually upgrading their equipment overnight. We will definitely be targeted in the competition the day after tomorrow. Yi Jiai was prepared for this. Did you get it? Of course. He took out a black box. Don't think Pang Pan is stupid at ordinary times. He is really smart when he does things. He actually ran directly to the other side's dormitory and beat up the commander. Yi Jiai raised his eyebrows slightly. This is indeed a way. At the request of Scion, the surveillance in their building is turned off. Who said it's not? I heard that there was a commotion over there, but somehow it was suppressed. Yi Jiai threw the black box to Boba for analysis, and poured Jones a glass of water. What did Pang Pan say? Is there any movement? Jones Alexander looked solemn and shook his head. Don't they have people with particularly high martial arts skills? Impossible. Mari Waguchi said firmly. You have all met the students of Scion University. What do you think? Jones looked at her for a few times, and always felt that Shanko Mari seemed a little different from before. But he couldn't put it into words. Not very good. The quality of students is not as good as Dongfeng. At the school gate, there were clearly two groups of people. After Dongfeng saw Scion start to make trouble, they withdrew directly. Scion will fight hard for the Motian League. Every year, they will spend a high price to dig some players. I didn't notice this group of people today. They must have intentionally dispersed. Yi Jiai sneered. I told Pang Pan not to cover up the movement too much. If the other party can't hear it, I'm afraid it's not really deaf, but pretending to be deaf. Jones, that black box, isn't it? Fake. I'm not going to crack its communication equipment. I just have some doubts, and want to verify it. Jones, but how did you guess that the competition committee would ignore Scion's people? Do you know that you have a new nickname now? What? Yi Jiai drank a sip of water. Hardcore Commander. Jones Alexander's delicate face was full of teasing. The seniors said you are very hardcore. They like it very much. Yi Jiai, It doesn't have to be like this. The other party first said that the commander destroyed the 1,000-year heritage of Hongyan. If the competition committee punishes Hongyan for this matter, wouldn't it be confirmed? The principal may ask the competition committee to get out of his territory directly. Originally, the school leaders were very reluctant to come to Hongyan for the competition this time. Shanko Mari said. It's not just this matter. Yi Jiai sat by the window and looked at the starry sky. The Second Fleet, the Third Fleet, the 1st and 7th Frontier Defense Forces of the Alliance gathered at the border, and the competition committee didn't want to make a big deal. The principal is really tough. He made the two major military schools of the Alliance stand at the door for more than 3 hours before sending someone to pick them up. Jones sighed. I heard that the second-year chief went there. He was even more ruthless. He said that Hongyan couldn't accommodate two big Buddhas, and asked them to find a place to live by themselves. The entire Hongyan Star is Hongyan's territory. Where can they go? Dongfeng's people are not easy to deal with either. They set up a tent at the door, and then the chief asked them to recite the Hongyan school motto 3 times before letting them in. Yijia was a little interested. Which one did you recite? Jones Alexander looked playful. The most famous one. Everything that stands in the way of human progress must be destroyed. Yijia nodded in approval. Very appropriate. Jones Alexander, you imperial people are so arrogant. No, so fierce. You didn't see the expressions of the Alliance people when they entered the school. There were all kinds of expressions, such as relief, regret, disgust, and anger, which were as wonderful as a palette, but they were very quiet and polite along the way. Compared with before, Sion was even more different. He used to think that he was also a second-generation ancestor in the Star Alliance, and he did a lot of slapping and cheating people. But before he came to Hongyan, the elders in his family gave him a list of some famous interstellar families, asking him to try to be harmonious. He was still a little scared of people like Yijia, who would slap people in the face. Dare to be angry but not to speak. It's because they can't afford to offend the commander. After all, there are the Tan family, and the Yi family behind them. Mari Shanko made a summary speech. Yijia didn't express her opinion. She was really born into a good family in this life. Although she is not a troublemaker by nature, she always believes in the idea of cleaning up naughty children. On the one hand, with her status, there is really no need to endure these. On the other hand, her current status is very complicated. She represents the face of the Tan family and the Yi family, and she is also the Star Master of the Bay Star. If she looks like she is easy to bully, someone might go to Rinha Hospital and Bay Star to make trouble tomorrow. Chapter 323. One day later, all the major interstellar media gathered on Hongyan Planet. Because it was a new competition rule, and the first time to adopt the mode of real-life combat, there were a lot of people coming this time, and the Second Fleet had to send a team back to defend Hongyan Planet. Hongyan Military Academy, Military Simulation Base. In more than half a month, with a large amount of funding from Luojin Mountain, Onejuo directly expanded this base used for large-scale examinations by more than 2 times, occupying more than 1/3 of the entire planet. The 5 major colleges and universities entered the venue in turn according to the order of the draw. The people of Hongyan fell to the end. Zhou Qi whispered to Shanko Mari, "Did you hear the roars of those star beasts yesterday? Could it be that they asked us to kill the star beasts? That is a task that can only be performed by 5th graders and above." Shanko Mari responded vaguely, and his footsteps mechanically followed the large group forward. Suddenly feeling a malicious gaze, Zhou Qi glanced at the Scion team next to him and sneered. "Did you see Shanko Mari's appearance? I heard that he was carried to the medical cabin with a bruised face and swollen nose, ha ha ha." His voice was not loud, but at such a close distance, people with physical aid could hear it with a little attention. Gao Tsong's face was full of ferocity. "Commander, he..." Shanko Mari made a gesture and whispered something, and Gao Tsong showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. "Alas, why are you absent-minded? I've been talking for a long time, and you didn't respond." Zhou Qi touched Mari's shoulder. "I'm thinking about tactics," Shanko Mari said perfunctorily, but in fact, she was in a state of confusion. Because before going out in the morning, Yijia told her lightly, as if talking about the weather, that in this game, she had to help Bizong while winning, and asked her to plan how to fake the game. Mari Ueguchi, who was holding a big secret, was about to get hurt. The 2 schools in the Alliance were strong this year, and it was a question whether they could keep the 2nd place. Where did the commander get the confidence to help the Imperial School that entered the finals because of luck? The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, the spokesperson of the military, and other important figures attended the opening ceremony of the finals. Loi Jinshin sent people from the Lonkao family to supervise. It can be said that the Empire's attention to the competition was fully demonstrated. The click sound of taking pictures on the scene continued. The 5 teams have all entered the competition venue and taken their positions. The screen in the central square lit up. There were 5 split screens on the side, corresponding to 5 colleges, but the largest screen in the center still showed the Hongyan Military Academy. "Hello, friends of the Motian League, I'm Hong Hong. This year, Yin Yin and I will be the hosts of the Hongyan Military Academy's commentary. To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable. This is the first time I'm sitting in the studio of a military academy to commentate. Next to me is the commentator of the Imperial Army. I can go visit them later. Hong Hong, who doesn't know that you graduated from Hongyan? I should say this, right?" As soon as the two of them spoke, the Hongyan students squatting in the central square cheered and expressed their warm welcome to their arrival. Ah, Yen Yen, did you hear the cheers? Oh my god, I haven't received this kind of treatment for a long time. The feeling of playing in reality is indeed more real than on StarNet. Since we're talking about this, the rules of the Matian League have been greatly changed this year. There was no news before, which can be said to be very sudden. Do you think the rules of the 20,000 person competition on StarNet are better, or this kind of real competition is better? Well, to be honest, I prefer real-life competitions. I know that StarNet technology is already very mature, so now students' daily training is almost all carried out in the biological cabin of the training ground, but there is one school except Hongyan. He raised the field of view of the filming robot. You can see how big this military simulation base is. This kind of simulation base was still preserved in various colleges and universities 200 years ago, but some of them have become antiques now. This base in Hongyan should be announced for the first time, and its functions are very powerful. I think this model is better because, first, it allows students to experience the real battlefield and let them face death directly. Second, although the technology is very advanced, StarNet still mainly relies on brain reactions, but the reality is that the body's reaction will always be 1 or even 2 beats slower. On the battlefield, such a second or two may have already cost you your life. Wow, Hong Hong is rarely so serious. It seems that you are looking forward to this league. It's about to start. Let's wait and see. The Empire News channel of Luojin Mountain will open the Madian League channel at this time every year. There are 5 live broadcast rooms. Viewers can choose which one or several live broadcast rooms to watch, but they are all charged. For the Alliance and Star Alliance, the broadcasting rights are even more expensive. It can be said that the Madian League brings a lot of income to Luojinshan every year. Hongyan is the number 3 live broadcast room this year. At this time, one after another barrage of comments flashed in the live broadcast room. Hong Yanyan, long time no see, your names really match well to host the Hongyan Military Academy. Luojinshan changed the rules of the game this time, because of Major General Ji Fan, right? He seems to have proposed that the Star Network competition was not suitable a long time ago. Hongyan, led by the Major General, won the championship that year. I don't know what will happen this year, but those kids never let me down. It's really not suitable. I also participated in the league that year. There is no need to organize space battles at the level of students. Instead, it will make students establish the wrong concept of space battles. Stop in front. I'm not a military academy student. Why don't you understand what this means? Space battles are at least a group army. 20,000 people can only be a local battle in a local battle, but for the integrity of the game, the intelligent brain will automatically add many conditions, which is very unfavorable for students to really enter space in the future. They can't figure out their own position. I also think it is better to start with basic battles. Nowadays, military academy courses are often about 2 armies fighting in space, and students have no idea about the importance of the ground. I don't think so. It is always better to be familiar with the space battlefield in advance. You see, the Abyss Fleet and the Dawa Federation are both fighting in space. Planetary resources are so precious that there are very few ground battles. I don't agree. The Dawa Federation and the Red Rock Border are all energy stars, so it is naturally impossible to fight on the ground. But if the Alliance and the Empire really fight, there will definitely be more ground battles, just to occupy high-quality stars. As for space battles, it's almost like an alien invasion, ha ha ha. Is the Empire going to fight the Alliance? I just went to college this year, and my family asked me to delay my service, saying that they were afraid of being sent to the battlefield. Child, listen to the adults. In peacetime, serving in the military in your first year is to make it easier for you to find a job in the future. In wartime, you should go after graduation. Since then, the content of the barrage has all gone off track, turning into topics such as whether the Alliance and the Empire will fight, when they will fight, whether the Empire can win, how much sacrifice will be made, and so on. The advantage of everyone being a soldier is that everyone is not afraid of war, but they are not blindly confident either. Chapter 324. Countdown 5 seconds, 5, 3, 1, the game begins. Map analysis team, get ready. Jones Alexander stood straight in front of the team. Next to him was Mari Waguchi, and in the front was Yi Jiai. After sensing the direction, Yi Jiai walked straight to the northeast, and everyone in Hongyan followed silently. You can see that the fastest reaction in the whole field is the Hongyan Military Academy. The other teams are still analyzing the map, but the commander of Hongyan seems to have found the direction of the supply point. Hong Hong's voice was high-pitched, but his men were moving quickly, and Yi Jiai's information was turned up at a uniform speed. As we all know, Hongyan has a tradition that the league commander can only be the chief. This year's Hongyan chief is actually a girl, which is very surprising. Yin Yang continued his words. Not only that, this girl named Yi Jiai was invited by Hongyan. She broke the record of Major General Ji Fan for achieving A. She is a genius who achieved A at the age of 12. The comments have gone crazy. In 3 minutes, I want all the information about this woman. A at the age of 12? Oh my god. Did this really happen? Can someone break the record of a major general? Oh my god, where did this person come from? And why is her last name so strange? The boy who just spoke is the deputy commander, named Jones Alexander, from the Alexander family of the Star Alliance, and is also a student invited to enroll. The other girl who followed the commander closely is called Shanko Mari, from the Alliance, and is also a student invited to enroll. Hong Hong turned to the other two files, and was very surprised. When did the invitation letter from Hongyan become so easy to get? When I was studying at school, there was no student invited at all. I met a senior in the past. He was the only one in the whole 4 years. I heard that he is now a major general. He is really amazing. 3 geniuses gathered together. I am really curious about this league. Hongyan's lineup, this time, is really strong. In this team of 1,000 people, there are 819 A's. I heard that there are still A's who have not been selected. Even so, it is the team with the highest A rate. This kind of elite mode competition is actually an advantage for Hongyan. Yin Yin sighed as he looked at another piece of data. Rather than an advantage, it is better to say that it is a compensation. They are talented, but they have been in school for a short time and have little knowledge reserves. Don't forget how many consecutive championships the Imperial Army has won. While talking, Yi Jiai had already led people to find the first supply point. Zhang Lin led people to rush and quickly destroyed the mechanism and got the supplies. Congratulations to Hongyan Military Academy for getting the number 8 supply. The report of the intelligent brain sounded on everyone's light brain. Shanko Malai paused, clenched his fists, and Gao Tsong looked surprised. Commander, this. The Silence didn't expect that they came here with full confidence, but someone got there first, and the whole team seemed a little flustered. Commander, there is a team very close to us. After calculation, it is very likely to be Sion. Zhuang He stepped forward to report. Yi Jiai smiled. Since we are so destined, let's go over and say hello. Yes. After getting along for this period of time, everyone has a better understanding of the chief's temper. Seeing her expression of wanting to make trouble, they immediately responded loudly. For Yi Jiai, the hard work of more than half a month was not in vain at this moment. She no longer had to shout at the top of her lungs like in the competition for the top spot to get a little hesitation and trust from them. Hong Hong, have you noticed that the morale of Hongyan is very strong? This is very rare in previous years. In the world of star beasts, the strong are respected. They will support the strongest star beast in the team as the king. Hongyan's group of proud children is almost the same. From the beginning, they followed without saying a word, which shows how much they trust the commander. To be honest, this is very rare among students. Yin Yin thought, indeed, I was in the Imperial Army at that time. After the game started, if the map was not analyzed, the commander would not issue such clear instructions. Generally, pre-war deployment would be carried out at this time. They are about to meet. Hongyan students are very fierce, Hong Hong said excitedly. On the screen, the distance between Hongyan and Sion was only 2 kilometers. However, a sudden change occurred at this time. A booming sound came from a distance, at a very fast speed, mixed with fast and messy footsteps. Yi Jiai frowned, took out a sniper rifle, ran to the high platform on the right, found a good position to set up the gun, and aimed. It's ghost beasts, about 50. Snipers are ready, civilian workers retreat, Zhang Lin, take people to set up a protective shield. Bang! She fired the first shot, and the energy bullet hit the wrinkles on the forehead of the ghost beast, and then exploded quickly. The ghost beast screamed and fell heavily from the sky. The unexpected death of the leader made the entire ghost beast group in chaos. The students of the Imperial Academy finally got a breath of relief. 50 ghost beasts were no joke. Their team of 1,000 people was not enough to fill the gaps between the opponent's teeth. Beautiful. Hong Hong said loudly, I originally thought that a 12-year-old girl with an A mental power must have lowered her physical fitness, but now I see that I misunderstood. The latest news is that Yi Jiai is from the Imperial Tan family. I guess the Tan family has used some method to stabilize her physical fitness. Although her current physical fitness level is only B, The shot just now is already at the A level. Hongyan Military Academy hunted a ghost beast and included it in the material economy. The report of the intelligent brain sounded again. It seems that the star beasts on the field can be hunted and then included in the material economy, Yin Yin said. Hong Hong looked at the question marks floating across the screen on the bullet screen and took the initiative to explain. It seems that many viewers don't understand the rules of this year's competition. Let me explain it briefly. This year's finals are still a points competition, but compared with the previous ones, there is an additional material economy. The team that successfully pulls the flag will be awarded 2 points. The team with the highest combat loss ratio will be awarded 1 point, and the team with the largest material economy will be awarded 1 point. I think this rule is more reasonable. Now the battle line is dragging on for a long time, and the distribution of materials is becoming more and more important. In recent years, all major fleets have been in short supply of outstanding talents in the logistics management department. Yin Yin also expressed his agreement. In the past, the 4 major fleets did not want non-military school students. Last year, the second fleet accepted a lot of students from the logistics management department of St. Laurent. Compared to this, I am more curious about whether this competition can rob materials. In this case, the team that failed to pull the flag can still fight for 1 point. For the points competition, 1 point is also very important. Maybe it will be a comeback in the 3rd round. Ah! Dizong ran towards Saya. Yin Yin said in surprise, will the first battle of the whole game start? Look forward to it. Chapter 325. Shanko Malai never expected this situation. They came to grab supplies, but not only did they get nothing, they also faced Dizong and the ghost beasts behind them. Run! At his command, the team of 1,000 people turned around and ran fast. It's not that they don't have the strength to fight, but fighting hard at this time is undoubtedly helping Dizong, and it will also damage themselves. Running away is the best choice. A group of people from Dizong shouted with a loudspeaker at the back. Coward! Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you go up now? Gao Tsung was not willing to be outdone. You bunch of cowards, you got into the finals by luck. If I were you, I would have committed suicide long ago to avoid embarrassing myself here. Fuck. Brothers, chase after it. The audience who saw this scene, Suddenly, with a bang, a silver chain mecha appeared out of thin air in the rear, sniping the ghost beasts mercilessly. Beside it, there was also a Thor, acting as an escort mecha. Hongyan Military Academy hunted a ghost beast, which was included in the material economy. Jones, take the people to pull down the flag. I will watch these 2 teams. Yi Jiai's voice came from the communication channel. This is a modified silver chain. It is said that this mecha has achieved remarkable results in the defense of the Gulf Star, and its performance is very excellent. Hong Hong called up the data of the silver chain on the right side of the screen, especially its defensibility, which has been improved by 1.5 times on the original basis. This must be the work of a master. There is a rumor that this mecha was modified by Master Amber. Yin Yin was not sure. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. Really? Hong Hong looked at the data seriously, her expression fascinated. To be honest, I think it is very likely. The silver chain is notoriously difficult to change. Even if the scales of the Dragon King whale are used, it is difficult for only a few masters to achieve this level of balance between all parties. Oh my god! Commander Hongyan used a Lu Ends by spin, which is a super difficult move that can only be learned in the 5th grade. Yin Yin shouted, Commander Hongyan's mecha operation level is very high. A row of 666 bullet screens. Seeing her, I realized that I am really rubbish. There is a reason why Hongyan can compete with 5th graders from other schools in the same game as a 1st grader. I am not a Hongyan student. I have to learn such difficult things in the 1st grade. I just want to know what Hongyan teaches in the 5th grade. Big brother, please accept my knee. Goddess, I want to give birth to a child for you. But the most shocked person is Pang Pan, who is in the Thor mecha. Although he is a physical genius, due to family conditions, he only started to contact mecha after arriving in Hongyan. So this time Yi Jiai singled him out to escort, and the others were actually very worried. He thought he was playing the role of a half-protector, but he didn't expect that he was just a background board. Maybe the commander wanted him to learn? Yi Jiai played the group of ghost beasts around, and killed one of them accidentally. After being discovered, he retreated a little and quickly came back. This is a person who always gives people surprises. Pang Pan, like many people, is very curious about how the young commander has mastered this martial art. Hongyan Military Academy hunted 5 ghost beasts, which are included in the material economy. The intelligent brain broadcast again. Yin Yin, No matter what the result is, unless there is a shocking reversal in the end, Hong Yin will definitely take the material economy. Hong Hong stared at Yizhi intently, with a gleam in her eyes. Not only that, look at this group of ghost beasts. Do they still look like they were chasing people just now? A series of question marks on the screen. Rather than saying that the ghost beasts are chasing the two schools of Dizong and Sion, it is better to say that Commander Hong Yin is chasing the ghost beasts. Hong Hong moved her fingers a few times, and replayed the moment when the ghost beasts were hunted. Look at the positions of these killed ghost beasts. Do they look like they are about to leave the team? Fuck. My scalp is tingling. What kind of woman is this? Damn. Is she chasing cattle? Sion is resisting. If she keeps running, there will be no porridge to drink. I have decided that from now on, this girl is my new idol. Beast Driver. This is the first time I feel that the ghost beasts are so pitiful, being chased by a woman, but my god, she is so handsome. Goddess, I want to marry you and give birth to a monkey. At the same time, the announcement of the intelligent brain sounded again. Congratulations to the Imperial Army for getting the supplies at the number 11 supply point. Congratulations to Dongfeng for getting the supplies at the number 13 supply point. Gao Tsung was running out of breath. Commander, if we keep running like this, we won't get a single point. We have to think of a way. Shanko Ma Lai was sweating profusely, and kept hesitating between fighting and not fighting. He fell to the back row and tried to discuss with Di Zong, who was following them. Hong Yin commander is right behind us. Why don't we work together to take down their commander first? Then Hong Yin will definitely be in chaos. Our chance has come. That makes sense. The commander of Di Zong was thin, and looked like he was about to run out of energy. What do you want to do? Shanko Malai didn't expect the other party to be so easy to persuade, and immediately said, Get on the mecha. 2,000 people can't beat these dozens of ghost beasts. Okay, then your people go first. Negotiations must be sincere, and we need to rest here. Lin Fa said seriously. Shanko Malai glanced at Dizong's team. Everyone was pale, breathing hard but not breathing out, and their eyes were full of disdain. No wonder they could only run. If they stopped, they would die. Get the mecha ready, kill all the ghost beasts, and take down the head of Commander Hong Yin. He shouted on the spot, and a dark red Vanguard mecha appeared from the air. All the Scions boarded the mecha. After being chased for so long, it was finally time for them to be proud. Nearly 1,000 mechas took off at the same time. The scene was quite exciting, and the Scion Live broadcast room suddenly became a lot more lively. As expected of a team that has entered the finals for 2 consecutive sessions, the strength of Scion is not weak. They use the C11 team battle mode and have good cooperation. They should practice frequently on weekdays. Yin Yin's focus is obviously different from his. Their equipment is very good, almost catching up with Saint Laurent. I heard that Dizong was lucky in the game with Saint Laurent, and Dizong is now called a lucky school. Dizong should be the first school among these schools to conduct pre-match training, and the principal has just been changed. The equipment has been updated, and the playing style has also changed a lot. The strength has been significantly improved, and the probability of qualifying is very high. Oh, it seems that Hong Hong doesn't agree with the idea of luck? It's not that I don't agree. After all, luck is also a part of strength. It's just that there are too few games this year, and I can't see too much. Let's see how Dizong performs next. Chapter 326. As soon as the Scion Mecha army appeared, the ghost beasts were forced to stop their advance. The team battle method of heavy machine and light machine was feasible. Within half an hour, Scion killed 10 ghost beasts and reaped a lot of rewards. But they were human after all, and their physical strength was fundamentally different from that of star beasts. Sensing the decline in physical strength, Shanko Malai shouted, Lin Fa. Lin Fa made a gesture, and Dizong's mecha team took off and replaced those exhausted warriors. Seeing that the battle situation was stable, Shanko Malai began to lead people to approach Yizhi. Gradually, an elite team of 20 people surrounded Yizhi and Peng Pan in the center. Bang! A bullet rubbed Shanko Malai's face, and Yizhi's playful voice came from the silver chain, I have been helping you all the way, but I didn't expect the Scion commander to be such an ungrateful person. Shanko Malai sneered, Help us? The Imperial Army is in front. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Don't you just want to surround us? Dongfeng's team is also in front. You can form an alliance, and it's not certain who will surround whom at that time. At this moment, Gao Tsung's excited voice came from the communication channel. Commander, the flag has appeared. It's in front. Kill! He looked at the people around him first, gave a cold order, and ran away. At this moment, Many questions flashed through Shanko Malai's mind. Why did He Jiai know that the flag was in front, but he still drove them here? Why did he explain it to him specifically? But no matter how many questions there were, they could not resist the desire for victory. He quickly called on the team to evacuate without a sound, and finally all the pressure of the ghost beast was on Dizong. Fuck. I knew that the Scions were not trustworthy. The people of Dizong had red eyes when they saw this scene. Sure enough, the reptiles evolved from these things. Their hearts are too dark. Being tightly surrounded by 20 mechas, it should have been at an absolute disadvantage, but the momentum of the silver chain in the center was not weak at all. It flew into the sky, then turned around suddenly, and fell from a high altitude at a high speed, firing bullets, and the Scion warriors fell down immediately. Too cool. Once in my lifetime series. The Scions are too weak. Are they standing there to be beaten? It's so annoying. It's not that the Scions are too weak, it's that the Hongyan commander is too strong. Not being able to dodge, and not being able to dodge are two different things. Okay. I didn't expect there were Alliance members in Hongyan's live broadcast room. This is another unique skill that only 5th graders can learn. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time is likely to show that the Hongyan commander's machine operation level is at the 5th grade level of ordinary military academy students. Or even higher. It is difficult for a commander to have such a high level of machine operation. Shanko Malai is going to miscalculate. Yin-Yan's voice was so high that it broke. At the moment Yi Jiai made a move, Pang Pan also started to attack. Although they were all basic operations, they were born out of talent. Every attack was in place, and the movements were crisp and neat. Yi Jiai flew back from the horizon, and a few bullets hit them, and those people instantly lost their ability to move. However, she did not leave, but began to hunt the ghost beasts at the scene. The scene soon became her personal show. Pang Pan's mecha level was increasing linearly. The intelligent brain reported from time to time that Hongyan Military Academy had killed several ghost beasts and incorporated them into the material economy. The other schools were numb. Hiss, Hong Hong, why do I not understand Commander Hongyan's behavior? Shouldn't we hurry over to pull down the flag now? What's the point of saving Dizong at this time? If Shanko Mari was here, she would tell him very confidently that the point is to play a fake match. According to the combat effectiveness of her and Pang Pan, they are not participating in the melee now, either to maintain their strength or for other plans. I have a guess about the habits of ghost beasts. If it is true, it can only be said that Commander Hongyan is too good. The barrage was full of question marks again, but the scene soon had an answer. Such a large-scale death of ghost beasts successfully made the remaining ghost beasts begin to feel uneasy and riot. All of them had red eyes, and began to go crazy. Several ghost beasts opened their mouths wide, and invisible sound wave attacks spread out. The live broadcast room was full of snow, and only the voices of the two hosts could be heard. Hong Hong, don't panic, audience. As you just saw, the ghost beasts are going crazy, and the electromagnetic interference is increasing, so we lost the signal of the shooting robot, but there are not many ghost beasts. The situation on the scene is controllable, and there should be a signal soon. As soon as the voice fell, the picture came back. There was no trace of Yi Jiai and Pang Pan in the sky. The ghost beasts concentrated their anger on the students of Dizong. Lin Fa's face was pale, and he shouted, "Run! Throw away the weight! Don't worry about energy and supplies, run with all your strength." Just kidding, the crazy ghost beasts are completely different from usual, this will really cost lives. He was extremely devastated. Did Principal Riley Hobbart really not lie to him? Will Chief Hongyan help them? Is this really helping them? Oh my god! Because it is a real competition. For students, this scene is actually dangerous. Yin moved the camera to look around. You can see that the medical soldiers are all ready and can rescue at any time, which means that safety can still be guaranteed. The audience of the Empire did not feel much about this. This is still within their acceptance range. After all, the probability of encountering a star beast going crazy during a mission is very high. Some star beasts will go crazy when they smell perfume. Dealing with crazy star beasts is a must-go training when serving in the military. But it is completely different in the Alliance and the Star Alliance. Many people say that the Empire does not regard these elites as human beings, and even words such as disregarding human ethics have come out. In just a while, the competition committee has received a steady stream of complaints and accusations. Because the group of people in the Imperial General Group were chased by the crazy ghost beasts, they started the full-speed running mode. In the desperate mode, human potential is unlimited. The distance between them and the Scions is getting closer and closer, even gradually surpassing them. Scion students are constantly being thrown out, and then picked up by medical soldiers. If you zoom in high enough, you can see that the 5 military schools are very close to the flag. The closest ones are Dongfeng and Dijuan. They are running from the north to the south, facing Dizhong and Xia. Hongyan, who is coming from the east, is the farthest away, but they are also the fastest. Every team is moving at full speed, but except for mechas such as Silver Chain, which are famous for their speed, the speed of other mechas is completely inferior to that of the crazy ghost beasts. Soon, all 5 teams saw the large group of ghost beasts with scarlet eyes. The pace of Dijuan and Dongfeng's advance was paused. Unlike Dizhong's escape direction, if they went forward, they would be desperate. It takes a lot of courage to face the crazy ghost beasts. At that moment, Shenhong, the commander of the Dijuan, made a quick decision. Everyone, kill Dongfeng. Almost 10 seconds later, the commander of Dongfeng also issued the same order. The 2 teams were very close, and 10 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. The unexpected attack of the Imperial Army in these 10 seconds killed more than 1/3 of Dongfeng's people, and then quickly retreated. Seeing that the ghost beasts were about to bite Sion's tail, the representative of the Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs lost his patience and looked at the supervisor of this game. Mr. Lankawat, I apply for a suspension of the game. If every Matian League is so dangerous in the future, our alliance will not participate again. Chapter 327. Mr. Misuo, don't worry. The medical staff of the Second Fleet is ready. There won't be large-scale casualties. Onaduo explained in a good-tempered manner. Desperate situations can often stimulate students' potential to the greatest extent. Look at the students of Dizhong. They are obviously exhausted, but their speed has increased a lot. The representative of the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Misuo Maeda, did not give in. The physical fitness and mental strength of the reshaped body may decline. If you don't suspend the game, if there is a problem with the Sion students, will the glorious empire be responsible? The whole audience suddenly fell silent. At the time when the 2 countries were at war, a foreign ministry official's words could be interpreted in many ways. Does the alliance mean that Dongfeng and Sion will withdraw from the Matian League? Onaduo looked cold and didn't have much emotion. He shouldn't have asked this question, but the admiral's medal on his shoulder made him the most suitable person to say this on the spot. I applied for a suspension of the game. Misamata repeated. He did not dare to confront the legendary lion who had put away his claws and fangs, and turned to look at the supervisor. Lankawat put down the teacup and said lightly, I am only supervising the game for your majesty to ensure fairness and justice. I have no right to interfere with the arrangement of the event. Misamata turned his eyes to Moses Scott, the chairman of the Matian League. The other party was considering his words, because he also saw that the Sion students were in a bad state, but the situation on the field had changed dramatically at this time. The crazy ghost beast caught up with the Sion team, and the difference between the Alliance and the Imperial students was fully reflected at this time. Although the Imperial students were not good at physical skills, they had strong psychological endurance, which enabled them to stimulate their potential in the realm of life and death, but some Sions were already scared to the point of weakness. Many people were forced to be involved in the group of ghost beasts, and were about to be torn apart. The medical soldiers' mechas moved down, and were ready to rescue at any time. Suddenly, Yijia lifted the invisible state of the silver chain, and the energy cannon hit the foreheads of 2 ghost beasts. The Thor mecha thundered out, and rescue the people. Save people, she ordered on the communication channel. Jones Alexander's face twisted for a moment, but after a few deep breaths, he repeated Yijia's instructions. All Hongyan, hunt ghost beasts and save Sion. Because the silver chain appeared out of thin air, it pulled up all the hatred values of the ghost beasts, and all the ghost beasts rushed towards Yijia. Zhang Lin and others went straight to meet them. At the end of the picture, it was a scene of Hongyan and others cooperating tacitly, and killing beasts with iron blood. A silver-black silver chain shuttle was well protected on the periphery. It would only open fire when it saw that its side was defeated, but it could hit accurately every time. The scene was in chaos, and a notification from the intelligent brain made everyone freeze on the spot. The first round of the game ended. The Imperial General University successfully pulled the flag and scored 2 points. The Imperial Military Academy scored 1 point, with the highest combat loss ratio, and the Hongyan Military Academy scored 1 point, with the highest material economy. The 5 major live broadcast rooms were completely confused, and Hong and Yanyan's expressions were still frozen in the same way as when they were talking just now, which looked very funny. Dizhong won? Are you kidding? Is it really good luck? I opened my 20 big eyes, but couldn't see clearly how Dizhong won in the end. I only saw a group of ghost beasts covering the sky and the earth. Are there multi-eyed people in the front row? I didn't see how Dizong pulled the flag with my 2 eyes. How did they win? Who can explain? Hong Yin Yin, you are stuck, right? Speak up. I always thought that the Emperor army would win. After all, they were so close. No matter who wins, Hong Yin's command is so cool. Sister AI, please accept my knee. So strong, so strong, so strong. Big brother, please accept my knee. 2 minutes later, Hong finally sorted out the clues with the help of the robot. He spoke with a tone of laughter and tears. This may be the most dramatic final. Now Yin Yin, and I will review it for everyone. Time goes back to 5.5 minutes ago. The commander of the Imperial Army, Shen Hong, gave the order to fire at Dongfeng. 10 seconds later, the Imperial Army retreated, and Dongfeng suffered heavy losses. This is why the Imperial Army can get the highest combat loss ratio of 3.8. Yin Yin continued. The commander of Dongfeng also issued an order to attack the Imperial Army, but at this time, the Imperial Army was ready to withdraw, so the 2 sides retreated at the same time on the screen, and the scene was a bit chaotic. But now we know that the Imperial Army retreated actively and Dongfeng retreated passively. Then, there is Hong Yin. According to their speed, they were the team with the most hope of pulling the flag, but the commander of Hong Yin should not have expected that the silent students would be in danger, so he ordered to save people. The appearance of the silver chain gave the ghost beast an object to attack. The Hong Yin side has a strong sense of protecting people. It can be seen that when killing the ghost beast in the later period, the commander of Hong Yin did not intervene at all, nor did he give orders, but only saved the scene at the critical moment. In the last 3 minutes of the game, everyone was attracted by the battle between Hong Yin and Yosho, but if you look down, you can see Saya and Dizong fighting for the flag. Because Saya's army was demoralized, Dizong finally grabbed the flag. Hong raised his voice, and anyone could hear the excitement and sigh in his tone. Over the years, this is the most united Hong Yin I have ever seen. I used to think that this group of proud children were arrogant because of their talents, but the facts tell me that it was just because there was no strong commander they trusted enough. This commander named Yi, who is not even an adult, has shown the strength of AA, which is really rare. Yin Yin, yes, when I saw the information, I suspected that the staff had taken the wrong information. Through this competition, I believe her name will definitely be popular on the Star Network. Okay, that's all for the explanation of this competition. See you in the second round, everyone. Hong said the closing remarks. The vice president of the Imperial Army looked at Anito with a deep expression. I really didn't expect that Viscount Tannenmine would be willing to let people study in the military academy, otherwise our Imperial Army would definitely go to the door to fight for it. He glanced to the side. Principal Rayleigh, you should know about this, right? Rayleigh Hobart looked at the nose with his eyes, and the heart with his nose, adhering to the attitude of not offending both sides. I am not very clear about this matter. Student Yizhi has a clearer plan for his future. Hong Yin has her, which is like adding wings to a tiger. The vice president of the Imperial Army sighed sincerely. He has outstanding command ability, extremely high mental strength, and can perform at a level close to A in both combat and mecha. In the end, he can put aside past grudges and sacrifice himself to save others. No matter from which aspect, he is an excellent commander. Hong Yin really picked up a treasure. Ha ha! Anito responded without shame. Thank you for your good words, Your Excellency. They are all out. I have to go over and take a look. Excuse me. The representatives of the Imperial Army and the Imperial General Assembly also left. The Alliance teachers and representatives of the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who stayed behind, did not look good. They didn't even get a single point in the first round. Chapter 328. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky, and against the backdrop of the Red Rock land, it seemed to be covered with a layer of red gauze. Yizhi was writing a paper in the library about the key role of H sequence in genetic evolution. According to her method, after the people sent by Rensua finished the experiment, they sent back the experimental data she needed, and she wrote it based on the conclusion. Under normal circumstances, the experiment should be done by her own, because it was the time of the competition, and Viscount Tannenmine allowed her to find someone to do it for her. But the whole idea and process of the experiment were carried out according to her thinking, and no one else interfered. She yawned loudly, looked at the time, and found that it was already early in the morning. With a clang, someone pushed the door and walked into the study room where only she was. There are still people studying at this time? She turned around in disbelief, but saw two acquaintances. Mari Jones, why are you two here? Mari pursed her lips tightly, raised her eyebrows, and quietly pointed to the side with her hand on the side of her leg. Yizhi raised his eyebrows. Jones Alexander sat down directly opposite Yijai, full of momentum. Commander, I came here to see you. Well, you say? She kept her tone unchanged, and put away the portable optical computer, and a lot of experimental data on the table. I just asked directly. His big blue eyes were full of entanglement. Have we formed a private alliance with D-Zone, or are you unilaterally helping D-Zone? Yijai glanced at Shanko Mari. The meaning was very clear. You said it? Shanko Mari quickly shook her head. Commander. Jones Alexander raised his voice. Do you think if I can successfully hide it from me, I am still qualified to be the deputy commander? Shanko Mari patted his chest gently. Calm down. Calm down. He seemed to have a cross on his head, but his facial features were too delicate, so he didn't look ugly even when he was so angry. First, we can obviously get to the flag-taking point as quickly as possible, but you, the commander, chose the farthest place to get supplies. Second, Mari has been delaying progress and time all the way. It's very obvious. Third, you took Pang Pan alone to drive away the ghost beasts, just to let D-Zone and his group of idiots, who didn't have time to open the map, run to the flag point. Fourth, at the last minute, you asked us to save Saya to buy time for D-Zone. And fifth. Okay, I get it. Yijai interrupted him, and answered his previous question. What will happen if we form a private alliance? What about unilateral help? Jones Alexander looked. He looked at her several times, not being able to figure out what she was thinking, and said seriously, if it is a private alliance, I suggest turning against them now. According to my observation, although the people of D-Zone have certain potential, they are still too weak at present. If they form an alliance with them, they will definitely be dragged down in the end. If it is a one-sided help, I want to ask, is it to help the other party become the champion? Yijai, How can this person say such a thing seriously? If she really admits it, will he still help her? Commander, I am serious. I just finished reviewing them. Pang Pan has realized that something is wrong with this game. How long do you think it will take for others to react? His expression is serious, and Yijai seems to see the words angry at their lack of fighting spirit in his eyes. Private help, helping them get 2 points in the first round is enough. The next game depends on the situation, and our team will win the championship, she said quickly. Jones was obviously relieved, and after a moment he said viciously, no next time. Okay. Yijai quickly comforted him. I know that if I tell you, this thing will definitely fail. Jones Alexander, I really want to bite this woman to death. Commander, you are famous. Shanko Mari suddenly said. She showed the headlines of major media on the Star Network. Click on an article at random, The New Goddess, The Genius Life of the Underage Chief of Hong Yen, which details Yijai's life. From the Big Bay Star Lord to the small joint entrance examination scores, it is written very detailed. At the end of the article is a collection of all her command videos since she participated in the Motyan League. The comments below the article are even more exciting. Am I hallucinating? A minor with double A? Where did this big baby come from? I checked. This girl is so awesome. There is a celebrity directory of her on the Star Network. Can you believe it? She has published a lot of IR, the top biological journal in the universe, and is the first author. How can we biology majors survive? This is a rich woman. Not to mention the Tan family and the Yi family. She has her own planet. Can you believe it? I am jealous to the point of doubting life. Did you know that she held a solo exhibition at the age of 8? The Hope that I used to like very much was actually a painting of herself that she drew. Oh my god. Seeing this comment, Jones Alexander searched for the Hope painting, and his eyes were shocked. This is your painting. Was your mental power a little unstable at the time? Do you know that my mental power began to loosen because I saw this painting? Yijai said expressionlessly. I don't know. Jones Alexander, Fortunately, he had admired this low-key painter for a while in his childhood. Compared to this, Commander, judging from the comments, you have done in-depth research on genetic evolution. Why do you want to become a soldier? These materials have actually been in Shanko Mari's files, but after seeing the IDs of those active graduate students from various universities under the comments, she first faced Yijai's talent in the field of biology. Yijai simply took out the light brain and continued to write the paper. Biological research is a family responsibility, and becoming a soldier is my own dream. There is no conflict. The second round of the competition will be in 2 days. You are actually writing a paper here. Jones opened his eyes wide. He felt that this woman could piss him off to death. Otherwise? Yijai didn't even raise his head. Jones Alexander suddenly thought of a possibility. His voice returned to calm, with a little unconscious coldness. Do you think we are too weak? If the information is true, Yi Jiai's mental power reached A at the age of 12. Then what level is her mental power now? Super A. Is it possible? But if not, how did she know in an instant that the number 8 supply point was the farthest point from the flag pulling point? How could she easily find the problem with the map every time? Yi Jiai paused. Not weak. I just didn't expect that the first-year students of Hongyan were at this level. I always thought that the students of Hongyan should be about the same as me, at most a little weaker. Weiguchi Mari, Damn, my heart hurts. Jones Alexander, I want to bite this damn woman to death. Yi Jiai has always had problems with her own strength, because there are no peers around her to compare. She was taught by Viscount Tannenmine since she was a child, and she did not take an ordinary path. When she was in junior high school, she was already studying biology courses for college. She went to Bay Star in high school. She managed the huge Rensua and Renha hospital. She had already started her own experiments. It was because of the results of the experiments that Viscount Tannenmine turned a blind eye to her not going to school. Her martial arts skills were developed by fighting with masters like Tan Chi and Amei. When she grew up a little, Ji Fan taught her personally. She just always regretted that she was the one who was protected, but she never thought that compared with her peers, all her achievements now were so incredible. Chapter 329. 2 days later, at the military simulation base. Yi Jiai took off her personal optical computer and replaced it with the standard optical computer used in the competition. Ji Fan had not contacted her for nearly a month. The worst case was that she had failed to send several messages. Is there any place where the optical computer signal is not covered? She didn't dare to think deeply. In the waiting area, Jones Alexander looked at her frequently through Shanko Mari, fearing that the situation in the previous round would happen again. All teams should be prepared, as the second round of the Matian League will officially start after the countdown of 5 seconds. Yi Jiai withdrew his thoughts and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, take your positions and get ready." The shields around him automatically dropped, and the cold wind and light rain came towards them. Their team of 1,000 people seemed particularly small in an endless field. "This is acid rain. There is radiation," someone shouted. Yi Jiai frowned slowly. She felt that the magnetic field here had undergone a huge change in an instant, from normal stability to disorder, and even the time and space lines began to become chaotic. The people in the material and equipment group quickly set up a transparent cover to cover everyone. "Commander, our mental power is useless here." Zhuangyi tried many times, but found that he could not sense anything useful. "Go west first." She felt that the magnetic field at that location seemed to be more organized. Reconnaissance row 1, row 2, and move out. If the map cannot be opened, you can only use the old method to investigate bit by bit. At this moment, the wind and rain suddenly became stronger, and the voice of the intelligent brain became particularly prominent. "Congratulations to Dongfeng for getting the supplies at the number 10 supply point." Hongyan was silent collectively. For a moment, there was only the sound of rain hitting the protective cover, as if hitting the tip of a person's heart. Jones Alexander opened his mouth wide. What's going on? They were like blind men. Was the other party so lucky? Was Dongfeng born next to the supply point? But 5 minutes later, reality broke his guess. "Congratulations to Saya for getting the supplies at the number 7 supply point." Zhuangyi. Yi Jiai paused. "Did you feel the changes in the magnetic field and time-space lines when you came in?" Zhuangyi thought about it, took out the instrument, and looked at it for a long time, and replied cautiously, "Report to the commander, the changes did happen after we entered. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that this is an additional test, which will be opened after we enter. Everyone is facing the situation of mental failure. The second is that there is a team making trouble. Report to the commander, find Saya's location, coordinates W23, C04. The reconnaissance platoon suddenly reported. Yi Jiai looked at the coordinate point and squinted his eyes. "Let's go, is there someone playing tricks? We know when we go over there." "Hong Hong, what did you say happened in the training ground? Is it really a human action as they said? I thought this was a new assessment content. The Alliance is far behind in the first round of the game, so they will always think of some ways. They have recently developed a shielding device, which is said to be able to shield radar detection and mental power. I didn't expect it to be used in a student competition. It turns out that they are all in the Star Network competition. The Alliance is afraid that the main brain will decipher their technology, so they naturally won't use it. But this is a real competition, of course they dare to use it. To be honest, the Alliance's research on technological weapons in recent years is really a big step ahead of the Empire. It's really hard to judge how this game will end." Yin Yin said worriedly. Hong Hong, objectively speaking, you are right. So I admire Vice Admiral Ji Fan's foresight. If the Fifth Fleet had not been established and developed in the past 10 years, the Empire would be very passive now. The scene did not have any ups and downs. After Yi Jiai and the others rushed to the coordinate point, the other party had already left. Hong Hong and Yin Yin took this opportunity to talk about the frontline war for a while. The Abyss Fleet has penetrated into the headquarters of the Dawa Federation, and is very close to the capital like a star. But even so, the Dawa Federation has not issued a surrender statement, which is very different from the previous Fence-Sitter appearance. Congratulations to Dongfeng for getting the supplies at the number 18 supply point. Congratulations to Saya for getting the supplies at the number 2 supply point. Congratulations to the Imperial Army for getting the supplies at the number 1 supply point. The continuous reports made Hong Yin and his team uneasy, which showed that not all teams were like them, and could not grasp the clues. Jones Alexander frowned. Something is wrong. They came very fast, but they still missed. Hong Yin was like a cat that was fooled around, sniffing the smell, but missed again and again. I don't know the end. I don't know the starting point. There is no direction at all. The atmosphere of the team began to become cold and stiff. For such a group of proud people, meeting a strong opponent will not make them lose their fighting spirit. Instead, this confusing situation makes them very upset. Scouts, don't use radar. Don't you have eyes besides the machine? Use the most primitive method to observe their position. You have been led astray. Yi Jiai's voice was calm, like a basin of cold water pouring down, pouring through the heart, and everyone regained their calm. Yes, Commander. The people in the reconnaissance platoon finally realized their mistake. Yi Jiai released the silver chain. Pang Pan, Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi, Wu Hui follow me. The rest of the people will follow Jones's command in platoons, and disperse to find the flag. Then, the huge silver chain mecha took off, and went in the direction they came from. Pay attention to concealment, there should be star beasts here. Pang Pan watched them go back and forth along this road several times, and finally couldn't help asking, Commander, what are you looking for? Yi Jiai looked at the depression below. If you were a Scion commander, and had a super shielding device, where would you put it to be safe enough? I can't think of this. Pang Pan thought for a while, and finally gave up. He had long realized that he was not destined to use his brain. Zhou Qi had a quick mind and guessed her idea. For the shielding device to work, it must go deep into the Earth's crust, so it must be placed somewhere. During the game, most people will not go back. It's a waste of time. So do you think Scion may have buried the thing on the way we came? Not only that, Weiguchi Mari is a stubborn and narrow-minded person. He would think that putting it on the way here would be a better way to humiliate me. This is my portrait of him. As for psychology and portraits, she learned it from Weiguchi Mari. In most cases, it can help predict a person's next behavior and actions, which is very useful. Zhang Lin, Commander, although we all know that what you said is true, you are so blunt during the live broadcast. Do you know that you are easily scolded? Chapter 330. Hush. Yi Jiai suddenly said. A small figure suddenly crawled out from the depression below. His whole body was reddish-brown, the same color as the ground. If it weren't for his movements, it would be almost difficult to find him. He looked like he crawled out to take a breath, and soon buried himself back again. Zhang Lin, Pang Pan and others, The rain is getting heavier, and the fish have to come out to breathe. Yi Jiai chuckled, Wu Hui, Pang Pan, I want to be alive. Zhou Qi, Why did he feel murderous when it was just a game? And the commander said he wanted to be alive in such a skilled tone. It's really hard not to think deeply. The barrage will naturally not miss this wonderful moment, and the screen is full of discussions about her words. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that my goddess has killed people? Woo woo woo, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, smiling and saying that he wants to keep people alive. It completely hits the point. Is the front row really mentally ill? Shouldn't we worry about whether the Red Rock commander has committed a crime now? Anyone who has studied Sister AI's information should know that she killed people when she was 3 years old. That was the attack by the ghost beast. Have you forgotten the kidnapping case in the name of the goddess? Please, don't think that there are no bad people in this world just because you live a stable life. Not to mention the mental strength. The physical level is only B, but he can exert a strength close to A. Do you need me to tell you what kind of effort it takes? I can only say that the goddess has never lived a peaceful life. There is still someone who understands Yin or Ditto. After knowing that he was exposed, the first thing the Scion student did was to send a message, and then commit suicide, but Pang Pan cut off both of his arms with one hand, and he didn't have time to do anything. Wu Hui, who was about to tie someone up, said, eh. He suspected that his classmates were actually from an unknown terrorist force. Pang Pan was embarrassed by his look. On our Blackwood Star, the nobles thugs deal with civilians like this, so why would they need ropes? Wu Hui's heart moved. Seeing that he still wanted to remove the other person's legs, he quickly tied him up and said in a faint voice, when you return to Blackwood Star, if anyone dares to remove your arm, tell your brother. Pang Pan laughed. They dare not. The commander has already said hello. No one dares to bully us. Someone even gave my mother a house. Wu Hui said casually. Really? Did your mother accept it? Of course not. Pang Pan said righteously. Don't think I don't know. Those people approached me and my mother because of the commander. My mother didn't even want the house given by the commander, let alone those people. I'm so sorry. I also want a commander like this. Wu. Brother, I'm not saying that you should be at least an A, and a civilian A who gets his arms and legs cut off at any time. Ha ha ha. Are you guys in the front row trying to make me laugh to death? Speak. Pang Pan squatted down, his face fierce. Where are you? Silence. The man was gifted since childhood, and was carefully cultivated by his family. It was the first time he met such an unreasonable person, and his voice was shaking when he spoke. I don't know. Wu Hui sighed. What he said is true, the lie detector didn't react. Yi Jiai still has skills in picking people. Pang Pan grew up in the market, and he has a simple and honest look, but also has a bandit spirit and ruthlessness. Wu Hui has a good family background and education, but he is born with a cold face and looks quite cold. Without saying anything, Pang Pan took out a dagger and pointed it at the man's neck. A trace of blood was instantly pressed out. Speak. Don't kill me. I really don't know. Don't kill me. The man was frightened and cried. It's your alliance. You have to declare war. Do you know how much our empire cherishes this peaceful time? I have a friend who was killed by your alliance on the battlefield. He is the same age as you and me. I want to avenge him. Pang Pan said viciously, with sincere feelings, not like acting at all. Don't kill me. I know a secret. The man trembled. This shielding device is equipped with a self-destruct device. The commander said. If I am discovered, let it. Self-destruct? Wu Hui's face changed. Where is the self-destruct device? Speak. Pang Pan was really not afraid. He pressed the dagger down a little more, and red blood rolled down. The barrage of comments was unbearable. On the chassis, there is a black button device. The man's face was pale, and his whole body was shaking unconsciously, looking extremely scared. According to his instructions, Wu Hui indeed found the button, and he put on mechanical glasses and began to dismantle it. The entire button is connected to the internal device. If it enters the self-destruction program, the shielding device can never be restored. After working with Yi Jiai for so long, he can still see some things. He can feel that the commander cares about this shielding device, and it can even be said that he cares more about this game than this. When he disassembled the button, he discovered the exquisiteness of this shielding device. He was sweating profusely, and then he disassembled the button device and turned off the shielding device. As soon as the shielding device failed, news came from Hongyan. Shanko Mari shouted, Commander, we found the flag-taking point. But there are many star beasts there, and Dongfeng is the closest at present. Yi Jiai hesitated for a moment. How far are you from Sion? Shanko Mari glanced at the map. Very close, about 3 kilometers in a straight line. Flank them from behind and attack them. Yi Jiai's mouth curled slightly. I give you a chance to regain your original dignity. Yes. Shanko Mari was stunned and said loudly. Fuck. What kind of commander is this? I want one too. My sister AI is so cool. It's good to be handsome, but is it really okay to put personal grudges first in the current game? Why do I feel that it's not appropriate? I also feel that it's a bit wrong. Don't think about it anymore. The deputy commander didn't object. If everyone guessed the commander's train of thought, can he still be called the commander? The silver chain slowly descended. Yi Jiai jumped out of the mecha and walked in front of several people. Pang Pan received her eyes and immediately put the dagger back. She squatted down and looked at the man. I know you won't tell me how to use your mental power normally when you are blocked, but there should be a blocker in Dongfeng, right? Tell me where it is. The man shuddered and whispered, I don't know. Yi Jiai chuckled, blew up the shooting robot with one shot, pointed the gun at him, and said in an unprecedentedly cold voice, Do you know now? The last scene in the live broadcast room was Yi Jiai looking directly at the camera, dark and without any emotion. The barrage exploded directly, and Ren Honghong and Yen Yen couldn't save it no matter how they tried to control the situation. Me? What's going on? There is such a thing? Sister AI is not really upset, and will do it. No way. I gave all the money, and the protagonist blew up the camera? Am I watching alone? Oh my god. I am gay, I really am. Sister AI, wake up. This is still a competition. You have to pay for this camera, you know. Chapter 331. I said. In D87, V02. The man trembled all over and said he felt that this terrible woman would really kill him. Yijai put away the gun and turned around neatly. Let's go. Wu Hui fired a shot, and a red blood flower instantly appeared in the heart of the man, but it was made of paint, representing death. Commander. The Scion commander was killed. The firm voice of Shanko Mari came from the communication channel, and it was not difficult to hear the excitement in it. Yijai's hand holding the second shielding device paused slightly, quickly put it into the space button, and whispered, Jones, we will come soon and snipe the people of the Imperial Army as much as possible. Yes. Jones Alexander's eyes flashed, looking at the group of star beasts in front, and issued a killing order. The tacit understanding during this period made him understand Yijai's unfinished meaning to snipe Dongfeng and the Imperial Army at the same time, but the main target was the Imperial Army. Hong Hong, why did Commander Hong Yan snipe the Imperial Army? Dongfeng and the Imperial Army are both inside the flag pulling point. Now that Scion is out, shouldn't they help the friendly school? Hong Hong pondered for a long time and gave an ambiguous answer. In the first and second rounds, Commander Hong Yan's orders became more and more inexplicable, especially in the second round. It was impossible to guess her purpose. But according to the description and the information, I am more inclined to believe that there must be a reason for her arrangement, but we can't find out what it is now. Outside the simulation base, at the viewing venue, Oneto narrowed his eyes when he saw Yijai's series of operating instructions. Would that child think the same as him? The representative of the Alliance, Miss Amida, could not sit still at all, and said angrily, Mr. Supervisor, the commander of Hong Yan is obviously violating the rules, and you are just sitting there and doing nothing. Lankawat was not scared by him, and slowly stood up, with a humble and polite look. Mr. Misum, the intelligent computer did not give any warning that the Alliance students were in danger of life, which means everything is safe. Yijai just destroyed a filming robot, and she will be asked to pay for it after the game. It has not reached the level of illegal operation. You? Miss Amida looked around, and the people around him were either looking down at their hands or talking to each other. No one responded to his gaze, so he had to sit back, but his face was very ugly, and his palms were clenched tightly. Jones Alexander's hand holding the gun was a little unstable. One was because of the sudden increase in firepower support after Yijai and others came, and the other was because of this confusing order. Could it be that the school that the commander really wanted to help was Dongfeng? Was he deceived by that woman again? Even though many people found this order incredible, the overall quality of Hong Yan Military Academy was very high, and they were all seriously implementing the commander's orders. Professor Lin said that on the battlefield, they must trust their commanders. Even if the orders were unorthodox, as a soldier, obeying orders was their duty and must be executed. Your class of students is really good. The vice president of the Imperial Army saw this scene and said with a sigh. Like a Naito, he had walked through the hail of bullets, starting from a soldier and starting from the grassroots. Looking at the expressions of these students holding guns, he could tell their true thoughts at a glance. Although they were unwilling, everyone was executing the order steadily. Oneto laughed, his thoughts were pulled away, and he rarely responded. Shenhong immediately noticed the attack from Hong Yan. She thought it was an indiscriminate attack, but soon found that the death toll on Dongfeng's side was significantly lower, and instantly realized that the other party did it on purpose. She shouted, Friends of Hong Yan, we are all military academies of the Empire. Whoever wins is the glory of the Empire. We should give up internal struggles first, and unite to face the outside world. Jones paused when he pulled the trigger, took a deep breath, and then fired again, aiming at Shenhong. As a member of the Star Alliance, he knew that he should form an alliance before facing the outside world, but who could understand the commander's heart? No wonder his father always said that a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, isn't it? Pang Pan and Wu Hui also fired several shots at Shenhong's mecha, all of which hit the hardest part of the mecha. The attack was not enough, but the threat was full. Shenhong, who thought he could have some reaction, decided to shut up after being shot several times for nothing. With the help of Hong Yan, the flag was pulled out very quickly. The second round of the game is over. Congratulations to Dongfeng University for pulling out the flag successfully, with 2 points. Hong Yan Military Academy has the highest combat loss ratio of 4.0, with 1 point. Imperial Military Academy has the highest material economy value, with 1 point. What the hell? After watching so many Matian leagues, it is no exaggeration to say that this is the most confusing game I have ever seen. Does Hongyan really want to win? But with a combat loss ratio of 4.0, it is really a group of showmen. Same as above, my grandma was panicked. She asked me why I looked so confused. I didn't understand it. I thought it was because my IQ was not enough. Seeing you all doubting your life, I instantly felt balanced. This competition is really poisonous, but compared to this, I am more concerned about the shielding device of the Alliance. Only 2 of them can shield 2/3 of the planet of Hongyan Star. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Me too. Aren't the technological weapons of the Alliance too powerful? It's a bit scary. How can we win? Is Lieutenant General Ji Fan okay on the front line? I know. Hong watched the replay for a long time and slammed her fist on the table. Damn! It was almost a heartbreak. The host is still here. Wow, this is a once-in-a-lifetime series. The host is just as confused as I am. Scared to death. Dear audience, were you confused during the second round? It is no exaggeration to say that I have only now roughly guessed the logic of Hongyan's command. I will analyze it for you one by one. First, 1 minute after the game started, you can see Hongyan's expression. She should have felt that someone had tampered with the scene at the beginning. After consulting her own personnel, Hongyan was led by the opponent for 20 minutes, and then she suddenly led her people to retreat with a clear goal. I think the biggest possibility is that she finally determined the location of the shielding device at that time. Yin opened her mouth wide. Hong, you mean that this shielding device has no effect on Hongyan's command? Yes, she became A at the age of 12. I think the outside world is not very clear about the extent of her mental power now, except for her. I think her mental power may have reached the legendary Super A level. What happened later? Why did she threaten the Alliance students to tell her the location? Yin asked hurriedly. This should be a trick. She may not want to expose the fact that she has a very high mental power. There is a reason for my speculation. At 1 hour and 54 minutes, Mari Ueguchi reported that she had successfully killed the Scion commander. She said at the time that she would snipe the Imperial Army as much as possible. There is a misunderstanding here. No one, whether Jones or Mari Ueguchi, told her that the Imperial Army was also very close to the flag pulling point. There is only one possibility, that is, her mental power sensed it. Yin frowned, but Jones's report said before that the closest to the flag pulling point is Dongfeng. If Commander Hongyan wants Dongfeng to win, it is not difficult to understand that he issued this order. Chapter 332. It is indeed possible, but I am more inclined to my reasonable speculation. Hong did not deny her friend. Now let's talk about the last command that ultimately led to Dongfeng's victory. In my opinion, Hongyan's command really wanted Dongfeng to win. Look at the current score on the field. Dizong scored no points in this round, with a total score of 2 points. Dijuan scored 1 point in this round, with a total score of 2 points. Dongfeng scored 2 points in this round, with a total score of 2 points. Hongyan scored 1 point, with a total score of 2 points, and Scion scored no points in 2 rounds, with 0 points. Yin Shen. Take a breath. Scion didn't score in the 2 rounds, it was all Hongyan's fault. And if the Imperial Army succeeds in pulling down the flag this round, plus the highest material economy, it can get 3 points, then Hongyan will have to get a grand slam to win in the next round. This is too difficult. Except for Scion, the points of each school are now tied. This situation is really rare in the league. Hong's eyes were shining. So, in the next last round of games, each school will try their best, and may even take out the treasures at the bottom of the box. Yin took a breath. Okay, today's live broadcast analysis ends here. Look forward to seeing you next time. Hong went offline. Facts have once again proved that ordinary people really can't understand the commander's brain circuits. Sister AI is so powerful. Did she start planning from the first round? Too exaggerated. Is it really possible for an underage Super A? Why do I think Hong will be slapped in the face this time? Front row, you don't know Hong's identity? She is now in the 5th Fleet, holding an important position. She is the commentator of the Matian League just out of interest. I think his speculation is very credible. I don't know whether she is Super A or not, but Sister AI is really amazing. After the game, Jones Alexander followed Yijia back to the dormitory in silence. Shanko Mari sat at the dining table like him, without saying a word. Yijia took out the gadget that Ji Fen had given her, opened it, and put it on the table. Speak, it won't be monitored. Jones Alexander clenched his fists, and slammed them hard on the table. His delicate eyebrows were full of anger, and the corners of his eyes were a little red because of his excitement. Do you look down on us so much? Don't trust us so much? Don't tell us anything? What? Yijia looked straight at him, and his eyes moved back and fell on Shanko Mari's stiff face. A huge silence appeared, and the atmosphere between the three people quickly condensed and dropped to freezing point. Say, Jones took a deep breath and avoided her gaze. Say why we are forcing the alliance so much. Yijia threw the shielding device on the table. Do you know this thing? Jones took it in his hand and looked at it for a long time, frowning. It is exquisitely designed and has a certain suppressive effect on mental power. What is this thing? Remember the black box that Pang Pan got from Shanko Malai? This thing is called a shielding device, which is an upgraded version of the black box. 3 of them can shield the magnetic field and mental force field of a planet. Many people died in the Empire because of this thing on the front line. She looked at the 2 of them, her tone inexplicable. The most important thing is that according to the existing technical theory, this thing cannot be made, so it cannot be cracked. She still remembers how fast her heart beat when Bo Ba came to this conclusion. Everything is explained, why she went to the front line in the 4th grade, why the messages she sent to Ji Fan, Xia Ming'er, and Chang Feng were all hung with the word sent unsuccessfully. Jones Alexander was shocked on the spot. He moved his lips, but didn't say a word. His eyes kept glancing at Shanko Mari, who had been silent. Mari, do you know about this? He finally asked. As a family heir, he instantly understood all of Yijia's intentions during this period, which was to force the alliance to use its trump card. As members of the Shanko family, Mari knew nothing about it, but it was very suspicious that Shanko Mari could come up with such a dangerous thing. With this thing, the Empire and the Star Alliance have no ability to resist the alliance. At this juncture, the win or loss of a game is no longer important. He can't even understand why the alliance is willing to participate in the Matian League under such circumstances. If it was his family, it would not be impossible to take all the students of the 2 schools as hostages. I don't know. Mari Shanko took a deep breath. Whether you believe it or not, I don't know. I have tried to contact my grandfather during this period, but I didn't receive a response. There are 2 possibilities. One is that my grandfather is in trouble, and the other is that I have been abandoned by the family. She tried her best to be calm, but the last tremor still exposed her inner powerlessness and hesitation. Yijia went to the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. I've been thinking about it. What benefits can we get from winning the Matian League, which is worth the alliance taking such a risk? There is only one possibility, that is, at the final commendation meeting, the 4 major fleets of the Empire will send a leader to present the award. The Abyss fleet has penetrated deep into the alliance and has disappeared, so the alliance's target may be the commander of the 2nd fleet, Mr. Maud Linton. Jones Alexander and Shanko Mari's faces changed at the same time. Especially Jones Alexander. The current situation gave him a headache. His eyes scanned back and forth. No alliance and the glorious Empire officially declared war. The alliance is in serious conflict. It may not be the intention of Noah's top management, but it may also be the work of the 3 major alliances. Mari Ueguchi was a little absent-minded, but it still can't explain why Ueguchi Mari was able to get the shielding device. This is easy to explain. It is very likely that someone else gave Ueguchi Mari the shielding device for Dongfeng's victory, but at the same time, Dongfeng's victory should not be too conspicuous. Yijia sat back on the sofa. Compared to this, I am more looking forward to what preparations the Alliance will make for the 3rd round of the game. You mean, the shielding device is not the Alliance's ultimate move? Jones opened his eyes wide. If it were you, would you play your trump card so quickly? Yijia looked straight at him. Jones was choked, thought for a while, and said firmly, no. If it is a trump card, of course it must be kept until the last moment to achieve the effect of surprise victory. Jones, Mari. She suddenly stood up, her expression serious. I don't care what camp you are behind. In the 3rd round, I ask you to protect yourself and your classmates as much as possible, okay? Okay. The 2 responded in unison, and put their hands on the palms of Yijia's outstretched hands. 3 people who grew up in different camps, different backgrounds, different cultures, and different skin colors made such a heart-to-heart promise for the first time in their youth. This scene, no matter how many years later they recall each other, is the warmest time. Ding ding. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jones Alexander reflexively made a hushed gesture. It was very late after the game. Now it was late at night. Who else would come to see Yijia and Shanko Mari? Chapter 333. The visitor was tall, with short dark brown hair that made her look very energetic. Her facial features were 3-dimensional, with deep lines, slightly masculine, and the brown glasses with large frames on her face made her look more bookish. Yijiai's eyes flashed with surprise. Shenhong? The visitor was the commander of the Imperial Army, Miss Shenhong, a fifth-year student. She was wearing a black cloak coat, obviously not wanting to be recognized. Come in first and talk. Yijiai opened the door. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Shenhong followed Yijiai to the restaurant, saw the two people at the table, and nodded slightly to greet them. Mari Ueguchi went to the kitchen and got her a bottle of juice. It's okay, you came at a good time, we're not ready to rest yet. Shenhong smiled slightly, her usually serious face looked a little stiff, but she quickly put away her smile. I won't waste my words. I came here mainly to ask Commander Han Yin if he found anything? Our Imperial Army can help. Mari Ueguchi looked at her. Why do you say that? Shenhong looked directly at Yijiai, her eyes sharp and shrewd. In the first 2 rounds of the game, Han Yin didn't try to pull the flag. I was always very surprised. Until today, when I watched the video replay of the game, and saw you destroy the shooting robot, I became more certain of this guess. The Imperial Army doesn't need to do anything, just play normally as usual, but be careful to protect yourself. Yijiai suddenly spoke up. I don't know what the Alliance plans to do in the last round, but I can be sure that they have something to ask of the Madian League. Does the Alliance really have a conspiracy? Yijiai took out the shielding device. You must know this, right? Don't you think it's a waste to give such a precious thing to military students? Shenhong's pupils slightly dilated. Is this a complete shielding device? Not too complete, one is missing. There are 3 sets. The Alliance should have thought of this level, and only took out 2. This thing. Shenhong looked at her uncertainly and swallowed. Are you planning to keep it for yourself? No, it will be sent to the 5th Fleet after the data backup is completed. Shenhong, who originally thought she would hear a negative answer, breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is too important. As far as she knows, the Empire has not yet obtained a complete version of the shielding device. I don't know how many people died on the front line because of this thing. Unexpectedly, she got one effortlessly in the Matian League. Seeing her expressionless and thoughtful look, Yijiai thought she was worried, and added, the principal knows about this. Ueguchi Mari looked suspicious. Why did she feel that the commander was too good-tempered to Shenhong? If Yijiai knew what she was thinking, she would definitely answer her without hesitation. Sister, these are all debts, and you can't avoid them. Shenhong knew that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly said, Sorry, I was a little distracted. I was just thinking about the last round of the game. With the characteristics that the Alliance has always shown, it may not be very peaceful. Yijiai's black eyes sank. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing, senior sister should understand. A gleam of light flashed across Shenhong's brown eyes. Has anyone ever said that you don't look like a freshman who has just entered a military academy? Yijiai chuckled and didn't respond. You are worthy of participating in the defense of Bay Star. When I was in the 1st grade, I could not do as much as you. She sighed with admiration, which was a sincere compliment. After a few more words, Shenhong said goodbye first and walked to the door. Yijiai's voice came very abruptly. Excuse me, will Mr. Modlington attend the commendation ceremony? You? Shenhong turned around suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. Sorry, I don't mean to pry into your privacy. Yijiai looked calm. I just think that the target of the Alliance this time is likely to be you. I will convey it. Shenhong hurried out, and his back looked a little panicked. Mari Ueguchi looked suspicious. There is a document saying that the commander of the Imperial Army and Lord Modlington are. Is it true? As you guessed, they are lovers. Yijiai shrugged. Maybe it should be called a one-sided crush? Mari Ueguchi's mouth was O-shaped. They are about 40 years apart in age, right? Jones Alexander didn't even change his expression, as if he was used to this kind of thing, and even didn't understand Mari's surprise. Isn't there such a thing in the Alliance? A young and powerless girl has to climb up in addition to hard work. Bed, isn't this also a skill? Yijiai raised his eyelids slightly. The gift given by fate has already been secretly marked with a price, so don't take this shortcut. Her life is not easy, and the other party is just playing around. She is a commoner, and it costs a lot to play with aristocrats. Unless she is a soldier for life, the lady of that lord will not let her go. Ahem, the Imperial Army commander doesn't seem to be the traditional kind of lover, you know. Mari Ueguchi winked. She's not really beautiful, but that's normal. Different people have different tastes. With such an open society, who doesn't have a lover? At least she got what she wanted, right? Who can afford a mecha? Unless you're a genius with super good luck like Pang Pan. Jones is very used to this. Mari Waguchi turned her head away with a disdainful expression. Please, don't think that all the men in your Alexander family have lovers, so you can make the whole galaxy like this. Go ask the commander to see if her father and grandfather have lovers. Jones Alexander finally realized that he was being targeted. He explained seriously, the Star Alliance has a weak sense of marriage, many races, and reproductive isolation. Everyone is very accepting of lovers. Mari Waguchi was too lazy to talk to this future stud. Yijia listened to the childish bickering between the two and fell asleep in a daze. She was not relaxed in the second round. She was almost exhausted and very tired. Before falling asleep, for some reason, she suddenly thought of Ji Fan and felt a little uneasy about the next game. Shoo! Mari raised her finger. Jones Alexander saw Yijia, who was already asleep, and whispered, I go back first. This news must be notified. I go to Zhonglin's place. You can handle the people in the command center. Okay, go quickly. Mari urged impatiently. She was afraid that this man would wake Yijia up again. Chapter 334. Before entering the venue, at the signal of Professor Lin, and in the expectant eyes of the interstellar media, Yijia made a concise mobilization. In the last round of the competition, we have only one goal, which is to win. The deputy commander and Mari have already told you about the matters that need attention, so I won't say more. Everyone, please pay attention to safety. Her words have a special meaning. It doesn't make any difference to outsiders, but the people of Hongyan, who had received the news in advance, immediately understood it and answered loudly, yes. Hong Hong saw this scene and smiled. In this round of competition, Hongyan is obviously serious. I hope they can bring a different performance from usual and win the championship. It seems that Hong Hong has great confidence in Hongyan. Yin Yin said, I am a Hongyan person in life and a Hongyan ghost in death. I still look forward to seeing Hongyan win. Hong Hong laughed. So the screen was full of comments. Live as a Hongyan man, die as a Hongyan ghost, Hongyan will win. The final battle officially begins, all teams please be prepared. The view changed, and everyone came to a world made of steel and iron. One after another, dilapidated high-rise buildings rose from the ground, and everywhere was full of traces of ruins after the war. What Yijia saw was all broken glass walls, and broken walls. Seeing this scene, Hong Hong said excitedly, this is the full picture of the Hongyan military simulation base. This is actually an open-air machinery factory. There are hundreds of millions of mechanisms stored under the entire land, and no matter what kind of scene can be assembled, I suffered a lot in this simulation base. Zhuanghe. Jones Alexander spoke. Deputy Commander, 8 minutes. Zhuanghe didn't even raise his head, he closed his eyes, and said, 5 minutes. Yijia stood still, migratory birds are dispatched, all departments are ready for battle. A bean-sized drop of sweat slid down from Zhuanghe's head, the map analysis team accelerated the speed of building the sand table, and everyone was working at full speed. At this time, a black robot suddenly appeared on the roof of the building opposite them. The fuselage was in tatters, and the core chip was still emitting electric sparks, but it desperately aimed the barrel at them, and then in the continuous restart, it short-circuited and shut down, and the red eyes completely dimmed. In addition to star beasts, there are robots here, pay attention to safety. John Lin said loudly. As soon as the words fell, an energy shell came straight towards them, and was discovered in advance by the brothers of the reconnaissance camp in the sky, intercepted halfway, and made a huge boom sound in the air. Mari Waguchi's face changed. It's a real shell. She fired a shot into the open space. The loud gunshot, the fierce recoil, and the deep pit on the ground all showed that they were holding real energy guns. No one expected that the last round of the game would be a live-fire one. Commander. Just after 5 minutes, the map analysis was completed. Zhuanghe pointed to a point on the sand table, and said loudly, supply point number 1 is very close to us. Jones looked at the situation around him, and was a little worried. Commander, fight for supplies first. We don't have much ammunition. March in 3-3 formation. Yijia jumped into the silver chain without saying a word. The so-called 3-3 formation is that the light machine goes first, the heavy machine comes after, and the combat unit in the middle is composed of 3 people. This method can not only guarantee the mobility of the team to the greatest extent, but also form a closed loop at any time, and help each other, which is very suitable for urban warfare. Looking at the information sent back by the intelligence collection colleagues scattered all over the place, Shanko Mari immediately sorted out the logic. This is a high-quality star under the Dao Federation. It has experienced parasitism, star beast rampage, and mechanical riots. This planet has completely lost its vitality. The Union government has abandoned it. Although the probability of parasitic creatures appearing is not high, you still have to be careful and speed up. Yijie spoke in the communication channel. This was the first time she started commanding from beginning to end since the finals, and everyone was very energetic. They were the fastest to the supply point. There was no one around. Yijie made a prompt decision. John Lin, take people to hold back the group of lions and tigers. The 1st battalion of heavy machine guns should be on guard, and the rest of the people will take the supplies. You only have 3 minutes, hurry up. Congratulations to Hong Yan for getting the supplies at the number 1 supply point. 10 minutes later, the Hong Yan team arrived at the number 7 supply point. Suddenly, the notification from the intelligent brain made them all stop. Congratulations to Dongfeng for getting the supplies at the number 7 supply point. Next, the reminders of getting the supply points sounded one after another, as if they had been discussed. Congratulations to the Emperor Army for getting the supplies at the number 11 supply point. Congratulations to Saya for getting the supplies at the number 12 supply point. Congratulations to D Zone for getting the supplies at the number 8 supply point. Everyone target Dongfeng, disperse in a 3-3 formation, light aircraft first, heavy aircraft press on fight. She directly issued the first battle order in the channel. The enemy is obviously well prepared, and they will go a long way to grab the supply point that belongs to our route. We must not let them succeed. Hundreds of light mechas flew through the air, biting fiercely at the opponent's tail, and the sound of explosions in the air continued. As soon as the heavy mecha entered the range, it immediately set up the cannon on the spot, and fired all the energy cannons without cost. Yijie drove the silver chain and circled in the air, with Pang Pan and Zhang Lin on the left and right, protecting her firmly in the center. Dongfeng never expected that a head-on battle would start so soon. They couldn't dodge in time and lost a lot of people, but they returned to defense properly, and the two sides were deadlocked for a while. Medic. Rescue the wounded. Because they were all real shells, someone was injured soon, and there were constant cries on the battlefield. After detecting the movements of Hong Yan, Shen Hong also made a bold decision and took the lead in attacking Sion, who was closest to them. Sion was not like Dongfeng. The newly grown military academy students had always been inexperienced. After discovering that these were real bullets, the overall combat power plummeted, and the Imperial Army won very easily. But soon Shen Hong realized something was wrong. She kicked Shankomalai. Where are the supplies you got? Shankomalai's face was pale, but he laughed wildly. Supplies? Ha ha ha. The supplies were shipped out as soon as they were obtained. I guess they are now in Dongfeng's hands. You Empire can't win. Shen Hong's face changed, and he shot at his alarm. The red light went out, marking his death. Even so, Shankomalai was still chattering, as if he had seen Dongfeng's successful ending. The flag pulling point has been opened. Repeat, the flag pulling point has been opened. Shankomalai lay on the ground and laughed. Are you going to pull the flag? If you, the Imperial Army, pull the flag, Hong Yan may die miserably. There are electromagnetic guns in the supplies we got. What did you say? Shen Hong looked at him in disbelief. Could a large-scale lethal weapon, like an electromagnetic cannon, appear in the Matian League? Many people were equally surprised, including NATO, who glared at the chairman of the competition committee. Are there electromagnetic cannons in the supplies? After asking his subordinates, the chairman of the competition committee said with an embarrassed look, Because there are large star beasts, we have prepared small electromagnetic cannons. Chapter 335. Anido snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. If they really encountered a joint attack by star beasts, this electromagnetic cannon might not be enough. After so many days, Misamata finally showed a gentle smile. Principal Anna, there will be more or less casualties in the game. Aren't the medical soldiers of your Empire's Second Fleet ready? It doesn't matter. Anido turned his head and looked at him directly. He looked at him uneasy before he slowly said, It's good that Mr. Misamata thinks so. Don't call for a pause in the game later. You? Misamata glared at him, turned his head and thought that the Empire would not get any good out of this game. So he said happily, Of course not. Principal Anna, you have to watch carefully later. He changed his previous timid attitude, and his confident appearance made people look sideways. The vice principals of the Imperial Army and Imperial General School looked at each other. Did the Alliance have any tricks? On the field, after dealing with the Scions, Shen Hong made a prompt decision. Hand over your weapons and equipment, we will go to support Hong Yan. The deputy commander was stunned. Not pulling the flag? Hong Yan and Dongfeng are facing each other, which is their chance. Shen Hong was worried. Hong Yan is our friendly army and a friendly school. This game is different from the past. It is a live-fire exercise. Dongfeng has an electromagnetic gun in hand. I am afraid they will have an accident. And, she paused, the flag pulling point was opened so quickly this time. The situation is unclear. If you go there first, you may become cannon fodder. When the Imperial Army rushed over, what they saw was Hung Yin's unilateral crushing. Yi Jiai's silver chain hovered in the air, just like the horn of the Grim Reaper's sickle. Every time it sounded, someone died on the spot. The rest of the people maintained a group battle of 3 people, and were constantly approaching Dongfeng's defense line. Dongfeng students, who are not good at resisting pressure, will shudder reflexively when they hear the sound of Li Yin's sniper rifle. So strong. Someone in the Imperial Army side, it's worthy of being Hung Yin. Freshmen can do so many extreme operations. Seeing the Imperial Army team from a distance, Yi Jia simply turned on the loudspeaker, and the voice was clearly heard by the whole audience. Dongfeng, surrender, you lose. Lose? We won't lose. A short boy stood up. His muscles were tied all over his body, and his physical level was not low. Anyone who has a little understanding of the situation of the 5 teams knows him. This is the commander of Dongfeng this year, Xiao Fuzming. Hong in command. They have electromagnetic guns. Shen Hong drove the mecha, maintained a high distance, and shouted loudly through the loudspeaker, and then flew back quickly after speaking. Ha ha ha. Little Fukuzawa Ming laughed. Is it too late to know this news now? Behind him, the soldiers pushed out a black electromagnetic cannon similar to a turret. The preheating was complete, and it was obviously ready to fire at any time. Retreat! Yi Jia yelled, but he drove the silver chain at the fastest speed and rushed directly to the electromagnetic cannon. Hearing the order, the people of Hong Yin reacted very quickly. In the first game, the commander told them early that their lives were very precious. One by one, they evacuated the confrontation point without any lingering, and the speed was increased to the maximum, and they retreated to the range of 245 kilometers in an instant, which made the Imperial Army stunned. After Jones Alexander retreated to a safe position, he found that the commander did not keep up. He turned around and saw the back of Yi Jia entering the enemy camp alone. His eyes were red with anger. Command. Pang Pan wanted to rush over immediately, but was stopped by Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi and others. Follow the command. Seeing Yi Jia rushing over, Xiao Fuzming was shocked and said in a panic, Fire. Fire quickly. The muzzle of the black weapon gradually turned red, and blue electric currents surrounded the entire turret. A blue ball wrapped in huge energy gradually took shape, and could be fired at any time. This is the electromagnetic cannon, a large-scale lethal weapon that can instantly destroy a small town. The speed of the silver chain was extremely fast, and Tutu was screaming wildly inside. Locked. Locked. Yi Jia said calmly and opened the safety buckle. Tutu, whether you can avoid it next depends on you. Tutu's core was hot. Yes, master. So everyone saw that when the silver chain was very close to the electromagnetic cannon, it paused slightly, and then flew into the sky at a very fast speed, with a light blue cannonball following closely on its buttocks. After rising to a certain height, there was a loud boom, and the entire simulation base trembled for a few seconds. The airflow after the explosion spread outward from the center point, and a silver-black mecha fell from the sky with black smoke, hitting the ground far away, and there was another loud bang. Commander? Mari Waguchi couldn't believe it. Because of Hung Yin's performance and Yi Jia's popularity on the internet, the number of viewers in Hung Yin's live broadcast room has been increasing at a terrifying speed during this period. Seeing this scene, the whole live broadcast room was silent. Even Hong Hong and Yin Yin didn't say a word, only a slightly heavy breathing sound. Being hit by the electromagnetic cannon and falling to the ground and causing a secondary explosion, could Commander Hong Yin still be alive? 10 seconds later, everyone in Hong Yin suddenly reacted and ran towards the place where the silver chain fell like crazy. Okay. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fuzming shouted, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the fearful eyes of the people around him, and froze on the spot, his scalp numbing. Because he felt the chill on his neck. I got you. Yi Jia whispered in his ear, like a devil descending on the earth. Xiao Fuzming's knees softened. You, what do you want to do? This is a competition. You also know this is a competition? Yi Jia pressed down with a dagger, and blood beads popped out. Electromagnetic cannons are used to deal with star beasts. You fired at Hong Yin? Things changed too quickly. The perspective of the live broadcast room was still on the scene where everyone in Hong Yin ran towards the silver chain, and Pang Pan was digging the mecha like crazy, which made people cry. As a result, the scene suddenly changed, and it was Yi Jia alone in the enemy camp, holding Dongfeng hostage to command the students. Fuck, what is this? What did I miss? Someone reacted and typed the first bullet screen. Fuck. I knew my sister AI wouldn't die. Damn, my tears are turning white. Frightened my dad to death. I really thought something happened. What the hell is this stroke of genius? Hongyan made a good deal of the ticket. I'm convinced, really convinced, Sister AI is awesome. That's it. Hong Hong's brain went down for at least 5 seconds, and now she reacted, her voice was like a gasp. I know. It's like this. In addition to filming the overall situation of the team, there is a filming robot that only follows the team commander. The last time the filming robot commanded by Hongyan was blown up, now this. It was her compensation to us, maybe a little more advanced. It sensed Yijiai's vital signs and flew over. That's why there was such a sudden change in the picture. Everyone in the live broadcast room, I really can't complain. The robot she compensated is more advanced, but what's wrong with your smug tone, Hong Hong? The most important thing is a shooting robot that can survive the electromagnetic cannon unscathed really just a little more advanced? It can also automatically detect the physical signs of the subject. What kind of treasure is this? Fuck, watching Sister AI more, it really broadens your horizons. The richest man in the galaxy is really not just talk. You can tell whether it is there or not with just one move. As expected of a woman who owns a planet, goddess, I want to give birth to your children. Chapter 336. The people in the mecha maintenance department piled up the fragments of the silver chain. Xiao Zhe dug out the core of the silver chain, his palms trembling. No one, maybe because they couldn't withstand the high-temperature explosion of the electromagnetic gun, they vaporized in an instant. He put himself in their shoes, and felt the commander and teammates' feelings after his death in the first game. Watching his comrades die in front of him, but being powerless, this feeling is really extremely sad. Why? Didn't you tell us to cherish life? Why did you rush forward? He finally couldn't help it, holding the core of the silver chain, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. Pang Pen punched the ground with a fist, his eyes red. Zhang Lin and Zhou Qi stood beside him, both of them were shocked. The commander was gone? Really? Jones Alexander looked again and again, his brain seemed to stop working, only one thought kept shouting, dead, really dead. Wikimari stood stiffly in place, the whole person felt like falling into an ice cave. A breath of air surged from the chest, rolled in the throat, huge regret spread to every limb. Is it all her fault? If she hadn't crippled that person, hadn't left in anger, Wikimari wouldn't have become the young master, then the silent command would have fallen on her head, she wouldn't have installed the shielding device, nor would she have given the electromagnetic cannon to Dongfeng, so Yijia wouldn't have died. She clenched her fists tightly, a voice of unwillingness and unwillingness shouted in her heart, something in her body, completely changed. Jones? Suddenly, a clear voice came from the communication channel. Everyone heard it clearly, but no one responded, thinking they were hallucinating. Because they all knew that it was the commander's voice. Yijia shouted again, and whispered, Mari, Jones, report your position. This sound was like the first bell of the new year, shaking the soul, and everyone came back to their senses, and the voices of all mouths rang out at the same time on the communication channel. Commander! Commander, are you still alive? Great! The commander is not dead. Ah, I knew it! How could my goddess die? Wu listening to these messy voices, Yijia frowned. Jones, let Pang Pan and Zhang Lin lead the team to come to Dongfeng base camp to get supplies. Notify the Imperial Army, and ask them to send people over as well. Jones Alexander finally reacted, his voice was still a little dry. Yes. Soon, Shenhong personally led the team, and the people on Hongyan's side to gather at the base camp, and divide up all the supplies of Dongfeng. Facing Yijia, Shenhong was no longer embarrassed as she was that night. She was generous and her eyes were sharp. Why would it be distributed to us? When we pull the flag later, our Imperial Army will not be soft-hearted. Through the second round of the game, the rules of the League have been very clear. There must be many star beasts near the flag-pulling point. This is another live-fire exercise, and there must be a lot of star beasts. This is for you to save your lives. Shenhong's lips curled slightly. Thank you very much. She looked coldly at the depressed Dongfeng people, and evacuated quickly with the supplies. Pang Pan carried Xiao Fuziming like a chicken, and threatened him from time to time. Zhang Lin was on guard with a gun, intentionally or unintentionally poking Xiao Fuziming's soft spot, making him miserable. After saying goodbye to Shenhong, Yijia walked towards him, pointed a gun at his forehead, and loaded the gun. Little Fuziming trembled all over, and said tremblingly, We agreed that I won't kill you if you hand over all the supplies. Haha. Yijia slowly pulled the trigger. Little Fuziming screamed and froze all over. After a while, he found that he didn't hear the gunshot. He slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Yi Jiai's sneering face. He couldn't even finish his words. You are playing tricks on me? Yi Jiai opened the energy magazine, and loaded the energy bullets into it. He said casually, "If you don't want me to play tricks on you, it's okay." She raised the gun and pointed it at him. No need. Little Fu Kuzming was familiar with Yi Jiai's information, and naturally knew how many people she had killed on the Gulf Star. His voice was trembling. In the eyes of Dongfeng students, their command was so cowardly that the light in their eyes dimmed a lot. Yi Jiai shot off the signal device on his bulletproof vest with a shot, and said in a cold voice, "Not everyone is like you, holding weapons and pointing them at fellow humans. The electromagnetic cannon is aimed at star beasts. This is just a game. There is no need to fight with real swords and guns. I will let you go. But if one day we really meet on the battlefield, I will not show mercy." Pang Pan threw him to the ground. Get lost. The people of Hongyan carried the supplies and retreated to the flag-pulling point. The situation this year is very clear. The final champion will be produced from the three schools of Hongyan, Dizhong, and Dijuan. But they didn't see how much resentment and humiliation the commander of Dongfeng was thrown to the ground like a dog eating shit. But soon, a trace of refreshing flashed across his face, as if something had been accomplished. "Did you think I was dead just now?" "On the way," Yi Jiai said incredulously. Jones Alexander turned his head to look at the sky, as if there was some scenery over there. Shanko Mari and his colleagues in the intelligence company were doing the final statistics of the number of people and materials, pretending not to hear this. At present, their number and materials were equal to those of the Imperial Army. Zhang Lin touched his nose, flew forward with Pang Pan and Zhou Qi, and began to guard, looking very busy. Yi Jiai quietly walked to Zhao Zhe. "I heard that you thought I was dead and cried." Zhao Zhe took a deep breath and answered, "After all, few people would use their own mecha as bait." He was surprised to hear Yi Jiai's voice at first, but after reacting to what happened, he was somewhat concerned. How precious is the silver chain mecha? It was sacrificed just like that. How difficult is it to restore it? Does the commander know? And this is not a matter of money. For people in the mecha design department and mecha maintenance department, mechas are alive and worthy of respect. They can't accept Yi Jiai's use of mechas as bait. Yi Jiai knew Zhao Zhe's temper. To put it bluntly, he was a thorough technical soldier. Most of the soldiers in this army were like Zhao Zhe. They might not have strong arm strength, but they were the eternal backing of the mecha warriors, and the kindest and most upright people on the battlefield. It saved everyone's lives. This is its glory. Yi Jiai looked at him directly. Society is developing. No matter how advanced the mecha is, there will be a day when it will be eliminated. When the Duke of Thorns created the hand-operated mecha, he could not have imagined that 1,000 years later, it would be an era dominated by somatosensory mecha. I think the greatest significance of the existence of mecha in the world is to protect the owner, the comrades, and the motherland. Listening to her ideas, Zhao Zhe could not come back to his senses for a long time. Since the advent of mecha, especially after the mecha became more anthropomorphic after carrying intelligent brains, there has been endless debate on how to treat mecha. Society generally holds two attitudes. The first type is Zhao Zhe, who treats him as an equal and a close relative, and treasures him. The second type is Yi Jiai, who is mainly pragmatic and believes that the significance of completing the mission is far greater than the mecha itself. The reason why Yi Jiai holds this view is actually related to Ji Fan. As the owner of the only S-class mecha in the galaxy, he can do something like driving the streamer across the alliance, which shows that he is also a pragmatic person. Chapter 337. Commander, we're here. Jones Alexander made a fist with his right hand and raised it to the air, signaling everyone to stop. This is the outskirts of the city, with a huge lake, but because the food chain is broken, the lake water exudes a foul smell from time to time. Densely packed star beasts gathered on the small island in the middle of the lake, with a flag with the Madian League icon planted in the center, and a lion-tiger beast lazily followed the direction of the flag fluttering, not at all like its usual ferocious appearance. In front, in addition to the Imperial Army, there is also Emperor Zong. They are all covered in dust, and there are fewer people. They must have experienced a fierce battle with the star beasts here. Seeing them, Shenhong came over first, and talked to Yi Jiai at a distance of 100 meters. Commander Emperor Zong said that there are so many star beasts here that no team can handle it alone. It is recommended that our three schools cooperate, and after cleaning up the star beasts, we can find a way to decide who will pull out the flag. What do you think? Yi Jiai looked at her. Shenhong smiled confidently. Di Zong is just trying to make the fishermen gain while the snipe and the clam fight, but they are right about one thing. The number of star beasts is too large. I am afraid of accidental injuries if I fight alone. We can agree to cooperate first, and then after Di Zong is eliminated, we will win 2 out of 3 games to decide who will pull the flag. Is this killing the donkey after it has done its work? Yijia glanced at Di Zong's direction from a distance, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Let's cooperate first." So she saw what Shen Hong said, and the Di Jun and Di Zong's teams came over from the left and right, and the 3 teams merged into one team. Shen Hong and Di Zong's commander came over, and the 3 commanders met on the spot. Commander Di Zong was the first to say, "Little sister AI, long time no see." Shen Hong's face cracked for a moment. Know each other? Then what she just said is not. The next second, Yi Jiai's words put her worries back into her stomach. "You are? Little sister AI, just call me Daniel. Thayer and I are good friends. I once ran into you at the Tan family. Have you forgotten?" Daniel laughed, and his clean face looked innocent, but in fact he was very enthusiastic to get close to her. Yi Jiai, She remembered that this person seemed to be Tan Qingfei's boyfriend. Thinking of this, Yi Jiai was really angry. Rayleigh Hobart really did everything he could. The image of the aspiring educator was completely gone. What if concubine Tan Qing really gets together with this guy in the future, and knows that she didn't give him face today? According to concubine Qing's personality, she will be scolded to death. "Hello." Yi Jiai greeted him with a smile, and said politely, "Just call me by my name." Her change was so obvious that everyone noticed it. The shrewd people outside the field were naturally no exception. Onedo looked at Rayleigh Hobart meaningfully, but the other party pretended to know nothing and lowered his head to drink a sip of tea. "Principal Rayleigh, how have you been in Hongyan during this period?" The other party didn't accept the challenge, so he could only take the initiative. "Thanks to Admiral Anna's care, I have had a very good time during this period. I have learned a lot from your school. It is worthy of being an old military school with 1,000 years of heritage. I am really impressed." Rayleigh Hobart put down the teacup and immediately started the rainbow fart mode. "Onedo, He smiled and said, "I've been busy recently. Please don't think I'm not welcoming enough, Principal Rayleigh." "Ah, speaking of Principal Rayleigh, I suddenly remembered something," the Vice Principal of the Imperial Army suddenly said, and Rayleigh Hobart's heart skipped a beat. The other party spoke in a very gossipy tone. "I heard that Principal Rayleigh went to talk to the chief of Hongyan for a long time as soon as he arrived at Hongyan. I am naturally curious, so I want to ask what you talked about." "Ha ha ha, Principal Rayleigh, don't mind it too much. If it involves any confidential information, forget it." Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but prick up their ears. Rayleigh Hobart cursed the old fox in his heart, but smiled. "You don't know, this student named Yijia used to study in the Imperial Union, and I personally delivered her invitation to Hongyan. But she is still young, and I have never been very reassured. Now that I am in Hongyan, I have to go and see her." Seeing that the Vice President of the Imperial Army wanted to say something, he casually said, "It just so happens that I have some friendship with Viscount Tannenmean. Isn't it because the Viscount is afraid that his granddaughter will be in danger, so he asked me to bring a batch of supplies over. In fact, it was the batch of submachine guns and energy guns that Yijia promised to send out. In addition, there are many other things. Viscount Tannenmean has always been a person who takes one step and looks 100 steps ahead." At this point, others naturally stopped asking. Rayleigh Hobart drank a sip of tea inside. Everyone was busy settling down at that time, and I deliberately chose that time to go. "Your Excellency is really well informed." "Oh ha ha, I was just strolling around, and I just happened to see her." The Vice President of the Imperial Army was a little embarrassed. Rayleigh Hobart said in surprise, "I went to Yijia's dormitory overnight to look for her, but I didn't expect you to go to the student dormitory." The Vice President of the Imperial Army laughed. "It was night, and Hongyan is so big, I got lost while walking and I don't know where I went." "I see." Rayleigh Hobart nodded seriously, as if he had just understood. Everyone on the field had different looks, as if they were thinking about something. "Onedo, how many people have intentions towards this girl? Do they know that this girl is targeted by his students?" When Onedo thought of Gibbon, he had a headache again. He had not been able to contact him, and this person suddenly sent him a secret report saying that the commendation ceremony would come. Isn't this telling him that there will be problems with the commendation ceremony? He even had reason to suspect that the commendation ceremony would go wrong because of his student's plan to come. Seeing Onedo's sudden black face, the Vice President of the Imperial Army dared not breathe. Although Rayleigh Hobart did not show anything on his face, He was worried in his heart. After all, it was his first time dealing with these military school principals, and he was not sure about their bottom line and preferences. Chapter 338. Yijia looked at Shenhong and Daniel. Let's start. 3 teams of 1,000 people flew towards the center of the lake together. Commander, are they trustworthy? Jones Alexander asked her secretly in the private channel. There are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends. Kill the star beasts first, and be careful. Yes. Yijia drove another silver chain, soaring into the sky, and the energy cannon popped out from the belly, hitting the head of a ghost beast. It flew high and far without any desire to fight, and sniped the star beasts in the field mercilessly from the periphery. Commander, this silver chain is also modified, right? Zhou Qi, who saw the scene, gossiped in the team channel. Zhang Lin. After all, he is the young master of the 4 major families. This matter is not surprising. Everyone looked accustomed to it. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Zhe suddenly understood why the commander was a firm pragmatist, because for her, whether it was a mecha or a shuttle, it was something that was at her fingertips. The reason why ordinary people like them treasure mechas so much is actually inseparable from its high price. So do they cherish mechas because they are expensive, or do they really regard them as comrades? From a mechanical point of view, humans invented machines to help themselves reach a realm that the flesh cannot reach. If there is a way to significantly reduce the price of mechas so that more people can use mechas, is it the real and correct path? At this moment, Zhao Zhe was like a revelation, and had completely different ideas from before. The thunder god driven by Pangpan has been circling around Yijia. The speed of the silver chain is very fast, but the strange thing is that he can always keep up. He seems to be able to predict Yijia's thoughts in advance, and he appears almost at the same time every time where Yijia stays. He was quick in action, and responsive in operation. He could defeat an adult star beast by himself in just a few moves. Zhang Lin was not inferior at all. The Black Warrior seemed to be integrated with him. He had high accuracy in gunfire, and was good at close combat. The key was that he could see all directions, and listen to all directions. He could help his comrades from time to time. The deputy commander of the Imperial Army was more and more frightened. He couldn't help but said, Commander, this generation of Hongyan is too strong and very united. It may be difficult to split them. Why don't we strike first? Shenhong shot off the head of a strange tiger, stood in place, looked in the direction of Hongyan, and his eyes were slightly shaken. Really strong. Who would have thought that Yijia, as a commander, could operate a mecha at the level of A? The man named Pang Pan, who was gradually exposed to the public, made too fast progress. Someone on the internet made a video of his driving a mecha. Many bigwigs commented that he was a rare physical genius. There are also Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi, Wu Hui, etc., all of whom have become famous in this competition, and even she has remembered their names. Shenhong's eyes are slightly dark. We will act according to the situation later. The deputy commander understood, and the Imperial Army began to consciously gather and approach Hongyan. Command? Shanko Mari was the first to notice something wrong. The Imperial Army may be preparing to pull down the flag. At this moment, something strange happened. The star beasts that were originally in a normal state actually began to roar together. Their eyes were red, their expressions were ferocious, and they looked crazy. A majestic lion-tiger beast walked to the center of the herd. It turned around twice on the spot, and looked very irritable. Several filming robots came close to take close-ups. Its mane was all erect, its teeth were exposed, it was panting heavily, and its blood-red eyes were filled with madness and hatred. It raised its head, and roared a few times. An eagle beast suddenly appeared, and with a few claws, it blew all the filming robots to the ground. A group of monkeys rushed up and crushed them to pieces. The live broadcast room suddenly went black, and nothing could be seen. Hong Hong said in panic, Star beasts are rioting. Quick! Notify the competition committee. Stop the competition immediately. Onedo reacted faster. After finding something wrong, he rushed out immediately, bringing the soldiers of the Second Fleet, preparing to force their way into the military simulation base to rescue people, but was stopped by a group of masked men in black. Who are you? He shouted. No one responded to him. This group of people were well trained and had planned for a long time. Their moves were killing moves. The soldiers of the Second Fleet were defeated, and many people died in an instant, and blood flowed all over the ground. Onedo moved a few times on the optical brain, and the whole Hongyan sounded a piercing alarm. The protective shield opened, and entered the first-level alert state. What is your purpose? Onedo was forced to fight, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became. How could these people resist his mecha for so long with their flesh and blood? The Imperial Army, and the Alliance's guards were all dispatched one after another. Thousands of people faced these hundreds of black-clothed men, but they were not at all advantageous. He moved his finger slightly, and an underground warehouse in Hongyan opened. Countless super combat robots were dispatched, ready to force their way into the military simulation base, but they all stopped in midair and stopped moving forward, as if they were sucked by something. Anido's pupils slightly opened. I saw a man in black shouting, "Explode!" These dozens of super combat robots all short-circuited, sparks flew, and a light bang sound was heard, and they fell to the ground like a pile of scrap copper and iron. Onedo's face changed drastically. Bioman. Rayleigh Hobbart, who followed closely, twitched his eyebrows and said in disbelief, "Admiral, are you sure? How did so many people get in? Was the entrance to the Hongyan Stars airport taken over by someone?" Onedo's face sank, and he fired an electromagnetic cannon mercilessly, but the group of people dodged it at a speed that humans could not reach at all. Those who did not dodge were blasted far away and slowly stood up again. Needless to say, everyone saw the problem of the man in black now, and Rayleigh Hobbart's scalp tingled. Could this be the legendary Bioman's abnormal electric current control ability? "What is your purpose?" Onedo said. "Tell me, I guarantee that you can leave Hongyan Star safely." No one responded to him. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. "You have to think it over. The Second Fleet and the Abyss Fleet are on their way. The station troops of Hongyan Star will be here in 5 minutes. You won't be able to leave later?" The group of black-clothed men stood at the entrance of the military simulation base like dumb people. Onedo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Their target is all the students of the 5 military academies. Rayleigh Hobbart's legs and feet softened. The top students of the 5 major military academies were all inside. If all the top students were to go all in, how many years would it take for the Alliance and the Empire to make up for the gap between these middle and high-level generals? Who on earth is the other party? How could he have such a vicious mind? Yishai had experienced many star beasts going berserk. When the lion-tiger beast roared, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat!" Hongyan reacted the fastest. For some unspeakable reasons, the top leaders of D-Zone almost immediately executed her orders after hearing her voice, and the Imperial Army was the slowest to retreat. The lion-tiger beast in the center stared fiercely at the Imperial Army, roared, and rushed in. From a distance, it was like a drop of water falling into an oil pan. In an instant, countless mechas were knocked away and fell apart, and wailing was heard everywhere. And behind it, there were also a steady stream of crazy star beasts following the call. Chapter 339. Shenhong faced so many star beasts for the first time, and her palms trembled unconsciously. Her compatriots and comrades were being trampled and bitten mercilessly, screaming and roaring everywhere, and large pieces of blood gushed out, merging into the reddish-brown land, appearing black and red, which looked shocking. Yizhai glanced at Pang Pan, who was standing beside her, holding his weapon tightly, and ready to rush forward at any time, and whispered a few words on the communication channel. The burly man's body stiffened for a moment, and soon recovered. "Yes." When she saw a lion-tiger beast rushing towards the crowd fearlessly, ignoring the muzzle of the submachine gun, she thought of Dong Feng's command attitude, and finally felt a little bit of disobedience, and shouted, "There is a problem with Dong Feng's supplies and equipment. Discard them all." This voice was like thunder, shaking Shenhong, who seemed to be in another space, and subconsciously threw away the weapon in her hand. Is there something wrong with Dong Feng's supplies? What about Sion's? She almost bit her teeth to pieces, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone! Throw away Sion and Dong Feng's supplies and weapons. Quick!" Although the students of the Imperial Army were all the best among their peers, they were still students after all. Most of them had never seen blood, and they were terrified when they saw their comrades being torn apart for the first time. Many people didn't even know which side the weapons belonged to, and they threw away their armor and weapons in a frenzy, fighting the enemy with bare hands. Yizhai made a prompt decision. "If you still have the strength, pick up your weapons and follow me." The silver chain was full of momentum, hanging high in the sky, and several consecutive energy cannons all hit, instantly relieving a lot of pressure on the Imperial Army. The lion-tiger beast at the front roared at her, and a huge eagle beast quickly took off and kept approaching her. This eagle beast was an adult. Compared with the one Yizhai encountered on the Gull Star, it was a bit of a small witch meeting a big witch. She quickly flew high to prevent the eagle beast from attacking unexpectedly. When she dodged, the intelligent brain immediately gave an alarm prompt. "Master, be careful on the right side." A huge ghost beast spread its wings and rushed straight towards her. If this attack hit her, according to the fragileness of the silver chain, it would probably be scrapped directly. At the critical moment, Yijia stood on the side of the wing, head down, and fell violently. After using inertia to take off with the wind, she escaped. At the same time, all the cannon barrels on the side wings were opened and fired at the ghost beast. The ghost beast was hit on both wings at the same time, and several large holes were immediately broken, and it fell straight down. Before Yijia could breathe a sigh of relief, the eagle beast took advantage of this opportunity to wrap around her tightly. Yijia released the safety buckle and said calmly, "Power off." The silver chain instantly retracted back to the space button, and the eagle beast pounced into nothingness. While it was stunned, Yijia rode on its back. As an adult star beast with a high IQ, it had never had such a humiliating experience. This little reptile dared to ride on its back. It spread its wings and rolled wildly in the air, but Yijia stuck to its back like a dogskin plaster. Yijia was almost vomited. Her father's invention is really useful. She calmed down, made a fist with her left hand, grabbed the eagle beast's left wing, and slashed it with a long knife. Blood splashed on her face. The eagle beast let out a long and shrill cry, and the people and beasts below were shocked and stopped for a few seconds. "Can't stand it?" Yijia sneered, stepped on the head of the eagle beast with one foot, and stabbed it hard with a long knife, which actually penetrated the skull and pierced into the brain. Bang! With a loud noise, the eagle beast fell from the sky and smashed in front of the people and the beasts, and it was already dead. Yijia drew out the long knife and jumped off the body of the eagle beast, with murderous eyes. The lion-tiger beast in the lead was frightened by her momentum, and retreated half a step. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared softly. The students of Hongyan and Dizong were stimulated by this scene, and their bloodiness as reserve soldiers was all aroused. Yijia used his mental power to empathize. They are just a group of mindless beasts. What's so scary about them? They are all there. Kill them! Jones Alexander felt as if he was injected with some kind of power in an instant, and he didn't even feel scared when he looked at the lion-tiger leader. The self-confidence that looked down on the world made him shout involuntarily, "Brothers of Hongyan and Dizong. Commanders can kill an eagle beast with flesh and blood. We men must not be cowardly. Charge!" Hongyan and Dizong's team shouted and rushed up. The pressure on the Imperial Army suddenly decreased. And here Yijia directly picked up a problematic electromagnetic cannon on the ground and fired one shot at the lion-tiger beast, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, until it was empty. Others followed suit, picked up large-scale lethal weapons on the ground, and shot them all at the star beast without mercy. The scene was like a sea of fire. Countless star beasts were forced to get involved, and all kinds of roars and sharp screams lingered in the ears, and it was like purgatory for a while. Shenhong held his injured right arm and watched the scene in silence. Almost every soldier in the Imperial Army had tears on his face. At this moment, everyone had a clearer awareness of their military duties. Humans are too small. Dealing with these star beasts often requires huge sacrifices, let alone war, and Yijia herself has a new and thorough understanding of the alliance. The situation between the various interstellar forces is like a chess piece on a chessboard, which is very clear in front of her. The game is over. Congratulations to Hongyan Military Academy for successfully pulling the flag, accumulating 2 points. Hongyan Military Academy has the highest combat loss ratio of 3.6, accumulating 1 point. Imperial Comprehensive University has the highest material economy value, accumulating 1 point. Suddenly, the voice of the intelligent brain pulled everyone's attention back to reality from this tragic star beast riot. It turned out that they were still in the game. Pang Pan quickly flew back to Yijia with the flag in his hand. Report to the command, successfully completed the task. Zhou Qi reacted and hammered his shoulder. You are good. Quick enough. Even Jones Alexander surrounded him with a happy face. This may be the most sincere smile he has given Pang Pan since the chief competition. Pang Pan scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling shyly. Actually, it was the commander who told me to do it. I didn't expect that. The rest, It's not that they didn't think about it, but the flag is in the center of the inner circle. Don't they have the strength? Shanko Mali whistled. I thought, what kind of shit luck is Dizong? He can get 1 point like this. The reason is simple. The reason why Dizong can get the highest material economy value is just because the Imperial Army and Hongyan discarded all the problematic materials. Shenhong looked at Yijia, who was surrounded by Hongyan's group of proud sons of heaven, but was calm, and a trace of envy or jealousy flashed in her eyes. That person was right. Even if she had a family background like Yi, she might not grow up so well. In the last round, the news that Hong Yin won 3 points was not broadcast live immediately, but on the big screen in Hong Yin Central Square, the intelligent brain had sorted out the results of each game. Hong Yin Military Academy topped the list with a total score of 5 points, and the second place was Dizong with a total score of 3 points. Although Dijuan and Dongfeng both had a total score of 2 points, the intelligent brain judged that Dijuan had a better performance throughout the game and won the third place. Dongfeng was the fourth place, and the fifth place was Sion University with 0 points, but in the Matian League, the last two did not have any ranking, so there was no difference. Chapter 340. The entire Hong Yin Star is in a first-level alert state. Please wait. The shuttle will take you directly back to the campus. Hong Yin has not yet calmed down from the victory of winning the championship, and heard the notification from the intelligent brain. Some people's faces are alternately ecstatic and shocked, which looks very funny. Daniel walked towards Yi with a smile on his face. His facial features are very clean, and he is a little shy when he smiles. He doesn't look like a decisive commander at all. Student Yi, may I ask, what is the first-level alert state? It's just what you think, the same as the first-level alert state of Guangyo Star. It can be said to be a wartime preparation. I guess the students of Hong Yin are now fully armed and assembled. Shen Hong, who was about to come over to thank him, heard this and his face turned pale. Because of excessive blood loss, his whole body shook. Doesn't that mean that there is an enemy invasion outside? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Yi Jia stared at the weapon under his feet in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Zhe came over with a gun and said quickly, Commander, we randomly checked 2 pistols, 3 submachine guns, and a sniper rifle. All of them were found to contain high concentrations of Yinking Luo Beta. This must have been done by the Alliance. Seeing that the supplies were confiscated by us, they came up with such a vicious method, which is really too bad. Yinking Luo Beta can directly stimulate the senses of star beasts, and cause them to go crazy. Yi Jia clenched his fists. Shen Hong cursed, and the team behind her had red eyes. I must expose their evil deeds when I go out. Let them get the punishment they deserve. Someone said in a crying voice. Yes. This bunch of bastards. Although everyone signed a disclaimer, it was still very difficult to face the reality that their former comrades died in the game. Especially, they died in a cowardly way, trampled by star beasts, and died under the conspiracy of the enemy country. Everyone was furious. If people from those 2 schools appeared in front of them, they would probably be torn into pieces immediately. The same was true for Yi Jia. Although she felt sad, she grew up in political games, and knew that this matter would not have any results. The reason was simple. His Majesty did not want to fight. At the juncture when the 3 major alliances sent troops to the Empire at the same time, and with the ambiguous attitude of the No Alliance, this matter could only be reduced to a small matter. The Empire could not even let the Alliance students make any mistakes in this competition, giving the other side an excuse to send troops. Seeing the Alliance students getting more and more embarrassed in the team, she had to speak up. This must be the behavior of a few radicals. Don't let your emotions control your brain. After a while, 3 large shuttles appeared, and each team entered the shuttle with its own school logo in turn. Yi Jia stood aside and watched. Shen Hong walked around behind her and whispered, Can I talk to you for a moment? What? Yi Jia turned around, standing with her back to the light, as if she was glowing. Thank you. Shen Hong said sincerely, You are completely different from what I imagined, and it's a good thing that you are here this time. Yi Jia glanced behind him, and took her to the side. You are also beyond my expectations. What? Shen Hong blinked, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I got this position as a commander by sleeping? I don't mean that. Yi Jia looked at her directly. If you encounter any troubles on Guangyu Star that you can't handle, you can come to me. Just consider it as repaying the favor, she thought. Shen Hong raised her eyes in disbelief, and what she saw was the quiet black, like a sea, and like an abyss, sucking it tightly, and not letting go. Her heart trembled, and her smile became a little more desolate. Okay. I don't mean to find out too much, but as a commander, I agree with you, so I don't want to see you become a victim of the interests of some people. Yi Jia rarely speaks so bluntly. Shen Hong slowly lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a big smoke ring, with a little more sincerity. An ordinary family on a remote planet, from childhood to adulthood, first in every course, with many specialties. I always thought I was not bad, until I went to the Imperial Army. Mecha, energy, shuttle, parts, everything is burning money. I don't have so much money, let alone so much time. He found me. There was a trace of reminiscence on her face, but more of a kind of pain. She threw the unburned cigarette to the ground and stomped it hard. I don't know where he got the information. At first he said it was funding, and then it was for food. He has a wide range of theories, rich practical experience, knows much more than the professor. I fell. Yijai slowly walked into the shuttle until he sat next to Shanko Mari, still distracted. Shinhong said, I know he is old, and I know he has a family. But he exudes a damn charm from beginning to end, which is irresistible. I don't care. I didn't plan to get married, and I don't want children. There's nothing wrong with following him. As a commander, when you meet the idol you admire for your whole life, you will understand what I said. Yishai thought, how could she not understand? She could even recall the way Ji Fan's collar was opened even with her eyes closed. But that person, the patron saint of the empire, is it possible? The shuttle slowly landed in the central square. Yijai saw with sharp eyes that the list of freshmen in the first grade was added to the hero monument. Jones, Pangpan and others were on the list. Those people were winking at each other and joking with each other. If she hadn't been sitting here, they would have shouted a long time ago. When the shuttle was stable, Shanko Mari helped her to adjust her collar a little, and she walked out with her back straight. Please welcome our champion team. Hongyan Military Academy. Although they are only freshmen, they have shown us their true strength in this league. Especially in the last game, they went forward bravely, not afraid of the star beasts, and rescued the seniors of the Imperial Army together with Dizong. Let us applaud their bravery and fearlessness. Sigh. The chairman of the committee said loudly. The whole audience applauded. In the central square, in addition to the fully armed Hongyan students standing here, there were also all the teams and teachers of this league. The high platform in front rose, and next to the chairman of the competition committee, the representatives of the top 3 schools sat. Onejuo in the middle smiled at Yijai, and Layli Hobart on his left winked at her excitedly. Yijai, As soon as the result of Hongyan's flag pulling came out, the biochemical people blocking the military simulation base knew that they were safe, and there was no point in dragging them. Before the garrison arrived, they all withdrew. Onejuo did capture a few people, but they all committed suicide by taking poison. Killed. In desperation, they had to return to the campus and hold a commendation ceremony according to the procedure. But Onejuo did not withdraw the order to withdraw the first-level security. The entire campus was shrouded in a huge protective shield. Without his permission, not a single shuttle could drive in. Chapter 341. Under the gaze of everyone present and the entire interstellar audience, Yijai slowly climbed onto the platform. On her left stood Daniel, smiling brightly, with a look of surprise on his face. On her right stood Shinhong, whose wound had just been treated. At this time, she was wearing the military uniform of the Imperial Army, looking thin and tall. After coming to Hongyan, Yijai took the time to get a short haircut that was close to her ears, revealing her originally delicate facial features. Standing on the platform, she looked like a delicate doll made by hand. Among the 3 commanders, 2 were women, which was not a common sight in any year, especially since these 2 had their own unique looks, and everyone was talking about it in a low voice. The live broadcast room was full of discussions about them. These 2 girls are really good looking. But I still prefer Sister Xiai, whose facial features are more feminine, and Sister Hong looks too much like a man. Sister Hong is super strong. Women have become stronger and stronger in recent years, but unfortunately, there are more and more women who are unwilling to give birth naturally. The effect of artificial breeding is not bad. It is a disaster for ordinary families to choose natural breeding. I don't know how many children you have to give birth to get a gifted one. Raising children is so difficult. Most of them will definitely be sent to welfare homes. Some children from poor planets live worse than welfare homes, but they still cannot go to places like welfare homes. They will be forced to serve in the military for 20 years in the future. It's scary to think about it. Don't say it. Those who give birth but don't raise are really disgusting. The length of service is proportional to the resources received, and the longest seems to be 30 years. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Yijiai's military posture is upright, his eyes are calm, but there is a bit of impatience between his eyebrows. This chairman of the tournament committee was either a relative or was elected to take the blame. His speech was extremely poor, like a stone in a toilet, smelly and stiff. Rayleigh Hobart looked at him frequently, and finally it was Aenedo who coughed twice before he began to make a closing statement. Congratulations on the complete success of the 238th Matian League. Next, please use your warmest applause to welcome the commander of the Abyss Fleet, Ji Fanzhong, to present the award to the winning team in the future. There were violent exclamations at the scene, and many people couldn't believe that Ji Fan would come in person. Yi Jiai's pupils trembled, and he looked up in disbelief. How could it be Ji Fan? Shen Hong looked at him with a shocked face. I didn't expect that their target was Lieutenant General Ji Fan. Yi Jiai clenched his hands into fists, and his eyes were fixed on the sky. The huge protective shield in the central square slowly opened a hole, and a silver-gray mecha appeared out of thin air. After passing through the protective shield at a very fast speed, it suddenly retracted in midair, and a figure appeared, jumped down from the air, and landed next to the rostrum. Oh my god! That's Lu Guang. Someone sighed. You are finally here. I thought you couldn't catch up. Onaduo joked. Rayleigh Hobart rubbed his hands nervously. We always thought it was Lord Modlington who came, but it turned out to be you. The Abyss fleet just came back for supplies, so I came here for a walk. Ji Fan explained a little. Okay, go quickly, the children are still waiting for you. Onaduo knew his student very well. If it weren't for that little classmate, he would never come to participate in such an award ceremony, not to mention taking the initiative to deliver it to the door. Since Ji Fan appeared, the screen of the live broadcast room was completely covered with bullet comments. Oh my god! It's my idol! How many years have I not seen this godly face? Woo, I will watch every Montian League in the future. As expected of Vice Admiral Ji Fan. The way he just appeared was so amazing. Ah, I'm going crazy, this is my husband. Ah, idol. I will apply to serve in the Abyss Fleet after graduation. Don't dream in the front row. The Abyss Fleet is the most difficult fleet to apply for service, and there are no connections there, unless you are an A. Me. I am an A. The idol is about to take me in. Am I the only one drooling over my idol's thighs and arms? Ditto. Let me take a look, I will die without regrets. If Ji Fan knew that there were so many people in front of the screen staring at him from all directions without blind spots, he might have crushed the camera directly. Please invite Lieutenant General Ji Fan to present the award to the third-place team of the Montian League, the Imperial Military Academy. The chairman of the competition committee finally began to take on the responsibility of hosting. Members of the honor guard stood aside, holding a tray with 3 40-centimeter high trophies on it. After Ji Fan handed the silver trophy to Shen Hong, he saluted neatly. Shen Hong held the trophy in her left hand, raised her right hand, and returned the salute with excitement. Please invite Lieutenant General Ji Fan to present the award to the runner-up team of the Montian League, the Imperial Comprehensive University. Ji Fan also saluted simply. Daniel was obviously very nervous, his chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes were shining with brilliance, staring straight at Ji Fan, as if he could cry with excitement at any time. Ji Fan directly passed him and looked at Yi Jiai, handed her the huge black and gold trophy, and said in a low voice, Congratulations. He took the initiative to extend his hand. Yi Jiai took the trophy, took a deep breath, his eyes were clear, and he held out his right hand. The two hands, one big and one small, one black and one white, clasped in the air. I'm so jealous, I also want to shake hands with my idol. For a while, the barrage was full of comments like this. I remember that Lieutenant General Ji Fan was also from Hongyan before, right? The chairman of the competition committee saw that the atmosphere was just right, and wanted to keep Ji Fan to chat for a while. Rayleigh Hobart thought he would be met with a cold face, but he didn't expect Ji Fan to answer, although it was still as simple as always, yes. After many years, Hongyan won the championship again. Does Lieutenant General Ji Fan have anything to say to your direct junior sister, the new commander of Hongyan? Ji Fan was wearing a black military uniform. Unlike other commanders, he liked to hang medals on his chest. His chest was so clean that it was even a bit dull, but the 2 flower patterns on his shoulders showed his high rank. He looked directly at Yi Jiai, his features were deep, his dark eyes slowly melted in the sunlight, revealing a smile, and he slowly said, Great. Yi Jiai's heart jumped up. Damn! The male god just smiled, right? Girls, check if I saw it wrong. You saw it right. It is recommended to pause at 47 minutes and 52 seconds. This scene is suitable for repeated viewing and enjoyment. I will protect the smile of the Lieutenant General. I love this smile. Mom, my legs are weak. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. I also want to be praised by the Lieutenant General like Sister Xiao Ai. Woo woo woo. Mom asked me why I drooled while smiling. The male god can be so gentle. Great God, how can you praise someone so much? I'm falling for you. I was just wondering why something was wrong. Did I weirdly hit something? You guys are so evil, but these two people are still a good match. CP fans get lost. You're hitting on Vice Admiral Ji Fan? Does she deserve it? Ha ha. I'm just a fan of the Vice Admiral's looks. There's no need to argue with him. I'm not a fan of her looks. To be fair, I don't know if she deserves it, but you definitely don't. The Vice Admiral doesn't need brainless fans. Thank you for your cooperation. Front Row V5. Chapter 342. Yi Jiai looked away in a slightly embarrassed manner, her cheeks slightly flushed. She remembered the way Ji Fan's bathrobe was spread out. Ji Fan raised his eyebrows, his eyes darkened. Didn't he send him many messages? He finally found time to come here. Why did he look like he didn't want to see him? At this moment, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared in the range of the time and space line sensed by Yi Jiai's mental power. Her face changed, and she looked up at the sky reflexively. Something had changed in the nearer star field. Ji Fan and Onejuo also sensed something was wrong almost at the same time. The extremely high-pitched alarm sounded, like a horn of death, and everyone was shocked. Outside the protective shield, a huge super warship slowly appeared. It was all black and retro in shape. On the facade of the warship, a strange flag was painted with extremely strange patterns, including star beasts and humans with heads as feet, and a creature with a human face and 3 bodies, which was extremely absurd. The warship's ferocious weapon muzzles were all open, with red light at the tips, and it was obvious that they had been preheated. Yi Jiai recognized this symbol. It was the divine domain. Onejuo grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, get on the mecha, and hide." As soon as the words fell, countless energy rays shot out, and the protective shield began to fluctuate visibly. The protective shield was built up by countless protective instruments, with a node every 10 square meters. These nodes were the first to be unable to withstand the high temperature of the rays, and they melted one after another, and fell to the ground until the entire protective shield was completely broken. The planetary intelligent brain passively counterattacked, and 3 surface-to-air nuclear bombs were launched one after another, but at a distance of 1,000 kilometers from the ship, the data was tampered with, and the direction was reversed, aiming at the Hongyan Military Academy. Nuclear bombs are about to hit. Countdown 20 seconds. Nuclear bombs are about to hit. Countdown 20 seconds. The intelligent brain broadcasted to the entire campus. Dodge! Jifan roared and jumped into the stream of light. Yi Jiai flew into the sky with the silver chain. Fortunately, they were all military academy students, and their reactions were fast enough. In an instant, everyone flew to a position 40 kilometers away from the ground. 3 nuclear bombs fell on the central square, the auditorium, and the dormitory one after another. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. 3 extremely strong and bright white lights appeared, and then formed 3 fireballs. They kept getting bigger and brighter, and finally gathered together. The shock wave was reflected back to the fireball through the ground, causing the fireball to compress and deform again, presenting a round bun shape with a flat bottom. With a bang, the dust column and smoke rising from the ground merged into an extremely huge super mushroom cloud. The shock wave spread out from Hongyan Military Academy, with huge noises everywhere. The cries for help from humans, animals, and plants were almost inaudible, and everything in sight had become a ruin. In the thick fog, Yi Jiai could only rely on his memory to distinguish where the cafeteria, the teaching building, the training hall, and the dormitory were. Hongyan Military Academy, which has a 1,000-year heritage, was half destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, the 3 nuclear bombs were gathered within the campus area, and the truly precious military simulation base was preserved, and the living area outside the campus still existed temporarily. The whole scene was dead silent. Everyone knew clearly that this was a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy against Hongyan Military Academy, the Maqian League, and all students. Yi Jiai reflexively drove the silver chain to the side, turned around, and clearly saw a man in black standing where she had just stood. He was not driving a mecha, but he could stand in the air. The heavy mushroom cloud smoke became his natural barrier. The man in black shook his shoulders and back, and a pair of huge black bird wings that were 5 meters long appeared behind him, slowly flapping, maintaining his height at this time. Yi Jiai's eyes condensed. Bioman? At this time, a breeze blew, and the smoke dissipated a little. In the looming smoke, at least 20 people tightly surrounded Yi Jiai's silver chain. Everyone, evacuate Hongyan Star as soon as possible, quickly. The communication channel was still open, and she immediately ordered. It was too late, and the silver chain spun rapidly on the spot, and all the energy cannons were fired. She randomly found a direction and flew away quickly. Ji Fan shot down a bioman with 1 shot, rescued a student of Dizong, and immediately flew in the direction of Yi Jiai. He knew very well that one of the goals of this group of bioman was to capture Yi Jiai. Master, Liu Guang requests communication. While flying at high speed, she heard the report from the intelligent brain and answered it without hesitation. Shall I? Their target is you. Keep flying forward, don't stop. Ji-Fan's voice came in quickly. The distance between the bioman with bird wings and her was getting closer and closer. One of them hit the shell of her mecha with a tracking rope, and the rope tightened instantly. The man jumped onto her mecha with a bang sound. Yijia immediately turned 180 degrees, and the man fell down. She simply turned her head to the ground and flew towards the ground at a high speed. In front of this group of bird people, the speed of the silver chain was not at all advantageous. No wonder they didn't even need mechas. The mecha was retracted, and she broke away from the air, rolled forward several times, landed on the ground, turned around and shot, hitting the birdman in the forehead. Yijia pulled off his mask and found that it was a very young face. His mouth was a little protruding and pointed, and there were scales and feathers on his face that had not yet molted successfully, which looked very strange. Her pupils shrank involuntarily. This was a failure. Since the discovery of the cyborg corpse on the Gulf Star, she has studied the cases of cyborgs for a long time. As the originator of the cyborgs, the Tan family has a very complete data that is astonishing. It is clearly stated that all cyborgs, who still retain the appearance of animal and plant characteristics, are all failures. What is the purpose of the God's domain? Cyborgs were banned in the entire interstellar range hundreds of years ago. Why do they still do this kind of unacceptable research? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared silently behind her. She quickly rolled to the side, trying to avoid the sneak attack, but it was too late. A sharp knife appeared out of thin air and pressed against her back. The man said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." Yijia froze. At this moment, several thick black tree roots suddenly appeared, rolled up the dagger and threw it away. Another tree root suddenly pierced the back of the bioman and pulled out his heart. Because everything happened too fast, the strangely shaped heart was still beating. The invisible bioman's figure was completely revealed. He was naked. He knelt on the ground, his eyes were confused, and there was a big hole in his chest, and then he fell straight down. Young Master. A voice like a broken harmonica sounded. Chapter 343. The person in front of him was covered with a layer of brown-black leather all over his body, like the bark of a tree that has grown for hundreds of years, covering it layer by layer. Only his eyes were exposed, with the same gray-white pupils as Tan Chi. Looking at him, Yijia felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. "What's your name?" The man leaned forward slightly, and his voice was broken. "My name is Tan E, young master." "Did you find out that you were the one at the mooring port before?" "Yes." Yijia narrowed his eyes. "When did you come to me?" Tan E, Then let me change the question. Have you been hiding by my side to monitor and observe me since I first arrived at the Tan family? No. Tan E spoke very slowly, and his eyes were exposed. Like a pool of stagnant water, without any fluctuations, I was sent to your side only after Tan Chi stopped delivering messages to the head of the family. Tan Chi was conquered by her, wasn't it after the incident with Xia Menger? She took a deep breath. This is too early. No wonder in the past 10 years, she always felt that there was a vague spying around her. This man named Tan Yi was too good at hiding. Young master, the situation on Hongyan Star is unclear. It is recommended to evacuate. Speaking of such a dangerous thing, Yijia could not see any worry in his eyes. As he said that, he suddenly flew into the air, and two thick tree roots appeared from his chest, moving to both sides at a very fast speed. With two chi, two more hearts were pulled out and thrown on the ground. Yijia's hair stood up, and when he really saw Tan Yi take action, he realized how strong this man was. Tan Chi was not in the same league with him at all. No wonder he became his grandfather's personal guard. Shall I? Before the light landed, Ji-Fan jumped down from the air and stood in front of her. Looking at his broad shoulders, Yijia was moved and speechless, and hurriedly said, "This is my secret guard, not the other party's cyborg." She knew that Ji-Fan recognized Tan Yisheng's identity as a cyborg. Ji-Fan's momentum relaxed, and he turned to look at her. "Are you okay?" Yijia nodded slightly. "It's okay. Where are those cyborgs?" "I remember there were more than 20 of them surrounding me." "We've solved them on the way, don't worry," he said lightly. Looking at her delicate features, Ji-Fan felt itchy again. "It's not safe here. I take you back to meet up with the Hongyan army." "Hongyan is gone just like that?" Yijia was stunned and said, the broken walls and ruins just now were still deeply imprinted in her mind. Ji-Fan tightened his palm slightly, and finally couldn't help rubbing her hair. "As long as you seeds are still there, Hongyan will not disappear, and the school will be rebuilt, don't worry." At this moment, Gu Tingzhen's anxious voice came from his communication channel. Commander, come back soon. Something is wrong. Gu Tingzhen rarely acted like this. Ji Fan knew that the situation must be extremely urgent. He walked towards Liu Guang and said, "Come back to the abyss with me first, and then I will send someone to send you to meet Hong Yin." As soon as he arrived at the abyss, Ji Fan hurried to the command cabin and met Hu Lin, who came to greet him on the way. Hu Lin looked through him and saw Yi Jiai. His expression was a little surprised, but he didn't stop talking. "Commander, the enemy has driven the ship to the Dop Star. We suspect that the other party wants to use a black hole bomb." "What?" Ji Fan paused. Yi Jiai had never seen him so obviously emotional. As the patron saint of the Empire, nothing could defeat him, and nothing could exceed his expectations. "The news is 90% certain." Hu Lin's breath was very unstable, and his voice was choked. "Only 2 of my informants survived." Hu Lin's informants were very well hidden. Even he didn't know the exact number, and location. But he knew that Hu Lin had sent 30 people to the Divine Realm, even if there were not 50. How could only 2 of them be left? He walked into the command cabin. The Abyss had never seen such a chaotic scene. The Map Analysis Department, Intelligence Department, and Information Department were processing data at a rapid speed, and a new value and change would be announced soon. On the central screen was a 3-dimensional model of the Divine Realm ship, which showed that it was constantly approaching the Dop Star. The energy it carried was very terrifying. Every step it took would form a deep pit of the space-time force field. "Have you contacted them?" Ji Fan said. Everyone in the command cabin realized that he was back, and Gu Tingzhen saluted first. "Commander, the other party refused to communicate with us. Did you send someone to intercept them?" Ji Fan walked to the main seat. With his appearance, Yi Jiai found that the noisy command cabin began to calm down. They seemed to have a backbone, and all departments operated properly, and the efficiency suddenly increased. Number 2 and Number 3 deputy ships went to intercept them, but they failed. Gu Tingzhen sighed. Ji Fan frowned. "What happened?" "It's just to intercept people, not to win the battle." "Both deputy ships failed to intercept?" "The enemy's weapon system is very advanced. If we don't withdraw, we may be wiped out." Gu Tingzhen's face was as cold as ice. This was the reason why the Abyss was so panicked. In recent years, with the gradual decline of the Imperial Military Science and Technology Academy, the Fifth Fleet began to shoulder the responsibilities given to it by the Constitution and carry out a new round of reforms and upgrades to the overall military technology of the Empire. The 4 major fleets of the Empire were the first to enjoy this benefit. Because Ji Fan was also the captain of the Fifth Fleet, their Abyss Fleet was always the first to try it. Regardless of whether the things were good or bad, they were the first batch of experimenters. In the continuous experiments or modifications of the Fifth Fleet, the Abyss Fleet was the most advanced fleet in the Empire today, with the highest quality soldiers and the best. The 2 secondary ships of such a fleet could not defeat the opponent, and they didn't even have the strength to fight. This statement sounded like a joke. If it were normal, no one would believe this statement. Because the Empire's military power has always been at the forefront of the Interstellar, if the Alliance has already created weapons that are so much more powerful than the Empire, then what is the purpose of lying dormant for so many years? But this most unlikely situation happened in front of everyone. "Commander." Hu Lin stood up in panic. Noah's alliance declared war on the Empire. Everyone in the command cabin was shocked, and everyone's expression was saying how sensational this was. The 7th Fleet of the Alliance requires Hong Yin to send all Alliance students back, otherwise it will attack the 2nd Fleet. Hu Lin continued. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 344. Yi Jiai's hands and feet were cold. Why would the Noah Alliance declare war on the Empire at this time? Could it be that the actions of the Divine Realm were really directed by them? There were many people who thought the same as her. Gu Tingzhen slammed his fist on the table. That news is true. The top leaders of the Alliance have been corrupted by the Divine Realm. Where are the students of Hong Yin now? Ji Fan asked coldly. On the deputy ship of the Shark Hunter. Commander, Admiral Maud's communication. A report from the Information Department. Receive it. Modlington appeared on the big screen in the center. He looked like a German on Earth, with a square face, a high nose, and obvious bone lines. If he was young, he would definitely charm many people, but now his hair is full of silver threads, and the wrinkles on his face can't be covered up, no matter how carefully he takes care of it. Yi Jiai looked carefully, and found that the Admiral should be about the same age as her grandfather. At this time, his face was tired, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened. Ji Fan, what do you think about this? Noah Alliance just wants to save the students of the 2 military academies. Agree to them, he said directly. Modlington's forehead wrinkles were deep. What does this mean? Do you think the Divine Realm and No Alliance are not in the same group? I went to the Alliance some time ago. Jifan spoke as naturally as talking about the weather, as if running to the enemy's backyard during the battle was a trivial matter. No Alliance is now divided into two parts, and the Divine Realm only controls half of it. Declaring war requires the consent of more than 2/3 of the committee members. The announcement at this time must be to save the students. It was also during this trip that he realized how easy it was for some forces with ulterior motives to infiltrate the star domain that had left the centralized rule of the Empire. Countless families at the top of the Alliance joined the God's Domain organization and became their believers, promoting the so-called Protestant doctrine, believing that the God's Domain would lead this decadent interstellar society to a new world and a new beginning. After the incident with Seabuckthorn, it can be seen that the outer domain has long been under the rule of the God's Domain, but it has been shrinking for these years and has not shown it. It was not until Seabuckthorn got into trouble that they exposed a little bit of their flaws. But in the Alliance, this organization is openly popular. There are many countries in the Alliance, and their thoughts are already divided, so it is very difficult to unite. The Abyss adopted the method of defeating each one, starting with the new noble families, and recruited a large number of loyal believers. On this basis, it continued to expand. The noble families, the highly educated, and the poor who openly opposed were all secretly executed and killed in various ways, so the Empire did not receive any news. Frightened by its power, many families in the Alliance had no intention of resisting. The remaining old families united together and clung to each other for warmth, which barely stopped the expansion of the God's Domain. But this group of people may not be able to hold on soon. Ji-Fan did not have much hope for their strength. I know. Modlington's face was serious. Does the God's Domain ship really carry a black hole bomb? Are they crazy? Can they run away by creating a black hole? They are a group of lunatics, who can devote themselves to their doctrines. Ji-Fan's eyes were like ink. Let the students of Hongyan jump away as soon as possible. The communication was disconnected. If you focus your vision on the nearby star field centered on the red rock star, you can see the whole situation clearly. The Abyss was closely following the Divine Domain ship in front of it, attacking it from time to time, but it was blocked by the opponent's powerful protective shield. The second fleet was divided into 3 groups. A ship carrying students jumped away, the secondary ship carried out rescue work on the nearby planet, and the main ship Shark Hunter quickly drove towards the Abyss to force the Divine Domain ship to stop. The speed of the Divine Domain has increased again. Someone exclaimed, at this speed, the opponent will be able to enter the range of the star in half an hour. Ji-Fan stared at the model on the central screen. The Divine Domain ship did accelerate twice. This speed is almost impossible to achieve with current technical means. In other words, they can't catch up with the Divine Domain ship. They were deceived from the beginning. The Divine Domain ship suddenly appeared on the red rock star and detonated 3 nuclear bombs. Everyone thought their target was the red rock star, but their real target was the Dopp star, this second. If a star with 10 times the mass of the Sun is detonated and collapsed by a black hole bomb, it will be enough to produce an extremely huge black hole, which will slowly devour red rock stars, stars, and multiple mining stars, and even everything nearby. No one in this star field can escape the disaster. This will cause the death of hundreds of billions of lives, and those of them on the battlefield will have no way out. Eji's heart was pounding wildly. This is the real space war. Your Majesty is unwilling to go to war because although weapons such as black hole bombs are in the hands of the country, once Pandora's box is opened, this universe will become riddled with holes, and there will be no way forward for mankind. Oh my god! Look! The main ship of the Shark Hunter has been stripped off. On the screen, the main ship of the Shark Hunter was gradually stripped off, and sections of cabins were discarded. Countless escape pods scattered out, scrambling to leave and approach the Abyss. In the end, the Shark Hunter was left with only the command cabin and the energy cabin. The Shark Hunter with only these 2 cabins can finally speed up again. According to its current position and speed, it is possible to hit the flank of the God Realm ship and launch an attack. Ji-Fan tightened his palms. Contact the Shark Hunter. Ji-Fan. Modlington's tired face appeared on the big screen, and he even had a smile on his lips. Is there anything I need to do? Ji-Fan could even be said to be indifferent at this time, but Yi clearly saw a hint of relief on Admiral Mod's face. I have sent you the email. My life is really absurd. I hope you can help that child because of my selfless efforts today. If I die, she will not live. Giffin's eyes were deep. That's it? Modlington laughed, and the dimple on the right side of his cheek was sunken, which made him look more willful. What do you think I want to say? The inheritance has been prepared long ago, and there is nothing to explain. Except for the bad relationship in my life. What is wrong? Anyway, I will die. So I will tell you from the bottom of my heart that marriage is really not a family marriage. Both of us are unhappy and can't get divorced. It's really a bad fate. Giffen looked at him. Modlington's life was not only bad, but also brilliant. Dragged down by a marriage that was not happy or lucky enough, his personality changed drastically in his later years. He liked to interact with young girls. Unexpectedly, he met someone who was truly entrusted with his life. He stood at attention and raised his right hand. Everyone. Salute. All members of the command cabin saluted together with a swipe. Modlington laughed and responded, May the Empire last. May the Empire last. Chapter 345. Jifan, who was tall and long-legged, stood on the command platform, looking at the sand table model in front of him, with a strong sense of unreality and disharmony. The opponent's military and technological strength was so much higher than that of the Empire. They chose the Matian League to start the fight, which should be to attract the attention of the entire galaxy, and use it to provoke the relationship between the Empire and the Alliance. But this straightforward approach was too careless about the armed forces of the Abyss Fleet and the Second Fleet. From the action, its goal was very clear, that is, the Dop Star. What gave the opponent such confidence? Or did the opponent deliberately let some people leave the Red Rock Star region alive, so that this news could be radiated to the entire galaxy more widely? Jifan's brows sunk deeper. All members of the Abyss listened to orders and prepared to evacuate. He suddenly spoke, but what he said made the entire Abyss Fleet unable to come back to their senses for a long time, suspecting that they had hallucinations. Meaning? Commander? Someone asked unconsciously. Gu Tingzhen's face was stiff, and his delicate and feminine face showed a bit of fragility. Are you going to give up the Red Rock Star region? Ji Fan looked at the countdown on the central screen. If Admiral Imode fails to stop it, the black hole will be formed, and no one can leave at that time. You still have 5 minutes. If the other party really deliberately let some people leave alive, and the Second Fleet has already gone, then retaining the existing living force is the most important thing at the moment. I hope it's not too late. Xiao Ai, you will follow the command center later. Everyone then noticed that a girl with a delicate face was standing in the corner. She was not old, but she was straight, and her black eyes were calm and shiny. Yi Jiai knew it was inappropriate to ask this question at this time, but she still spoke, her voice soft. What about you? She didn't use honorifics, but no one cared about it anymore. Everyone in the command cabin looked back. They also had questions. What about the commander? I have a streamer. I can jump at any time. I will hold on until the last moment. Jifan looked at everyone present. Look! The shark hunter is about to hit. Wenheng pointed at the center screen and shouted. The shocking scene in front was transmitted to everyone through the high-definition camera. The shark hunter, which had only 2 cabins left, emptied all the reserve energy on the main ship while approaching the Divine Realm ship. Seeing that the protective shield of the Divine Realm ship began to crumble, the shark hunter suddenly accelerated and rushed up. It was actually ready to die together. At the critical moment, the Divine Realm ship actually accelerated again and passed by it. But it seemed to be enraged, and 2 high-energy particle cannons were fired in succession. The protective shield of the shark hunter shattered. The energy cabin, unable to withstand the high pressure and temperature of the high-energy particles, first emitted an orange-red light, and a huge explosion occurred along with the command cabin. The brilliant sparks made Yi Jiai's black eyes red. The famous General Modlinton was buried in the boundless dark universe, and his body, along with the shark hunter, was severely vaporized and shattered. Ring suddenly, a communication prompt sounded in the command cabin. Yi Jiai's heart began to beat wildly. For some reason, she had the urge to tell someone not to answer the video call. Commander, it's someone from the God's Domain ship. The line in her brain suddenly tightened. The other party did not give a video image signal. The male voice seemed to be soaked in the deep cold universe, and it was icy. Jifan, how about we talk about a deal? As he spoke, the weapon muzzles of the ships in the Divine Realm were all opened and aimed at the Abyss Fleet. What do you want? Come here, and I will let you people from the Abyss Fleet go. He laughed brightly. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Ha ha. You are dreaming. Gu Tingzhen spat. Since the Lieutenant General is ready to let the entire Abyss Fleet be buried with you, then there is nothing we can do. The man was extremely gloating. Yi Jiai frowned. Why did this man's voice sound so familiar? Jifan said coldly. Madman, how many ordens do you have? Since you recognize me, I am not afraid to tell you that your intelligence seems to have made a serious mistake. We brought a full 100 Ortons. He stopped laughing, his voice full of murderous intent. Hongyan Star region is destined to perish today. Everyone in the command cabin looked at each other when Hang murmured, 100 Ortons are equivalent to the power of 4,000 nuclear bombs, which can definitely blow up the Dop star, and such a huge antimatter energy will immediately cause the collapse of the planet and form a black hole. It won't take long for this star region to be swallowed up. Ha ha, Jifan, are you scared? The madman laughed abnormally. I'm coming out. Jifan glanced at Hu Lin, his eyes contained too much content. Let the fleet leave. Ha ha, Jifan. You didn't expect this day. He cut off the communication happily. This was a huge information error. They received news that the other side only had 10 Ortons. Even now, Orton is difficult to manufacture and can only be completed by relying on national laboratories. In this regard, the three major official forces in the Interstellar are extremely strict in control, for fear of causing the abuse of Orton, which may cause the entire universe to cease to exist. If this happened on Earth, it would be like someone suddenly telling you that the Golden Triangle secretly manufactured 100 atomic bombs. You would not believe it at all except that you thought the brother who said this was joking. If you knew that there were hundreds of Ortons in the divine realm, there would be no need for Maud Linton to sacrifice at all, because they had no meaning to stop it. This is like you holding a pistol to shoot 100 missiles. No matter how hard you try, you can't win. What's worse, your struggling appearance will become a weapon for the enemy to insult you and your country at will. Commander, Gu Tingjin shouted anxiously, the other side is waiting for you to come over. Even if the Dop star really begins to collapse, we still have time. Commander. Everyone in the command cabin was anxious. They couldn't let Ji-Fan take risks. Yi Jiai clenched his palms tightly. He knew that Ji-Fan would never agree. The madman deliberately hung them here. In this position, they could retreat to attack the Abyss fleet and advance to attack the Dop star. This person is not dead yet. Ji-Fan has an outstanding figure and sharp eyes. This is a military order. Everyone. Retreat. The command cabin was silent, and everyone buried their heads and refused to say a word. Ji-Fan's forehead twitched slightly, and he shouted, Are you going to violate the military order? Gu Tingjin. After a while, Gu Tingjin's weak reply came, Everyone. Retreat. Ji-Fan put his military cap on his head, stepped away, and walked to the door. Gu Tingjin's crying voice came from behind. Everyone salute. Ji-Fan paused, adjusted his military cap, turned around, stood straight, his deep and handsome face seemed to be glowing, his eyes looked through the crowd to the last Yi Jiai. His eyes were tender, may the empire last forever. Yi Jiai's eyes were instantly red. Chapter 346. A silver-gray gilded mecha flew away from the abyss, and headed for the divine domain ship ahead. Gu Tingjin clenched his fists, and Zhou Jianjun's mad roar came from his earphone. Gu Tingjin. Can't retreat. Never retreat. You watch those students carefully. Don't come back. Gu Tingjin took off the earphone, and smashed it to the ground. The core mecha unit where Zhou Jianjun was initially sent to rescue the students of Hongyan. After the No Alliance declared war, they had already taken people to jump to a safe distance. The ship has been parked at the edge of the Hongyan star field, always paying attention to the situation on the front line. When the main ship of the Shark Hunter disintegrated, the soldiers on the ship cried inconsolably. They have no captain and no home. Now, the same situation happened to everyone in the Abyss fleet. Zhou Jianjun's eyes were red with anger. If he hadn't been held tightly by Onedo, or if his mecha didn't have the ability to jump, he would have rushed back long ago. He should have been the one to go. How could it be the commander? Gu Tingjin asked hoarsely. Are we still locked? Yes. When locked, if you break through by force, if you can't successfully jump before the opponent's weapon system attacks, you will face all the enemy's attacks. Wait a little longer. He said. Yes. A group of people stared at the central screen with concern, and no one noticed that a small figure slipped out of the command cabin without anyone noticing. Deputy Commander, the commander has 3 minutes to reach the God Realm ship. When Hang said with a thick nasal voice. Others were not much better. Everything happened too fast, and caught people off guard. Everyone in the Abyss fleet didn't know what they were relying on to persist. Prepare for the jump. Gu Tingjin's hands were shaking as he pressed the button. Yes. 1 minute. When Hang said again, everyone held their breath, and then everyone watched as a huge net popped out from the God's domain ship, caught the streamer, and slowly pulled it back. The huge current attached to the steel net was enough to stun the driver in the mecha in an instant. Taking advantage of this, Gu Tingjin shouted, Jump! The engines of the main ship, and the secondary ship of the Abyss fleet shook violently together. Such a large amount of energy fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of the god's domain ship, and the other side's gun muzzle gradually glowed red, which was a sign of firing. This bunch of bastards. Hu Lin was so angry that he swore. Gu Tingjun lowered his eyes and sneered, but his shoulders loosened a lot, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. The people of the Abyss fleet all had a strange sense of resignation. They had not held out hope that the other side would let them go from the beginning. Now it was a good thing to die with the commander. It was better than being a coward and running away. Oh my god! Look! Wen Hang lost his composure and broke his voice. It's Nova. I've seen her driving that silver chain. Nova? Is it Nova Yixi? What did you say? Gu Tingjun looked back suddenly, but where was Yixi? Hu Lin looked at him, and something tacitly passed through their eyes. That silver chain was actually Ji Fan's. Before Liu Guang appeared, he had owned various types of mechas, more than 100 in number. At the beginning, because Yixi's silver chain was too eye-catching, he gave his own to her. Yixi used the one that Ji Fan gave her because the first two silver chains were destroyed in the battle. A pure black silver chain with blue light suddenly appeared behind the ship of the Divine Realm. It sneaked in while the other party was fishing for the streamer. At this time, it was in the protective shield of the Divine Realm ship and chose to fire energy cannons without mercy, blowing up several gun barrels facing the Abyss fleet. Yixi's sudden attack immediately triggered a secondary explosion. The huge energy shock wave overturned her. After hitting the protective shield, it rebounded on the hull of the Divine Realm ship, and was directly caught by the robot. This is really... Hu Lin was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Gu Tingjun sneered. It's really a pot with a lid, these two people, neither of them can make people worry-free. After being interrupted by Yixi, a blue light flashed, and the entire Abyss fleet jumped to the edge of the Red Rock Star region without any damage. Wen Hang! Is that really Little Nova? Are you kidding? Someone came back to his senses, looking shocked. I will never mistake Nova's mecha. Wen Hang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wet. Did he lose his teacher, the commander, and his apprentice as well? Someone reacted. Didn't they say Little Nova went to study in Hongyan? Could it be that she didn't leave, and only followed Lu Guang after seeing him? Hearing their conversation, a tall and strong man looked dull, and slapped himself hard. The person next to him exclaimed, Asen! What are you doing? Asen stammered, I bullied Little Nova. Everyone was silent. This group of people had more or less looked down on Nova because of her female identity, but they didn't expect that she would be saved now. Ah San squatted down with his head in his hands. I owe her a life. Wen Hang wiped his eyes. We not only owe Xiao Nuowa a life, but also owe the commander a life. When he said this, everyone couldn't help it anymore, and many people sobbed softly. Gu Tingjun. Zhou Jianjun rushed in with a roar regardless of his image. He grabbed his collar aggressively. How can you run? What will happen to the lieutenant general if you run away? Ah! Gu Tingjun had no intention of resisting. His two hands drooped lifelessly, and his head slowly raised. There was confusion in his usually shrewd eyes, and his delicate and feminine features showed a bit of grayness, as if he had lost all his faith and hope in life in an instant. Hu Lin rushed forward and grabbed his hand tightly. Zhou Jianjun. What are you doing? This is the military order of the lieutenant general. Do you want Tingjun to disobey the order? Tingjun is more uncomfortable than anyone else if the lieutenant general gets into trouble. Do you want him to die? Ah! Hearing his roar, Zhou Jianjun, who was furious, had a moment of clarity. When he saw Gu Tingjun's lifeless eyes, his heart trembled, and he subconsciously let go of his hand. Gu Tingjun seemed to have lost all his strength, and slowly sat on the ground leaning against the command desk. Commander. Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. His lips and tongue were a little uncontrollable. Really? Can't come back? No, there is still hope. Hu Lin spoke. Gu Tingjun caught this sentence, his eyes burst into light, and Zhou Jianjun was the same. Hu Lin hid his shaking hands behind his back and said in a low voice, if they can jump before the black hole is formed, they may still be able to escape. The light in Gu Tingjun's eyes dimmed little by little. No matter how strong the commander was, he could not be stronger than the armed forces of an entire ship. Something suddenly seemed to flood into Zhou Jianjun's mind. He instantly became much more sober and grasped the key point. They? Chapter 347. Yixi was awakened by the pain. Being forced to peel off the mecha was like someone scraping her scalp with a sharp knife. Her heart and soul were throbbing with pain. Huang Qinli. Are you crazy? A familiar male voice came to her ears, and then she fell into a warm and thick embrace. Xiao Ai, are you okay? Yijia opened her eyes in confusion. The last memory was a huge shock wave. She thought she would be buried in the universe. Now it seems that she was caught by the people of the God realm? Ji Fan. A weak smile appeared on her pale face. Ji Fan tightened his hand, holding her shoulder slightly, with mixed feelings in his heart, and a little inexplicable throbbing. His eyes were dark. Why did you follow me? Yijia was about to answer, but heard an extremely sarcastic sneer. Looking up, I found myself and Ji Fan locked in a transparent cage. Madman stood outside through tempered glass, with a sarcastic look, as if he was looking at some clown. Looking at the surrounding layout, this place looks like the command cabin of a warship in the divine domain. It is worth mentioning that all the staff here are robots. Who would have thought that this super warship equipped with a full 100 ordnance actually only has Madman? Yijia's heart sank completely. What does a warship with only one person mean? This is a warship, like a suicide squad, which can only go there and never return. Ji Fan, you are about to die, and you are still pretending? It's disgusting. Madman reached out and took off the mask on his face, revealing the extremely terrifying face underneath. It was covered with scars one after another, and the scars were very deep. Some were deeply sunken in the cheeks, and there was a circle of black and blue around them, which was extremely ugly. In addition, there was a large scar on his right cheek from the burn, which extended to the depth of his neck. With his pale face, he looked very creepy. Yijia suddenly realized that the people of Seabuckthorn and the Divine Domain Organization always wore masks and wrapped themselves in black cloth. This method of leaving knife marks on the body must be a tradition in the outside world. This is a way to recognize people, but it's a pity that there is no chance to tell Ame and them. Noticing her gaze, the madman laughed. Little girl, we meet again. Do you know who he is? Why are you following me so eagerly? You've been fooled. Do you think he is really a patron saint? He is a hypocrite. More disgusting than a stink bug in a ditch. Yijia's dark eyes were calm, without any reaction. The madman simply squatted down and looked at him at eye level, his eyes full of malice. He killed a whole family, including an unborn baby. Do you think such a person is hateful? Feng Mian's death has nothing to do with me, Ji Fan said coldly. He never wanted to explain these things, but at this moment, he didn't want the girl in his arms to have any prejudice. These words were like poking a powder keg. The madman's face changed, his expression was ferocious, and he shouted, Shut up. You don't deserve to mention her name. Ji Fan didn't even move his eyelids. Energy smuggling is a serious crime, not to mention that it involves the black industry chain. Your Majesty has already shown mercy to the Feng family. Shut up. I told you to shut up. The madman's eyes widened, and his right hand slapped the glass fiercely, making a banging sound. If Feng Mian is at ease waiting for the birth of her baby in Guangyu Star, and the Feng family couple is willing to stay in prison, nothing will happen. His Majesty did not want their lives. If you had not taken the initiative to arrange for them to escape, they would not have died. Ha ha ha. The madman began to laugh, but suddenly stopped after a moment, his voice cold. If you had not reported to His Majesty, how could the Feng family fall so quickly? Although they have no title, they are still the richest family. Mianer loves you, but you stepped on the bones of the Feng family to ascend to the position of Major General. What qualifications do you have to mention her name? You love me while pregnant with your child? Ji Fan sneered. Do you two think I am a fool? What's more, I have never responded to her. You? The madman's eyes were bloodshot, and he pulled out the energy gun directly. Yijia looked back in surprise. This was really not what Ji Fan would say. He was more like a flower on the mountain, indifferent to everything around him, with only the empire and the people in his eyes. Ji Fan lowered his eyes, with a soothing look in his eyes. You obviously had the opportunity to save her at that time. You killed him. The madman laughed. It doesn't matter, I have endured humiliation until today, just to make you and Mianer buried with me. I won't kill you, I want you to experience infinite time, to regret, to watch an innocent person die with you, ha ha ha. He turned and walked towards the control console, his face crazy. Mianer, I will help you get revenge, and soon, our family of 3 will be reunited. Yijia looked at Ji Fan in doubt. Has the black hole bomb been launched? Ji Fan's eyes were dark. I'm afraid it has arrived at the Duan Star by now. Then we are doomed to die, aren't we? Yijia's back trembled. Although she had expected this outcome, when she faced it, she found that she was not as calm and composed as she had imagined. The people in her mind popped up one after another, her father, mother, grandparents, Qingchen, Qingfei, Tan Qi, Mei, and too many others. she didn't even have time to say goodbye. Don't be afraid. Ji Fan tightened his embrace, and Yi Jiai stopped trembling when she felt the solid strength transmitted from his arms. Why did you follow me? Ji Fan asked. Yi Jiai was rarely silent. It seemed that there were too many reasons to do this, but after thinking about it carefully, none of the reasons could stand up. She did have some thoughts about Ji Fan that were not known to outsiders, but she knew that she was not a little girl who only cared about love. Yi Jiai slowly said, based on my understanding of the madman, he would never let go of the people of the Abyss Fleet. I'm afraid of changes. There was no response above her head for a long time, and after a long time, she heard a deep sigh. Ji Fan, have you ever liked that girl named Feng Yin? This was a pure thoughtless question, and she immediately regretted it after asking it. Ji Fan was not offended, and his voice was as calm as ever. No. Then, do you have someone you like? Because of being too nervous, her vocal cords unconsciously tightened, and her voice was a little sharp. She didn't know why she asked this question, but she was dying, and she was really curious about the answer to this question. Would someone like Ji Fan like or even fall in love with a girl? Ji Fan answered quickly, and compared to the previous question, the answer to this question seemed to require no response. Yes. Yi Jiai subconsciously raised her head, and met a pair of deep black eyes. Instantly, her whole mind was captured, and she could only follow those eyes and fall, and finally smashed a huge wave on the calm lake. Isn't it obvious enough for me, Xiao Ai? She heard the other party say. Chapter 348. Yi Jiai's heart was beating non-stop. He moved his lips, and wanted to say something, but a very sharp laugh came to his ears. Here it comes! New life! The madman shouted recklessly, with extreme madness on his face. Ji Fan looked up as if he had sensed something. The central screen recorded everything in the outside world clearly. Nearly 100 Otons rushed towards the DOP star, which was 20 times the mass of the sun. After passing through the corona, they continued to move forward and reached the chromosphere. The metal protective shell on the surface gradually vaporized because it could not withstand various cosmic rays, and the high temperature of more than 20,000 degrees. The huge dark matter energy was all released, and rushed inside the DOP star. The energy carried by nearly 100 Otons was extremely terrifying. Once these dark matter and positive matter came into contact, a huge collision and compression occurred. In just a few seconds, they continued to compress into the interior of the star. The light elements such as hydrogen, helium and oxygen in the star were transformed into heavier elements such as iron at a very fast speed. The mass of the core became larger and larger, but the density of the entire planet was infinitely decreasing. The surface of the star became brighter and brighter, and finally evolved into a huge white light. Suddenly, all of it was released. A supernova exploded. Yi Jiai blinked, and in front of her eyes was still a circle of white halo caused by overexposure of her eyeballs. All this was actually silent. If the cosmic signal receiver that could be converted into sound was turned off, the command cabin would not even hear a sound, because the boundless dark universe would isolate the transmission of sound. But she seemed to hear the roar from the inside of the star. With a loud bang, the balance between the gravity and radiation energy of the DOP star was broken, and the core began to collapse. All matter was ejected outward at a quarter of the speed of light. The colorful rocks and colorful stardust instantly became a large nebula. They were like a small boat that suddenly encountered a tornado in the sea. Under the huge shock wave, the ship shook violently. After finally calming down, there were bangs and bangs all around. These were the sounds of various fragments hitting the hull. Because of the existence of the protective shield, the ship was not damaged for the time being. But this was far from over. Yi Jiai knew that the core of the DOP star would continue to collapse until the neutrons were crushed, and then a small black hole would form at the core of the star. Its size was only a few millionth of the original star, but its mass was infinite. It would begin to absorb and devour all the objects around it, like a glutton, making the entire red rock galaxy no longer exist. It would also begin to rotate, faster and faster, and finally reach the speed of light, and then tear and crush all nearby stars, and even time and space. Yi Jiai's palms tightened unconsciously. They would soon face death. Either because of insufficient energy, the protective shield would be broken and pierced by the torn planet fragments, or they would be sucked into the black hole and torn apart by the huge gravity before falling into the event horizon. Xiao Ai, it's too late. You should find a place to hide later. Ji Fan said close to her ear, close enough to clearly feel the heat and a certain warm texture. Yi Jiai's ears moved uneasily. The process of being forcibly separated from the mecha by the machine was too painful. She has not yet fully recovered. It was only after seeing Ji Fan's actions that she realized his intention. Ji Fan clenched his fist and smashed it wildly on the glass wall. After a few hits, it became a bloody mess. Their space buttons were all on their bodies, but using large-scale lethal weapons in such a small place was undoubtedly seeking death. Using a gun would be recognized by the robot above the head. Pure physical attack was undoubtedly the best way. Perhaps because it is impossible to break such a strong tempered glass, the robots around did not react much to Ji Fan's action. Yi Jiai moved to the front with difficulty, trying to block Ji Lan's figure as much as possible. Fortunately, the madman was mentally abnormal. He was looking outside at the moment, and did not notice their movements. It seemed that a century had passed, but it was only about a minute. With a light pop, the spider web pattern covered the entire glass wall, and Yi Jiai was relieved. They succeeded. In the quiet cabin, the sound was very abrupt. The madman turned his head with an incredible face and saw the scene. He opened his eyes and shouted, "Kill them!" All the robots that were originally in their respective positions stood up. Ji Fan rolled from the ground to the corner with Yi Jiai in his arms and hid behind the table. The energy bomb just brushed his back. Fortunately, the training uniform was made of a special material, leaving only a scorch mark, and he was not injured. He took out the protective shield and covered Yi Jiai. Hide well. When Yi Jiai saw Ji Fan's right hand, his heart trembled. The knuckles of that hand were all broken, and it was hanging weakly on the side of the body, still dripping blood. Be careful. The black eyes were full of worry. Ji Fan nodded gently, and then rushed out at a very fast speed. Even if he lost the combat power of his right hand, his strength was still very strong. In less than 30 seconds, he twisted off the heads of 2 robots and removed their chips. But this was not enough. A steady stream of robots gathered from various cabins. When he knocked down a row, a new row would surge up. The madman was consuming him. Yi Jiai turned his head to look out the window. They were getting closer and closer to the black hole. The space station, artificial satellite base, and even the real planet built by humans near the Dop star were all torn apart. Because there were too many of them, even the magma of the star core of some planets had not been extinguished, and the traces outlined were like a golden long-handled spoon. She could even imagine that the black spherical object like the abyss was emitting colorful light, constantly attracting them. If they were completely captured by the gravity of the black hole, even if they could defeat the madman, they would still not escape the fate of falling into the black hole. This was almost a dead end. After discovering that he could not kill Ji Fan, the madman quickly changed his instructions, and could only defend, as if he was trying his best to drag them until they were captured by the black hole. No matter how strong Ji Fan was, he was just one person. How could he beat these tireless robots? After noticing that his breathing had become rapid, he found an opportunity, jumped back to Yi Jiai's position, and handed her the space button with the flowing light. "It's too late, you go first." Yi Jiai bit her lower lip tightly, and didn't respond. Ji Fan's face completely sank. Yi Jiai had never seen him so fierce. His dark green eyes were like the frozen lake, and his eyebrows were sharp like 2 knives, scratching her heart. "Don't make trouble, this is the best result." Yi Jiai's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Unlike the Gull Star, falling into a black hole is not a joke. No one can leave the black hole. This time, there is really no return. The black eyes gradually covered with a layer of mist, and she shook her head firmly. "If we die together." Chapter 349. Ji Fan's eyebrows were furrowed tightly, and his handsome and deep face was as cold and hard as a sculpture. "I am ordering you in the name of the Lieutenant General, Captain." Yi Jiai's heart felt like it was cut by a blade, and the wind was blowing in, chilling her completely. Big drops of tears fell down. Thinking of the previous incident on Bay Star, a great grievance and resentment surged in her heart, and finally turned into a huge anger. At this moment of life and death, her reason was completely extinguished, and she simply ignored it. She had never spoken so sharply. "I haven't graduated from Hongyan yet. I haven't officially served yet. What kind of soldier am I to you? I accepted your appointment because of special circumstances. After leaving Bay Star, I have not fulfilled any of my obligations as an Imperial soldier. Why should I bear this responsibility? Why can you do this to me again and again? I am not an adult, but I have a mature soul. I believe that I understand the meaning of life and death even better than you do. Life and death are my choice. Why do you ignore my wishes? All you did to me unscrupulously in the name of your superior, isn't it just because?" Yi Jiai took a deep breath, and her fingertips were trembling. "Isn't it just because I like you?" Ji Fan's eyebrows were raised, and something surged under those frozen black eyes, gradually deepening, as if a giant beast was about to break out of the cage at any time. When she met those deep eyes, Yijia couldn't help but shrink back. Her momentum weakened after she vented her anger, but she couldn't stop talking now. She closed her eyes and said like a dead fish who accepted her fate, "From the moment I decided to become a soldier, I was ready to sacrifice. Before going to Hongyan, the family was settled. If I was gone, the future head of the Tan family would be either Qingchen or Qingda. My father also promised me that he would have another child. After I aspired to become a commander when I was young, I have been following in your footsteps. I have read all the biographies and reports about you. I know who you are and your strength. I admire you, and have thoughts and ideas about you that I shouldn't have. I am afraid of death, and wish I could live a peaceful life, but I still mustered up great courage to come from the abyss to die with you. Are you just wasting my feelings, just because I am not yet an adult? Or because of your extraordinary strength? Or because you will always be the lofty guardian of the empire? Don't you know that for people like us, we would rather die with you than abandon you? Protecting your commander until the last moment of life is the most basic will of all soldiers. What virtue and ability do I have? Can I let you give up your precious talent and brilliant life again and again to save my insignificant life?" She raised her eyes, tears still shining in the corners of her eyes. "Yijia is dead, and there are countless Yijia. Ji Fan is dead, there is no more. Don't you know?" Ji Fan's heart trembled, and his throat moved slightly. From the moment Yijia said "I like you," he became abnormal. The earlobes automatically magnified her words 10 times, and every word went from the ears to the heart. Just listening to it made her feel that she was not a human being. He moved his fingers slightly, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He had thousands of words to say, but he didn't know where to start. Yijia shuddered slightly, when the warm fingertips brushed the corners of her eyes. There has never been a moment when Ji Fan hated himself so much. This scene had appeared several times in his dreams at midnight, but now that he really confirmed her feelings, his mood became extremely complicated because the timing was wrong. How much he hoped that Yijia would abandon the prejudice of age and accept him before, and how much he hoped to disappear from her life now. He never underestimated his influence on others, so he was indifferent most of the time. But when dealing with Yijia, he used various methods, even inferior means, and finally achieved his wish, but got an ending that she was willing to accompany him to death. His throat was dry, and his fists tightened and loosened. Before leaving, he finally uttered a sentence. "Stay here and wait for me to come back." Yijia breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that it was not easy for Ji Fan to make this decision. The madman really knew Ji Fan very well. With Ji Fan's character, watching an innocent and young life die so miserably because of him was more painful than being beaten to death himself. Ji Fan, who returned to the battlefield, was like a killing god. He was ruthless, and no longer afraid to use lethal weapons. Soon, a large pile of robot wreckage piled up on the ground. The madman hid behind a row of robots. His face was very bad, and he was obviously frightened. The wreckage seemed to indicate his fate after being caught. He leaned forward timidly and looked at the control console, with a smug gleam in his eyes. "Ji Fan, it's useless. We have been captured by the black hole. Once we are completely captured, you will be dead." Ha ha! With a click, the head and torso of a robot were directly separated. Ji Fan's face was completely black. "In this case, are you ready to face death?" The madman's face changed, and he hid behind the robot like a quail, and stopped talking. Ji Fan's attack became more and more ruthless, and his movements became faster and faster, but his face became paler and paler, and red blood dripped onto the floor, one pool after another. He glanced at the number of robots present, and his heart sank. It was not possible now. Even if he released the stream of light, he could not break free from these robots. The biggest possibility was that they would drag him into the black hole faster. Unless he found a way to kill these robots first. His eyes fell on the right wall of the cabin. According to the location, if a big enough hole was broken there, he and these robots would all be swept out. The only danger was that Yijia would have to stay in the ship long enough to wait for him to come back. And I don't know if the energy of the stream of light can last until it is free from the black hole. In this regard, the mecha and the warship are still incomparable. This is also the reason why he has been reluctant to use large weapons to break the warship of the God Realm. The worst-case scenario he had imagined was falling into a black hole, so he could only rely on this obviously modified warship with extremely high speed. But it was too late now. No matter what, he could only get rid of this warship first. He moved his right foot slightly. ZZ! Suddenly, a sound of electricity sounded, and 5 robots all emitted black smoke. A man of the same height as Ji Fan, wearing a training uniform and a protective mask, with no nakedness on his body, suddenly appeared on the ship. Yi Xiai and Ji Fan frowned almost at the same time. Why did this man look so familiar? Chapter 350. The man suddenly appeared, without a word of nonsense. His goal was very clear, and he went straight to the madman. The madman retreated in panic. Protect me. In a few seconds, all the robots blocked the man, but the man was not afraid at all. He attacked fiercely, just wanting the madman's life. Ji Fan moved his body and cooperated with him to attack. Soon, he realized that this man was as strong as him. What level is Ji Fan? The only S level in the galaxy. The number of people who can be compared with him in physical skills can be counted on one hand. Who could this masked man who is so strong be? Many lists went through his mind, and then crossed them out one by one. These people could not suddenly appear here. The two supermasters acted in unison and cooperated tacitly. Soon, the madman was cleared in front of him, leaving only two super robots with broken hands and feet still lingering. The man and Ji Fan each took one, and almost at the same time, they took out the chip behind the robot's brain. The last two robots fell in front of the madman. It happened in a flash. With a gunshot of bang, the man shot the madman to death without any hesitation, and then threw him out of the spaceship. With the explosion of bang, the madman's body was blown into pieces, and then was swept into the direction of the black hole at a very fast speed. Ji Fan looked at the man in doubt. There was a bomb in the madman's body. How did this man know? His right hand was still on the butt of the gun at his waist. He hesitated a little when he was about whether to kill the madman. Although he was surprised, his body reacted faster than his brain. He immediately rushed to the control console and started to operate it. But in a blink of an eye, the man suddenly disappeared again. Ji Fan did not notice it, or he did not want to investigate it if he noticed it. The direction of the ship began to deviate, from heading straight for the black hole to circling the black hole. The engine shook violently, constantly looking for the direction and position to fly outward, and every time it succeeded a little, it was pulled back. Ji Fan's face was extremely stiff, and his tangled eyebrows were like a sharp blade. The distance between the God Realm ship and the event horizon was too close, and it had been completely captured by the dot black hole. In other words, they could not escape. Give up. Yi Xiai walked to his side at some point, and said softly. She naturally understood the current situation very well. In fact, compared with the outside world, their speed was quite fast, but the speed of time was continuously slowing down due to the huge gravitational force of the black hole. Ji Fan looked up at her. Her young and delicate face had resignation and fear of death. He had seen this expression on the recruits many times. His chest felt sour, and he held the person tightly in his arms, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. I'm sorry, I knew my life was not guaranteed, but I still came to provoke you. Yi Xiai was stunned, and after a while, he slowly raised his hand and hugged him back. Listening to Ji Fan's heartbeat, Yi Xiai slowly closed his eyes. Anyway, they were going to die, so let her be unbridled for once. A man and a woman in the ship were still hugging each other warmly, but from the outside, the situation was not optimistic. As they got closer and closer to the black hole, after countless collisions, the ship's protective shield was already shaky. Once the protective shield was broken, Yi Xiai and the others would be torn apart along with the ship. If they were lucky, the protective shield could support them to enter the outer horizon. If they were luckier and were not strangled by the disordered space-time turbulence, they would keep falling and being stretched, and finally stretched and compressed into a subatomic size. Ji Fan's embrace was not as cold and hard as he appeared to be, but warm, with a faint woody scent coming through his clothes, which made Yi Xiai's tense mind relax for a moment. This was not the first time she had faced death. Many times, she wondered if all this in the interstellar world was just a dream she had had. After waking up, she was still the older single civil servant on Earth, working a dull 9-to-5 job every day. As the ship shook slightly, the voice of the intelligent computer came. The protective shield is damaged. Please repair it in time. Then, Yi Xiai keenly felt the difference. They were falling faster. The gravity under their feet was greater than that above their heads. They were like a boat falling into a waterfall, with no direction to go, only forward. They fell into the event horizon. Yi Xiai groaned, and her head was dull and painful. The time and space lines here were disordered and weird, as if they were going to tear her soul apart. Turn off your spiritual power, or your spiritual sea will be torn apart. Ji Fan put his forehead against her forehead, and the lion-tiger beast entered her spiritual sea forcefully, bringing a soothing taste. Yi Xiai opened her eyes in disbelief. This is... She was no longer the child who knew nothing about spiritual power before. She certainly knew what Ji Fan was doing. Because she was forced to strip off the mecha, her spirituality was damaged to a certain extent, so she felt so uncomfortable at this time, and Ji Fan was actually helping her sort out her spiritual power. Looking at this familiar look, it was obviously not the first time. Yijia was in great shock, her body was stiff, and the whole person was a little speechless. Suddenly, she was dazzled by a metal object on the edge of the console. Squinting her eyes, she felt that it looked familiar. She pushed Ji Fan away and ran over with messy steps. It was a small retractable shield, silver and black, only the size of a palm, but Yijia had seen it open, and it was enough to block 2 adults. Its shape was simple, without any decorative patterns, and there was a simple signature in the lower right corner. Yijian. Was that man your father just now? Ji Fan was very surprised. No wonder he felt familiar. But how could Yijian suddenly appear, leave something behind, and then suddenly leave? Yijia clenched the shield and looked outside the cabin with worried eyes. They have already fallen into the event horizon. Could it be that Yijian has some way to leave? If so, why didn't he take them with him? What does it mean to leave such a shield behind? Yijian always has reasons for doing things. Before she was born, he cleverly taught her how to shut down her mental power. This time he suddenly appeared and left this thing behind. There must be something important that she overlooked. Ji Fan also realized that this matter was too strange. He rarely said anything and waited for her to think quietly. Yijia looked at the shield over and over again, and found that it was indeed an ordinary shield made by Yijian. She had several such shields. She thought it was fun, and put them in the space button at that time, but never used them. Thinking of this, there are still many treasures in her space button that have not been used. Wait, space button? Could it be that thing? She understood what Yijian meant. Chapter 351. Yijia took out a pure black durian ball-like object from the space button, and pressed the position of the 2 black round cakes according to memory. The durian ball immediately retracted, revealing the black box inside. This looked like an ordinary box, but for some reason, Yijia was a little frightened. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and slowly fell on the lid of the box. Biological information identification, mental power identification. Please wait. A blue light flashed across Yijia's body, and she did not feel any discomfort. Biological information confirmed, mental power confirmed. Ms. Yijia, please open the box. With a click, the box opened a crack, and white light seemed to be emitted from it. She took a deep breath, moved her fingers slightly, and opened the box. At the same time, a huge white light and airflow rushed into the sky. Yijia's hair fluttered, and a mysterious energy penetrated her body and hit the hull of the ship, and then from that point, a transparent bubble slowly formed, wrapping the hull. Suddenly, a huge alarm sounded on the ship. Alert. About to meet a collision. Alert. About to meet a collision. 2 consecutive alarms meant that the situation could not be delayed. The central screen showed that a huge star fragment was rushing over at a very fast speed. Their warship was originally built very early. Although it has been modified to greatly improve its speed and defense capabilities, the protective shield has disappeared now. Once it collides with a straight line, the ship will disintegrate instantly. Ji Fan reacted very quickly, and quickly jumped to the control platform, hoping to control the spacecraft to avoid this collision. It is better to say that this is a 1/3 size planet than a star fragment. Most of its volume has been sucked into the black hole, and its mass has been greatly reduced. It can no longer maintain its original position, and is rushing towards the black hole at a very fast speed. The ship was too close to it, and had been captured by its gravity. From a distance, it looked like an elephant and an ant colliding with each other quickly. As the distance got closer, the alarm sounded continuously, and Yijia's palms were sweating. She didn't even need to look through the central screen. She could see the rubble and magma of the star core on the opposite planet through the window. This scene was shocking and extremely sad at the same time. Ji Fan walked to her side and lowered his head. Are you afraid? The distance was too close. In the face of a battle of this magnitude, even Ji Fan was powerless. Yijia was a little absent-minded. Affected by the turbulence of time and space, the events of the 2 lives passed by her eyes. She asked softly, Ji Fan, do you believe in the next life? Ji Fan pondered for a while before replying to her. His voice was rare and solemn. If there is a next life, I hope you can live a peaceful and happy life. Facing the oncoming star, she turned her head away and looked up. Her eyes were bright. Whether you believe it or not, this is the calmest moment I have had in all these years. I don't regret it. She took a step forward, took the initiative to hug Ji Fan's waist, and buried her head deeply in his arms. A moment before the collision, Ji-fan hugged her back tightly and closed his eyes. In the deep dark universe, a huge star and a dilapidated ship are about to collide, and next to them is a black hole staring at them like an abyss. No one would know that a young man and woman are still hugging each other tightly on it. This scene is sad and romantic. However, 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. The imagined collision did not come. "Shall I?" Ji-fan shouted, his voice a little unstable. Yi-ji opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her made her speechless. The star body hit them, and she could even see the rubble, magma, and stardust passing through Ji-fan and her torso, through the central control console, and through the ship. But it was as if there was no one. She shuddered all over, pinched her thigh hard, and felt a familiar pain. Didn't die? She stretched out her hands, her fingertips touched each other, kneading, but it was a clear sense of reality. Ji-fan's body temperature was also transmitted through the clothes. They were still flesh and blood, so why did the star body pass through them directly? Even through the ship? Not only that, the feeling that the soles of her feet were heavier than the top of her head, and her body was stretched also stopped. Her current state was like being on a flat ground somewhere. When her eyes met Ji-fan's, they saw the inextricable shock in each other's eyes. Ji-fan turned around and sat down at the control console, and found that it became easy to control the spacecraft. There was no longer the feeling of being unable to move, and being forced to descend and spin. He tried several times, and found that he still couldn't fly back. He could only fly downwards, but the downward direction became controllable. He was crushed by the debris again. It should be part of a space station. Its sharp tip passed over Ji-fan's forehead, but it didn't cause any damage. Yi-ji's heartbeat stopped for a moment. What's wrong? Ji-fan seemed to have some feelings. Nothing. Yi-ji sat down in the co-pilot seat. What's the situation now? You don't know what that is? This was given to me by Master Amber before I came to Hongyan. He didn't seem to know its use very well. Everything that happened before her eyes was too incredible. Based on her understanding of Yi-jian, if he knew that this thing could be used in this way, he would definitely study it thoroughly before giving it to her. Our state seems to be in another layer of space, so those things can't touch us. If I'm not mistaken, the outside world may not be able to see our ship. It's just that this cannot be confirmed at present. Ji-fan's tone was a little regretful. Yi-ji suddenly remembered that in addition to being an excellent commander, Ji-fan's academic attainments were not low. Then, what should we do now? Yi-ji unconsciously brought a sense of caution. This situation seemed to have hope, but she was afraid of facing despair again. Ji-fan was looking for something on the collected images. He hesitated. I have a guess, but I don't know if it will work. What can I do for you? Yi-ji said while opening the signal, ray, and graphic survey pages. Ji-fan paused, watching a star stone rush past Yi-ji's head, and cleared his throat. We should be in a curved black hole, which is not like a Schwarzschild black hole, and has no singularity. Because it is constantly rotating and has no charge, the singularity in the center is pulled into a strange ring. In other words, we will not be compressed into a point as big as an atom in the end. The general conjecture of the scientific community about the curved black hole is that if you can successfully pass through the event horizon and the strange ring in its center, you may go to a new world. He paused and said softly, Of course you may die, this is just a guess. Chapter 352. Then go. Yi-ji's fair face was full of determination. Such an incredible thing has happened. Maybe the black hole is not that scary. We can definitely get out alive. If someone had vowed to Ji-fan an hour ago that she could escape the black hole alive, he would definitely not believe it. But at this moment, looking at the countless debris floating around, he curled his lips slightly. Come with me to find the location of the strange ring. Although she has a physicist father, Yi-ji doesn't know much about physics. She is extremely fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, there is a top student around her. If she falls into this situation alone, I am afraid that even if there is a way out, she will not be able to think of it. What are the characteristics of the strange ring? She sat upright. Theoretically, the location of the strange ring should be in the center, but it is difficult to distinguish the boundaries in the black hole. I suggest you use your mental power to find it. The strange ring must be calm. No matter how disordered the surrounding spacetime coordinates are, it must have a part in our spacetime. The most peaceful point in your perception range is the spacetime coordinate of the strange ring. Hearing his speculation, Yi-ji simply closed his eyes and released his mental power. It has never sent so many spacetime coordinates. Those spacetime coordinates seem to be in the same position, but they overlap with each other and represent different positions. Black holes are really amazing. Not only that, some of these spacetime coordinates are collapsing at a very fast speed, which means the destruction of a spacetime, and then many spacetime coordinates are born. The black hole is like a gestator, constantly evolving. Moreover, she found that no matter how dangerous the spacetime turbulence outside is, as long as her mental power does not leave the ship too far, she does not seem to be affected too much. This feeling is just like what Ji-fan said. Although they can see everything happening around them, they are not really in this space. The space here is infinitely downward. Once we miss it, we can't go back. We must be quick, Ji-fan reminded. As soon as the words fell, Yi-ji felt a strong and thick mental power passing by her, and then extending to a farther place. After a while, Ji-fan's voice came. Shall I try to move your mental power to the right front? I feel it should be in that area. Your mental power is more sensitive than mine. Only you can feel the spacetime coordinates of the strange ring. Yi-ji immediately turned around. While groping forward, she clearly felt a strong mental power wrapping her in the center and protecting her firmly. So far, mental power has not developed any attack or defense methods, and it is even difficult to exercise it. It is like a gift from the Creator to mankind. In the turbulent interstellar era, it has opened a pair of eyes in the sky for the vulnerable human species, which can see a very wonderful scene in the universe, but does not know how to use it. When Yi-ji was doing the Voice of the Earth concert, she discovered by chance that singing could exercise her spirit, and she used this method to exercise herself for a long time, so that her mental power became extremely sharp. Mental power is like a pair of eyes. The older you are, the longer it can last, but it can never be compared with when you were young. If Yi-ji and Ji-fan were to observe the spacetime situation 5,000 kilometers away at the same time, there is no doubt that Yi-ji's field of vision would be wider and deeper. This is something that only she can do. Perhaps because of Ji-fan's presence, Yi-ji didn't feel scared. On the contrary, she felt somewhat relieved, and her state could almost be said to be relaxed. But after relaxing, the influence of the spacetime turbulence on her gradually manifested. First of all, it was the change in space. It was difficult for her to distinguish where she was. It was like she was suddenly floating in the sky. Her whole body was involved in various gravity, but she was protected. Not only was she not injured, but her whole body seemed to be massaged. Massage? She wanted to sigh in comfort. However, Ji-fan on the periphery had a pale face. Everything was handled by him. The second is time. Scene after scene passed by, the Red Rock competition, the farewell to her grandfather on the Glory Star, the conversation with Master Amber on the Brilliant Star. They were very real. Yi-ji even had an illusion that she could go back to that time point with just a slight touch. Her thoughts gradually became confused. Where exactly is this place? Why can there be so many of her living in different time and space at the same time? Does she really exist? Countless images accumulated and superimposed together, forming rows and rows of huge bookshelves. These bookshelves can't even see the end. As long as one of the books on each row of bookshelves is opened, the life process of another Yi-ji will be played. And she opened her eyes wide and fell from countless bookshelves, without a goal, or even a direction. Seeing that Yi-ji was about to get lost in the turbulence of time and space, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Givenchy's straight nose. But his own condition was also very bad. Without the protection of the spacecraft, the black hole was really dangerous. He didn't dare to be distracted at all, otherwise he would be strangled along with Yi-ji's consciousness. Now we can only hope that Yi-ji can wake up on her own. Yi-ji, who was in another level of consciousness, did not seem to realize the danger of her own state. She wandered around leisurely, and read many books about herself. She even saw a book in which she was not struck by lightning, and was not reborn into the interstellar. In that book, she successfully met a rich second-generation man through the introduction of a colleague at work, got married and had children, but she was not happy after marriage. The huge differences in cultural background and family background made the two people unable to understand each other. After the child grew up, they finally ended up in divorce. She was thoughtful, always feeling that she seemed to have forgotten something important. She saw many terrible scenes, while wandering recklessly in this huge bookshelf that could not see the end. The death of billions of lives was much more terrifying than that of the Gulf Star. Bay Star? What did she experience on Bay Star? Why did she feel terrified? The memory came back, and all her memories were restored in one day. She suddenly knew what she had forgotten. So far, she has not seen a book that tells her real experience, including everything she experienced in the black hole at this time, which was not recorded. And what about Ji-fan? Why didn't she see Ji-fan in so many books? Could it be? Is he dead? She suddenly shuddered, regained consciousness, and woke up completely. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ji Fan lying on the ground weakly, breathing in but not out. She was shocked and ran over immediately. Ji Fan, wake up! Chapter 353. Ji Fan opened his eyes. His dark eyes flashed a trace of relaxation, showing a bit of fragility. Xiao Ai, you are back. Yi Jiai was very disappointed. You will keep holding on if I don't come back? The damage to the spiritual sea is irreversible, you know? Just now, during the whole process, Ji Fan's spiritual power has been wrapping her up, and she didn't get hurt at all. I'm fine, just a little weak. Ji Fan touched her cheek, with a smile on his lips, making his facial features suddenly become lively and colorful. Yi Jiai was stunned. She seemed to have never seen Ji Fan smile like this before. God, this man is really deadly when he smiles. She helped him sit down on the command seat, fastened the seat belt, and fixed him before sitting back in the deputy command position. Have you found the coordinates of the strange ring? Ji Fan took a few breaths, raised his hand, and began to control the spacecraft. Thinking about everything she had just seen, Yi Jiai's heart moved, and her voice was low and hoarse. Found it. If she guessed correctly, the place full of bookshelves was where the strange ring was. But can you get out after passing through that place? There was no exit or anything like that, and she was unsure. Remember to turn off your mental power later, Yi Jiai said. Thinking that she was worried about him, Ji Fan did not hesitate at all. Okay. You enter the coordinates, and we drive together. They were like travelers who saw an oasis in the desert, and suddenly they had hope, and the whole person was full of energy. But things were far from going so smoothly. After Yi Jiai entered the location coordinates, an alarm sounded in the ship. Insufficient energy, please reposition. Intelligent brain, how much energy is needed to reach the estimated location? Ji Fan asked. The intelligent brain was silent for half a minute, and the mechanical voice replied, due to the huge amount of energy required, it cannot be calculated. Please change the destination and try again. Yi Jiai was a little confused. What do you mean? This means that the coordinates you sensed are likely to be correct. Ji Fan rubbed his eyebrows. But reaching that location may require a wormhole, or the distance is very far, so a lot of energy is required. I have a lot of energy in my space button, Yi Jiai said immediately, but she quickly realized that Ji Fan had more energy than her, and she whispered, Is it? We can't reach the strange ring at all? Ji Fan did not answer. The two fell into a huge silence. Let's eat something first. After a while, Yi Jiai placed food and potions in front of Ji Fan. Although I can't sense the exact location of the strange ring, I can at least be sure that it is on the lower side. We still have time. Ji Fan hummed lightly, picked up something and started eating. His eyes flickered across the mental stabilizer placed there, and his eyes darkened. This thing is like a painkiller. It has no effect. It can only make him temporarily feel the pain in the mental sea. Yi Jiai finished a piece of cake in no time, lowered his head, and said with a tentative tone, If you don't want to use that, or are you willing to let me help you sort out your mental power? Ji Fan suddenly raised his eyes. His throat moved, swallowed the last bite of food, and stared at Yi Jiai motionlessly. Yi Jiai's hands behind his back tightened unconsciously, and he felt the fire on his head. The hot eyes were a little embarrassed. Why did she feel like she was a scumbag who asked if she could have sex with the other person after confessing? She turned her head away in embarrassment. If you don't want to, forget it. I do. Ji Fan stared at the tip of her red ears, his voice hoarse. Yi Jiai took a deep breath, walked closer to him, and dodged his eyes. Special situation, special treatment, don't think too much. Her original intention was not to let Ji Fan think about being responsible for her for these unfounded reasons. In fact, this behavior is only a little bit beyond the rules for nobles, and commoners don't care at all. Many young people in love will resonate with their mental power when kissing. As long as they don't really get to the point of being honest with each other, it doesn't count at all. After all, Yi Jiai has been in contact with commoners with the Warm Heart Foundation, so she is more or less clear about these things. Hearing her words, Ji Fan frowned, but seeing the other party's bright black eyes, as flustered as a deer, he swallowed the words back at the tip of his lips. Come on. He unfastened his seat belt and stood up. Perhaps because he had had enough rest, his complexion was much better than before. A shadow fell over his head, and Ji Fan's strong aura was just one punch away. Thinking of what was going to happen next, Yi Jiai was a little panicked. Then, someone touched her waist lightly, and her body instantly flew into the air. She screamed softly. She was placed on the control console by Ji Fan. Because Ji Fan was too tall, she sat on it to be level with him. Are you scared? There was a smile in his dark eyes. Weren't you quite brave just now? Yi Jiai blinked, ignored his joke, tremblingly stretched out her little hand, fell on Ji Fan's military jacket, gently pulled it, closed her eyes, and put her forehead against it. Ji Fan took a deep breath, supported his hands beside her, looked at her curled eyelashes and tightly pursed lower lips, and closed his eyes silently after a while. Yi Ji found that entering someone else's spiritual sea was not that dangerous if the other party completely opened his spiritual world to you. She had never done this before, but she could sense Ji Fan's emotions at this time, as if he was inviting her. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Could it be the so-called spiritual empathy? She could feel the emotions of other people's spiritual power. For this reason, she was a little uncontrollably excited, which caused Ji Fan to groan. After Yi Ji entered Ji Fan's spiritual sea, she saw the majestic lion-tiger beast and looked at her human hands and feet in silence. In the past, when the teacher was teaching, she was still complacent about her human spiritual power imitation, because the imitation forms of her classmates were all ugly. But at this moment, looking at the lifelike, more powerful than the real lion-tiger beast, she felt a little unfair out of thin air. The liger looked a little tired. After standing for a while, it laid down, its tail swaying back and forth. "Why don't you come over?" Yi Ji suddenly felt its intention. She chuckled, walked over, sat down beside it, and stroked its beautiful fur bit by bit. The touch was smooth, and the liger was so comfortable that it made a gurgling sound. Is it so comfortable? Because it is in human form, Yi Ji can speak. At this time, she was talking and laughing, and her elegant oriental features were fully revealed. She was as beautiful as a lady walking out of an ancient scroll. The liger didn't open his eyes, but Ji Fan saw it all. "You are so cute." Yi Ji couldn't connect this big cute thing with Ji Fan at all. Touching its ears and head was like petting a super big cat. Chapter 354. The liger glanced at her proudly, as if wondering why this person didn't massage it like before. Aware of its thoughts, Yi Ji laughed completely. She buried her head in the mane on the liger's chest and laughed. "How can you be so cute?" Hearing her words, Ji Fan's ears blushed outside. The liger seemed impatient with the sudden approach of humans. It stood up and looked like it wanted to leave. Yi Ji hurriedly smoothed its fur, saying nice words like "you are the most handsome, the cutest, the best," as if they were free. Perhaps it was in line with its wishes, so it panted and lay back. Yi Ji patiently combed its fur over and over again, until all the tangled hair was sorted out, and the hair became bright and shiny. The liger was as docile as a big cat, and gradually fell asleep. Yi Ji then quietly withdrew from the spiritual sea. Ji Fan looked at her with bright eyes, his hand still supporting her body, holding her tightly in his arms. In the process just now, he unconsciously moved closer. Yi Ji's legs were placed on both sides of his waist and abdomen. The hot temperature was transmitted from there. Her face turned red, and she dared not look up. Looking at her pink cheeks and ear tips, Ji Fan's dark eyes were like fire. He slowly lowered his head like a demon, then leaned over and kissed the little person in his arms on the forehead. Yi Ji shuddered all over, like a vase filled with water suddenly fell, and her eyes leaped all over the floor. The big black eyes were like a little deer, with a bit of trembling and confusion. Ji Fan's heart was about to melt. He approached suddenly, kneaded her into his arms, clasped her head with his right hand, aimed at the little mouth he had been thinking about and kissed it. Yi Ji opened his eyes in disbelief. Ji Fan's kiss was fierce, like a hungry beast that finally caught its prey, biting Yi Ji's lips and never letting go. The sweet smell between his lips and teeth made him almost unable to control himself. But this was also a light kiss. Feeling the other party's slight struggle, Ji Fan took the initiative to withdraw, with an unknown liquid flashing at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very dark. "Sorry, I can't help myself." Yi Ji pursed her lips tightly, and didn't dare to look at him. Because she held her breath for too long, her face turned red. After a long while, she found her voice, which was scary. "You." Her thoughts were very confused. She didn't know what Ji Fan meant. Was it because she helped him sort out his mental power? There was such a sequelae of sorting out mental power? This was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes. The commemorative significance was greater than the practical significance. Many entanglements finally turned into a sigh. Hearing this sigh, Ji Fan's heart tightened. He was not calm. She was so young, would she be scared by him? Even if he was confessed, Ji Fan did not hold much hope for the love a girl of this age said. After all, he was a person who had come from this age, and had seen too many love without endings and broken marriages. It was really difficult to determine a person's heart. But he was older after all, and grew up in the years of decisive fighting. He did not show any expression on his face, and his voice was very deep. Xiao Ai, do you think I'm too old? He still remembered her suitor, Chung Feng, a young man with great talent. Yi Jiai reacted a beat slower, and after a long time, he asked in confusion, "Ah? You? You are not very old." According to interstellar age conversion, Ji Fan is still in adolescence. No one would think he is old. But why does she feel that Ji Fan's words are ambiguous? Dislike him? How can she dislike him? Seeing that she obviously didn't understand, Ji Fan sighed inwardly and said the words that he found difficult to say when he was young. Xiao Ai, can you give me a chance? Yi Jiai's brain clanged and crashed on the spot. Is this what she understood? Is Ji Fan confessing to her? How is it possible? This is Ji Fan. Knowing that she might be in a struggle between heaven and man, Ji Fan did not urge her, but the longer he waited, the more uncertain he felt. You? Yi Jiai cleared his throat. Hesitantly, are you affected by the process of mental power combing? Ji Fan laughed angrily, tapped her chin with his fingertips, and forced her face up to look at him. Xiao Ai, I am an adult man, I know what I am talking about. If you are willing, I will do my best to love you, protect you, and give you everything I am, Ji Fan. This was the most explicit love words he had ever said, and it was also the highest promise he could make. Seeing the sincerity in those deep eyes, Yi Jiai's heart was moved. I do. There is nothing more willing than this, she thought. Ji Fan's mouth corners were raised, and his smile had a bit of the flavor of a soldier, looking like a fox stealing fish. Yi Jiai exclaimed, and was hugged by him and sat on his thighs, and the two were deeply immersed in the large commander's chair. The kisses fell down densely like a violent storm, and Yi Jiai was entangled in the feeling of desperate entanglement and could not breathe. He could not help but grab the buttons of the military uniform on Ji Fan's chest. With a click, the well-made military uniform buttons were pulled off by her, revealing the lining inside. Are you so anxious, Xiao Ai? Ji Fan laughed. We can try this after we get married. Yi Jiai blushed and buried her head in his chest. This person. Is this person still the Ji Fan she knows? Excuse me? Ji Fan touched the tip of her hair and smelled her sweet body fragrance, and a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. If it weren't for this situation, he might have announced the news immediately. At that time, no matter how Gutingen and others scolded him, he would accept it. Who told him to fall in love with this little girl first? You? When did you like me? Yi Jiai poked her head out of his arms, her eyes sparkling. Ji Fan was maneuvering the spaceship to change direction, and he looked down at her. I thought it would take you some time to react. Obviously, love did not make Yi Jiai lose her mind, and her IQ declined. She knew Ji Fan as a person. No one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. He was so proactive, so he must have taken a fancy to her a long time ago. An idea flashed in her mind, and she explained and suddenly jumped to the ground. You did it on purpose on the spaceship. Ji Fan's hand paused, his eyes did not flinch, and there was a hint of provocation. Oh, what did I do on purpose? You? Yi Jiai thought of his bathrobe open wide, and his mermaid line was deeply sunken, and her face flushed with anger. Ji Fan, you are shameless. Looking at her fleeing back, Ji Fan's mouth corners curled up very slowly. Chapter 355. After Yi Jiai rushed out of the door, she didn't know where to go, so she simply went to visit the ship of the Divine Realm. Although this ship was built in the early days, and has a retro style, it has a large space inside, and its performance in all aspects is not bad after the modification. The last part of the hull was blown off by her, and a huge hole was formed after the cabin was removed, which is now filled and covered with liquid metal. If it weren't for the transparent bubble on her head, this metal would not last long. She suddenly had a question. What does the transparent bubble rely on to maintain it? Where does its energy come from? An hour later, she strolled back to the command cabin. Ji Fan seemed to be doing something, very focused. After Yi Jiai approached, she found that he was studying the black box. She was curious and quietly approached and tiptoed to look. The internal structure of the black box is not complicated. There is a fist-sized hole in the center, and a black display screen on the right. I don't know what it does. Since the transparent bubble was launched, the black box seemed to be turned off and no longer responded. Ji Fan seemed particularly interested in the black screen, and suddenly glanced sideways. Come here, put your hand on it and try. Someone who was watching the fun was caught in the act, but Yi Jiai knew that Ji Fan actually knew where she was on the ship. She walked over and gently placed her fair and slender right hand on the black screen. A blue light swept from top to bottom, and Yi Jiai was stunned. Seeing that her expression was wrong, Ji Fan's brows sunken. What's wrong? Did he guess wrong? Yi Jiai blinked, My mental power is connected to this machine G-Fan. It's so big. So far, the existing technology needs to cover the entire area from the top of the head to the cervical spine to connect people's mental power. This kind of connection with only the palm of the hand is the first time they have seen. The spatial structure of this machine is very strange. What we see should be the appearance of it in our time and space. Ji-Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the strange handwriting of Anlin Bode, Yijia was relieved. After calming down, she felt the will from the black box. Do you want to open it? Yes. Yijia did not hesitate. Even if she didn't know the purpose of the things her father handed to her, he would not harm her. A burst of white light gradually spread to the entire black box with her wrist as the fulcrum, and a virtual robot was suspended in the air. Creation 3 is at your service. Insufficient energy start detection. S-level energy is detected. Ji-Fan's eyebrows jumped fiercely. Feeling the urgency at her neck, Yijia was stunned, and an incredible feeling swept over her body. She slowly raised her hand and touched the second bulge of the object on her neck. Just like what Yijia taught her in her memory, she silently said, "Take it off." A hidden necklace was fully revealed, and the blue stone in the middle was emitting a bright light. It seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and was suspended in the air. It has been rumored that the Yi family has found a way to extract S-level energy a long time ago, but it has not been announced. Now it seems to be true. Ji-Fan sighed, and he suddenly felt that the gift he prepared was really hard to give away. Yijia took it off, and held it tightly in his palm, and there seemed to be thousands of emotions roaring in his chest. This was the 3-year-old gift her father prepared for her, when she was 3 years old, and was about to leave the Bay Star for the Guangya Star. He said at that time that she couldn't stand it. But now that she has been an A for a long time, she still feels dizzy. How could she have such a father in her life? Yijia took a deep breath and placed the blue stone in the hole of the black box. It just stuck completely. Mobile tools detected landing. After a while, a familiar mechanical female voice sounded in the ship. "Master, you are detected in the black hole. Please determine the coordinates of the target location. I will take you away." Yijia and Ji-Fan looked at each other, and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. They can leave. Where are we going? Back to Guangyu Star? Yijia looked at Ji-Fan with wet eyes. Ji-Fan, the interstellar situation is unclear. If this divine ship suddenly appears over the capital planet, it may be blown into a plug by the main brain. Then, he suddenly had an idea. Captain, are you afraid to go to the front line? Yijia was slightly stunned, and came back to his senses after a moment, with a serious look. Of course not, Commander. Ji-Fan entered a secret coordinate point of the Alliance military on the console. Unable to reach, please re-enter the time coordinate. The mechanical sound prompted. The two were stunned at the same time, and Yijia hesitated. Time coordinate? What does this mean? Ji-Fan's face completely sank, and even turned black. Time and space are 2 dimensions intersecting. The black hole may be a dead loop in space. If we want to get out, we can only travel through time to a certain time point in the past or future, so as to jump out of the limitations of the black hole space. Yijia opened her eyes wide, and stood there for a long time without saying a word. She understood. She didn't know much about time coordinates. The most profound impression was the miniature she saw through the domain light when she was 3 years old. Those things were the embodiment of time coordinates. But now, there is no domain light and no miniature. Where can they get a reliable time coordinate? Master, please put your hand on the light screen and enter the time coordinate. Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, the mechanical voice prompted again. Ji-Fan took her hand, and his tough face was a little soft. Shao Ai, you went to Chihuan, tell me what you saw? Yijia's eyes dimmed, just a lot of me, different me, experiencing different things. Ji-Fan, choose the world where you live best, and we will go there. Yijia was stiff, his mind was shocked, staring at Ji-Fan in silence. Don't panic, choose a time coordinate point where your mental power can sense the deepest, otherwise we will be easily sent to a strange place. Then, Gulf Star? She heard herself say. Okay, remember to stay away from the wormhole. Ji-Fan was still instructing, and she responded unconsciously twice. The body and soul seemed to be split into 2 people, and the answer was in her mind. She mechanically placed her hand on the light screen. The time coordinate has been confirmed. Please return to your seat. The spacecraft will start in 30 seconds. Yijia returned to the co-pilot seat, and before taking off, her big eyes were dark. Chapter 356. Unlike the jump in space, the time travel back does not feel much. It seemed that many years had passed, and it seemed that only a few minutes had passed. The huge changes in the surrounding time and space made Yijia immediately understand that they had left the black hole. Without Ji-fan telling her, she already knew what this feeling was called, the sequelae of time disorder. Across the way was the familiar blue Mercury, but the situation was not optimistic at this time, and the entire Gulf planet was under blockade. Xiao Ai. What are you doing? Ji-fan's roar was in her ears, but Yijia still pressed the launch button expressionlessly. The energy cannon slid out of the belly of this scarred old warship and aimed at the silver chain mecha in the air. It was almost about to hit, and a silver-gray gilded mecha appeared out of thin air, grabbed the thin wings of the silver chain mecha with a big hand, and jumped aside. The energy cannon barely passed behind the silver-gray mecha. As the owner of Liuguang, Ji-fan naturally recognized what it was, understood everything in an instant, and put his hand on the safety buckle. Intelligent brain, stop him. Yijia ordered coldly. The safety buckle was immediately locked. Seeing that the two mechas were trapped on the Gulf Star, the nearby Rinja ship began to attack the planet's shield, trying to open a 3-second gap to let the two mechas of Yinlian and Liuguang escape. Yijia turned the muzzle without hesitation and aimed at the Rinja. Then, things happened just as she remembered. The electromagnetic gun missed, the Rinja jumped away, the channel was closed, and the two mechas of Yinlian and Liuguang were forced to stay on the Gulf Star. She lowered her head, her neck was weak. Xiao Ai. What are you doing? Ji-fan violently destroyed the safety buckle and punched the jump button, and the ship of the Divine Realm also disappeared in the sky near the Gulf Star. Yijia stared at the floor motionlessly, with dark eyes. In one time and space, there can only be one Ji-fan and one Yijia. Ji-fan's heart trembled, and he hugged her in his arms. We still have a chance. She suddenly said, the shield will not have any effect on our spacecraft. I know what she will do next. Enough. Ji-fan raised her face, and saw a pair of empty black eyes. He kissed her without hesitation. Yijia was stunned, stretched out his hand and grabbed Ji-fan's military uniform tightly, and responded. She was so passionate that Ji-fan almost couldn't control himself. He pinched her waist tightly, suppressed the charm in his heart, and stood up, panting slightly. It's good that we don't meet them, believe me, okay? Feeling his real presence, Yijia buried his head in his chest wantonly, and nodded gently. After comforting her, Ji-fan returned to the main seat and controlled the spaceship. A flash of white light, and the two arrived at the surface of the Gulf Star. Seeing the familiar ice and snow, Yijia frowned. Isn't this where Master Amber is? What are we doing here? Ji-fan took her out of the spaceship. Didn't you say that the black box was given to you by your father and Master Amber? Master Amber has lived here for so long, and there must be something left behind. Maybe we can find a way back. Yijia was shocked. Yes, why didn't she think of it? She had been here once, and was very familiar with it. She was about to remind Ji-fan to go in the direction of the snow hill, where they blew up an entrance that could go directly underground. Ji-fan turned his head, and headed in another direction. It was an ordinary ice surface. Ji-fan looked at it for a while, and told her, Xiao Ai, put your hand here and try it. As soon as she put her hand on it, a blue light flashed across the ice surface centered on Yijia, and water vapor filled the air, and quickly condensed into snowflakes and fell. Biometric information recognition passed. Ms. Yijia, welcome. A gap appeared in the middle of the huge ice surface, and it split from both sides, revealing a spiral ice staircase descending. Ji-fan, let's go. Yijia followed behind with a confused look on her face. She could come to this place whenever she wanted. She had blown up 3 entrances? She was still fighting wits and courage with the crazy people? She seriously suspected that it was not the technicians of the Tan family who broke through Master Amber's protective wall, but because she went there. With their technical means, how could they break it? It was Ji-fan who asked her to pick up Master Amber. Could it be that this person knew something in advance? Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Ji-fan smiled and said, Ask if you want to ask anything. Since you knew I could come in directly, why didn't you tell me at the beginning? It also caused her to lose a lot of people here. I didn't know at the beginning. Ji-fan pointed to the black box in her arms, which was scrapped after being used once. I guessed it through this thing. Yijia was speechless. Indeed, if Yijian didn't know the full purpose of this thing, then Master Amber must know it, she was sure. Master Amber suddenly found me, and said he would help me create the flowing light. As he continued to walk down, Ji-fan suddenly said, I hadn't broken through to the S level at that time. Yijia suddenly felt a tacit understanding with Ji-fan, and understood what he had not said. It was a long time ago, right? Ji-fan had no expression on his face. The year he came to me, I was only 16 years old and just became an A. I became an S at the age of 25, and when I was 26, Master Amber sent me the flowing light, and I knew that it was the only S-class mecha in the galaxy. The address given at that time was very vague. After tracing it, I found that it was near the Gulf Star. He spent 10 years to tailor an S-class flowing light for you. Yiji, I said in surprise. Fan. It was also from that time that I began to increase the deployment of the Third Fleet on the Gulf Star. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Yiji was shocked. So you were able to mobilize those retired soldiers so quickly at that time because there were many of them who were your people. When this point was unblocked, everything became clear. No wonder Fan dared to let Zhou Jianjun leave and recuperate alone on the Gulf Star. But the facts prove that I still don't pay enough attention, otherwise I wouldn't have let the madman take advantage of it. Yiji was speechless. This organization is really buried too deep. Fan has been on the front line all the time. How could he spend a lot of time and effort to focus on the Gulf Star? The stairs are very long, but during the conversation between the two, they soon walked underground. The scene in front of him is completely different from what Yiji saw when he took Master Amber away. Compared with here, there is like one of Master Amber's warehouses, storage rooms, and production workshops, which is poor and desolate. The equipment here is brand new, and the space is huge. It is made of some special transparent material. There are also several transparent pillars in the air. Some blue transparent substances are suspended in it, which produce various changes like lightning. Sometimes it looks like a wisp of green smoke, and sometimes it looks like some molecular structure, which is strange and bizarre. Chapter 357. Genesis 10:31 is at your service, Master. After Yiji gently touched the table, a familiar mechanical female voice sounded throughout the space. The video is playing, please wait. Suddenly, the light in the underground space dimmed, and an old man in a wheelchair appeared in front of the two. His hair was gray, veins were all over his hands, and his skin was loose, drooping on his face like tree bark. Master Amber. Jifan bowed. Amber's eyes passed through him and fell on Yiji. I don't know when you came here, but it's too late. Someone on the other side has also begun to intervene in the timeline. When I left, they still hadn't cracked the black curtain. You are our only hope. There is a shuttle under the Aurora. Come to me immediately after you go back. You should know my location, right? Yiji nodded. He was obviously relieved and looked very tired. There are a pair of things on the table that you may need. He turned his head to look at Fan, his eyes cherishing Fan, protect her. Wait, are you from the future? Seeing that he seemed to be leaving, Yiji couldn't help but ask. Believe in yourself, you can do it. But Amber answered the question irrelevantly, and finally disappeared after saying something that seemed to be true. Yiji then realized that it was just a video recording. It was just too real. She almost thought that Master Amber was communicating with her. The lights came on again. Fan opened the drawer, and there was a pair of ordinary black boxes in it, about the size of a small arm. It was like a smaller version of the one in Yiji's arms. After opening it, there was a small tube of transparent glass in the upper right corner, which contained lightning materials similar to those in the room. Fan shook it gently, and found that it did not change due to shaking. This thing looks like it is used by two people? Yiji was surprised. Fan took out one of them and handed it to her, guessing, this may be some kind of quantum teleportation device. You go up first, and we will try it later. Yiji was not unfamiliar with the term quantum teleportation. The successful development of the parasitic biological identifier was entirely due to the secret of quantum entanglement between the light-avoiding core flower and the stone corpse fish. This biological quantum entanglement will break through the limitations of time and space and transmit information. Can she boldly guess that someone has developed a method to write information into quantum sensing in the future, and they have transmitted a complete piece of information from several years, or even decades later to today or the past? Seeing the room full of pillars, Yiji suddenly felt as if she was in a dream. What happened that required so many quantum pillars to transmit messages? She took mechanical steps, and she was still a little dazed until she walked out of the stairs and returned to the ice. Master Amber said that she was the last remaining hope. What did she mean? At this time, the thing on the upper right side of her box began to change, and finally turned into a wisp of smoke going down. The space in front of her eyes fluctuated, and Fan appeared out of thin air 1 meter away from her. It can really be transmitted. I don't know if this thing has a distance limit. At present, you have to pay attention to the changes in the quantum in the tube at any time, otherwise I can't get out. Fan joked as he walked. What? This should be related to the wave-particle duality principle. Were you distracted just now? I feel a little strange, as if I almost died. Yizhi blinked. Schrödinger's cat? Schrödinger's cat is a special phenomenon description about the quantum world. It refers to a cat placed in a box. When people do not open it to look, the cat coexists in two states, dead and alive. Just as observation affects the result of whether a light wave is a wave or a light particle, people's subjective consciousness will have a direct impact on physical results. Thinking of so many pillars containing quantum information underground, Yizhi was shocked. Then Master Amber must observe there every day? Jifan nodded. Theoretically, it should be, but didn't he leave? I guess it's no longer needed. Yizhi, where are we going now? To find the shuttle left by Master Amber. Jifan released the God Realm ship. There has always been a place on the Gulf Star where time is in an extremely chaotic state. Under the Northern Lights. But only in such places can humans use these special celestial phenomena to discover the existence of real-time coordinates. Yizhi sat alone on the snowy land, trying to radiate her spiritual power as much as possible and try to feel. The shuttle was 800 meters underground where she was now. It had been dug out by Ji-Fan. It was a more exquisite box than the one Yi Ying gave her. Because he was afraid of affecting her, Ji-Fan would not take the initiative to disturb her at this time. The situation on the base star was unclear. He went out early, and came back late every day. He had to check the progress of Yizhi and Ji-Fan in this time and space, and drive away the parasitic people and animals nearby. After being exhausted again, Yizhi stood up and moved her frozen body. At this time, she suddenly missed Chi-Huan very much. The time coordinates there are exposed, and you can tell at a glance. She will have many time coordinates to choose from there. But the time coordinates in this aurora are hidden. They now have a time point to return to, so she must find it. How is it? Is there any result today? Ji-Fan came from afar, holding a food box in his hand. Yizhi moved her nose. In addition to the aroma of food, she also smelled the smell of blood, a strong smell of blood, but pretended not to notice it. What are you eating today? The snow beast meat you like. Ji-Fan brought out a fresh, steaming ingredient. Yizhi picked up a piece, which melted in her mouth and tasted sweet. Did you go to the island over there to get it? Ji-Fan nodded, watching her eat with relish. Give me another day. If it doesn't work tomorrow, we go to Yuguang to have a look. She turned her head. Do you believe my intuition? I think the answer is in this aurora. Ji-Fan brushed off the snow on her shoulders, wrapped her wet hair behind her ears, and said gently, Of course I believe you. Don't worry, you will find it. A gust of cold wind blew in place, and the two people's robes bulged. Fortunately, they were wearing thermal clothes inside, so they didn't feel cold. Yizhi stared at the endless ice field and the colorful light in the polar night, and said in a daze, Time coordinates are difficult to change. If someone in the future masters all time coordinates, won't they be able to do whatever they want? Just like the time coordinates she mastered to return to the Gulf Star, as long as she had a shuttle, she could even go to any location in the universe at that time. The Empire will not allow this to happen. Ji-Fan had a blank expression and was deeply cold. Chapter 358. The next day, the North Pole of the planet was still in polar night. Looking at the sky that was so dark that it seemed to be pressing down on the ground, Yizhi felt something. She quickly ran outside from the tent, listening to the whistling cold wind in her ears, and completely immersed her mental power in this time and space. The colorful aurora hung vertically in the sky, various wonderful energy forms floated, and the time and space lines were more chaotic and disordered than usual. Even without looking at the weather forecast, Yizhi knew that another blizzard was about to break out. Her goal was clear, which was to find the time coordinate point where they entered the black hole. Fortunately, it was not far from the current year, so it was not too difficult to find. She was immersed in it, and did not notice that the black box on her waist was still emitting light. Until it became boiling hot, Yizhi was suddenly awakened and quickly opened it. Ji-Fan appeared in front of her, with a wound on his shoulder. Yizhi's breath tightened, and she immediately rushed over to bandage him. What happened? Ji-Fan, I'm at a 12th generation sea beast. There was clearly a weapon wound on his shoulder. He might have met someone from the military. Yizhi blamed herself. It's all because I didn't see it. Ji-Fan hugged her and kissed her. It's okay. After confirming the relationship, Yizhi has become accustomed to Ji-Fan's occasional touching, but she thought that she must pay special attention to the movements of the black box in the future. After helping Ji-Fan back to the tent to rest, Yizhi sat at the door, warming herself by the fire while looking at the stars in the sky. According to the experience of the past few days, There should be a small space-time storm tonight. Whether the time coordinates can be found in it depends on this. Perhaps it was because after the black hole, the experiences became more and more bizarre. After gradually recognizing the nature of this universe, Yixiai's heart became calmer and calmer. Anyway, all the mysteries will be solved as long as they leave here and meet Master Amber. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up from the flat ground. If you listen carefully, there seemed to be some crackling explosions in the starry sky. Yixiai was shocked. She knew that the time and space storm she had been waiting for a long time had finally come. She relaxed and extended her mental power upwards, found the center of the storm, and rushed into it without hesitation. It was a little painful at first, but she could still bear it. Then, there was a feeling of time disorder, but she already had experience and knew what would happen next. If she held on to the end, she might be able to see the bookshelf she had seen in the strange ring. Of course, this is just a guess. The more likely situation is that when her mental power is exhausted, she will not only not get any information, but will also be involved in this time and space storm. This is a gamble. But fortunately, she gambled right. When Ji-Fan was woken up, he saw her weak smile. "Ji-Fan, I found it." His face changed. "What did you do?" Yixiai grabbed his collar and buried her head in his arms, as if this could offset the pain in her spiritual sea. She said weakly, "We must leave here. In a few days, they will find us. I don't want you to be so tired." Ji-Fan sighed and put his forehead against hers. The strong lion-tiger beast jumped into the other's spiritual sea familiarly. As expected, it was a mess. He slowly helped her comb her hair, and Yixiai slowly fell asleep. She smiled in her sleep, and Ji-Fan couldn't help but kiss her after he came out. After setting up security around, he quietly got up, walked out of the tent, and disappeared into the endless darkness. Yixiai woke up in the fragrance of food, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Ji-Fan sitting outside frying eggs, flipping the spoon cleanly, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he did this. Feeling that the pain in her spiritual sea was no longer throbbing, she knew that Ji-Fan must have helped her comb it again. She tidied herself up a little, got up and went out, smiling brightly. "I didn't know you could cook. I've been in the barracks for a long time. I can order everything." Ji-Fan handed her the sandwich. "Be careful of the heat." Yixiai was tying her hair into a bun, and she had her hands free, so she took a bite from his hand and found it delicious, so she took another big bite. Ji-Fan took out a bottle of milk. "Eat slowly." After quickly gathering her hair, Yixiai took it and drank a big sip, saying with satisfaction, "Isn't it because I consumed too much last night?" This kind of life is something she has never experienced or imagined. Ji-Fan is very different from what she remembers. He is no longer the iron-blooded and cold-faced lieutenant general, but a man with flesh and blood and a sense of fireworks. To be able to eat food made by Ji-Fan himself was something she couldn't even imagine before. However, even when Ji-Fan was making breakfast, he was meticulous and pleasing to the eye. She picked up her laptop and took a selfie in a good mood. She was youthful and smiling in the photo, and Ji-Fan in the background had handsome and deep features. Yixiai smiled and said, "Tell me, what would your Guangda female fans think if they saw this photo?" Ji-Fan did not answer. Instead, he took the initiative to walk forward and hugged her from behind. "Very happy?" Yixiai subconsciously felt something was wrong. Then his waist suddenly tightened, and a warm breath bit her ear. "Don't take risks like last night, I will worry." The tip of her ear trembled, and Yixiai subconsciously wanted to hide, but Ji-Fan held her tightly in his arms. Her eyes could only fall on the ice, and snow whirled in front of her, and behind her ears, her neck was brushed by warm breath after warm breath. She blushed and trembled. I won't. I thought you would hold on for a while longer." Ji-Fan let go with regret. He quickly began to pack up the tent and clean up the traces at the scene, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Yixiai stood there, silently took a bite of the sandwich in her hand, and 2 lines of wide noodles shed tears in her heart. Is this the Ji-Fan she remembered? Is this man really in love for the first time? After she finished eating, Ji-Fan casually threw out a black object. Yixiai opened her eyes wide, and found that it was actually a domestic ship that could accommodate 3 to 5 people. Carrying the ship with him casually, she had a further understanding of Ji-Fan's economic strength. "Let's go!" The space of this ship is not large. The command cabin occupies 2/3 of the space, and the rest is the energy cabin, toilet, and other necessary spaces. There is a separate compartment in the command cabin with a large bed. When Yixiai saw it, his pace quickened a bit. On the Gulf Star, sleeping together in a tent is already a special situation, and they are also far away from each other. Now they can't sleep in the same bed. Ji Fan didn't notice her, walked straight to the center console, put down the shuttle, and said, "Shall I come on?" Chapter 359. Genesis 3879 is at your service, Master. Please enter the destination time coordinates. Yijia was very familiar with everything that followed. She was very lucky to see those bookshelves again yesterday, but this time was different from before. She found the book that had experienced the black hole, and now they were going back to before they crossed the black hole. The transparent bubble wrapped the entire ship, and a burst of white light flashed, and they instantly returned to the Red Rock Galaxy, the Dwan Star. Jifan ordered, "Turn on invisibility." He was fully armed and said concisely, "Wait for me here." Yijia knew what he was going to do, but was unable to stop him, so she could only tell him, "Be careful." On the central screen, the shark hunter was in a peeling state, and no one noticed that an ordinary mecha was approaching quietly. It was very fast, but the control was very stable. The moment it faced the shark hunter, it disappeared. Jifan entered quietly from the rear cabin. At this time, only Modlington was still in the cabin. Perhaps because he was about to face death, he was concentrating on the scene outside the glass window, and did not notice the uninvited guest behind him. It was not until Ji Fan was one step away from him that he turned around in panic, and was even more shocked when he saw the face of the person who came. "You." Then, he was knocked to the ground by the other party's hand knife. Before closing his eyes, he was still thinking, didn't Ji Fan just end the video call with him? How could he suddenly appear here? Ji Fan put it in the freezer with his hands and feet, opened the black box, and took people back to the ship before the electromagnetic cannon of the God Realm ship attacked. Seeing him return safely, Yijia breathed a sigh of relief. She settled Modlinson and looked at Ji Fan. "Where are we going next?" "Wait." Yijia was stunned, not understanding what he meant. They returned to this time point, first to save Admiral Modlington, and second to wait for them to enter the black hole, so that there would be no other Yijia and Ji Fan in this time and space, and they could replace them. "Shall I? Do you still remember the man who killed the madman on the spaceship?" Ji Fan suddenly said, his voice low. Yijia frowned. "Of course I remember, isn't that my father?" He stopped talking halfway. "I suspect. That's not your father." Ji Fan turned to look at her, his face calm, his eyes as dark as ice. The timing of his appearance was too coincidental. "I was planning to destroy the inner wall of the ship at that time. Moreover, if he hadn't thrown the madman out, I didn't know that there was a bomb buried in the madman's body. We might have died there." Yijia suddenly felt powerless. "So you plan to help them?" Ji Fan touched her soft face. "I have to go. If something happens to them, we may disappear." Yijia's hands tightened and tightened again. She knew that what Ji Fan said was right, but there was another possibility. The life and death of the two people had little to do with them. On the contrary, Ji Fan might even get himself into trouble if he went there. After all, it was doubtful whether the shuttle could send Ji Fan back to her from the black hole. "How sure are you?" Yijia's voice was hoarse. 50%. Ji Fan didn't intend to lie to her. "I think the chance of returning successfully is very high." He was only captured by the black hole, and had not fallen into the event horizon. There is no such thing as a dead loop in space. What I'm worried about is that he won't choose to fight with me. This is the price you will pay for changing the past. Because there are too many uncontrollable elements. What he said may be one of them, human consciousness and thoughts. There will be many possibilities depending on the current situation. Sometimes, the wind direction may be different, and you will choose a completely different answer, which is a completely different life. If I don't come back, you can go back by yourself, either the Capital Star or the Gulf Star, but don't go to the front line, okay? Ji Fan looked at her directly with a serious expression. Yijia took a step back and showed no weakness. The gravity of the black hole is huge, which will seriously slow down time. That means my time will be much faster than yours in the future, but I tell you, Ji Fan, whether it is 1 month, 3 months or 3 years, I will wait for you here. You must come back. Ji Fan looked at her straight, his dark eyes like fire. Okay. He began to frantically take things out of the space button, and soon there were layers and layers of things piled on the ground, including food and drinks, energy guns, books, diaries, robots. Countless. What are you doing? I have all these. If I could only come back in a year, how will you live alone this year? Ji Fan's eyes were deep. Yijia, who was so aggressive just now, suddenly became a little panicked. Living alone in the universe? How terrible would it be? She subconsciously glanced at the human cryostat in the corner, and Ji Fan's expression changed. No. No matter what happens, you can't wake him up before I come back. Yijia also knew that this matter was cautious, and nodded quickly. I know. Jifan took out all the useful things in his space button. These are biology books. These are some notes I made when I was studying. These are some books about military management. You can read them when you have nothing to do. I will let the robot turn the tail cabin into a training room for you. You will train according to the plan every day in the future. And, after explaining one by one, Jifan found that his chest was extremely uncomfortable, and a sudden suffocation and weakness swept through his body. He also said that he would protect this girl for the rest of his life, but now he had to let her bear everything alone. The time in the black hole could not be calculated at all, and he had no idea how long it would take for him to come out. He stepped forward and pressed the person tightly in his arms, and reminded her again with concern, replace the energy in time, let the robot do anything that is missing, train and study every day, don't think too much. Don't worry about me, it's okay. Yizhi hugged him with both hands, and his tone was firm as if he was cheering himself up. You must come back safely. I will let Chuang help me keep an eye on the black box, and I will definitely pick you up as soon as possible. Feeling the fear in her heart, Jifan's chest felt tight, and he pressed the back of her head and kissed her. In these few days, he really experienced all the emotions he had never felt in his life. How could he, Jifan, have such a good girl? Before leaving, Yizhi took out a familiar shield and handed it to him. I now understand that I left this thing at that time not to let them mistake you for Yixian, but to remind me of the black box in the space button. Just find a place to put this thing. Chapter 360. Yizhi came out of the training room and asked as usual, Chuang, did the energy column react today? Master, no. I hope you can be in a good mood today. Her eyes dimmed. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Your dinner has been placed in the command cabin. Please remember to eat dinner on time. Okay. Yizhi mechanically stepped into this small ship of less than 30 square meters. No one expected that time in the black hole would pass so slowly. It seemed like it was only yesterday before Jifan left, but the records in the ship's log, her current height, and her developed muscles all showed that a long time had passed. In the past 5 years, the Duan black hole has not stopped its expansion. She has retreated again, and now it is almost at the border of the Red Rock Star region. Even food, there is almost nothing left. After eating a can of food, she was still thinking in her mind, if she had to go to find food, should she go to the Alliance or the Empire? Even out of the Red Rock Star region, she couldn't guarantee whether this small domestic ship could avoid the patrol of the border ships of the two countries. Master, I received the signal. Do you want to monitor it? Her eyes lit up, and she said without hesitation, monitor it. This was her only entertainment program in the past 5 years. Whether it was the Tan family, or the Ji family, or even His Majesty, there were always different people sent to this star region that was about to be swallowed by the black hole to try to find their traces. She couldn't leave, and she didn't dare to expose her position on the star network. Even her optical brain was thrown into the space button. She could only get a pitiful amount of information from these salvage personnel. But recently, the frequency of salvage personnel has obviously decreased a lot. Hey, do you think people can get out of a black hole if they fall into it? A man said in a rough voice. Of course not. I don't know what the deputy commander wants us to spend every day here. Colonel Gu is no longer the commander. Don't call him that. The man sighed. Alas, isn't this a habit? With the Lieutenant General gone, our third fleet is really miserable. Isn't it? It makes me angry when I talk about this. When the first fleet took over, Colonel Gu didn't stop it, but why did Zhou and Hu stupidly hand over the power? Maybe. The rest is no longer clear. During this period, the most common complaints heard are from the soldiers of the Third Fleet. Military supplies have dropped sharply, income has decreased, promotion channels are narrow, and they are always bullied. The former Third Fleet, after losing the leading lion Jifan, has become a fat sheep in a blink of an eye. When do you think our days of salvaging will end? This time, it was someone else's voice. Yizhi was very sensitive to sounds, and heard it immediately. He immediately adjusted the equipment, and a clearer conversation came out of the receiver. Didn't they say that the new head of the family had a bad relationship with the young master? Why did they increase the search efforts? Who knows? He just became the head of the family. Maybe he just pretended to be a good person. It's possible. Alas. The man suddenly became extremely depressed. Why are you so complaining? I didn't expect the old head of the family to leave like this. It was too sudden. I was able to study because of his consent. As he spoke, the man's voice became hoarse. Who said it wasn't? The old master was such a good man. Who knew he would die so miserably? With a click, The knife and fork in Yiji's hand fell to the ground with two crisp sounds. Who? The old master? Dead? Her grandfather died? Are you kidding? Yiji tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, and her mind was in a state of conflict. Impossible. The Viscount has a physical examination at least twice a year, and there has never been any major problem. How could he just leave? Go out. Ask clearly. I must have heard it wrong. No. You can't go. You must be here to guard the energy column. If you leave now, all your previous careful hiding will be in vain. If the quantum entanglement between you is broken, Ji-Fan will never come back. What Ji-Fan? Where did Ji-Fan come from? You escaped from the black hole alone. Where is the other person? You won't forget everything you saw in Ji-Wan, right? So many books. Which one has him? She shook her head, and her mind began to blur. This is the cosmic netherworld syndrome that is easy to develop if you live alone in space for too long. If it were normal, she could still distinguish clearly, take some medicine or do something else to suppress this thought, but at this moment, she could not suppress the urge to go out and take a look. She rushed out of the command cabin and wanted to open the door to leave, but it was completely locked. Chuang! Open the door! She shouted. Sorry, master, I can't open it. Yiji was furious. I am your master. Listen to my orders, open the door. Master, you issued a death order at the beginning. If Ji-Fan didn't come out, I would never be able to open the door. Hearing the name Ji-Fan, she calmed down a little. Listen to me, this time is different. I want to go out and take a look, and I will be back soon. Master, no, you are not mentally stable now. I will not let you leave the cabin. Yiji punched the cabin door hard and shouted, Open the door! Open the door! Because of too much force, her fists soon became bloody. After finding that she couldn't get out anyway, she hugged her legs with both hands, slid down against the cabin door, buried her head deeply in her arms, and sobbed softly. Master, you are mentally unstable again. Chuang changed his voice. The volume was 8 degrees higher. You have to cheer up. You can't get sick, and you can't think too much. You have to improve yourself, and give your grandparents and parents a surprise when you go out. This is the sound she recorded for herself 2 years ago, when she couldn't hold on, and almost went crazy. As long as he found that she was mentally unstable, Chuang would play this audio. But at this moment, this audio clip was not only useless, but also the last straw that broke the camel's back for Yiji. The crying sound changed from a small sob to a loud cry. She curled up into a ball, her hands clasped tightly on the floor of the spacecraft. Her arms were bulging with veins, her ears were red from crying too much, and her blood vessels were bulging. Grandfather, how could he be gone? What happened? She had only made a breakthrough in the genetic evolution fluid in the past few years, and her research after more than 10 years had finally made progress. Before she had time to tell him the good news, he was already gone forever? She couldn't face it or believe it anyway. Finally, the body's self-protection consciousness was activated, and she cried and fell asleep completely. In the silent dark universe, no one knew that at the edge of the black hole, there was an invisible ship drifting here. The robot quietly appeared and covered the little man on the ground with a thin blanket.